Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Latin America International Championships pre-show. My name is Gabby Snyder, and yeah, let's hear some noise for everybody here in the crowd watching early this morning. Unfortunately, we still have a couple of minutes here until we kick off the main event, but that's exactly why I am joined by some incredible casters from all of our titles to walk you through what you have to look forward to this weekend. And also happy Eevee Day, by the way. So while y'all introduce yourselves, tell us, who you are, what game you're representing, and what's your favorite Eevee evolution. So why don't we go ahead and get started?
Thank you very much, Gabby. My name's Chris Reisner, also known as Rise to Occasion. I'm a Go caster here. Favorite evolution, it's gotta be Umbreon for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Jake. I call myself a content cowboy. I say yeehaw, and I cast Pokemon UNITE. My favorite evolution, gosh, I knew you were gonna ask this, but it's still tough. I do think it's Vaporeon for all the right reasons and not the wrong ones.
Hey, hello everyone, my name's Juancho Saldana, and if we're using all our made-up names as well, I'm Primetime Wizard. But my favorite evolution just has to be Umbreon, not because of the cards, it just looks really cool.
It is cool.
And speaking of cool, my favorite Eevee evolution is actually Glaceon. So we got a nice coverage here. I'm also here representing the video game, so we're gonna have a lot of fun action to look forward to. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch this weekend from the video game championships. And if y'all have been watching along at home, or maybe y'all have been watching along here in person or at some of our regional championship events around the globe, these may be some names who are quite familiar to y'all. First player to watch this weekend is going to be last year's Latin America International Champion, Marco Silva. Very, very strong player from Italy. Won this event twice in a row, actually. So also was second place at the North American International Championships last year. So a strong contender. It also has already won a regional this year. So very, very strong. Keep an eye out for him. We also have Gabriel Agati, a hometown hero from Brazil. Has 2 regional wins under his belt, got top 8 at the North American International Championships last year. Definitely keep your eyes out for him in the crowd. Hopefully we'll get him featured on stream as well this week. And who could forget our lovely world champion Giovanni Siski was able to win the World Championships in a different format. He has never played Regulation H, which is the current video game championship series format. We'll have to see how he's going to do on the official stage. So a lot of incredible talent out there. We have even more players to watch, which we'll cover in the video game stream. So we'll get to that when we get to that. So we'll have to look for that. So why don't you go ahead and tell us, Rise, about who to watch for Go?
It was hard to narrow it down to just 3 players, but it has to start with its accent. Perhaps the most decorated player in our game's history. This guy's won the Triple Crown. He's a regional champion, international champion, world champion, Yokohama 2023.
That's all 3.
He is a player to watch out for. He's fresh off a top cut in Vegas. Keep your eyes on its accent. And then it's the hometown hero, LNDS Hard Jeff, representing Brazil. He won this tournament 2 seasons ago. He also has top cut LAIC every single time he's competed here. Can he keep the streak alive? And then maybe the best nickname in all of Pokemon Go, it's the final boss, Colin 6. He earned that nickname because he's always there towards the end. To win the tournament, you got to go through the final boss, Colin 6, all the way over from the Netherlands. He was the highest placing European player here last year, 5th place. Can he improve on that? We will see.
I love an intimidating nickname. So best of luck to all our Go players out in the field. Over in the trading card game, I think y'all have a final boss of your own over there. We'll get to Unite. We'll get to Unite. Don't worry. Best for last? Best for last?
So I'm not best?
I'm just gonna upset everyone this morning. Okay. Can't win. Can't win.
No, for sure. A lot of people to look forward to seeing here at the TCG. Here at LAIC, again, there's so much talent. We have so many players for TCG, right? How can I pick just 3? But to start it off, you mentioned it was Eevee Day?
It is, yes.
Oh, it was perfect, because one of the people we do have to watch out for is Emma Hagen, who is undisputedly the best Eevee box player in the game. So her deck involves so many of the evolutions. It's a lot of fun. She got 2nd place at Gdansk, and was formerly, #1 in the EU standings. And again, EV box player. She did get uncrowned though as #1 after last weekend because of Las Vegas, but still sitting nicely at #2 is very, very impressive. Of course, we also have Ryuki Okada, player from Japan. And this is a man who I just know loves Pokemon because he's traveling all over the world despite not really being part of our circuit. He earns no championship points, but he did win his World's Invite by winning the Brisbane Regional Championship.
That's so legendary that he earns nothing except the respect of winning it. I love that.
The respect, the cash prizing is
Oh,
pretty
there's
nice
money too? Okay. I still like it, but
No, but he's been just everywhere, really. This year, he won Brisbane. He was in Las Vegas just last week. Placed top 4 then. And, of course, he's our EUIC champion as well. So, a former EUIC champion. So, I'm sure he's looking for a win now in Latin America because he's won everywhere at this point. But, of course, last but not least, I have Jackson Ford. We were talking about, EVs, but this is the man who's playing the real mascot of the game, Charizard EX, our real boss. Again, this is the undisputed Charizard master. He is a regional champion this season, but I'm sure he's looking for his international.
Of course, and if you're going to win an international championship, I mean, Charizard. I mean, the winner of LAIC last year in VGC used Charizard, so. But finally, of course, best for last, it's time for Pokemon Unite.
yeah, we have so much exciting stuff going on with Unite this weekend. We have a new map, so many new Pokemon to the game, but there are some teams to watch here that are really incredible. Last year, out of Brazil, the runner-up, 2Z Esports, they have a slightly new roster, but this team looks incredible. They have Mazo on the squad, such an exciting team to watch. We have a new org team out of North America. Otter is on that squad from Luminosity last year, but you may know this team is TTV. They are now Dignitas. I'm so excited to have that org in the scene and this team here. And of course, our world champions are in the building. Peru is here and they are looking to win this whole thing. And the teams that win LAIC first, second, and third not only get the lion's share of the Do-Re-Mi this weekend, they also get 3 tickets to the ACL, the Asia Champion League in March. It's one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. So this is such a huge way for Unite to kick off the season. I can't wait. Also, fun fact, my nickname is the First Boss. I don't know if that's a compliment.
I think that is a compliment. I'd take it as
At
a
least
compliment.
I'm on the rung somewhere.
At least you're a
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if you take it as a compliment, I think that makes it a compliment. And of course, we're not going to let you all at home walk away empty-handed this weekend. If you are watching along over on Twitch, we have some fantastic drops for you to earn. So, Juancho, why don't you tell us what amazing drops you can get over on the TCG side of things?
Ooh, we're starting it with the TCG because we have so many. Give me a second. I can share the code. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, perfect. I got confirmation. You can get 4 Phantasmal Flame packs. I'm sharing the code right now. LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames. That's the latest set. So 4 packs from the latest set's pretty good. But not only that, we're giving away 3 more things just by watching at the Twitch channel. We have a Mega Venusaur deck box, sleeves, coin, and then followed by 2 special Illustrator rare cards. It's actually a mystery what those cards are.
Ooh.
You're gonna have to tune in to find out and then grab those cards. And last but not least, a Mega Venusaur jacket, a cosmetic item that you can only get by watching through Twitch. I'm gonna have to watch because I need to grab that.
All right, if you open those booster packs, by the way, make sure to post your polls with hashtag #PlayPokemon. I'd love to see what you get. There are some incredible cards in the Phantasmal Flame set. But speaking of incredible, I hear Pokemon Go. There's something about Elite TMs in the mix for y'all. I need some of those.
For Pokemon Go, we have a special timed research. You can get your hands on Araquanid. It's inspired by its Axon's NAIC winning team, but I think more importantly, we don't want to bury the headline, an elite charge TM.
Yes.
Also, 15 fast TMs, 15
Yes.
charge TMs. Us PvP enthusiasts, sometimes we're changing a lot of move sets around. We're lacking those TMs, so make sure you get your hands on them with the timed research this event.
I know. With the special format here as well, those TMs are so important because my Pokemon just weren't set up for the right metagame.
Absolutely.
So make sure you get those drops as well over on the Pokemon GO channel. And for video game, don't worry, we got y'all covered as well. If you think back to the North American International Championships, Federico Camporesi won with a fantastic Whimsicott, and that's going to be our distribution for this weekend. And oh, I'm getting something in my ear as well. I can also share the code. This is incredible. So you can go ahead and go to Mystery Gift and enter the code LAI6 or LAIC26 Tailwind. The I's are ones, by the way. And you can get your own Whimsicott. It knows Encore, it knows Tailwind, and Whimsicott is just one of those Pokemon that is always relevant in VGC. So if you don't have one trained up yet, or if you just want another one to have around in your game, make sure to get that Pokemon while it's live. And once again, the best for last. What's are we giving away this weekend in Pokemon Unite?
Yeah, we have some cool stuff for Pokemon Unite, best for last, as always. I don't have anything in my ear. They wouldn't let me wear it, so I don't know what code I can or cannot share, but I can say that just by watching, you are going to be able to earn a Venusaur Platinum emblem. And is the code on the screen right now?
Yeah,
it is! The code's right there! We can share it. So using the code on the screen right now, you are able to get this in-game sticker showing that you are here live watching LAIC. Of course, we're going to be live on the Pokemon Unite Twitch Friday, Saturday, and then Championship Sunday, we will be up on the main channel. Make sure you snag these free rewards just for watching Unite.
So some incredible rewards. And don't worry, if you want to grab all of the rewards from all of our games, you have plenty of time to tune into all of the fantastic action. So real quick from y'all, any final thoughts? Like 3 words. Tell me why I should watch Pokemon GO this weekend.
It's a historic event. It's the first time we're introducing a limited meta to the championship series. Players are going to have to be creative, and we're going to see Pokemon that we've never seen the likes of taking the stage. Oranguru, Turtonator, brand new meta. Who can adapt? Who can play the best to become an international champion?
All right, Spraggles, real quick. Why should I watch Unite this weekend?
Best for last.
All
best
right.
for last. I hope that translates somehow.
All right. Juancho, why should I watch TCG?
I only have 2 words.
Okay.
Mega Evolution.
Okay. I think we lost Spraggles. All right. Well, you should watch VGC because it's going to be absolutely incredible. So many twists and turns you cannot believe. So thank you for joining us here in the pre-show. There is an incredible opening ceremony waiting to start. So let's go ahead and kick it off.
We did it. We did it!
Esse meu jeito de viver, ninguém nunca foi igual. A minha vida é fazer o bem vencer o mal. Pelo mundo viajarei, tentando encontrar o Pokémon e com o seu poder tudo transformar. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Quem vai comprar comigo? Viaja, tento encontrar um Pokémon com o seu poder tudo transformar. Vem comigo, vamos formar sempre a melhor equipe e sempre juntos vamos vencer. O sonho é poder. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Dare yori mo tsuyoku naりたい。ポケモンゲットが本当の試練さ。この広い世界中探し求めるポケモンの本当の力知るため力合わせそれが運命。俺たちで世界守ろう。強い心と勇 catch them is my big test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power inside. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los de tentarei. Juntos queremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los de tentarei. Vai chegar a emoção. Pokémon. Temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai chegar a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon. Temos que pegar.
Nossa, a emoção completamente tomando conta. Janaína Bianchi, a cantora do tema original do Pokémon no Brasil. Obrigada, Pikachu. Vai ficar. Oh my goodness. Bom dia, São Paulo! Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon Latin America International Championships. Oh, my goodness, that performance, Adam, it was absolutely electrifying.
Took my breath away. I think it perfectly set the stage for this event and for all of our old school Pokemon fans in the audience, certainly.
Yes, in Portuguese, in English, in Japanese as well. So let's give a big round of applause once again for our lovely performers.
Over 3,500 of the fiercest competitors across the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, fighting for their shot at the 2026 Pokemon LAIC champion title.
It's not just the title as well, we're talking about a $500 $100,000 prize pool across all 4 games. And of course, a qualifying option for the champions to Worlds happening next August in San Francisco, California. And of course, alongside the Pokemon experience.
Incredible. It feels like just yesterday that we were crowning the 2025 World Champions in Anaheim, California. And now here we are kicking off the first international championship of the new season with our competitors preparing to play some of their most intense games of Pokemon yet.
And it's not just about playing Pokemon, it's about competing, proving yourself, and taking that crown.
Well, let's not keep them waiting any longer then, Sophia. Competitors, get ready for round 1 of the 2026 Pokemon LAIC Championship.
Alrighty, so to get this started, let's give one final round of applause now for the lovely staff and crew making this lovely event come together. All right, are you ready? Go!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil! Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokemon VGC history.
And the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to LAIC, Latin American International Championships. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined with the amazing, one of the best players out there, one of the best commentators out there, good friend when we agree on decks, Pablo Meza.
A good friend when we agree.
When we agree.
Juancho, you're too kind. You're also an amazing commentator. I'm so happy to be here in Sao Paulo, ready to get this tournament going. The last tournament of the Mega Evolution format. So I'm really wondering if there's anything spicy out there.
Oh, you just know there is, right? This is the last one with the Mega Evolutions. Last weekend, we just had Las Vegas, and what, Mega Evolution Box won the entire thing? That's a very interesting deck. I'm sure this is when people are going to be bringing their A game. It's the first IC, last in the format. This is where you have to just bring it off, show it off now.
Yeah. I mean, you have to bring it on to win some championship points, right? There's so many at stake this weekend. I mean, let's take a look at the breakdown. The winner takes home 500 championship points, 480 for second place, top 4 420, and they also get the immediate Worlds invite. And you might be wondering, well, why do they need championship points if they're already invited to Worlds? Well, there's still travel awards to play for.
There's travel awards, and also you just want to see yourself up there with the leaderboard and all that, and 500 points to shoot you like way to the top. Maybe not the very tippy top, just because our players have been grinding out those points, but definitely up there. And of course, you know, the World Championship invitations, and there's not that many, you know. US and Canada getting 135, Europe 135, Latin America 125, Oceania with the 20, ME and SA with the 10. That's the world invite. These are what the players are playing for. And we have thousands upon thousands of players and only, what, invites in triple digits. It's a tough competition, probably.
We also have thousands of dollars in prizes here in the first international championship of the season. $25,000 for first place in Masters and $7,000 for both juniors and seniors. Pancho, that's a lot of money to be going back home with.
That is. Can you imagine? You're just spending the weekend playing your favorite card game, and suddenly you're going home $25,000 richer. And if you're junior or senior, that's $7,000. Maybe if you're the Ono kids, you get the first and second, right? $7,000 and $5,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of money for all age divisions. Pricing all the way up to top 64 for Masters for those $2,000, and top 32 for those juniors and seniors. So a lot to play for, championship points, a lot of money to be played as well. Booster pricing is also available, which is always amazing. I'm sure a lot of people really enjoy opening up those booster packs. And yeah, I mean, in order to get there, we need solid decks, we need solid play throughout the day, and I feel like that's definitely what we're gonna see on stream.
Oh, no, knowing our player base, there's so much talent. I'm very excited to see what we're going to be able to feature this weekend. And you know what, let's talk about, you know, some featured decks, something we might expect to see. Probably, definitely will see, especially after winning last week at Las Vegas. That's Mega Absol Box. You know, it's a disaster waiting to strike. What are your thoughts on that, Pablo? Like, how do you feel about the Mega Absol Box?
So, I mean, Tord dominated in Vegas, right? No surprise there. He's also been, it feels like the creator or the biggest leader of this. Yeah, exactly. So I think the deck is very good. It's also not an easy deck to play with, and so I do feel like it took the format by storm, right?
Yes.
In the first weekend of Mega Evolution, it was like this surprise-ish sort of deck. There was a lot of talk about it, and then it fizzled out just a little bit, like for the next week. And I feel like it was a combination of many players who were not perhaps as experienced as Tord, right, giving it a try. Many players also now knowing what to expect from the deck, therefore being more prepared against it, and therefore it sort of stabilized as a top-tier contender, but not necessarily the absolute new best deck in the format, right? And so, moving forward, I think that's what we can expect to see from this Mega Absol deck. A very solid deck, and in some very skilled hands, it has the potential to do really well, but it's definitely not easy to get all the way up there.
No, yeah, I have to agree. That Mega Absol Box is, you know, despite being technically it's a big basic deck, right?
Yeah,
There's nothing bigger than a giant Mega Evolution Pokemon with 300 HP after Charm, after the Stadium. It's very intimidating, and I don't know, it's just very scary to have not only your field demolished, but also your hand demolished, right? And of course, I love the fact that, you know, Tord Reklev flew thousands of miles just because he was so excited to feature this deck, to play this deck. That's the spirit of the game right there. You know, I want to play some Pokemon, except, you know, instead of going to your local card shop, Tord goes to a regional to show it off.
To try it out, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, Tord has played this deck at 2 majors. He didn't play it in Gdansk, he played Gardevoir there, but he played it in Milwaukee, first Mega Evolution format, got top 8. And then he plays it in Vegas and wins. So, I mean, that's 2 for 2 on the deck, performing really, really well in the hands of a very skilled player. And I think that, like, it definitely sets the tone for the rest of the format. And it will, like, as we end, I'm sure it's one of the decks that many players were trying out and either playing to beat or trying it out for themselves so that they could play it today in a very, and like have a very good sense of how it works and everything they need to do in order to win each game.
That's for sure, that's for sure. Now, Pablo, I have a question for you. Did you check the weather forecast at all for Sao Paulo?
Is it gonna rain, perhaps?
Yes, it is, because Golden Go is definitely going to be making it rain here in Sao Paulo. It's like it's one of the strongest decks out there, right? Not only is it a deck that can draw so many cards, it does what? Technically uncapped damage. Well, the cap is how many energy you have and how many you can get access to with all your draws. I think this is a deck that's just been absolutely powerful. Really has new life into it as well. It was already a strong deck before Mega Evolution, but with the addition of the Soul Rock and Lunatone, I've seen boards that haunt me in my nightmares, Pablo, where it's like it's a single prize board because they're attacking with the Soul Rock, and they're drawing cards with the Lunatone. Wait, don't you have to evolve to your Goldingos? Not yet. You're dismantling my board already.
Yeah,
very scary. What do you think?
That early aggression definitely brought the deck to a whole new level, I want to say, because like it was already very powerful, threatening to KO anything in front of it. But now with Soul Rock and Lunatone, it gains both draw power and aggression since the very first turn, which has led to like the deck building of the deck being a little greedy, I want to say, on the greedier side, because they're running like lower supporters because they have so much energy, and they have the Lunatone Soul Rock engine that usually gets them through, right? But the big question for this weekend is, how do they deal with the counters, right? We saw Tordrecliffe have double Cornerstone and 0-6 Machinations in his deck list last weekend in Vegas in order to have a solid matchup into the Goldingo decks, right? We've seen Toadscroll in the past. The first event this season was won by Zorg with a 2-1 line of Toadscroll. So I have to imagine there's going to be a lot of counters to Goldingo because everyone knows how good it is, and therefore it's on the Goldingo players to adapt and make sure they have the counter to the counter in order to succeed this weekend.
That's true, that's true. I think maybe you're not playing that mind game, especially since we did see how prominent Cornerstone Ogerpon was in Las Vegas. Maybe we just have to have it. Be it Mega Mawile, Mega Lucario, maybe your own Cornerstone. Sometimes I've seen that. But yeah, no, it's definitely something you have to respect. I have to agree. And it's so scary to think that their deck that runs so smoothly can sometimes, just hit a wall. Yeah. Just one simple card in a basic Cornerstone Ogerpon can suddenly, you lose all your steam at that point. And maybe the counter is what? The Team Rocket's tower plus 5 energy on a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Sometimes that can work. Sometimes you have to be...
You gotta get creative, right?
Yeah. No, definitely. Goldingo, I think, is definitely something we are going to see this weekend, and I'm very, very curious to see how the meta has evolved and shaped to really, facilitate such a terrifying deck.
And now, those two decks are obviously pretty good, but we have the old guard, right? Guard of War is here, has been a consistent threat in every format since it came out, all the way back in April 2023, I believe. So it's been a solid 3 years of Guard of War success after success after success. Now, can it close it out with continued success? It was doing pretty well prior to Mega Evolution. It was dominating, I want to say, but it does seem like either players got really tired of it and just went all out with the darkness type decks, and Mega Absol just like was the last missing piece in the meta, it seems, to where is it too much darkness now for Guard of War to handle? There's Mega Absol, there's Charizard, there's Grimmsnarl, right? So can it overcome it? There's definitely ways to do it with Enamorus, with Drifloon, with Gel Sense. You have so many options, right? Literally any Psychic type card can be a good option for Guard of War. But so far, we have seen its dominance and its win rate go down a little bit compared to prior to Mega Evolution.
No, yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I feel like it's safe to say that the best card in this Scarlet and Violet era, or block of cards, really has to be Guard of War EX. That has to be an easy crown right there. And the fact that it has been able to stay meta relevant throughout its entire lifespan, winning so many tournaments, is very impressive. But yeah, I have to agree, right now there is a lot of darkness out there. It's a little spooky, if you ask me, but in the hands of a great Guard of War player, give it to Abonomed or Henry Chow. That's much more terrifying than some dark type Pokemon. They definitely find ways, and I love seeing those matches as well, because then that's really where you can learn so much about the game. When you're watching the stream match and it's someone like a high caliber player like Abonomed or Henry Chow, and oh wow, that was a line that you could play in Guard of War. Just because there's so many, you learn so much, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, just because Guard of War and those Pokemon have that dark type weakness doesn't mean that your opponent just flips over a Zorua or a Mega Absol and you immediately scoop your cards, right? We have seen these players succeed against these decks. It's not a complete auto win for The dark decks, there's always nuances to the matchups, the draws, the Iono draws, the Iono recovery, the decision making. So, and I feel like that's what makes this game so interesting and so good to watch, because every turn you have so many options and so many things you can do that not necessarily all of them lead you to a win, but if you can make sure you maximize your chances of winning with each micro decision you end up making, that's how you get all the way to 4 top 8s out of 5 events, I think, for a ban. Henry Chow getting his first this weekend, first of many this season, I'm gonna guess, based on last season's track record. So yeah, I mean, Gardevoir, from now until April, I can't imagine anything making it go down in popularity or power. It's just that it is having to deal with a lot more aggressive dark type decks and a lot of Monkey Dory as well. So it's not like they can use their Monkey Dory to attack their opponent. It's now we see players choose to not attack or put less damage in play so that damage cannot be used against them. Right.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But you know, we've been talking about some great decks and amazing players. How about we take a look at the players to watch out for? I believe let's go ahead and check out players to watch in the LATAM region. Gustavo Wada, Marco Cifuentes, and Fernando Cifuentes. It's very intimidating to see just 2 brothers take up 2 out of the 3 slots. Very, very impressive. Of course, Fernando is our world champion, definitely deserves to be there, but his older brother is no slouch.
Yeah, I mean, Marco ended up top-8ing the Worlds after Fernando, so we had a chance to have like back-to-back world champions. That would have world champion brothers. That would have been insane to see. And then Gustavo Wada is another world champion from the juniors division, but still has had a lot of success. 2 times international champion and won the first Mega Evolution format regional in Belo Horizonte here in LATAM. So already qualified to Worlds, is the only winner with Gardevoir so far, and he even included Mega Gardevoir EX in his deck, which is definitely not something we have seen a lot of since Mega Gardevoir EX came out. So 3 top tier players. Fernando favoring like these cool newish decks. He top-8ed an event last season with Blissey EX. Now he did it with Mega Absol with a Crosso line in there as his Golden Go counter of choice. Marco has been rocking that Zoroark since Worlds and has been doing so well. So I expect great things from these 3 players this weekend.
No, definitely. I mean, I love how Gustavo Wada has more international wins than regional. So technically, right now, he's in his element. Definitely someone to watch out for. But let's also take a look at the top 16 here in LATAM. You know, a lot of amazing players. A lot of players actually in the top 3. They're very, very close. 950, 946 points. And then, of course, at the third there, 922. Diego Casiraga, number 1. And then something I want to point out, Gabriel Fernandez and Vinny Fernandez at 2 and 7. What is it with family here in LATAM?
It probably pays off to have a very good player, to live with a very good player, right? So yeah, we have the Fernandez brothers, have always been dominating. Gabriel had this, there's no argument he's the best senior player of all time, and he has already started this new season very, very well. His first Master season, getting 2nd place at a regional, losing to Gustavo Wada in the finals match, and then he top-8ed in Europe as well, and he's also the defending senior LAIC champion, so I'm sure he's very excited to continue to prove himself, and I want to do quotation marks prove himself, because 2 top 8s out of 3 events he's played in his first Masters season. No argument there.
Definitely, definitely. Now, how about we move over to NA, though, the players to watch here. We talked about Aban Ahmed a little bit earlier, but again, Aban Ahmed, Jackson Ford, and Piper Lapine. Again, Aban has to have the best start of the season in history, in the history of the game. His lowest standing in the entire his lowest standing in all the regionals he's attended is what, top 8?
Yeah.
He's made it to at least finals in most, if not most of the tournaments besides that, and won one. Wow. Right? Just absolutely amazing. And then, of course, Jackson Ford already winning a regional as well. Just Charizard's strongest soldier. Another, probably would like to see someone like Aban Ahmed in the final because, again, the Charizard expert right here, and someone who's really aged up into the Master Division flawlessly. Both of them aged up perfectly there. Of course, Piper Lapine, I think You mentioned it at some point where she does just amazingly at these ICs.
Yeah, she got top 8 at NAIC and top 8 at Worlds just a few months ago, and she got top 8 at Lille as well just a few weeks ago. So Piper, super dominant, and I think all these three players are, of course, up there in the NA leaderboards already. Aban was his 3 finals in the #1 spot. So yeah, I mean, lots of great names here, regional finalists, regional winners, IC top cutters. There's just so much talent in NA for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're only at the start of the season. This is the first IC, ladies and gentlemen. But Aban Ahmed, Cal Connor at 1,330, Cal Connor with 1,280. They're at 4 digits and then some. 4 digits and change. And Pablo, you know, Aban and Cal are actually locals. So that's a very impressive showing just from, you know, someone you probably see at your local card shop. But again, no slouch either. Everyone down below from 3rd to at least 5th at the 900 mark as well. You know, a lot of familiar names: Rahul, Reddy, Blair, Jackson Ford. Yeah, man, I want to see I want to see all of these people play.
I know. Most of them have top cuts already this season, wins already this season. Now let's take a look at our EU players to watch. We have Miloslav Posledny, the defending LAIC champion, won last year over Brent Tonison in that Raging Drago V-Star mirror match. And then we have Alberto Conti, another dragon-type Pokemon expert, has already done pretty well this season with Dragapult. And we have Rune, who has already won a regional. So these players are just like, the 2025 season started off very fast and very good for most of these players, for sure.
No, yeah, I have to agree. And again, just Rune Hirnes here is just one of the players who have just aged up very gracefully into the Master Division. Yeah. And has been a top senior player, that's for sure, someone we've seen before. But yeah, I just love seeing like the folks really grow with the game. They grow with us, but yeah, they just turn into just these titans here in like the Master Division.
Yeah, these senior players, the young ones, are definitely ones to watch out for, right? I definitely have a very bad track record against like recently aged up senior players. They just kick, like, it's just rough for me to go up against them. But yeah, these three players, very talented, very dominant. Rune, as you mentioned, dominated seniors over in the EU scene, did really well at ICs, and I think we can expect, of course, great things from these three players this weekend.
No, yeah, I have to agree. And yeah, just again, the sheer talent really in all our players, I cannot reiterate. Yeah, even just running into, you mentioned earlier, running into these seniors or juniors, sometimes even in Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, I don't know how many times I've just lost Vinny or Gabriel Fernandez, Gabriel Fernandez specifically. And you definitely can find all our players playing the Trading Card Game Live, just grinding it out. And yeah, it all pays out, for sure.
And you know what, Juancho, speaking of finding our players, we have our stage ready to go with our round 1 matchup, and you're not gonna believe it. It's Miloslav Posledny, our LAIC champion from last year, against Gabriel Fernandez, our LAIC champion from last year.
LAIC champion versus LAIC champion. I cannot believe that is how we're starting this year's LAIC. Absolutely amazing. This is gonna be a matchup. This is gonna be the matchup of LAIC. This is something I expect to see sometime near the finals. Man, what a roll of the dice. Can you imagine just sitting across your opponent thinking, oh, this guy just won last year. Oh, you also just won last year.
Yeah, there's so many players in the room, right? So many Masters players right now, and these two end up getting paired in round 1.
Good job, script writers. This is perfect.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate being able to watch this to start the day, Juancho. Like, this is a matchup you might expect to see in round 7 when both players are 6-0 or 5-1.
I was thinking finals.
Yeah, I mean, or yeah, exactly. Heading into day 2 in top card finals, absolutely. So to be able to see this game, see their plays, this is gonna be a super high caliber match to start the day. And yeah, I mean, they're both using pretty cool decks as well. We'll take a look at them in a bit, or we'll know exactly what they're playing in a little bit as they get ready.
Just yet.
Yeah, no spoilers yet. You can see, and I love how like Miloslav is like very relaxed. He was laughing, he was smiling, right? And you can see Gabriel is logged in.
Oh yeah, that is Gabriel's face, that's for sure. When he is just in the zone already, doesn't need any warm-ups. This is it. He's in it to win it. I do want to know though if Miloslav is wearing his lucky shorts that he did mention in his winners interview last year's LAIC. If he is, then maybe Gabriel's gonna work a little bit harder.
It's Gabriel against Miloslav and the shorts.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
All right, we have our players starting to set up. I did see that they already flipped to determine, and it will be Miloslav going first by Gabriel's choice. So we'll have to see how this ends up playing out. I think we're in for a very interesting match for sure. Both players having some pretty cool inclusions in their deck. So as soon as we can reveal that, we'll make sure to show you all what's in there.
No, definitely. I'm just looking at these decks right now. I'm very excited just for. I feel like these are decks that I've seen multiple times already, and even Gabriel playing this specific deck, I've definitely run into him in live with this, so I know for a fact, firsthand, it's a doozy. But yeah, it looks like we can reveal, because looks like maybe
they're setting up their prizes. We'll take a look at those in a little bit. It's going to be Charizard against Golden Go. So on paper, it's like, oh, fire-type attackers versus metal-type attackers. The fire-type attackers should have an advantage, right? But Charizard does take a little bit to get going, right? So the early aggression from Golden Go, if you're ahead enough in prizes by the time Charizard starts attacking you back, should be pretty fine.
No, yeah, I have to agree. I mean, yes, the Charizard deck does use Fire Energy, but we have to remember Charizard EX is a Terra Dark-type Pokemon. But that, of course, means Gabriel Fernandez will have to be playing some fire tech cards. Something we've seen very frequently are those Fire Chi-Yu, of course. But yeah, again, this is a game of a deck that takes a while to really get its damage ramped up versus something that can show immediate aggression. As looks like we are just jumping into this game, and I believe you said Miloslav is starting us out.
Yeah, Miloslav is going first this time around. And now, does see the Psyduck. At this point, players shouldn't know what they're up against, right? So if you see the Psyduck, I don't think you immediately think about Charizard. I think you probably think more about Mega Absol based on its recent success, based on the fact that Gabriel actually got second place at a regional with it this season already. So this could potentially lead to some quirky decision making for Miloslav off this first turn where he doesn't have enough information to make the best possible decision.
Yes, and talking about some very strong start though, with the secret box, able to get an item card, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. And just like you said, Pablo, I love that you said that this is a card that gets 4 cards from your deck, and without full information, maybe you're not grabbing quite the right cards just yet. Luckily, there is a pretty standard, things you want to get. You definitely, number one, is you want to get some Pokemon. So, of course, Artazone is going to be there. Miloslav, of course, opening up with the Gimmighoul, not too bad. I'm sure he would have loved to maybe start one of the Lunatone, but hey, that's why we have tools to move out of the active.
And, I mean, I think we are already seeing, that sort of small deviation, if you will. The Lunatone discard is the key, right? Because maybe you're thinking as Miloslav that you don't need Lunatone, you don't want to put Lunatone Soul Rock down just in case they get targeted down or whatnot. I feel like against Charizard you want the early aggression with the Soul Rock, right? But maybe thinking he doesn't want them to get trapped by Yveltal or something like that, right? So Miloslav, not knowing that he's up against Charizard, I think is definitely influencing his decision making based on that Lunatone discard.
Yes, definitely. As we do see Miloslav play down the Genesect EX as well. We used it too early. Did grab 2 Goldengo. Again, Metal Signal allows you to get 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon. Grab 2 Goldengo. You can't evolve just yet. But hey, thinning is winning. That means he is not drawing into those Goldengos as Gabriel Fernandez just puts down the Pidgey And big card here is going to be the Lily's Determination, able to shuffle in, draw 8. One of the most, if not probably the most powerful supporter printed of all time, if you ask me anyway, besides Boss's Orders. It's just so strong in these setup decks, these stage 2 decks. And Miloslav, seeing the Pidgey, still not much information just yet. These are 2 birds that you see in a lot of decks, the Psyduck, the Pidgey. What are you attacking with is what I'm sure Miloslav is thinking.
Yeah, I think like Miloslav could even be predicting, okay, maybe it's not Mega Absol, maybe it's Pidgeot Control, right? Which Gabriel has been known to play and enjoy, right? Now, very good choice here by Gabriel. He could have used the Artisan to thin his deck by 1 more card to increase his chances of getting the Charmander or getting an energy for that TM Evo a little bit better, but I think he really wanted to hit a Charmander off of this so he can get 2 of them down with the Artisan. I don't know if he actually hit a couple here or any way to find another basic, and he did hit an energy, which is a dark type energy, probably the best one he could have hit. So pretty good, but if that Charmeleon gets taken down, he's going to be in trouble for sure.
It's going to be a little bit tough to definitely knock out the Charmeleon, though. But again, the beautiful thing is he did have the TM evolution. You know, sometimes it is tough to find those without the specific search supporter, you know, something like Arvin. But, you know, being able to play the TM evolution and the Lily's Determination, being able to draw cards, this is the bare minimum you need if you're up against something like Golden Go. Importantly, too, you're evolving the Charmander into the Charmeleon. And that's something.
I think he might have gotten both Charmeleons in his hand.
That
he did get Charmander, but he did get both Charmander. I think. I'm not entirely sure. The angle didn't let me see exactly what he got, but I think I saw 2 Charmeleons.
Well, that's one of the downsides, I suppose, of drawing 8 cards. You could draw into cards that you want to keep in the deck.
No, he only has 1. The other one was a Charmander. And Charmander, Charmeleon definitely can be confusing a little bit.
No Charmeleons in the prize either, so we can at least see an evolution here.
Yeah, for sure. We can definitely see a Pidgeotto, we can definitely see a Charmeleon, and a Charmander as well. So with how Miloslav right now set up his board, and with the already 2 prizer in play, with the lack of Solrock and Golden Go, at least for now, aggression, it does seem like Gabriel is going to be in a very good situation where even if his Charmeleon gets taken down, if he's able to respond with Rare Candy Charizard, Power Up, Chi-Yu, or Gouging Fire EX, which he is playing, and take the first 2 prizes while Miloslav only grabbed 1, this could make for a very big, or for a very straightforward 2-2-2 prize trade for Gabriel.
And there it is, the TM evolution. Gabriel choosing to evolve 1 Pidgey and 1 Charmander into Pidgeotto and that Charmeleon. I believe that is the Charmeleon with 100 HP, so very, at least a little bit bigger than 70, that's for sure. Does have to discard the TM evolution there. I love that he also grabbed the Tatsugiri from the Buddy Poffin, so there is definitely a lot of support here for Gabriel. As Miloslav, now, what do you think he has to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think he might need to pivot to Solrock almost if he can. Even though he will have 2 prizers into play, at least force Gabriel to have not only the Rare Candy Charizard or the Charizard itself, but also a Ghosting effect, right? With Charizard, Gabriel's hand is not huge right now, so of that showing up are not that crazy. He also got the Tatsugiri, which is probably the Pokemon that's getting promoted after something gets taken down, so then you have to figure out a way to retreat that, or at least like if it gets powered up by Charizard, it's an extra energy that Gabriel loses along the way. So it's on Miloslav to apply as much pressure as possible this turn, make sure he gets a prize card, and make sure he makes it as difficult as possible for Gabriel to take 2 in return next turn.
Yes, pressure with maybe some restraint, because but right now we do see Miloslav evolve the active Kimiko into that Goldango, able to draw 2 extra cards because of coin bonus and being the active. You see here now Miloslav thinking about evolving the bench one, but it is going to be evolved there and just going to draw 1 extra card. I want to dissect it a little bit here, Pablo. Sometimes we do see the Goldangos have a restrained board, you know, really try and, you know, limit that, hey, you have to knock out my Solrock. Is that something you think Miloslav should have been trying to play towards, or do you think Charizard EX, you know, it's safe enough that I can evolve everything.
Oh, yeah, 100% should have played into the Solrock Lunatone combo if he knew he was up against Charizard, but he didn't know, right? And the Psyduck start put him a little off in terms of not knowing what he was up against. I'm pretty sure he predicted Mega Absol, and that's why he avoided going for that combination, and now he's going for the Lunatone. We're gonna see the Arbin, probably gonna see that Herbaloon retreat into Solrock and use that early aggression to make it so that Gabriel needs more than just a Charizard and a fire type attacker to get a return KO here. And another interesting bit is the viewers might be thinking, why am I seeing a lightning energy in Miloslav's hand right now? And that's because he's playing Levincia, right? He's playing 2 copies of lightning energy, he's playing 2 copies of Levincia, and that's a way you can play around the Bodyu or the Jellicent or the Frillish item lock potential against some decks in order to make sure that you're not locked out of attacking in any given game.
That is a great catch there, Pablo. I didn't quite see the lightning energies there, but you know, that is something Goldango used to be able to play, but here we go. First knockout of LAIC is definitely going to be that Solrock's Cosmic Beam, 70 damage. Of course, needs its buddy Lunatone to do that attack, and yeah, luckily they're both there. Miloslav takes the first prize card here. Gabriel promotes the Tatsugiri with the attract customers. We're going to have to see what supporter he's able to grab.
Turo off the top for Gabriel. Does have an Ultra Ball, so can immediately set up the Pidgeot. I think he has another Lily or an Iono in hand, so we might end up seeing the Chiyu grabbed here, and then it's on Iono to give us either Charizard or Counter Catcher, and then Pidgeot grabs the other piece. We could maybe see Tatsugiri try to go for Boss instead, see if that gets us there, guaranteed instead of relying or having to rely on the Iono. There's the Ultra Ball. Pretty sure that's going to be a Pidgeot. Yep, there we have it.
Yes, Pidgeot, one of very, very powerful support Pokemon. Be able to find anything they want from the deck. And of course, Chiyu mentioned earlier, bench there, and that attack is activated since a knockout was taken last turn. And this is where, you know, fire. This is where we play with fire. We're gonna possibly, ideally, right, take the first 2 prize cards. Let's talk about mapping, Pablo, and how that works out.
So, if Gabriel manages to KO any of these fire weak Pokemon right now, he's going to be in a pretty good spot, right? Because whatever he does it with will be something that Solrock doesn't really threaten at all, and he already has Pidgeot to, even if Solrock gets used to bring up a Tatsugiri and knock that out, Gabriel can just go Boss and continue the pressure. So I think Gabriel has a pretty clear 2-2-2 price map. If he's able to find what he needs this turn, he'll reattach the Dark for the retreat. He did get an Ultra Ball off the Iono. Oh, but I think we saw...
Just a pass?
No, we saw someone draw an extra card off the Iono, maybe? Yep, Miloslav drew 6 off the Iono.
Is the hand good?
He forgot he took.
And it doesn't matter.
He forgot he took a knockout already. Again, it was a knockout on a Pokemon that wasn't really important in this specific matchup. It was a knockout on a Psyduck, so it is kind of... Did I really do anything meaningful the last turn? Yes, you took a prize card.
When I started Psyduck and then you Secret Box Lunatone, because I saw Daniel playing against me.
Yeah, I think Gabriel's talking right now how Miloslav, like they're talking about how Miloslav didn't know what he was up against, and Gabriel saw him discard the Lunatone, and that's when he knew that he didn't know that he was playing Charizard, or he didn't realize that he thought he was playing Mega Absol, so he didn't want the Lunatone to get trapped by Yveltal in the late game, so yeah. So between that, the early quirky decision making that he had to make with no full information, and now this extra card off the Iono, which is very likely to lead to a double prize card penalty, if I were Miloslav, I'd just be like, all right, game 2, right? Just try to get in a better spot, or as soon as maybe Gabriel whiffed this turn off the Iono, and then maybe you're still in it. But if Gabriel slams down the Charizard, powers on the Chiyu, and has an extra energy for the Charizard, you go to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Pidgeot has been used just yet, and the Iono was to either like grab one of 2 things he needs this turn, right? It's either going to be Charizard or Counter Catcher. Odds are you are going to find Charizard.
He got the Ultra Ball, yeah. He has the Ultra Ball for the Charizard.
So maybe this is about time to go into game 2. Now that you're going into it with more knowledge, just like you said. Yeah, definitely we were talking more about this matchup where because Miloslav didn't know that his opponent was Charizard, he he placed down the Genesect as well, right? Putting down the Genesect, which is a liability just to be able to, thin cards. Whereas if you know what you're up against, you know that your opponent has the capability to attack with these fire Pokemon, take down 2 prize cards, you're definitely not putting that Genesect. It's not worth to thin your deck and, but put your board state in jeopardy.
Yeah, you might do it if you need to, right? If it's the only way you'll be able to apply pressure next turn. But his hand was more than good enough to have the Soul Rock, the Lunatone pressure set up, everything, right? But he discarded the Lunatone turn 1, so we are seeing how, Pokemon is definitely a game of information, right? You see a Psyduck, you could have made the prediction that you were up against Charizard. It is known that Charizard plays Psyduck. But the more popular deck, the more the deck that's in the spotlight right now is Mega Absol, which also plays Psyduck. So if you have to make a decision based on likelihood and percentages and meta share, then it's always Mega Absol. So Miloslav is not at fault for making that decision. He made the best statistical call, if you will. He just happens to get it wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where maybe drawing your Secret Box on the first turn was actually detrimental. One of the very rare cases, really. But just because, again, Secret Box is one of those cards where you have to, you're making so many decisions. Not only do you have to make decisions on what cards you have to grab, but the discards can be very, very key. Just like you mentioned with that Lunatone hitting the discard pile. Yeah, it's, again, that's already one piece that you definitely needed. So, again, on the first turn of the game. And sometimes you have to play that, right? Yeah. You have to. Maybe you're up against straight Pult, right? And sometimes they do play the Psyduck, and you don't want to get item locked into Patu, right? So you have to play the Ace-Spec. It's there. It might have been, in his mind, maybe a use it or lose it scenario. Again, just no information, so...
Yeah, he committed to the Golden Go early aggression and pressure, hoping to apply enough to withstand any cornerstone shenanigans. However, what ended up happening was a Pidgey and a Charmander got benched, and then he was like, uh-oh, right? And he had already committed the Genesect, right?
Yes.
And in order to be aggressive with the Soul Rock, he had to go into Arbit, because if he had the chance to pivot out of the Genesect with like a Professor Turo scenario and still was able to manage the knockout with Soul Rock, I'm 100% certain that that's exactly what he would have done. But you can't play 2 supporters in 1 turn, right? So between this choice, he had to go aggressive. You need to apply pressure, because if your choice is to Turo and not take a prize card, you're still in a really bad spot, because you're just giving the Charizard more time to set up their board, have a strong setup, and that just like that, it's a lose-lose situation, no matter the choice.
No, I have to agree. So no fault definitely in that first turn of the game. A little bit of a fault there, though, on this, third turn at this point. But yeah, still, again, Miloslav did win this tournament last year, so I definitely expect, he's still just warming up. It's the first game. We had to wake up a little bit early.
Maybe he hasn't had his coffee yet. Yeah, like we...
But yeah, and it's a mistake we've all done, right?
Yes,
drawn like one extra card. Sometimes you get excited, and again, that knockout was not meaningful at all. It's like when you're thinking about the board state, nothing changed really.
Yeah, I mean, we've all drawn 8 with Lily instead of 6 when it had to be 6. We've all drawn an extra card of Iono because we forgot we were actually ahead in a prize card. This happened to me so much with Mew VMAX and Genesect V. That happened so much. I would just like, my autopilot would kick in, draw until I have 6, and then of course I would only have 5 or 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, and yeah, so it's like mistakes happen, right? No matter if you're an international champion, no one is immune to making silly mistakes like this one.
I'll do you one better, Pablo. Mine was very, very recent. I drew an extra card off Mystery Garden because I counted my Pheasantipity as a psychic Pokemon.
Okay, yeah. So that'll happen. I mean, that happened to a band last weekend, right? Yeah.
So again, very easy to make these mistakes. Sometimes, that's why when I have to draw something like off an Iono or a Lily, I like to put the cards down and just look at them. Is that 6? That's 6. I'm picking it up.
There's definitely a balance to be had between like being extra super duper careful, right? Which probably slows things down a little bit, and playing too fast and careless where you make a ton of silly mistakes like this, right? So you need to find a balance that works for you, that also keeps up the pace of the match and everything. So it's always important to be able to find that. I know that I'm personally usually on the faster side of things, where I tend to make some of these silly mistakes because I'm trying to play at a slightly faster pace overall. But yeah, I mean, can't be too careful.
Yeah,
right?
especially when you're playing like this game for hours upon hours, years upon years, right? A lot of these actions become almost automatic.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes
muscle memory for sure.
Yeah, you just can't help yourself. You just draw.
Yeah, and we all love drawing cards, right? So.
Especially Miloslav. He's playing Golden Go. This is the deck that I believe draws the most cards in the format.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that now.
Now, I'm wondering if, like, perhaps in this spot, right, in this specific spot, there's this 6 card, right, that Miloslav has already seen. There's like 2 things to consider, right? First, it's going to be his card for turn.
Yes.
Right? So that's not going to change before his turn starts. However, it is an extra piece of information that he now technically has in order to make his decision on which Pokemon to promote next turn, right?
Okay.
But the counterpoint to that is also that he has an Balloon on his Golden Go. So generally, whatever that card is not going to change his promotion of his Balloon to the active. So I don't know. Maybe there's some context to be considered here. Of course, the judges will make the best decision that they deem. That would be things that are, as a player who has been in this situation, who has had judge calls at during stream games, this is definitely things that I would that would be running through my mind, right? It's like, yes, I have seen this extra card, but do we take into account how consequential it is to the context of the game, as opposed to you saw an extra card, this is a penalty, right? I feel like there's a little bit more nuance to a decision like this one.
No, I have to agree, Pablo. Literally, the only thing I can think of that really gives an advantage to Miloslav, like seeing that extra card, is like, hey, maybe it's maybe it's a Turo, and you want to promote a Golden Go without the air balloon, Turo it, so you can draw even more with the air balloon. You know, like draw 2, Turo, active air balloon, draw 2, and then you can retreat again to draw 6. But I don't think he needs cards in particular right now. But that's literally the only thing I can think of. But again, we of course have to play the correct game, the correct way. So I have complete faith in our judges in whatever they decide to call here.
Right, I'm hoping we get that figured out.
I guess while we're here,
soon.
While we're here in the 70-30, let's talk about the matchup. We already know what decks are playing. How do you feel about it, Pablo? Who's favored in this position?
I mean, in theory, I want to say Charizard. However, if Charizard ends up missing a single beat during the first or second turn, so for example, if Gabriel only manages to bench a Charmander or doesn't manage to get the technical evolution going for him, then it's a lot harder for him to respond to that first prize knockout, right? On the other hand, though, if Miloslav manages to keep that single prize ward and gets the first knockout that way, I want to say things favor Miloslav, and it's on Gabriel to manage an attack that leads to Miloslav whiffing a KO for a turn, right? I think that's what the matchup comes down to. But if you always have to think positive, right? When you're building your deck, when you're trying to set up, when you're playing any game, you have to assume that you're going to be able to set up and therefore do your best strategy possible, right? So on paper, if everything works out, I want to say Gabriel probably has a better time into the matchup. But as we saw last weekend in Vegas, right, we had Caleb Gedemir against Grant Manley, 2 top-tier players in this exact same matchup, and Caleb ended up walking away the winner because Grant ended up not being able to respond accordingly to the situations that he was faced with.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard EX is a pretty beefy Pokemon. There are situations where, you just go, you have 330 HP, maybe you've knocked out a couple of Goldengos at that point, hit a key Iono, and definitely come back in the prize card race.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes counting Goldengo out, thinking that they're not going to draw into it when they have millions of ways to draw cards. That's Dippity,
Yes,
Goldengo, your Soul Rock, Lunatone combo.
Yeah, you Iono them to 1, and they finish their turn after they used a couple Superior Energy Retrievals with a 7-card card. You're like, what? How did this happen when I Ionoed you to 1 last turn?
Maybe it really shows why Goldengo is such a powerful card in the metagame, because Iono is a very powerful card in the metagame. Yeah. And having that, your attacker be your draw power too, it does feel really, really good. No, we're not quite yet. Jumping back into the game.
Now, I think one of the interesting things to point out from the decklist perspective is Gabriel has been using Charizard for a long time. I think he won it. Yeah, he won NAIC this past season with Charizard itself as we head back into the game. And he's choosing to use On First Stamp as his ace spec this time around. So going for the more disruptive part, as we did Charizard, powering up the Chi-Yu, and I'm sure we're going to see the Tatsugiri thin a card, and then we're going to see the Counter Catcher being quick search in order to take out probably the Air Balloon Goldengo. You not only take out draw, but also take out the pivot.
Looks like, yeah, we're definitely back into the game. We can see there Gabriel Fernandez has to take 2 less cards. Just to remind folks at home what has been done this past turn. Of course, Gabriel did play the Iono. That means he cannot boss this turn. Pablo mentioned it, though, does have the Counter Catcher option. Hasn't used the Pidgeot yet either until maybe just now.
Yeah, he hasn't used Quick Search just yet. It's not marked, but I'm pretty sure he's using like these markers, so we're gonna see one on Pidgeot. Eventually, he's just doing other things. He's gonna Ultra Ball away at Boss's Orders, which I find very, very peculiar. What's the Boss's Orders and Counter Catcher count looking like, Juancho, here?
He does play 3 Boss's Orders and
1 Counter Catcher. Okay, so if that had been prized, he could have been in trouble, but it's actually not prized. It is available to him this turn. He's not. Oh, okay. We're gonna draw 3 with Fast first. See if we get the Counter Catcher off of that, and then if we don't, then we can Quick Search for it. But if we do find the Counter Catcher off of his activity, then we essentially have a free Quick Search to start preparing for the next turn.
Ooh, Pablo, I know you mentioned it earlier, but what if both players play to the peak of their decks? And if you look at the board, so much is set up. There's a Fezandipity, Pidgeot, the Charizards, the Chi-Yu's already there, plus there's so much support. And then Miloslav has all the Goldengo set up here. And if both players play to the peak of their decks, Gabriel has the advantage. I just can't think of a way he falls behind now, especially with the 2 prize card penalty as well.
Yeah, with the 2 prize card penalty, there's no way. With the Pidgeot set up, with the Charizard ready to go, with the Charmeleon ready to go, I can't imagine a situation where Gabriel just falls behind at any moment here. He's going to take 2 prizes. He only needs to KO 1 more Goldengo next turn, or 1 Genesect next turn to win the game, as we see the Mega Fire of Envy take down the Goldengo.
Yes, Mega Fire of Envy, very powerful attack. Gets even more powerful if a Pokemon was knocked out the last turn. And again, just to remind folks at home, this Psyduck was knocked out last turn. So this Chi-Yu is hitting for knockout, definitely. Miloslav now promotes a Goldengo, plays the Nest Ball. Is there anything he can do here? Maybe to give him some sort of sliver of a way to win. He still has to deal with the Chi-Yu. He can't even straight try and knock out a Pidgeot or the Fezandipity.
Yeah, I mean, I think your out is Gabriel prized too many fire energies. You could also play towards just finding out more information.
Yes.
Right? The one thing you haven't seen from Gabriel is his ace spec. So maybe you end up seeing that as this game finishes in order to figure out exactly what you're up against, right? Like we talked about how this is a game of information, right? Miloslav did not have accurate information on his first turn to make the best possible decision making. Now he does have a lot more information to have a much better start. However, he still doesn't know if he's dealing with Max Belt, if he's dealing with Heroescape, if he's dealing with On First Stamp, if he's dealing with Prime Catcher. All of these haste pick cards we have seen be played in Charizard deck. So I'm sure he would love to know that extra little bit of information.
I love that, Pablo, and especially because the you also have to take into account the decks that are being played, right? You have to take it, of course, take into account the time you have to play, but it's Golden Go versus Charizard. Both of these decks are multi-prize Pokemon deck. They're EX Pokemon decks, so it should be able to, close out games with simple 2/2/2s. So don't mind this at all, and I believe that is just a make it rain for 100, not even the knockout yet, on the Chi-Yu.
Okay, so very interesting approach here for Miloslav by not taking a knockout here on the Chi-Yu. He knows the Chi-Yu is no longer a threat, right? By not taking a knockout, that means Gabriel needs to play the max belt in order to get a return KO on any of these EXs, because right now Charizard is dealing 210 damage, not enough to KO Genesect, not enough to KO Golden Go. With the max belt, it would be for both, so maybe this is the play in order to find out which ace spec and have like final confirmation that he is going up against max belt, or maybe he finds out that he's not up against that. Now, he definitely won't find out that it's on first attempt because he didn't take a knockout, and could be that the max belt would end up in the prize or something, so he won't know exactly what he's up against, but at the very least he'll know that this turn there was no max belt available for Gabriel.
I like that. Very sneaky of Miloslav here. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to take a knockout. Oh, no. If you want to take a prize card this turn, you might have to use something. And unfortunately, there's nothing to use, so...
One other thing Miloslav could do here is just like force Gabriel to overdo it, right? Have Gabriel be like, oh no, I want to deal as much damage as possible, and then Gabriel all of a sudden like commits too many energy to the board, retreats and expends too much of his resources, his super odds and whatnot, in order to keep applying pressure and trying to win this game, and leads to a scenario where Miloslav wins with a boss's orders into something that can no longer retreat. And I mean, we're seeing sort of that, right? Gabriel is just going to choose to do 210 damage instead of 100 with the Chi-Yu, which, I mean, there's no true benefit to this, perhaps. And I mean, Gabriel still has all of his resources available, pretty much, right? He does have one Super Rod prize, so maybe that's what comes down. Maybe that's what decides this game, and that's the approach that Miloslav is trying to do here.
Yeah, definitely. I like the retreat there on the Chi-Yu. Yeah, maybe save it for another time. If something gets knocked out, we knock something out right back. But right now, it is Miloslav's turn, just doing a quick discard check. Maybe trying to think of how many other ways can I try and sneak out the ace spec. Maybe get a little bit more information, as I believe that was a superior energy retrieval play. Just grabbing 4 energies there. Sure. Let's see if he even gets a knockout here on the Charizard. Again, Charizard has 330 HP. And even then, you kind of hope, you just have to hope that maybe there's no more energy in the deck.
I was definitely taken aback by that lightning energy. When I saw Miloslav top deck the lightning energy, I had to do a double take on this deck list because I definitely did not notice the lightning energy
maybe
there.
Mega Manectric is the the cornerstone answer.
Now, I'm seeing 6 energy. He could go after the Pidgeot as well this turn, but, well, no, actually, no. If he does that, then he just loses the game immediately right after, so...
There is quite literally no line, Pablo.
There's no line to win the game via prizes.
Yes.
There is a line to win the game via boss, this Charmeleon, not take a knockout, just pass, force Gabriel into a weird situation. We see the retreat into the next Golden Go, tank another hit, draw an extra 2 prize cards. We already attached, so yeah, Miloslav is just not going to try to attack whatsoever. And he's going to force Gabriel to utilize as many of his resources as possible. And Gabriel's in a weird spot where if he evolves, attaches 2 more energies. One of the fire is here, so he's going to need to Super Rod in order to recover it. He only does 50 damage, no KO. Yeah, he already attached, so we don't want to... yeah.
You also bait out maybe like energy counts here. Maybe he's trying to bait out, oh, does he play even jet energy? Maybe you bait out the Professor Turo scenario, as we do see the jet energy plus the boss's orders taking the last 2 prize cards for Gabriel. And hey, first win here at LAIC. Maybe it wasn't the most flashy, Pablo, but still an amazing win here from Gabriel Fernandez, LAIC Senior Champion 2025.
Now, I really want to see Miloslav lock it, right?
Yes.
We saw Gabriel was completely focused as he was shuffling. Miloslav was very relaxed and smiling. I want to see the best Miloslav on the table, right?
Yes.
One that, now that he has full information, he can make sure he keeps a single price board. And I want to see how this match plays out with Golden Go at its best in terms of performance and in terms of decision making.
Definitely is going to need those lucky short powers for sure. Definitely, but more importantly, of course, depending on his talent. We know he can go all the way, especially here in LAIC, but yeah, a little misstep, just a very small misstep.
Very small misstep, then tried that double attachment as well. Within the next few turns, so we need to make sure that we are keeping our play clean, and you can tell that his even body language has changed a little bit, right? He's more focused. He knows he made some very costly mistakes in the last game, so hopefully he'll be able to redeem himself and show us a much better match in this game too.
Definitely. So for game 2, Pablo, what are you expecting here from both players? I mean, you already talked about the Golden Go trying to play a tighter board, but what, as Gabriel though, his Charizard matchup, do you think he plays more of the same? Does he have to lean into more of his tech cards? Are we going to see Gouging Fire, you think?
I mean, I don't think so. It's very costly. It's very awkward to move from the active spot. Chiyu just does it so much better overall. I think Gouging Fire is only going to ever show up for Gabriel if he sees a Cornerstone, right? He wanted that decisive Cornerstone answer because he doesn't have the Dosmer line to help him in dealing with that. So Gouging Fire equals Cornerstone answer, and then the other 59 cards are there to deal with everything else.
Man, I wanted to see a new card, Pablo. Gouging Fire is something we don't see every day, but
I wonder why.
Well, still, it seems like a pretty strong ancient Pokemon, but right now, both players are setting up, and it is going to be Gabriel Fernandez going to lead the pack here, opening up the Pidgey. Not too bad, can evolve and have free retreat, but more importantly, getting the Buddy Poffin. That means he's definitely having a good time with the bread, getting the Tatsugiri and Charmander. A lot of support here for prize cards, though. Looks like Miloslav is just not going to find out what Gabriel's A-Spec is, because Unfair Stamp is prize, but probably more importantly, the Chiyu.
Chiyu not being available to have that response at any given moment could be crucial. Thankfully for Gabriel, it is at the bottom, right? So could end up in a situation where he finds it, and in the middle of the game we see that Iono into a Chiyu knockout to try and turn things around. But that only matters if Miloslav is able to get that aggression with the Solrock and the Lunatone, which is not necessarily easy, right? He's playing those lightning energies, which does mean he's playing less fighting energies than the average Golden Go decks we have seen so far. That means there's less chance to draw cards early on. There's less chance to have the fighting energy available for the Solrock aggression. And you have to do that Solrock aggression without setting up any Golden Goes, which let you draw cards in order to find the pieces that you need, right? So Miloslav has the potential, but he also needs a ton of things going for him right in this initial hand in order to accomplish that.
Definitely a lot of things that have to happen here for Gabriel Fernandez. But hey, Pablo, you know, since the Chiyu is prized, do you think now maybe we can see some get fire?
Maybe. It went from
I'll take 1%
it, Pablo, to 5%.
I like those odds.
If Chiyu was at the very top, then I would give you a 30% chance.
Oh, maybe you can shuffle the prize cards a little bit. I kid, of course, but right now does have the Pidgey and the Tatsugiri. A lot of potential support. Didn't quite get to see the rest of the hand. Oh, just grabbing a supporter right now. Pays the energy to retreat the Pidgey into the Tatsugiri, and we're going to attract some customers. Do we find anyone? Hey, that's a pretty good customer.
That's a pretty good customer. Lily always comes through for us, and Gabriel finding that seems pretty good as we see the pass. And now it's on Miloslav to make something happen, and I'm not seeing a lot in the hand. I don't think we have an Arven at all. We have Puffin. We can get a bunch of gimme goals, but we cannot get that Lunatone and Solrock. They have too much HP almost. That means Miloslav probably is not going to be able to get this early aggression going for him this turn. He's lining up 2 energies to the front, which definitely means we're going to see a minor errand running. Not what you want to be doing in this first turn.
Not quite, especially we see how powerful the Tatsugiri is, that's for sure. How about you list out the cards that Miloslav needs to see to be able to set up an attack here, Pablo?
He needs an Herballoon to retreat this Gimmighoul or a Professor Sturo scenario. He needs a Soul Rock, he needs a Lunatone, and he needs a Fighting Energy. So that's a lot of specific cards. He has the Fighting Gong in order to search for Fighting-type Pokemon. He could have Arven, but he only has 1 Fighting Gong. He does have a Turo, but he can get either Lunatone or Soul Rock, but he cannot grab both.
Ooh, yeah.
So I think he's going to grab neither at this point.
Maybe. Again.
Yeah, okay, this is very interesting. He changed his choice of Gimmighoul in order to grab the one with Call for Family. Because that way he can Turo this Gimmighoul, attach to the Gimmighoul with the Call for Family attack, and he has the Gong to search for Lunatone, and he can Call for Family for the Soul Rock. I think that's going to be what we're about to see. There's a Turo, there's a Call for Family. It's like I'm a psychic.
Good job, Pablo. Good job. But, man, that is one expensive nest ball, if you have to ask me. Using not only your supporter for turn, this is your attack, but, chooses to bench the Genesect, though.
All right. Realizes that perhaps it's too late for the Lunatone Soul Rock. Gabriel could end up committing like a Pidgeot into play already, which could lead to a 2-price knockout first for Miloslav as well. Not sure if we're going to be able to find 6 energy total in order to do it. And yeah, there's the Pidgeot. All right, so Gabriel opening up the possibility for Miloslav to start this 2-2 price trade-off. And with the Chiyu being priced, this could even be even better for Miloslav at this point in time.
Definitely terrifying here when you're sitting across from Gabriel Fernandez. You had to use your supporter. You had to use Turo and Call for Family to just get a Genesect, a simple Genesect, whereas your opponent has Rare Candy, Pidgeot in hand already, hasn't used Attract Customers, hasn't used the Quick Search just yet, hasn't used the Lily supporter that was found. But here we go. Lily's going to be played. 8 cards. What are we considering here?
The judge stopped Gabriel for some reason. I'm not sure what that was for.
But here we go. Looks like the supporter is going to go through. Again, Lily, very powerful. 8 cards here. A lot of good cards can put something together for Gabriel. Do you think he takes a knockout here this turn, Pablo?
Probably not. No, I think the attachment on the Tatsu will probably lead to like a TM Evo into a double Charmeleon. I think if Gabriel just hands Miloslav the 2-prizer in the active spot, that's going to be a little too dangerous, because then Miloslav doesn't need to find a Gust Effect and a way to knock out the Pidgeot, but he just needs to find enough energy to knock out the active Pokemon. Now, I was wrong about the Lunatone Soul Rock call with the Genesect, so we could see the exact opposite of what I'm saying, for sure.
Maybe. A lot of things can happen. I believe TM Evolution, still a very, very powerful play, that's for sure. Just setting up your Charmeleons, needing one less card. You're not having the need for Rare Candy, but here we go. Never mind. Okay. Rare Candy Charizard. So Gabriel Fernandez went Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, turn 2. These are the turns you like to see if you want to be aggressive.
And he did this without using his Quick Search as well. So.
That's true. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. He hasn't used Quick Search. He just drew the Rare Candy Charizard off the Lily. There's already a 2-prizer in play, so having another one that's even tougher to take down, there's nothing wrong with that specifically. But yeah, I mean, maybe Gabriel's just taking the calculated risk of, okay, Miloslav has 4 cards in hand right now. He will be able to get double Golden into play, but how likely is it that he gets to 7 and 8 energy actually in hand, 7 to attack with, one for the attachment for turn for the Golden in order to take down the Charizard next turn. And this urgency from Gabriel could be a lead up from Chi-Yu being priced.
No, yeah. Here we go. We do see, I believe that was attract customers first, grabbing the Iono for next turn. A choice for next turn anyway. But quick search now. I believe that was just the Charmeleon grab. Maybe just setting up a little bit better. I love it when you just have your quick search just to set up your board. This is not something you need this turn, but it is developing my board, making it a lot stronger. That very comfortable position here for Gabriel Fernandez. And it is going to be the retreat into the Charizard. Right. And yeah, again, how likely is it? Miloslav had a very slow turn. What, he called for family for the Genesect. Doesn't even have Lunatone and Solrock in play. Surely this Charizard is safe. But just in case it isn't, Iono is in hand as well.
Yeah, Iono is in hand to respond. Definitely a risky move by Gabriel. He's ahead now. We're seeing the opposite, right? Gabriel took the first prize card. Now Miloslav could go 2-2-2 for the prize cards. He needs a lot though. He needs to probably find a nest ball for Fezandipiti. He definitely needs some very good draws off of this Golden Go as well in order to accomplish this. Like he has 3 guaranteed extra cards with a coin bonus this turn. They need to be really good cards, Juancho.
Yeah, typically, typically when you're playing against Golden Go, it is a little bit harder for them to draw into those energies because now they depend on what Earthen Vessel. A lot of folks have switched out of, if this was like maybe a couple of months ago, it's easy.
Energy Surge Pro.
Energy Surge Pro. That's it. We're going to have the knockout. But trying to find that many energies this early on in the game, we've really seen why Goldengo has been depending on Solrock, Solrock Lunatone to really take those early prize cards. But here we go. Drawing 2 cards. Oof. Anything good?
Goldengo and Picnic Basket. Not the greatest.
I don't think we're healing.
Nest Ball. I think he got Nest Ball for his draw for turn. So he can use that in order to get the Fezandipiti, get 3 extra cards that way. And the Fezandipiti is almost like safe because since Miloslav has not taken a prize card, Gabriel is only doing 180 damage. So we might not see any other basic Pokemon get placed. We're probably not going to see a single prizer get placed on the bench by Miloslav because right now Gabriel cannot KO anything on Miloslav's field. And Miloslav doesn't know if there's a max belt or not. If there is, then both the Genesect or the Fezandipiti could go down. That's probably a risk you have to take, right? It's like, okay, if you have it, you have it. But if you don't, if you're not playing max belt, then you can't knock me out, and I can still get two prizes before you get your second prize.
I like that, Pablo. Yes, let's take it. Yes, I'm having a weak turn, but let's play to the best of this current situation we're at right now. And yes, that means not developing your board at the very least, but we are going to see the Arven being played right now, and with the movement of like Artizone and a couple of supporters into the front of the hand, maybe signaling we might be looking for a secret here.
Yeah, a secret box, the worst kept secret in the history of secrets. See the Arven for that, and we're going to see the discard of many of the pieces that he has left over. Extra Golden Go, the Picnic Basket, which is definitely going to be pretty meaningless at this point in time. Maybe the other copy of Arven, since we can search for one. Maybe the energy that we have in hand. So plenty of options for Miloslav. Definitely not in any sort of rush. As long as he doesn't get that single prize Pokemon, then he thinks he is safe. But Juancho, maybe, well, Gabriel does have a way to take a knockout on any of these Pokemon, and it's your new favorite Pokemon, Gouging Fire. If Gabriel gets another rare candy Charizard and decides to power up the Gouging Fire, that could be him saying, okay, Miloslav, you're not going to let me take one prize, fine, I'll take 2.
It could be Gouging Fire with the Blaze Blitz attack, 260 damage. Use the Jet Energy to just push it into the active. So you only really have to commit 2 Fire Energy, really. But it's a matter of putting it all together.
The chance of seeing Gouging Fire just went from 5% to 7. I want to say 75%. Gabriel has already exhausted 2 rare candies, right? Oh no, okay. And now it just went to 0%, Juancho. I'm so sorry. Gabriel only plays 2 rare candies. So the one thing we are guaranteed to not see next turn is Gouging Fire EX. That's my bad.
What a roller coaster of emotions, Pablo. I got really excited.
I got excited too. I was like, okay, it's Juancho's moment to shine, and unfortunately, the deck list took it away from you.
I didn't even realize Gabriel only played 2 rare candy. That makes his last turn even that more
Even
impressive.
crazier, yeah. He had the raw rare candy Pidgeot in hand and then Lilith into the raw rare candy Charizard. So yeah, absolutely insane. If we had seen a Charmeleon there, then there would be a very high chance of seeing the Gouging Fire. Unfortunately, though, we're not going to. Oh my gosh, Milslav is using the Artisan. This could be...
Fail, search, fail, search.
Okay, so if Milslav commits to the Lunatone Solrock this turn, then that means he thinks he has a good chance of taking a knockout. There we see the 2 Pokemon. Okay, man, this is really back and forth. Milslav now has to take this knockout. Otherwise, Gabriel goes boss KO either of these Pokemon, and he's 2 prizes ahead. And that's probably game over for Milslav at that point, as long as Gabriel doesn't whiff an attack.
Okay, so how many energy do we have in hand? How many do we have in the discard? Do we have a superior?
Yeah.
What do we need to draw here? I feel like that's way too much if you're hoping on 3 cards.
Yeah, we have 1 energy in the discard pile. We have 1 Fighting Gong in hand.
An Earth Mess was played, so that's 2 energy. So
yeah, but we need 8 total. We can't we can't draw 5 energy with 1 Lunatone, right? We need like triple Earth, double Earth and Vessel and an energy off of this. This feels like a huge stretch. If Milslav doesn't bench the Lunatone Solrock, then it comes down to does Gabriel play Max Belt? And if he doesn't, you have a chance. But now it comes down to, can Gabriel find boss? And there's this thing called Quick Search where he's definitely gonna have boss. All right, Nest Ball, fighting and fighting. That's 2 energy.
That's 2 energy.
1, 2, 3. There's 3 energy in hand. There's 1 Fighting Gong. That's 6. There's 2 energy in the discard pile. We're 2 short. No, there's 3 energy in the discard pile.
Wait.
We're 1 energy short, Juancho.
It actually got that close?
Yeah, we are 1 energy short of the knockout, I think. Or maybe we are there. I might be miscounting. There's 3 in the discard. If there's 5 in hand, I think there's 4. But if there's 5, then we do have it. If there's 4, then we don't have it.
All right.
Can't really tell exactly from this angle.
We're going to have to wait and see for what Miloslav decides to do or plays.
There's 4. I only see 4.
He's superior energy retrieval now being played. Discarding the Nest Ball. And the Golden Goes can get up to 4 energy if it's in there. 1, 2, 3, 4!
No, 2, 3.
Oh, it was only 3? Okay, well, I got excited.
Is it enough?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's very short. 300. It's not a knockout.
Okay. I got very, very excited there. I
heard
thought
you.
I counted it right. But 6 energy, 300 damage. What a day and age where 300 damage isn't quite enough. But there we go. We do see the Charmeleon. Now I realize how important it is to really get these evolutions into play because we have no more rare candy. So if that Charizard was knocked out, that would have been just game, wouldn't it have been? Wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I mean, if Milslav doesn't whiff, I mean, he would have only had 1 Golden Go, right? So he would have needed to continue to set up Golden Goes afterwards. But yeah, I mean, now it comes down to Gabriel whiffing at some point. I can't imagine a world where Gabriel doesn't choose to go Boss's Orders, KO the single prize Pokemon, which he just quick searched for the Boss's Orders. So we're definitely going to see a knockout on either of these Pokemon, probably the Solrock, because Milslav might be planning to go like, okay, I put you in range of my Solrock, I KO you with Solrock next turn, force you to continue to have Boss's Orders. Usually Charizards play 2 copies of Boss's Orders. Gabriel plays 3. So he actually has that extra count of Boss's Orders to accommodate for the rest of the game. Usually we see like a 2-2 split between boss and counter catcher. He is playing 3 bosses, 1 counter catcher, so benching these 2 Pokemon will probably cost Miloslav this game.
Can you imagine though, actually, when I was thinking about it, yeah, if he didn't bench that, he would be in a phenomenal position. Able to
if and only if Gabriel doesn't play Max Build. So if you don't bench these and Gabriel doesn't play Max Build, you're in a very good spot. If you bench this, then you open yourself up to the Boss's Orders, and you're in a pretty bad spot. So that's why I really put into question, like, getting the KO was so unlikely. He almost got there, right?
Yeah.
But it was so unlikely that I wouldn't have played to those chances. Gabriel ends up just needing to quick search for the boss, has the next Charizard ready. So now it's on Gabriel, since he's at 4 prizes, and the only way Miloslav can apply any sort of real pressure is with Golden Go EX. If Gabriel just sets up 2 more fire-type attackers or a Charizard doing enough damage, that's going to be the game here.
Yes, as a lot of damage there on that Charizard. So should be able to surely get the knockout, maybe with a Soul Rock. But more importantly, Gabriel Fernandez did take a prize card. And that prize card was the Chi-Yu. That is very integral in this matchup. So Gabriel now has access to that very powerful Pokemon. Miloslav now gonna need a couple of draws. Needs to put something together. What do you think the best play is here for Miloslav?
It's gonna be go in with Soul Rock. He's eyeing up the Night Stretcher. He's checking for that off his deck. So the other Soul Rock might be not available. We might have discarded it. It's not priced. I'm not sure where the other Soul Rock is, but we need that Soul Rock. So at this point, like, if you're gonna make Gabriel whiff a 2-prize knockout, you have to hope he runs out of boss's orders at any given moment, and he has to KO the Soul Rock, right? I think that's your win condition. There's no other way to avoid it. Of course, this Charizard is in range of the Soul Rock, so that's pretty good. We'll have to see if Gabriel can piece continuous attackers and boss's orders in the same turn over and over. Now,
that's
there's
Earthen Vessel.
one down, right? You have 2 left. That's more than enough. That's just enough to win the game. But it's also very specific pieces, so it's on Gabriel to whiff at this point.
Definitely. That's Earthen Vessel, though. Grabbing 2 Metal Energy, I believe the Fighting Energy has to be already in hand then, right? As draw 3, just maybe thinning the deck, trying to increase the odds of drawing into the Soul Rock, or a way to get it at least. Oh.
Yeah, we failed the Artisan, so the Soul Rock might already be in hand. Or we might be planning something completely different. At this point, Miloslav has done, both players have done very different things.
Well, taking a knockout with the Golden Go doesn't put you in range, too. Maybe eating a hit would be, it's the same, it accomplishes almost the same thing, feeding a 1-prizer and eating a hit.
They need a boss's orders, that's true, yeah. Unless they have Max Belt, right? So this is maybe the turn you find out that they don't have Max Belt. But yeah, I guess that's true. There's no difference between Soul Rock and Lunatone. Soul Rock and Golden Go knockout. There is a difference in terms of resources exhausted, right? There's a difference between also having the Lunatone on Soul Rock combo in play already in case you get Ionoed next turn. So yeah. Counter Catcher will definitely not be live here for Gabriel, so it has to be boss, and it has to be another Charizard. Well, no, or it could be Chi-Yu, right? I think Chi-Yu is the reason why I don't like going in with Golden Go. Because if Charizard's not doing enough damage, Chi-Yu definitely is. But if there's a Soul Rock, then you need the Chi-Yu and the boss, or you need the boss to KO the Fez, right? So, I mean, KOing Fez or KOing Genesect also is enough.
Great points, but either way you look at it, Miloslav here just definitely in the back foot, even with this knockout. It's so tough, right? When you're thinking about it, you have to take knockouts to win the game, because you need to take prize cards. Your deck is reliant on just taking knockout after knockout. But if you're going to take a knockout, this is a great one here in the Pidgeot EX. And there it is, Make It Rain, 300 damage, takes out Gabriel Fernandez's main support Pokemon. Maybe it slows them down a bit.
Yeah, maybe that's how you make your opponent. This is definitely the way you reduce the odds of your opponent having boss's orders to the minimum, right? Could be Tatsugiri finds it, but also you need a way to retreat the Tatsugiri. There's already a Charizard in hand. Chi-Yu has been grabbed from the prizes at this point in time for Gabriel, so we do have that possibility, but we don't have enough fire energy in the deck to power up 2 Charizards and the Chi-Yu, so we also have to keep that into account. Now, this Pidgeot KO would be so much stronger if there was any sort of hand disruption in Miloslav's deck, but Iono or any hand disruption is almost like counterintuitive in any Golden Go deck because they need the pieces in hand, right, to pull off everything that they need to do in order to take knockouts. We see the gouging fire. I'm going to be very surprised if that gets used. There aren't even enough energy to use it right now. So
yeah, Chio's already in hand.
That has to be fitting. Like, or Gabriel really likes you. I don't know, Pancho.
Gabriel is answering my prayers here.
I mean, we saw the gouging fire.
It hit the desk.
We saw gouging fire hit the field for a microsecond, but it did hit the field.
It was a really nice gouging fire as well. It was the SIR version. But no, definitely, now that Chiyu is in the hand, a lot easier answer there. As Pheasantipity going to draw 3 more cards here. Can we put something together here, Paulo? Do we have boss's orders in hand already?
I don't see it. I don't see boss's orders. We do have the Chiyu, but there's a fire in the discard. There's 1 fire here. There's 2 fires here. So there's only 1 fire left in the deck. So even though we have the Chiyu, yeah, we don't have the way to power it up, right? So it comes down to this huge attract customer.
Can we find the right customer? It can't be just anyone. I'm sorry, Arvin. You are not the boss we're looking for.
This worked out beautifully for Miloslav. In the end, Arvin... Oh, wait, no, this is Superrod. Superrod finds us the energy for Chiyu. Never mind.
Oh, okay. You could come in, Arvin. You were...
Yeah.
We need
so
you.
Arvin or boss's orders worked really well here. Now it's going to be Superrod, recover the fire, perhaps any of the Pidgeot pieces in order to get those going. And then we can take the knockout with Chiyu right here. And I mean, taking the knockout on the Pidgeot with the Golden Go, definitely starting to make a lot more sense. Like, this was definitely a lot more convoluted. And if there was a Pidgeot down and the Charizard got KO'd, then finding the next KO with a boss's orders probably wouldn't have been as awkward for Gabriel as it ended up being.
Yeah, as Super Rod there, shuffling in, it's just going to be that lone fire energy, but
yeah,
that is definitely all Gabriel needs as Charizard is evolved there, accelerating 2 fire energies to that Chiyu. And now this board, very, very terrifying. 2 Charizards in play. All the energy, all the fire energy now in play, yeah. Unfortunately, though.
All 5 energy in play. So this Charizard is definitely not going to have an easy time attacking. Now, there are less than 4 minutes left on the clock about to be 4 minutes on the clock. So that means even like a boss's orders play to bring this up, try to stall it out in the active would just be counterintuitive for Miloslav since he's down game 1. And if this game doesn't finish, he's definitely not going to be getting a tie, right? So not the greatest spot to be in. Gabriel is 1 knockout away from the win. If he knocks out this Charizard, I think now is the time to go KO with Solrock.
Yes.
And hope Gabriel doesn't have the game-winning boss's orders to close out the game.
I definitely think that is the play. That is the line for Miloslav's victory here. Just having to take advantage of that 300 damage already on that Charizard. Just has to finish it off. But right now, let's see what he can put together. A lot of cards can be drawn here. Yes, we're missing Solrock. Yes, we only have 1 Goldengo. But we do have Pheasantipity. And of course, yes, the Artizone can find the Solrock. The buddy. Lunatone's buddy.
Lunatone's best friend forever. All right, so... yeah, it's got to be knockout on the Charizard with Solrock, right? There's no better Pokemon to knock out at this point. Knocking out the Chiyu puts you at 3 prize cards remaining. Goldengo is not a Terra Pokemon, so you cannot Briar for the win afterwards.
No Togekiss in the
No
deck.
Togekiss for the extra prize card either in the deck. We see the Night Stretcher get played, going through the energies, past the energies. There's this Solrock. So where is the other Solrock? Is it not in hand? What happened to the other Solrock? It's definitely, it's not
It's
prize.
just missing. Yeah.
So we had the possibility to, like, if it's not in the hand, we had the possibility to. So maybe both were discarded. That has to be it. Both were in the discard pile. And that's where we see the Superior Energy Retrieval get back 4 of those energies. I think we're just going to see Retreat, Boss, Knockout, and see what happens, right? Either Gabriel wins the next turn, or Miloslav wins. That's going to be the game.
Yes, and yeah, that has to be it. Luckily, Gabriel Fernandez, again, does have that Tatsugiri. But right now, there it is, boss's orders on that damaged Charizard. And this Solrock. Wait, nope, never mind. We'll draw some cards first.
Yeah.
One card. Is that like one card left in deck?
There is exactly one card left here. Boss's Orders gets taken from the prize, so Miloslav should have game or close to game right now.
There it is, though. Energy attachment on that Tatsugiri. That we have a way to retreat now. I was thinking if there's any energy left in the deck, luckily there is that one darkness energy. It's going to come down to attract customers. Let's thin the deck a little bit more. Artizone, find the basic, maybe get that Pidgey. Or
you don't need Pidgey. Like, if you don't win this turn, you know you're probably, the game's definitely over. Or, well, it's not. If you are Yono, maybe it's not over, actually. Because Miloslav will have a pretty small hand. And if you fail the knockout, then you definitely don't take a knockout. Which means, hey,
Gouging Fire hits the board.
Oh, on-first stamp. That's huge. We completely forgot about the on-first stamp.
Yes,
now Miloslav knows.
Hey, that's my ace spec in the last couple of minutes of the game. But unfair stamp, yes, it does disrupt your opponent. But more importantly now, for this specific situation, let's get 5 fresh cards before we find some customers.
There's 2 Boss's Orders left in the deck, Juancho. We draw 5 cards. We fast for the next 3 off the top. And then we attract customers. So we're looking at 14 different cards this turn in order to find one of our 2 remaining copies of Boss's Orders. Now the clock, we have 5 seconds on the clock, so Gabriel will definitely be turn 0 here. So
5 cards.
All right, we see Ultra Ball as well, so he can thin he can thin 2 more cards. Both Boss's Orders were at the very bottom of the deck. That is crazy.
That was a really good cut there, Miloslav. Maybe we need to use the Lucky Shorts to make that happen one more time here.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to see the Charmeleon off the Ultra Ball. I'm sure we're going to see the next Ultra Ball get played. Yep. So maximizing his chances to find the Boss's Orders here. We're going to get a quick, solid shuffle. I can't imagine there's a lot more than 9 cards left in the deck. Like, it's going to be something like 11, 12,
is it just guaranteed
13
at this point?
It's
it has
definitely
to be
not guaranteed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing the shuffle.
That's true.
Right? But it can't be too many more than 9. It's going to be 11, 12, 13, maybe 14, something around that. It's going to be an exciting finish to this game here.
Very, very excited. Again, still has that Pheasantipity as well. Maybe Pheasantipity draws even more ways to thin the deck. Here it is.
Right.
Lucky Shorts cuts.
Huge cut here for Miloslav.
Pheasantipity, 3 cards.
No Boss's Orders.
Let's
and
find
attract
some
customers.
No Boss's Orders.
There's what? 3, 4, 5 cards in the top. Oh my gosh. Huge whiff here by Gabriel. You can see him shaking his head. He cannot believe this. And now it's on Miloslav to find Boss's Orders and enough energy. And now there's either of these Pokemon could go down very easily. That's a lot less required than the Charizard.
I was not expecting that. Again, it was the perfect cut back to back. Lucky Shorts coming in here for Miloslav. Again, does have the Turo, but again, there is already 2. Wait, wasn't Lily played?
No, it was on first step. Lily was not played. We're looking for Boss's Orders.
But he grabbed the Lily. He grabbed the Lily.
He grabbed the Lily. We Turo the Fez. Doesn't matter because there's still the 5 energy. Gouging Fire reacts. And now it comes down to Miloslav. There's 1 superior energy retrieval left, and there's 3 energies in the deck, along with 2 more in hand. So there's plenty of energy available. Yeah, Miloslav's just going to check the Gouging Fire, make sure there's no crazy ability that he's missing out on, because it's not a very common card. So Juancho, your Gouging Fire just came to the field in order to get KO'd. That's all it did.
Oh no!
All right, 3 energies. Miloslav needs Boss's Orders and superior energy retrieval. He's trying to figure out the best combination of cards. Fez is not live, so we have 2 cards from Golden Go and 3 cards from Lunatone. Gabriel needs to cut Miloslav's deck as good as Miloslav caught Gabriel's deck at this point. Ooh, and Gabriel chooses not to cut.
A tap, maybe the best cut is to not cut.
Miloslav, oh my gosh. Miloslav decided his own fate at this point. it's going to be down to these draws. There's an extra card from this Golden Go, so we're going to be seeing 6 cards off the top. He's trying to figure out the best way to do this. I couldn't see. It was a boss's orders. All right, so that's one of the pieces.
Do we have
superior energy retrieval? That's all we're missing at this point.
Draws 2 here.
Turo and energy. Now it comes down to the Lunatone draw. There's 3 energies in hand. That's not enough. All right, Lunatone, 1 superior energy retrieval is prized. We could have Levincia as well, and
I did see the last
whiffed, I think.
There's a boss's orders.
He got a gong. Oh my gosh, only 3 energies. So Milzaf also whiffed the superior energy retrieval, and Gabriel Fernandez, he doesn't win this game yet, but he won game 1, so he's the winner of this round. Yeah, only 2 superior energy retrieval had been played. 1 was prized. Yeah,
that
chance.
I wanted Miloslav to just flip his deck. Just where was it exactly? But what?
Miloslav had 2 cards left. Oh, wait.
That was 3 cards, I believe, left. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, your first winner here at LAIC, Gabriel Fernandez. I like how we were just stunned, completely stunned.
What a match we just saw. Okay, just getting confirmation. It was 3 superior energy retrieval played, so I don't know what I saw in the deck. That's my bad. So he needed the raw energies. So I think once he used the Lunatone ability,
it was just done.
He didn't have a chance anymore because he had 4 energy left, and that 30 extra HP from the Gouging Fire was just enough. Yeah, so Gabriel Fernandez winning this round, starting us off at LAIC with a pretty fiery match.
Yes, the first game maybe not as exciting, but that second game, I was at the edge of my seat, Pablo. Just can they find it? And huge props to Miloslav to playing to his outs, right?
Yeah,
Getting that knockout on the Pidgeot was absolutely key for him to stay into that game. It's just Charizard is a very big Pokemon. A lot of energies had to be used. A lot of resources had to be used. And fortunately, didn't quite have enough in the tank near the end.
Yeah, he felt like he was always just a little bit short, right? And also, like that first game, without taking into account the double price penalty that happened, if that had been like a regular game, if this had been, I want to say, round 2, and Miloslav had already known that he was up against Charizard, we see a completely different turn 1. See a completely different approach to the beginning of the match, so you can see how important it is to, the information that you have available, right? It dictates the choices you make, and especially at this very high level, right? Miloslav knew that a possible win condition against that Mega Abs, when facing off against Mega Absol box decks, is Lunatone, Solrock getting trapped and Monkey Dory placing enough damage with the poison and whatnot, where it's very detrimental to him. So he made a choice based on that sort of meta knowledge, which ended up not being correct because he was up against Charizard, and everything unraveled from there.
Yeah, and again, knowledge was so key in that game in multiple points. You mentioned it at the start. Yes, the secret box with the discards and all that, but also in that game too, because of how, let's say, easy that game 1 was, where, unfair stamp didn't need to be played at all. So, Gabriel really playing it close to the chest. He had that game in the bag anyway. That means Miloslav went into that game too without knowing the A spec. Yes, now you know it's Charizard, but what type of Charizard, right? You don't know if it's Max Belt, you don't know if it's Secret Box, you don't know if it's it could even be Prime Catcher or the unfair stamp. It really could be anything. And the fact that the possibility of the Max Belt was enough of a threat, right? That's why maybe he decided to go with the whiteboard with the Lunatone and the Solrock. Didn't play around the Max Belt didn't play around type board, right?
Yeah.
So, but if he had the information, maybe he would have done the type board.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Miloslav is definitely a super high caliber and quality player, to the point where he would have realized, okay, if he knew there was no max build threat, then he probably doesn't commit anything, and it comes down to the Gouging Fire, perhaps, right? But the Gouging Fire required the Charizard retreating, a Super Art being played, another Charizard hitting to play, committing all 3 fire energies to the Gouging Fire, so would have been a lot more convoluted. So Gabriel definitely did have options to pull off any of the plays, but the easiest one was the boss, and that's the one that Miloslav opened. Now, on the other side of things, that boss's orders that got played was one less boss's orders that Gabriel had at the end of the game, which he didn't find, right? I want to say odds were very for Gabriel finding the boss after the unforced stamp, after he thinned 2 extra cards, after he used Flip the Script, and after he used Attract Customers. So odds were definitely in his favor, but they would have been even more overwhelmingly in his favor if there were 3 copies of Boss's Orders instead of 2. So ended up working out, ended up missing the first KO as well, being one energy short. So many little things that went back and forth with both players that ultimately ended up favoring Gabriel at the very end.
I was sweating, Pablo. I was hoping for that gouging fire, and then the fact that it was Gabriel Fernandez's lose condition made me a little bit sick. No, but it was great to see it. Again, great game in either case. Very exciting here at LAIC. Now, though, let's pull it back real quick, and I want to check something out, Pablo. I want to check our caster predictions for the weekend, actually. Yeah, so right here, not too many of us. I picked Gardevoir EX and Mega Mawile. Are you gonna get mad at me at any point?
I mean, I'm just wondering why there's no gouging fire in your prediction. That's all I'm wondering.
No, that was too high level. I couldn't predict it, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Mega Mawile as a choice for Middlestaff in order to deal or have an answer to Cornerstone, right? Which makes sense. We know he's I think he coaches, or he's a very good friend of Daniel Magda, who won the Gdansk Regional Championship with Gold and Go, with Secret Box, with Mega Mawile as the Cornerstone answer. So makes all the sense in the world that he would have that continuation, if you will. That seems to be the preferred choice over Mega Lucario, for example, in the current format. So Mega Mawile, we've already seen that call. It's a very accurate call. And then I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of Gardevoir throughout the rest of the day, just like Dragapult, just like Grimmsnarl, and just like Mega Absol.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly why the Mega Mawile is there. You read my mind, Pablo. Basically, you know me so well. It's there. It could be replaced by literally anything. Honestly, you could just put the Cornerstone there and just put an X. That's what my real prediction is. We're gonna see some Cornerstone counters. As for you though, looking at the Mega Absol and the, I don't even know what that's called, but I'm pretty sure it's Enamorous.
Enamorous. Mega Absol obviously won Las Vegas. I feel like every time a deck wins, that like almost artificially raises its popularity for the next couple of events. And I think keeping track of Mega Absol this weekend is going to be pretty interesting in terms of like the very skilled players who bring Mega Absol will probably be very successful, right? But then it's such a convoluted deck that just because it won last weekend doesn't mean it's easy to just, I'll grab the winning deck and then do well myself, right? So it requires a lot of precise decision making and whatnot. And then I think Enamorous is like, it's similar in the vein of Drifloon in terms of like it's a solid basic type attacker that can threaten for big damage, right? And it's also not susceptible to things like Tool Scrapper, which we see Jesper predict. Like he's predicting a sort of rise of Gardevoir, a comeback for Gardevoir. So are you, so am I, right? And a countering Gardevoir is also something in everyone's minds, right? So Enamorous is a way to get powerful knockouts without being susceptible to your Bravery Charm getting discarded, and all of a sudden your Drifloon going, getting KO'd before your opponent's turn has even ended.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a powerful tech card there. And I don't know, to me, Pablo, the Mega Absol almost seems like a trap. Just because, again, you mentioned it earlier, because it wins an event, a lot of people are going to pick it up, right? Unfortunately, the event that it won was what, 1 week ago?
Yep.
I don't think that's enough time to practice. If it's your first time picking up the Mega Absol deck, it definitely takes a lot of intricacies. And picking it up in 1 week, yes, I'm not saying it's impossible, but you definitely a lot less time to practice, especially you have to add a travel in between there too. I think Mega Absol has so many tricks up its sleeves. It has so many ways to be able to attack. Sometimes you can just try and get the big win with a Kangaskhan if you want to go flip some coins, or maybe you need to work in that trap. There's a lot of intricacies when you actually poison your Pokemon, right? But yeah, a lot of things to consider there. Honestly, I like how Mega Absol just honestly came out of nowhere. The fact that we were counting it out, but honestly, 200 damage, being a Dark type Pokemon, and the key there is discarding a card in the hand. So powerful. And also terminal period, because Monkey Dory exists.
Yeah. Yeah, and it also sort of fits like the same niche, if you will, in the meta that Marnie's Grimmsnarl also wants to do, right? It's a powerful Dark type attacker that can pressure, cause a lot of disruption, whether it's like Mega Absol discards resources from hand, the Marnie's Grunsnarl deck that Mike, of course, has been piloting really well this season, features a lot of disruption, a lot of possibilities with the Monkey Dory and the Frostlass spread damage as well, and both are Dark-type decks that are very successful because Gardevoir is such a powerful threat, right? So Mike also predicting, I mean, this is probably a little biased from him because I know he loves this deck. He's been very successful, so it makes sense. But also, it's a very good call if you're expecting to hit a lot of Gardevoir, and Gardevoir being the absolute best deck in the format, and it being so heavily countered and targeted and practiced against and whatnot, it makes sense that Grimmsnarl would be one of his predicted decks to succeed, because it not only has a pretty good time going up against Gardevoir, but all that spread damage possibilities leads to some very interesting games where you're able to win by spreading the damage correctly. Every damage counter ends up mattering so much more with this deck than compared with many others.
Ooh, so you're telling me, Pablo, we can cut this down the middle. We're pro Gardevoir, they're anti Gardevoir. We're gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah.
Although you have an Absol, you're half Gardevoir.
I do have an Absol, yeah.
All right. With that though, Pablo, something I am very, very excited to share. What could be better than watching LAIC, Pablo? It's watching LAIC and getting some free stuff!
There you go, yeah, we have a lot of rewards, right? If you're watching on Twitch, watching the live stream, there's Twitch drops to get packs, to get cosmetics, to get what are those illustration rare cards, and even things for your avatar to look really fancy when you're playing against opponents.
They revealed it. So in the opening show, those are mystery cards, but it looks like it might be the SIR version of the Mega Lopunny and SIR version of Dawn. Those are very, very powerful cards, and you know, you can't automatically get those in PTCGL just yet. You can't even craft them just yet. But also, well, you could also just straight up pull it. How about some free packs in PTCGL? All you have to do is redeem using a code, and the code is LAIC26 Phantasmal Flames. Very exciting. Phantasmal Flames is going to be the next set coming out for the TCG. Again, not quite live yet here for LAIC, but again, very exciting to get some new cards. I like Mega Charizard, always very cool deck. A very cool card, but not gonna lie, the Mega Lopunny has been a lot of fun to play on PTCGL.
Yeah, and these are available through the code redemption, but if you end up watching the streams for a period of time, you can get all of these cosmetics and clothes for your avatar. I think you have to watch all the way up to 60 minutes,
yes,
I believe, in order to get all of them. So make sure you're tuned in. Make sure you're tuned in for round 2, which is for sure going to encompass all of that, and you'll get to see exciting gameplay and get rewarded for it.
I need to start watching, Pablo. I need this. I love these sleeves. Look beautiful. These look amazing. I remember the last time we had Mega Venusaur sleeves in Wales back then. It was like PTCGO. Those were really rare,
yeah.
Right? And now that we have them back here in PTCGL with the Latin America International Championship stamps, it's beautiful. I need it. I cannot wait to go on break and watch the stream.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, whilst our friends Jesper and Mike are on the desk, we'll be able to tune in and hang out with the chat and everything, make sure we are getting those drops for ourselves as well. Yeah, I mean, we are getting the rest of the tournament going. I think this match finished just in time. Players are probably reporting, handing in their match slips, and we're trying to get that round 2 ready to go here in Sao Paulo.
No, definitely. As again, we just shared everything we are giving away right now. Though I'm pretty sure we want to get more information about our current format, right? So how about we go ahead and check that out?
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon trading card game LAIC champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place Advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Comes down to this brave bird right here. Azu holds on. Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time. Martu Golden is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
Charged up overheat, doesn't hit anybody. Overlord's going straight to score. Here comes Trainer, he's cleaning up the trash. Call him the street sweeper because 2Z Esports has just been buckled in Brazil.
Once again, your former world champs are your LAIC champions, Luminosity.
There's Luminion, and the Thornton comes out as long as it switches a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, like this Rotom, Rare Candy, Curse Blast onto one of these bench Pokemon, and Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion. I think that could be the only risk here for Gabriel, and that's why he's going to target this Mew EX down and try and just shut every obscure option out of the door.
Yeah, we know that's not possible because the amount of the energy switches used, but absolutely, just in case, that is absolutely the right move to make. Super heads up from Gabriel.
And now the doors are shutting on Justin. What can he do in this spot? Just a Prime Catcher. And that's it! He extends the hand. Back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the International Champion here in Latin America.
It's just going to be the Haxorus going for a big knockout here with the Dragon Pulse.
And I've got to say, Kyle, this feels like checkmate. Brent is going to take one last look, but I think he knows the situation. Miloslav with a grin on his face. He is so close to becoming our champion. And Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledny becomes the Latin American International Champion.
Golden Go switches in, but Ursaluna's Facade will connect on Rillaboom, and that picks up a one-hit KO. Takumi's biggest offensive threat into the remaining Pokemon of Ismail Hoagie has gone down in a double KO.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hoagie is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
It is really, at this point, just as simple as clicking the Rage Powder and the Expanding Force to pick up this KO on Sneasler. Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America in the Seniors Division.
Heatwave is going to connect onto both of these Pokemon, and so our Chaladon does survive with this Assault Vest.
A fake out, but it's just Heatwave. Single target connects, and that's it.
It's just a one-hit knockout. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva defends his LAIC title and makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
I'm feeling great. I didn't expect to win the whole tournament again 2 years in a row.
It's a dream come true.
Very emotional. It was a big win for the team.
This was a really nice win because it's my first win in senior division.
Eu estou me sentindo muito bem, muito aliviado. Se ter
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to LAIC, the Latin American International Championships, where we're here in the beautiful city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, where we're in round 2 right now, so action is starting to pick up. But definitely, we have a lot of more Pokemon action to be played here today, and tomorrow, and the day after that. So much Pokemon, Pablo. It's going to be exciting.
So much Pokemon. There's no such thing as too much Pokemon, Juancho, for sure. We got our round 1 electric match going against 2 previous years LAIC champions, and now we have round 2 coming up. We already know who's going to be featured for this round 2, and I'm going to tell you, you want to stay tuned.
How is this possible? We get 2 such high caliber games back to back. Pinch me, Pablo. I must be dreaming, because this is very, very exciting. Again, just the last one. If we talk about that, it's LAIC champion last year versus LAIC champion last year. How does that even happen for that to line up as the first game? Yes, Gabriel has to even age up to the Masters. So we have an LAIC champion versus LAIC champion, and then they have to. There's thousands of players, thousands of players, Pablo, and it had to be them. And we got that match. It was beautiful. We got to see some gouging fire. Just hit the board, though. And then miss some boss's orders.
Yeah, missed boss's orders by Gabriel, which obviously he ended up winning regardless, but definitely would have led to a very exciting moment if he did find that boss's orders. I was sure the script writers had it for like the last card of the attract customer. Like I was sure we were going to see it as the last card or second to last card off the top.
I love how, too, he did the deck search between, right?
Yeah.
He did a deck search between, and the 2 boss orders are actually in the bottom of the deck.
I know.
Pre-cut, so it had to be double perfect cut.
Yeah. And it was, but it was not enough for Milslav. That unfair stamp, which, I mean, I don't know if that was worse than an Iono at that point. I think Iono would have been down to 2. So I think Milslav would have been like in the exact same spot pretty much in terms of the amount of cards he needed. He had 5 raw energy left, I believe, so he needed exactly all 5 in order to get the knockout on the gouging fire. But yeah, pretty exciting match. We got to see pretty exciting game 2, and hopefully this next round will lead to even more exciting moments, Pancho.
No, yeah, I'm very excited for round 2. How about we check out, though, some notable matches, the players playing out there right now for game 2. It's gonna be very interesting. As we see there, there we go. I guess we're showing probably the best match out of the list, maybe. But again, I wish we could feature all of them, and we have more capability now. We have that extra stream down there, just without the commentary, yes. But what a stream match we're gonna have. Abanamed, one of the best players right now, probably in the modern age, having one of the most fire seasons, versus Gustavo Wada, a known powerhouse.
Yeah, historically one of the best players in the game for sure. Both already regional winners.
Yes.
The season started in September, Juancho. We are in November. That's 2 months, 3 months, September, October, November. And both of these players have already won a regional. Aban has already been in 3 finals of regionals and top 8 in another one. And they get to face off in round 2 amongst what you mentioned, thousands and thousands of players out there battling it out. So we are in for a treat.
We're so lucky, Pablo. This stream is amazing. It's only round 2. How can it even get better than this? I was thinking, that last one, that was lucky. That was a miracle.
Yeah, agreed.
But now, we get something equally as good. I'm very, very excited for this match. And again, 2 regional champions this season. Maybe one of them's gonna be the IC champion for the season.
Could be, yeah. I mean, And we have our other featured players here that we have for players to watch as well. We have Alberto Conti started off 1-0. We have Piper Lepine started off 1-0. We have Jackson Ford started off 1-0. Another strong player from NA, Michael Davidson, of course, won a regional last season. Christian Fontenot just got top 4 at Gdansk, I think, with Golden Go as well, starting off 1-0. So plenty of talent in here. William Acevedo, very strong Brazilian player, won a regional last season as well, already up 1-0. And it always feels great to win the first round of a tournament, right? I feel like the first round is so key for your mindset for the rest of the day.
Definitely. It makes you start out strong, but sometimes losing the first round isn't too bad either. It puts more danger into yourself, makes you more aware that every single match after this is pretty important. But yeah, again, these are players that are playing right now down in the floor. Again, I wish I could catch a lot of them, all of them, to be honest. Watch every single game. We have Joshua Frink here as well, 1-0, probably one of the strongest Terror Box players. I'm curious to see if he decided to bring Terror Box into this game, into this tournament as well. But, of course, even Piper, would love to see Piper. Piper is, I think, one of the best players in the modern era as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, looks like we have both players just shuffling up. Looks like they're almost ready.
We are almost ready to go. I see them setting up their prize cards. It's very pretty cool to find out what both of these players are playing, which we'll let you all know in a second here, as we have a very interesting match of both very strong players. I mean, if you've been following recent results, right, you can probably make a reasonable prediction on which decks either of these players are playing, especially Aban. I don't think it's
I have a prediction, Paulo.
A secret.
I have a prediction for Aban, Paulo. Aban is playing whatever Henry Chow is playing.
Yeah, that's really. Or is Henry Chow playing what Aban is playing?
Okay.
Maybe the tables have turned at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, with how much of how well Aban has been doing, it could be flipped. But yeah, definitely. If you've been following the scene, following the tournament scene, you definitely know what they'll be playing for sure. But right now, let's go ahead and reveal it, as that's a lot of pink or purple on the table, as it is going to be Gardevoir versus Gardevoir, but different variations. Aban opting to play the Jellicent Gardevoir versus Gustavo Wada with the more traditional Gardevoir, but with the Mega Gardevoir that he has already won a tournament with. Right now, Aban, though, did start us off, attaches to the active Frillish, and pass the turn. Now it's back to Gustavo, discarding 2 Psychic Energy with that Ultra Ball. Very key on the first turn, because item lock is about to come. Let's see what he decides to find out.
Yeah, that item lock is probably Aban's advantage in this particular matchup, right? There's the Frillish with the Oceanic Gloom attack. There's the Jellicent EX, which we are actually seeing 2 copies of Jellicent EX. That's definitely a new thing for Gardevoir decks. In terms of pricing for Gustavo, there's nothing too crucial. Maybe that 4th Iono. Maybe is it 1 copy of Counter? Yeah, it is 1 copy of Counter Catcher, so there will definitely not be any ghosting for Gustavo. Pretty much the whole game. It's going to be all down to Screamtail to carry that torch for him. But yeah, the 2 Jellicent EX is very bad news for Gustavo, not only because it does seem like if one player gets to play items in a mirror and the other doesn't, that feels pretty disadvantageous, right? But more importantly, Gustavo does play an Iron Bundle in order to counteract Jellicent EX's ability. However, if there's 2 Jellicent EX in play, Iron Bundle is completely nullified. So this current adaptation for Aban could be a major player into what ends up happening this round, as we see the immediate Jellicent plus Iono in order to shuffle Gustavo's hand away.
Yeah, Gustavo opting with the attachment there onto the Monkey Dory before using the Grasping Draw, as Aban's turn, though, evolving straight into the Jellicent with the energy, now is ready for the Power Press. Gustavo Wada at least does have the energy on the Monkey Dory. Maybe could maybe do at least a My Band next turn. That's the wrong energy attached, though. Normally you do want to see those Darkness energies attached, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, probably preparing for a Mind Band. Aban choosing not to take a KO. Interestingly enough, not going for that early aggression. Would have left any damage on the board. Would have activated Counter Catcher, which is also immediately shut down, right? Doesn't know if Gustavo plays boss or not, of course. And now we see the Mind Bend and the confusion for Jellicent. It's going to be making it as hard as possible for Aban to attack, which he chose not to attack anyway, so maybe it's not a problem.
Yeah, I feel like maybe opting to not attack, more importantly there, not take a prize card, because Aban looks like maybe not quite set up yet, just to make this Lily's determination that he just played this turn a little bit more powerful. 8 cards definitely is a lot more than 6, as a second Frillish is now benched, and I think all that's missing is really a Gardevoir, a couple of Monkey Dories, and from there, that's a really hard board to get over. What do you think Gustavo needs to do here?
I mean, Gustavo's hand is nothing. So Gustavo, what he needs to do is top deck something very important, very good, very soon. That's his goal, to top deck, to manifest a very good top card off the top at this point, because he's limited with his item cards. He has a Rare Candy and an Earthen Vessel in hand, which he doesn't even get to play at this point because of Jellicent DX's Oceanic Curse. And if Aban manages to evolve this second Frillish into the Jellicent EX, which I don't believe is priced. No, it's not. Therefore, he's going to be fully protected from the Iron Bundle, and as long as there's enough energy in play, Aban can just take knockouts, 80 damage plus a little bit of help from Monkey Dory. Sending this over would be a knockout as well. Gustavo can't even play any Bravery Charms to increase the HP to survive those sort of hits because of Oceanic Curse's ability, as we see that first Darkness Energy. And then if you flip Tails here, it's probably not a big deal, honestly. It's 3 damage counters. You know you have your opponent pretty much locked up. They didn't play a supporter. They didn't do anything, really. Didn't even get to evolve into a Kirlia. And we even see the head flip taking down that poor Monkey Dory.
Good start there as Power Press for 80 damage plus the 30 damage from the Monkey Dory movement. Was a knockout there on the Gustavo Wada's Monkey Dory, taking out the only attacking threat really Gustavo Wada had, and more importantly too, just taking out a Monkey Dory with that Darkness Energy under item lock. I don't think we're going to be seeing that exact Monkey Dory once again.
All right, so now it's on Gustavo to make something happen. We are going to see the Kirlia off the top, but not much else, right? Okay, so we're gonna draw, we're gonna find our Pokemon. We're gonna use Call Sign, find our Pokemon, risk the Kirlia going down to another head flip, right? But if you're hoping that the universe evens out the probabilities, right? 50-50,
Yeah.
you already got heads. Hopefully
It only
it's
makes
tails
sense that the next one is Tails, if it is a true 50-50. But yeah, definitely Gustavo Wada chose to not to risk it, right? Opting to find the Pokemon he needs to draw into, grabs the Gardevoir EX, the Screamtail, and more importantly, hiding there in the middle was the Iron Bundle to try and break this item lock.
I wonder if he actually chose to put the Iron Bundle right there in the middle, make it the least noticeable card. But Aban responds with the Secret Box, right? So we're probably going to see an Ultra Ball, probably going to see Evolve into the Jellicent. I'm sure maybe you could prioritize going for Rare Candy Gardevoir and taking a knockout on the Kirlia, which is also pretty good, I want to say. Maybe you're fine with your opponent having item cards if they don't have a Kirlia in play whatsoever.
Yeah, I think definitely setting up the second Jellicent might be in Aban's play here, but man, that is going to be one expensive Ultra Ball, as you had to discard 3 cards with the Secret Box, and then you have to discard 2 additional cards. That's a lot of resources just to evolve a Pokemon, but could be just worth it, as Arvin is also the supporter to be played, adding more cards into hand. And these are cards to get discarded as second Jellicent hits the board.
All right, I guess we get the best of both worlds. We both get the second Jellicent, and we get the Gardevoir EX. Now, there is one more Psychic Energy in the discard pile. I don't know if we have enough to... Oh, no, we have enough. We have the 3 damage counters get sent over with Adrenal Brain. We retreat into the other Jellicent, powered up. We had damage from the power-up as well. And so we can keep the item lock, keep the tool lock, and knock out the Kirlia immediately.
And this also almost seems like an infinite loop, right? There it is, the Psychic Embrace onto the active Jellicent to retreat it, and then we're damaging the new active Jellicent, and that's not bad at all. You want to damage your own board to be able to send it with this Monkey Dory into the active, and we're not flipping cards. We're going to Power Press the knockout on the lone Kirlia. This is the perfect board here, and I was going to ask you, what is the out? Because they The answer was none.
The answer was none, exactly. Gustavo immediately recognizes this. I love to see this, though. I feel like we definitely do not see this enough. Players just knowing, okay, I'm out of options. Let's go to game 2. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I have no Kirlia. The game is not over. Yes, the game is not over. You can still play. You can still see your top deck. You can still draw cards with Clef and whatnot. But you're just extending a game, an unwinnable game. So I love this from Gustavo, very experienced player, of course. And I'm sure we're going to see a better setup this upcoming turn as he chooses to go second.
Yeah, just to clarify, it was Aban Ahmed that did take that game. Aban is the one playing the Jellicent Gardevoir. Yeah, is the one playing Jellicent. So Aban Ahmed up 1. Gustavo Wada, again, identifying that is, identifying his route. And Gardevoir is a deck that takes very, 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 very long to play. And the mirror, definitely very intricate. So the early concession there can only help him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we basically, I think there's like more than 40 minutes left still for this. Plenty of time to finish a whole series. As we see both players trying to get set up, we see Aban actually takes a mulligan here. So it's going to be even better for Gustavo, who now gets to go second. There's no item lock. There's no tool lock. You get to play items. You get to play supporters. Hopefully off to a stronger start. Now, do we see Technical Machine Evolution in Gustavo's deck? No, we don't. So I think that's a pretty major thing going against him. Like, he's more relying on... He does have a 3 Ralts, 2 Kirlia, 2 Gardevoir line. He does have 3 Rare Candy, so he's really going out of his way to try to Rare Candy. But if the item lock hits, and hits very soon as turn 1 or maybe even turn 2, then that's going to be huge. And that could be the reason. Like, these Gardevoir players getting greedy, not playing Technical Machine Evolution, and then your opponent essentially has the quotation marks counter to that by locking you out of items, locking you out of that Rare Candy, and locking you out of Ultra Ball to find your Kirlia. How do you ever get to Gardevoir at that point?
No, yeah, definitely a lot of work needs to be done here by Gustavo Wada. A lot more, definitely needs a more explosive turn. I think this turn 1 is going to be the world, as Aban Ahmed is going to start us off. Does get the Arven, I have to guess, has to find some jellies. As look at the both prize cards, a lot of energy there, and 2 Nest Balls were prized for Aban, but luckily now that he has the Artisan, maybe the Nest Balls don't matter as much, but the energies, we want at least, I believe, an energy at least this turn to be able to retreat, right?
There is an energy in hand, but as we can see from the prize cards, both players prized a bunch of energy. Aban especially prized 3, and that means getting the energy to retreat this routes will be fairly easy, right? It's already in hand, actually. I think I saw another energy in hand as well. I saw a dark, so we might see the dark getting attached to the routes, or we could just see the immediate attachment to the Frillish, because there is Lanius EX in the deck list as well. So that frees up your attachment to this card, and you can just guarantee that you can get into that Oceanic Gloom as soon as possible.
I didn't catch that. Latias EX is not something you see very often in the Gardevoir decks, just because they like to attach to retreat. They need the damage anyway, or maybe Air Balloon to get that free retreat to a Pokemon on the early turns. But Latias, very easy to find, that's for sure. Well, maybe not as easy, since 2 Nest Balls are prized. As it is now going to be a pass, and this is it. Gustavo Wada, this is your 1 turn with items. What can you put together? Cleffa now in the active. Monkey Dory hits the bench. And Nest Ball is going to be played here, so there is going to be at least some setup.
Yeah, gets to use his opponent's Artisan as well to set up 2 rolls, as opposed to 1 last time around. So that's going to be an immediate improvement, right, on his board from the very first turn. And since both players are playing Artisan, Gustavo... Oh, okay, so we're going to see item lock from Gustavo as well as a response. He's not fully committed to the Jellicent line. He just has that Oceanic Gloom threat, probably as a late game option against Golden Go, something like that. So he's going to respond with his own item lock, making it that much harder for Aban to try to set up his board.
Yeah, the nice thing as well is that Clef in the active does have free retreat, so technically Gustavo Wada is going to start the item lock train here for us, and still has a couple more things to play. Definitely this is going to be the only turn of items now for both players for a while. Is there anything else? Attachment for turn has already happened. I don't think Artisan has been used. There's the... Yes, the Bravery Charm. Very important to get that attached now, because the Jellicent does shut off tools as well as items, if evolved, of course, as Iono is going to be the supporter for turn.
2 Dark Energies going to the bottom of the deck here for Gustavo, so gonna be very important to shuffle up his deck with Artisan to make sure that those are a bit more accessible. I don't think he drew too strong of a hand though off of that Iono. He will be able to set up the rolls, has an Ultra Ball as well that he probably wants to play right now. I think he might have gotten a Lily actually, so he's probably okay in this spot.
Does play the Ultra Ball, discarding an item that's probably not going to be useful.
Yeah.
But more importantly, that energy, at least one energy, does hit the discard pile. And it's not going for a second Ralts. We're going for the Kirlia.
Yeah, I love this Kirlia choice. Like, you don't need a second Ralts if you know your opponent doesn't threaten you, right? So Gustavo's making the correct guesswork that the band doesn't play a boss's orders. His possibility of having, well, he cannot get Rare Candy now that he's under item lock. So the one Ralts is extremely safe, and he's telling a band, okay, if you don't Iono me, I have the Kirlia already in hand.
Definitely, as 2 Frillish now hit the board. Question is, their question immediately answered. Energy attached for turn. We know Aban did prize a lot of energy, so getting that attachment very important for that Frillish, as Lily is now played as well. So Aban able to draw a fresh hand of 8. If I had to guess, is going to be looking for their own Kirlia. Right now, decent match, item lock for item lock. Seems to be doing pretty well.
And it's going to come down to who draws their darkness energies without finding them, like Under Earth and Vessel. Both players prized a dark energy. Both players are playing 3 copies of darkness energies, so they have the exact same odds to find one. So it's going to be a matter of who gets the better side of that straw. And the Gel Scent extra damage, though, will probably be a huge factor. But if you evolve into Gel Scent, then you open yourself up for the Iron Bundle, which is easily accessible with that Artisan. So that's something a band has to keep in mind, as we see Gustavo very happily going to evolve into that Kirlia. Now, from the previous Ultra Ball, Gustavo had a choice between discarding, and he was debating, discarding the one of the cards, I think it was Energy and Mega Gardevoir, or a Night Stretcher. And he chose a Night Stretcher because he recognized that he's probably going to be under item lock for the whole game.
Yeah, choosing to keep that Mega Gardevoir, definitely very powerful attacker in the late game, or at least once you set up at 2 Kirlias. Probably one of the only ways really to knock out a Jellicent, just because you can't use the Bravery Charm on Drifloon if you have it. But there we go, does find a Ralts at the very least. So there's a Ralts, there is a Kirlia. The next question is there a Gardevoir waiting in the hand as well? Oh, and a Dark Energy. Do we find the Dark Energy?
Yeah, Dark Energy is probably the most crucial card that Gustavo is missing at this point in time. Will use Artisan, but will also fail it, as he did just draw the Ralts that he needed from hand, not choosing to fill up the bench, not choosing, I mean, you don't even have a Darkness Energy for this Monkey Dory, so you probably don't need another one immediately. I feel like that's something small, right? Many players would just immediately bench Monkey Dory because it's so good in the matchup, but keeping the bench space open, keeping the versatility is probably very important.
Yeah, we need that bench space open, because right now, Jellicent hits the board. The bench space has to go into something like the Iron Bundle now, just for the capability, but Aban Abed plays the Lily, 8 cards here. What does he need to find, Pablo?
I mean, he's gonna be probably very happy if he finds the other Jellicent, right? If he does, that's gonna be huge. Shuts down the Iron Bundle from opening up possibilities for Gustavo. I did not see it, but we do see Rare Candy Gardevoir for the next turn. That's gonna be pretty huge. I think I saw Dark Energy as well. So immediately gonna have the Monkey Dory advantage next turn after we see the KO.
Yes, as the Jellicent just taking a knockout there on the Frillish. Again, the Power Press, 80 damage is enough to take a knockout on the Jellicent. Now, Gustavo Wada still under item lock right now, at the very least. Decides to throw the Monkey Dory. Iron Bundle is not prized, so we will be able to see it here. It's just a question of, is there enough items in hand
to justify it?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of support. There's a secret box, so that's a pretty good justification. Yeah. And I mean, there's the option of Mega Gardevoir. We could see Rare Candy Mega Gardevoir. The issue is there's not a lot of Psychic Energy right now available for Gustavo. And he did see Aban discard TM Devolution. last game. So he knows that if he goes like hard with the rare candy, Mega Gardevoir or whatnot, that could expose him a little bit to being threatened by that, especially if he's not able to find the Darkness Energies for the Monkey Dories.
As Artisan now is going to be used, and it is going to be the Penguin himself, the Iron Bundle, the savior for Gustavo Wada, if he wants to use items here. Again, hasn't quite popped just yet. Not popping the Iron Bundle, still shuffling. Could decide to not Hyper Blower, but again, just like you said, you did see a certain pink card in hand, so it is going to be the pop Hyper Blower there. Abonamed is going to be forced to promote a new active Pokemon.
Yeah, and he's asking, yeah, he's double checking. The Artisan has been used. Going to double check the discard pile. So we talked about how Pokemon is a game of information, right? So he's making sure that he has full information, as much information as possible, before he commits to this decision, right? Which many times promoting the wrong Pokemon with Iron Bundle could be very detrimental. And we finally see Gustavo play that secret box, no longer under item lock. Aban also gains the knowledge that there is Drifloon available for Gustavo as an attacking option, so a lot of valuable information here for Aban.
Yes, Aban looking, Gustavo Wada is eyeing up a couple of cards here. Moving the Screamtail to the front, very interesting. I think Screamtail's a good card in this specific matchup.
In this matchup, oh, absolutely. It's one of the stars for sure. In this particular situation, could take down his opponent's only Ralts, right? Fully denying Gardevoir EX, no problem. And afterwards, like that Screamtail would probably be going down, right? So that's huge. And with the item lock being available, with the Iron Bundle having utilized, if Gustavo doesn't recover it right now with Night Stretcher or Super Rod, and he's not going to be able to reuse it afterwards, so the item lock will stay strong. So yeah, that Screamtail could be a one-time use for sure.
And, well, what a great time to use it. Just like you said, Lone Ralts does play the Nest Ball to find the Screamtail, and look at that stadium that hits the board as well. It's going to be the Mystery Garden. That's definitely a good way to discard some energies under item lock, just in case, of course. And Bravery Charm just to make the Screamtail a little bit bigger, as Iono is the supporter for turn.
Hands get shuffled. Aban will draw 5. Gustavo will draw 6. And does find an Earthen Vessel and a Psychic Energy.
Ooh.
That is
I
huge.
love seeing those two cards post to supporter.
Yeah, and with the Bravery Charm on the Screamtail, now you can just attach 2 energies to it through Psychic Embrace. That means you have 40 damage on you, that you have 100 HP left, and that means you're out of range of the Gels NTX, KOing you back. So
maybe get more than one use out
Yeah,
of
you
your
could
Gels.
get more than one use, especially like with no Gardevoir. Aban could also, if he finds the Darkness Energy for the Monkey Dory, he could move the damage first, but then he's going to have to use that energy to retreat unless he finds Latias, which he could because he's not going to be under item lock. We see the second Kirlia get set up. Not bad at all. So we're definitely seeing Gustavo have a much, much better board this time around than the previous game.
Definitely. Looking at the board, looks beautiful. The Cleffa maybe just a little bit awkward there, but everything else, this is exactly what you want to see in your Gardevoir board. You have your Monkey Dory, you have your Charms on board as well, and having the Gardevoir and the Kirlia makes you feel a lot safer. As this is the Monkey Dory to move the damage onto the Frillish, and just the knockout with the Screamtail.
Yeah, Roaring Scream on that poor Ralt's ear, gets taken down by all that silly noise, and now it's on Aban to make something happen. He does have the Darkness. Oh no, the Darkness Energy got Iono, so he might not even have a way to retreat, honestly, here. Yeah, there's no energy in hand. But he is free of the item lock, so now any Earthen Vessel or whatnot can be a game changer.
Ultra Ball being played here. Again, you mentioned this Pokemon earlier. Could find the Latias, but a different 2-prize Pokemon instead. Fezandipity maybe trying to dig a little bit deeper. Bench space is getting it a little tight, though.
It is. I mean, with Lily, though, like Lily plus Fezandipity, that's a guaranteed 11 brand new cards for you. And yeah, I mean, might not even bother setting up Ralts. This could just be a game where Aban goes full Jellicent, slow but steady, wins the game. A TM Devo perhaps can take down with Monkey Dory. Damage spread can possibly take this. Both of these Gardevoirs down. A Latias plus a Darkness Energy lets you knock out this Screamtail with the item lock going for you. And let's see what we find. We find Earthen Vessel, we find Energies, we find Ultra Ball as well. So the Latias plus the Dark Energy is definitely an option that's live for a ban right here.
Yes, but benching Latias means, well, 2 monkeys should be enough, right? That's pretty good. Earth Vessel is going to be played, I believe, opting to not discard a Psychic Energy. I believe there was a Psychic Energy hand, but using that Earthen Vessel, normally it is automatic, right? You see it, Earthen Vessel, Psychic Energy, get it into the discard pile, but I think that does signify that Aban might be thinking what you're thinking, Pablo.
Yeah, though he did put the Ralts to the very front of his deck, but he has a Night Stretcher as well, so he could just Night Stretcher for the Ralts that got KO'd, Ultra Ball for the Latias, and do like the best of all worlds, right? Get Monkey Dory KO on the Screamtail with the double Jellicent, with the item lock, with a Ralts on the bench that's quite protected and safe, with the Latias for the free treat to keep the Dark Energy in play. As we see the Ultra Ball, does this find Ralts? Okay, so we're gonna pay the retreat cost naturally, and then just go from there. I think Aban's probably fine attaching the Dark, moving damage, and then paying the retreat cost. He values that over having another potential liability as Latias on the bench, and also having the bench space open as well.
Yes, you can always grab that energy back with Night Stretcher. Shouldn't have to really worry about item lock coming back. But here it is, the Power Press knockout on the Screamtail. Bravery Charm's not going to help out. Extra 20 damage was the world here. Bonamad goes down to 2 to Gustavo Wada's 5. Gustavo Wada now promotes the Gardevoir. What are the plays now available for Gustavo, though, Pablo?
It's looking grim, honestly, Juancho. Iron Bundle is gone. You're guaranteed to be under item lock pretty much the whole game. You have double Monkey Dory, so I think it's all-out aggression, right? Gardevoir EX, all-out aggression on this Jellicent. If you have to make a Gardevoir available, though, you could actually want to KO this Jellicent EX if you have enough Psychic Energies in the discard pile. Iono putting 1 card to the bottom, gonna draw 5. Mega Gardevoir EX could finally hit the board, and we could see it in action here, Juancho, if we find it. And we need to remember we cannot Ultra Ball for it.
There's a Gardevoir EX in the active, Pablo. So seem to be good right now. Should have at least an attack. I believe, has a Darkness Energy been attached this turn? Oh, there's 2 Darkness Energies on the Monkey Dories.
Yeah.
Honestly, the board looks pretty good right now.
For sure. I don't think we found it. Did find Fast, so... But I think Gustavo's just going to be content with pressuring with his own Gardevoir on this Jellicent. I mean, that's pretty strong, right? Aban, even if he finds a Dark Energy to send 30 damage back, if Gustavo just puts all the damage onto this Jellicent completely and goes for the full aggression, then there's no way to prevent this Jellicent from going down to another double Monkey Dory next turn. However, it seems like Gustavo has a different idea. He's gonna threaten the Ralts and threaten the Jellicent both at the same time. Aban can heal 1, but he cannot heal both.
Yes, as, again, Miracle Force. Gardevoir EX typically is the one supporting other Pokemon by attaching energy to them, but it's also pretty good attacker with 190 damage, 220 damage now onto the Jellicent, 50 HP left. Yeah, just double Monkey Dory definitely is the key. I didn't quite catch how many energies are in the discard pile at the very least. I think it's just 1, though, for Gustavo Wada. So you're right, does have to find a second Gardevoir to be able to really chain attacks if he chooses to do so, if he wants to move damage with the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, which he does have the other Gardevoir EX available, but if he chooses to evolve, then there's no Mega Gardevoir EX threats at that point, right? And I think the Mega Gardevoir, the 1 KO potential on Mega Gardevoir, I think is a little too important at this point in time. To Dark Energy, we're going to see an Iono. Aban did have a Rare Candy in his hand, but did not have Gardevoir EX. So he's going to draw the cards and then figure out what he wants to do with the Adrenaline Brain damage.
It's only 4 cards, though.
Does find Kirlia. That's pretty huge. The 100 HP on this new Kirlia means it's now out of range of a double Monkey Dory KO, right? That's why I didn't like the damage split, really. You can see immediately Aban heals the active, because now the active is 100% safe from the double Monkey Dory potential. So I mean, I'm not going to call it a misstep by Gustavo, but splitting the damage there perhaps was not ideal. However, Gustavo did find the Darkness Energy of the prize cards and has triple Monkey Dory available. So there we have it. Calculated risk, I guess.
Triple Monkey Dory in play.
And has the Mega Gardevoir one, Joe.
Ooh, Mega Gardevoir. That's a new card. Do we need it right now, though? We definitely want to evolve at the very least, but right now, Monkey Dory, this is almost a more powerful version of Dragapult, if you think about it, right? The Gardevoir can hit for 190, and you're throwing 90 damage onto the opposing board.
Yeah, we see the knockout on the Kirlia with triple Adrenabrain. Gustavo gets another prize card, and will be able to take down the Jellicent as well, putting himself down to 2 prize cards remaining, being extra cautious, not evolving into that Mega Gardevoir EX. Knows that if somehow this Gardevoir EX gets taken down, but no, Aban immediately recognizes that he's down for this game, and we're heading to a game 3.
Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Gustavo Wada wins this second game of LAIC, second game in the second round of LAIC, bringing us to a game 3. Pablo, these players are playing the games in their minds, so we definitely need to help out our viewers at home, just to remind them what's happening here. But definitely because of those key knockouts, and it was writing on the wall. Just simple Mega Gardevoir could definitely close out the game, or multiple ways to really close out the game. These players want to win. They don't want to tie. They want to be able to win the game, get those 3 match points very early on. So, again, just very masterful concedes here.
Yeah, very well done by both players. This means we have 20 minutes on the clock to see this game out. It's so early on. Both players want the win. So I love this from Aban as well. Gustavo conceded quite early. Aban conceded at a point where he knew he could have extended the game for 1 or 2 more turns, perhaps. But realistically, the match was over, right? So he was too far behind. Gustavo Wada's setup was not hindered enough by the item lock, but now it's the opposite, right? Gustavo is the one that just got a mulligan, and Gustavo will likely be going first, meaning Aban has a chance to item lock before Gustavo has even had a chance to play a single supporter.
Yeah, I think the key there was Gustavo Wada wasn't missing energy attachments on the Monkey Dory. You know, despite being under item lock, I think the darkness energies are always the hardest to find outside of the earthen vessels. Having a hard draw into them and just winning the Monkey War, right? And very, very important. But again, 1-1. Pablo, when was the last time you saw a best of the Gardevoir battle finish to completion?
It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. And Juancho, when's the last time you saw a player start with Cleffa in back-to-back-to-back games? The chances of that happening are so incredibly low. I can't state how low they are. Yeah.
I'm
so
no
let's make sure we head to the table as the game has already started, and we see Gustavo just have bench rolls, attached pass, and we see Aban with not a very strong start, but with the item lock.
Ooh, so the one turn Gustavo had with items, all he did was just an attachment for a turn, but big research here, discarding 2 energies at the very least.
But also 2 supporters as well, so costly discard, no energy found, no Kirlia found either, so... Oh, no, we did find a Kirlia, and we have Gardevoir in hand, and you can probably assume that Aban doesn't have an Iono in hand, so this could be huge. Oh, there is an Iono in hand, never mind. Why did we not play that, Aban?
Maybe he was thinking Gustavo did have a very weak turn 1. You have to assume it's supporters in hand.
Right? Yeah. Like, that's what you expect. That doesn't mean just because your opponent doesn't do anything on turn 1 when they're going first doesn't mean they have a weak hand.
Yes.
They could have a supporter waiting in the back, and that's exactly what happened, right?
Definitely big punch there, as again all that's missing really from that turn for Gustavo was maybe a darkness energy on the Monkey Dory. But right now, Ultra Ball from Aban does at least get the Jellicent. Do we have double Jellicent?
No, we have double Jellicent available, so item lock is going to be pretty harsh from this point onwards, and this Cleffa will be going down as well pretty much immediately. But the fact that Gustavo already has the Gardevoir in hand is huge, because now it's definitely going to the bottom of the deck, so that's the reason why it's huge. Now finding that Gardevoir is going to be very, very tough. We need to find the other copy, or we could call sign, right, with no way to generate damage for Aban. like if he doesn't bench a Ralts, which he did find, but then he's Rare Candy Gardevoir, right? If he cannot generate damage, then that call sign attack could be a pretty good play for Gustavo. Oh, but no energy.
Ooh,
No, we did get energy for the Monkey Dirty. That means we don't get to attack.
Yes, unfortunately, when you evolve the Jellicent, the energy cost does become 2. Maybe doesn't... We did see a Bond opt to leave the Clefairy on board just to have more powerful Lilies. That could be a good play as well. Getting energy on Monkey Dirty is just very, very important, as Artizone is going to be played here now for Gustavo. Unfortunately, with the double Jellicent, Iron Bundle's not going to be as keyed. Did peek at it a little bit. Not today, buddy.
Yeah. Making sure it's available, right, for whenever you need it. Doesn't hurt to be thorough. I don't think Gustavo had a chance to search his deck yet, so it makes a lot of sense.
Also, just a good way to shuffle the deck. We know the Gardevoir did hit the bottom of the deck, so...
Yeah. Now, I do feel like we're going to see a call sign this turn, though. I think that clearly is 100% safe, right? There's no damage. Well, it's not 100% safe. There could be Rare Candy Gardevoir, which hits the board, but there's also no Psychic Energy in the discard pile for Event just yet, so... Or
Mega
we could
Gardevoir.
just go Mega Gardevoir! My goodness.
The first attack, the overflowing wishes. That is definitely a way to get energy on the board. Who needs to use Gardevoir EX? You don't need to accelerate energy from the discard pile. It's so hard to get energies from the discard pile anyway. Let's get it from the deck.
Yeah, who needs Gardevoir EX when you have the Mega Gardevoir? Yeah. Overflowing Wishes will get energy on too many Pokemon. Will choose not to attach to the Clefairy. And now Mega Gardevoir is threatening a 300 damage Mega Symphonia next turn, Juancho.
Very, very powerful right now. Again, Mega Symphonia does 50 times the amount of energy attached to all your Pokemon. Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 250 damage. All we're missing is an attachment for turn. There are 2 Psychic Energies, however, in the discard pile. And Gustavo Wada does play 8, so he has to find the last Psychic Energy, which is in the prize cards.
Or he could find a Darkness Energy and use these 2 damage counters plus 250 is 270, which is coincidentally exactly the HP on Jellicent. So Gustavo definitely still has that possibility. Just got Iono'd. I don't think he found a Darkness Energy, though. I'm finding one with no item lock. I mean, there's damage on the Mega Gardevoir, right? So I think we could see another research, yeah? Oh, but that's... He lost... I don't know if it was both Gardevoir EXs there.
That's a lot of resources. Maybe we're going all in.
Was it 2 Gardevoir EXs there? Off that research?
I didn't quite see, but importantly, does get the Darkness Energy, moves the damage from the Mega Gardevoir, and it takes a knockout on the Jellicent. And with only 1 Jellicent in play, Iron Bundle becomes available once a bench space opens.
Yeah, that's the but... All right, so we see Superrod here for Evan. We'll try to reestablish that Jellicent, but Evan needs a lot here. Like, the KO is here, right? Gustavo's field is so strong right now. There's damage on his side of the board, which is very beneficial to him. Maybe Evan attacking last turn was even to his detriment, because now, if Gustavo had used these 2 damage counters to KO the previous Jellicent, but he hadn't attacked, he would have no real way to get the next KO.
Yes.
Right? So attacking this turn might have, or last turn rather, might have been a little bit too costly here for Evan. Did not find Rare Candy. Gardevoir does have Nest Ball to find Pheasantipity. I think that's going to be his hope at this point. Yep.
Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. Are there pieces in hand at the very least? Is there Rare Candy? Is there a Gardevoir EX? Right now, because 3 cards.
There's Guardy, but there's no...
There's a Rare Candy, I think. No? Yeah, Rare Candy was drawn off the Pheasantipity. Rare Candy into the Gardevoir. So, a Bond now. Definitely still in this game. Well, he has 2 energy at the discard pile.
Okay, so the big issue here now for Evan is that he doesn't have like this big attacker, right? Mega Gardevoir has a lot of HP, 360. Currently has 310. So essentially what Gardevoir EX would have at this point in time. There's no way Evan gets to a number this turn. And there's no way he stops this Gardevoir from taking another 2 prizes at this point in time. And Evan also has 3 Psychic Energy prized, which means even getting to a big number would be very difficult. So this could be a confusion possibility, maybe. We're seeing a bit of draw. We see 1 card drawn because there's only 5 Psychic-type Pokemon. Let's not make the same mistake we did last weekend. Pretty well done, just making sure he's very clear with his counting and everything. And seems like we're just going to power up the Jellicent.
Are we breaking the item lock, or are we attacking with the Frillish on the bench?
That's a great question, Juancho. I want to say we're just going to, focus all our damage on the active. It's 80 damage is not a lot, right? 1 energy away from dealing that big 160.
Well, it's 2-shotting this Mega Gardevoir at the very least. Well, close to 2-shotting. 170 damage, 7 HP, excuse me, on the Mega Gardevoir EX. So quite a bit. But with Gardevoir EX and Monkey Dory, definitely a possibility. Sawawada, though, finds his own Dark Energy. 2 Dark Energies on both boards. A lot of damage is going to be flinged here. Where is it going, though, Pablo?
I think it's definitely gonna. We need at least 2 on the active, right? So we need at least 1 Adrenaline Brain on the active to guarantee the KO. The remainder damage, I feel like, it's probably a little inconsequential. It's just gonna get thrown back at you anyways. Gustavo gets 2 more prizes. The last Psychic Energy is not available. It is prized. The continuous item lock by a ban could be his saving grace. I can't tell. I think it was Gardevoir and Lily. Lily's Clefairy discard, so there's still 1 Gardevoir EX available for Gustavo, but finding it under item log, and you have to expect probably an Iono is coming this turn. It's gonna be so hard for him to find it.
Definitely. As does Aban at least have? Oh, is it a devolution angle? If devolution though, but you all still need the Jellicent.
Yeah, if you manage to devolution with Jellicent available, then does find it. All right, so that's gonna be pretty hard here for Gustavo. He has the Kirlia right here, but he won't be able to rare candy next turn. The active will get KO'd as well, and he's down to 2 cards. I mean, I think, we're going to see the knockout on the Clef. That's the one way Gustavo could recover his hand, could recover resources available. So I really like that knockout by Aban after he's drawn with Iono, not getting ahead of himself. That's double Monkey Dory as well to send over more damage to Gustavo's side of the field if he wants to, or could just clean up his board, put in the active, which is definitely getting KO'd. Huge turn here for Aban, and what a game plan. I feel like this is a game plan that you start formulating in the very beginning.
Yeah, again, it just goes to show you really do win by board state, especially when you depend on item lock. Just because it's so tempting, right? In front of you is a heavily damaged Mega Gardevoir EX. This thing gives up 3 prize cards, but that's not the name of the game. The name of the game is my board. Right now, by using that devolution, there's no way for Gustavo to get a Gardevoir this turn. So what is the game plan now? How does Gustavo find the last 2 prize cards?
All right, so I think Gustavo just needs to make sure that he has access to 1 turn of item cards, right? The Kirlia will probably be going down, but will probably also be using Call Sign this upcoming turn. And that means that if Iron Bundle is found, there's no way he can set up a backup Jellicent, right? So if Iron Bundle is found, Gustavo will be able to use item cards, unless Aban switches into utilizing locking items, right? However, Gustavo not going to go for the Call Sign.
Maybe he already has
go
it
for the Confusion.
Yes, it's going to be the Mind Bend there on the Monkey Dory. 60 damage on to the Jellicent. Aban now, though, does play the Earthen Vessel, gets an extra energy into the discard pile. It's dark, though. We could see a triple Monkey Dory hit the board.
Yeah. And I'm very happy, Juancho. There's still more than 8 minutes left. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see the conclusion of this match. And I love the pace that both of these players are playing. They're playing so well. This has been a treat to watch.
It's been a miracle after miracle, Pablo. The fact that we're actually into a game 3 with a possibility of not ending in a tie in a Gardevoir mirror. Weird. As a third Monkey Dory does hit the bench and the Darkness Energy, that's 90 damage now, being able to fling anywhere.
Counter catcher onto the Kirlia. Item lock still being available. We're going to go into the Gardevoir, though. Yeah, and that way we can take a knockout on both Ralts and Kirlia this turn.
I'm going to give you items, but you can't do much with it, is Aban is thinking. Right now, 3 energies on that Gardevoir EX does 190 damage to the active. With the triple Monkey Dory, again, this is stronger than the Dragapult. 90 damage onto the bench. No Ralt board. And it is getting so much tougher to find those last 2 prize cards. Gustavo Wada is so close from winning this set. But Abanamed is starting to run away with it.
So close, tying up the prize race. No more item lock, but no more Ralts, right? So that's just way too much. And now there's a 90 HP Screamtail on the field, and there's triple Monkey Dory over on the other side. So Aban threatening to just have game next turn unless Gustavo finds a Bravery Charm. Now I have to wonder why Aban didn't do the exact same play, except with 4 energies on his Gel Scent to knock out the Kirlia, and that way he would have Gustavo under item lock and ability lock.
The Jellicent was confused.
Oh, it was confused,
Yes.
of course, yeah. You don't want to risk the coin flip, absolutely. That makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more important to guarantee the knockout. But right now, Gustavo Wada, without the Bravery Charm, it is just game on board here. Has a little bit more draw with the Fezandipity. Unfortunately, Screamtail might, again, just having 90 HP is just too perfect. Oh, he could retreat to the Fezandipity as well. Oh, no, you can't. You can't retreat to Fezandipity. And also just gets knocked down and gives 2 prize cards.
Yeah. There is the Bravery Charm in hand, so it's not going to be safe. But he has a Research and an Iono. If he benches the Ralts, he also needs to Bravery Charm the Ralts, right, to make sure that doesn't end up going down. See the fast draw, hoping probably for a Stretcher or a Supra, which he did not find. And I think the curtains are closing here for Gustavo, even though it looked like he was getting like really far ahead at one point.
Yeah, but right now it does have the Earthen Vessel. It does have the Charm, though. So the Ralts plus Charm could be a possibility, but there's no way to get a Ralts from the hand?
I don't think there's a Ralts. Yeah, there's no Ralts in the deck, so he needed some sort of recovery before he researches his hand away and the Bravery Charm goes away. Because then, sure, you probably find a way to bench Ralts, but if you bench Ralts, you lose the match.
Unfortunate there. Yeah, that's a lot to ask for, right? He needed to charm the Screamtail, but also needed to charm the Ralts. He got close to getting there. But a 3rd Monkey Dory is there. No.
Let's see, a 3rd Darkness Energy attached as well, and just...
Oh, there's draw here. By benching the Monkey Dory, can draw up to 4. Was the 1 card important? Again, Dark Energy...
very candy, so...
Again, the Mystery Garden says you can discard any energy. You don't necessarily need to discard a Psychic Energy to draw.
All right, so we Bravery Charm the Fezandipity. And I honestly think it's just survival mode here now for Gustavo, trying to stop your opponent from drawing 2 prize cards. You cannot stop a Ralts from going down. You can confuse your opponent. They have more than enough damage on the board, so it's not a big deal. And yeah, I think it's a pretty simple retreat power-up KO for Aban. And he must be aware that time must be nearing completion. He needs 2 attacks in order to win. Has Iono, has a Stadium. The Gardevoir is indeed confused. Will play the Iono. 3 minutes on the clock. Aban will need this turn and probably at least 1 more in order to win the match.
Yeah, 3 minutes should be enough to just declare an attack and an attack with a +1 turn. But now declaring an attack and establishing item lock. There's just no line, I believe, here for Gustavo Wada.
Can't even like counter catcher the Fezandipity. Try to stall it out with an Iono, perhaps. To the triple Monkey Dory onto the single Monkey Dory. And we're just going to see the knockout here. Just trying to figure out where the damage goes from and to where.
Even with a Gust Stall, Monkey Dory can finish off that last Monkey Dory potentially here.
Yeah, if he sends all this damage, absolutely.
So, yeah, Gustavo Wada will have... there is a possibility for items for Gustavo Wada if he draws into that Iron Bundle. Has it been used yet? I don't believe so. So, but right now, Yeah, just the knockout on the active, because 4 energies on to the Jellicent mean it is doing 160 damage and 90 damage on the Monkey Dory. Can't heal all of that, and we've used all the charms at this point.
All the charms down. Jellicent shutting down the charms anyways. There is a possibility of Iron Bundle to reactivate items and tools, but not great. It's just survival mode at this point. Gustavo has not promoted, and there's 2 minutes left. We'll have to see what the decision is here. 2 cards in hand. No way to save that Monkey Dory. Checking discard piles, making sure he makes the best possible decision with the information that he has. And we are getting the promotion, we are drawing the card, and there's still less than 2 minutes left on the clock. So I think Aban might walk away the winner from this match. I'm not sure what the out here is for Gustavo. Did find the counter catcher, and there we have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gustavo Wada takes the game here against Aban Ahmed for Game 2 of LAIC. Match LAIC, and what a match it was. I was, honestly, most of it was played in their heads, right? Yeah. For Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3, we got to see it into completion, and absolutely love it. I honestly can't think of another time where I've seen a Gardevoir go into a Game 3, not even hitting time. We didn't even need the extra turns, Pablo. Just very efficient gameplay, very precise, very efficient and precise gameplay. Absolutely loved this match, and again, just high caliber players.
Efficient by both, perfectly executed by both. And the missing piece for Gustavo was that Gardevoir EX that he was never able to find in the beginning. If that clearly had been a Gardevoir EX, then the whole game completely changes. Gustavo's offensive doesn't get halted to a stop by that technical machine evolution, and that is what changed the game. So the item lock didn't stop Gustavo from being very aggressive in the beginning and in the middle of the game, but it did stop him from having that end game setup in order to close out the game. So let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this match.
Yes, and of course, here at the start, again, Gustavo Wada, very weak board at the moment, but this one's probably a little bit better. The double Jellicent with the Gardevoir, essentially the board you want to have as a Aban, because now you're flinging damage and doing damage. Again, this was just unbeatable for Gustavo, and that was the first early concession. But then Gustavo Wada here, next game, Game 2, this is the game he won. Again, was able to establish a board, able to really put on the pressure, at least have those Gardevoir EXs, wins the Monkey War as well, is a key, and takes that Game 2.
Yeah, and was sort of susceptible as well to the same situation of the technical machine devolution play, but Aban was not able to execute it as flawlessly as he was able to in the second game, where it seemed like Gustavo was getting very far ahead. Gustavo was putting on the pressure, but then that technical machine devolution play was just huge. And Aban did need the Jellicent TX to go with that in order to stop any potential rare candy from allowing Gustavo to continue applying pressure, and that sealed it.
Definitely. Something I'm really glad to see, though, was the Mega Symphonia from the Mega Gardevoir EX. That has to be the first time that's ever happened on stream, at the very least.
Yep.
Right? At least I've never caught it. Just Mega Symphonia, because something you don't normally see. Gardevoir doesn't want to accelerate energy from the deck. It needs it in the discard pile to get the damage on board, to move it with the Monkey Dory, but in that specific scenario, that was the correct attack.
Yeah, I mean, in general, just Gardevoir decks are not playing Mega Gardevoir, right? At least not the most successful ones outside of Gustavo Wada, who won the regional in Belo Horizonte. But it seems like his list didn't really catch on. I want to say he's playing a very similar list to what he used to win that regional. I mean, if it worked a month ago, why not stick with it, right? So it makes a lot of sense that he had that, and he likes clearly having that option. And Mega Gardevoir does that like extra little bit of dimension, that extra damage power without needing the Bravery Charm, without being susceptible to tool removal or tool denial as well. So Mega Gardevoir, pretty good option. perhaps I want to say a little underexplored. It almost carried Gustavo. I feel like Jellicent is a very good card in the mirror, and Mega Gardevoir felt or looked like a really good card in the mirror as well.
No, definitely, definitely. With that, though, I do want to hear from our winner. I believe we do have Jesper Eriksson ready on stage. Take it away, Jesper.
I'm standing here with the winner of the current Swiss round, Aban Ahmed. You know, first winning regionals to start the season, then being the bridesmaid twice. You know, standing here at LAIC being 2-0, how's that feeling?
I mean, I don't know. The first couple rounds of the event doesn't feel like that important. Like I don't know. I get really excited for like day 2, but right now it's just like the first couple rounds. Not a big deal.
First couple rounds, no big deal. Playing against Gustavo Wada, you know, also a regional champion this season in Belo Horizonte, playing, I mean, basically the same deck, right? When we saw this Gardevoir mirror, when you're setting up, presumably you were feeling that Gustavo was playing Gardevoir. How does the Jellicent build feel into these other variants?
I knew Gustavo was playing Bundle from his Belo Horizonte list, and so I got really lucky game 1 and 3. I had 2 Jellicent so fast that his Bundle didn't do anything. So yeah, I mean, it's always better to be lucky than good, right?
I mean, being lucky in a card game is not that bad, is it? But after all, you know, looking at these Gardevoir lists, I mean, we've seen all the Chao group been playing Gardevoir the entire season. Was it just a play for this event, or has it just been, you know, we played Gardevoir for so long, we just keep doing it?
Well, we thought the deck was legitimately broken before Vegas, and then it was a little worrying that we did almost too good, but we just ran it back. I mean, we had some other ideas in mind, but I think this deck is just too good.
I mean, now, Aban, you've won a regionals this season. We're standing here at the first IC of the season here in LAIC. You know, winning regionals do you get the feeling of, all right, let's go win internationals then?
I mean, I've never cut an IC before. I went to 2 last year, and those are my first 2. And yeah, I mean, I really want to do well and like show that I can do good on like bigger than just a regional.
Yeah, you're saying you went to 2. Now, I know you had a bit of a hiatus between 2017 and 2023. What made you come back to the game after that?
Honestly, there was a store near my school, Tabletop Village, that I bought this Lost Box Kyogre deck for $40. And I played it, and I used to always like solitaire hands when I was a kid, and I was solitairing with that Kyogre deck, and it was so much fun. I went to a cup, I won that, and then I was just hooked again.
Yeah, so from, you know, being unhooked to being hooked again, I mean, we played when we were both younger in the same divisions. Speaking of, you mentioned Tabletop Village. Anyone else you want to give a shout out for, you know, everything here?
I mean, obviously, I have to shout out Tabletop Village. Brian has done so much for me. Shout out Henry. He always, like, you know, comes through with the broken deck. Shout out the whole NA Supergroup, and yeah, shout out my friends at home who watch.
All right, shout out to everyone watching as well this stream. And with that said, we'll throw back to Juancho and Pablo at the desk.
Thank you so much, Jesper. And again, congratulations, Aban. Amazingly played. And Pablo, I don't know if you caught that. When Aban thanked Henry, he thanked him for the deck.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Henry obviously has the reputation, right, of being the Gardevoir master of the universe. I think I deemed him. I coined that, and I feel like it was pretty accurate because I don't think he had won the 3rd regional by then.
What do we coin Aban now, though? He very, very accomplished player. 2nd master of the universe, Aban.
The master student of the universe.
Definitely. Again, very, very great to hear from them, from Aban specifically. Again, I can't imagine what he's feeling this entire season. I'm very, very jealous, I'm not going to lie, of like just being on fire. Having that spark, really, to make it like so far in so many regionals and winning on stream now in LAIC. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the top 10 this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen a hotter start to the season than what he's had. You can clearly see that based on his plays and his strong decision making. It's no surprise why he's up there continuously, right? Also playing very cleanly, and therefore it's a recipe for success, everything that he's doing.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been, I'm sure, practicing a lot, has great resources in his local community, as well as, again, great testing partners like Henry, Chao. But right now, I believe we have a fun little thing that we do here on the stream where it is the community predictions. I love this. We get to interact with the community, and like we get to argue a little bit as well on what
Which
actually
you love to do.
I like talking. I think you like arguing.
I like being right.
You
Therefore,
do.
I argue a lot in order to convince the other person that I am right.
Maybe. I'm very excited to try it out. I believe the topic is just which is the best LAIC or best deck of LAIC ever.
Yeah, I think it's who's the strongest. What's the strongest deck that has won LAIC in the past? So we have the previous 8 LAIC winners, starting from the very first one in 2017 all the way to the most recent one in 2025, right? We actually have that bracket face-off with Juan Pablo Salas against Miloslav Posledny. And now this is going to be like a huge face-off of like different eras of the game, which is going to be pretty cool, right? How do the modern current decks stand up to the older decks, which there's of course in terms of the card design and whatnot, newer cards tend to be a little bit or a lot more powerful than previous eras, but there's definitely a lot of really, really powerful cards beforehand. So I think we're probably talking about the first bracket.
I think they told us we could pick any bracket.
Oh, we could pick. Okay.
Oh, but they picked it for us.
What a surprise. There's a Lugia deck right there.
Yes.
What a surprise.
Chat, how many times do you think I could say Lugia V-Star before Pablo starts turning red?
I already know
he
you're
saw
gonna
it.
be...
He saw it once and he was just like, oh, no.
All right, Juancho, tell us why Lugia V-Star, played by Tord Reklev, is a better or stronger deck than Zoroark Control, played by Daniel Altavilla.
How dare you, sir? How do you think? Maybe I take Zoroark Control.
Juancho. Let's be real
Didn't
here.
believe me. All right, Pablo. Obviously, I'm going to take Tord Reklev. Obviously, I love Lugia V-Star. Lugia V-Star, probably one of the most powerful V-Stars ever printed. I think maybe second only to Reggie Drago V-Star, but even then, I'd argue Lugia V-Star just had the most commanding debut, right? When it was first revealed, this was the deck to beat, and at this specific IC, I need to double check, but I think it was, if not, I think it was almost all of top 8 was Lugia V-Star. I think 6 of top 8 was the Lugia V-Star. This was prime. This was peak Lugia V-Star. This was when it was playing all the amazing Pokemon, like the amazing rare Yveltal, amazing rare Raikou, and those Pokemon I almost didn't see play until we had means of energy acceleration, and those are so powerful attacks. You get to get one shot immediately as an Yveltal, or I get to do a double snipe with the Raikou. You know what? Maybe I don't feel like doing a big one shot. Maybe I don't feel like doing a double KO. Maybe I want to take 2 prizes off a 1 prize Pokemon, the active. They also had access to Stoutland and the powerful energy. That's Iron Hands that we can easily accelerate to. And if not, they also had Lugia V-Star, still a great attacker. Anyway, it was only a matter of setting up, and at that time we had Evo Incense, 4 Evo Incense, 4 Research. We didn't even need to play Professor Burnett. It was very, very easy to set up, and that was prime. That was peak Lugia V-Star. That's what made me a Lugia V-Star fan. That got me through all the rest of that couple of years. It was legal.
All right, so I mean, you've definitely made some great points. I will not argue against Lugia V-Star's power, especially at that first international championship. It was the first tournament where Lugia V-Star was legal, and obviously it dominated. But I will ask you a couple of questions, right?
Okay.
If Arceus had not been printed, would Lugia V-Star been any good at all? You said it was the strongest V-Star ability, which I wholeheartedly disagree, because if Arceus did not exist, that ability would suck. And then the other question is, would Arceus be as good if Lugia V-Star did not exist? So this is like, and I know the answer is no, right? So this combo is extremely powerful. But let's go to the other side of the bracket. And this is where I need chat to be really subjective and not be biased towards Tord Reklev, which is obviously the greatest player of all time, and Lugia V-Star is one of the strongest decks of all time. But both Zoroark and Oranguru are some of the strongest cards of all time. If you take Oranguru as a standalone card, it fits in so many decks. So many decks played Oranguru. And if you take Zoroark GX as a standalone card, how many variants of Zoroark GX do you know, Juancho? You might have not played as much or as seriously back then. How many Zoroark GX decks do you know of, off the top of your head?
There's Zoropod, Zoro Lycanroc, Zoro Control. Am I missing?
Zoro, Gardevoir, those three decks alone, that's 3 out of 4 decks. No, that's 4 decks that Tord Reckless played at various different tournaments, one of which he lost an IC finals to Stefan Ivanov, and he won the other ICs with, okay? So, but we're talking about Zoro control specifically, all right? And that combination alone put fear in players' hearts and minds. Lugia caused even almost hatred, right? It was either play it or counter it. However, Zoroark GX and Oranguru, it was played by a very specific set of small player pool. It was a very difficult deck to play with and especially against, right? So in terms of skill, it had a higher ceiling than Lugia. In terms of raw power from the disruption that it had available, it had a higher ceiling than Lugia. And the cards themselves as a standalone card when compared 1-to-1, Zoroark GX is a much stronger card than Lugia, and Oranguru is a much stronger card than Arceus. So overall, I want to say that the Zoroark control winning LAIC in 2019 was a much stronger and a much, it sent a stronger message than Lugia winning expectedly, if you will. That's my argument.
Lugia being more than 6 out of top 8, is not a message.
It was also the most played deck in the room. If Zoroark control was the most played deck in the room, right? But not everyone can play a Zoroark control deck to that high skilling. And I really wanted to get you on that. Lugia V-Star's ability is definitely not one of the best printed abilities, because if Arceus was not there, what are you bringing back? Cinchinos? Probably Oranguru.
Porygon Z exists?
Yeah,
No.
so...
Okay. Good points, Pablo. I don't think, honestly, I could argue with you the entirety of LAIC about Lugia V-Star versus everything.
I've been there. I've been at other events where you've argued the entirety of the event.
Oh, if Lugia wins, we'll be arguing even more, I'm sure. So make sure everyone, I'm reminding everyone to make your votes down below in the Twitch chat, because of course, if you want to know who wins, make it Lugia V-Star so I can keep annoying Pablo, right?
No,
please
be objective, chat.
If
Do
for
not
one
be biased.
reason alone,
no
let's make it
recency
more
bias.
It's getting
no,
more.
No recency bias. Be objective. Use the facts. All right. But yep, we'll be right back with our next round after this quick break.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earth and Best.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais, em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon Mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais títulos por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem um preparo bom. E também olho de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o 2º Mundial significaria muita coisa para mim, que indo para Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e o Mundial do Japão. E fui bem no Havaí, então tem que tomar cuidado.
You leading? LAIC, here we are, and it is going to be an amazing match coming up for you in just a moment, but we've had 2 rounds of action already here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I can tell you now we have got a jam-packed schedule ahead for you. My name is Mike Ellis, and I'm joined by our world champion from 2016, Jesper Eriksson, who's going to be taking you through all the action and giving you all that insight on how the games are going to go.
Yeah, and hopefully some great insight. We do have some great players lined up for us here for next round, and I can't wait to tell you what the matchup's going to be, because I can assure you it's going to be a funny one.
And we should be able to get into it fairly quickly. For all of you at home who are waiting in anticipation for another round, we've had a lot of great players traveling all the way out here to Brazil to compete in the LAIC event. But it is one of those events where we see these strong local players coming along, bringing interesting decks and taking these top players off guard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of these decks are going to be piloted by Lucas Henrique, where we're going to be seeing the big Conkeldurr versus, I mean, the winner of the regional championships last week in Las Vegas, Absol Kangaskhan piloted by Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, traveling all the way over from Japan. And, you know, that's a resemblance of us others traveling, you know, from Europe to Australia. That is a far journey.
Yeah, this is the beauty of Pokemon now. It's so international. You know, we mentioned about the players locally competing, but many of the South American players have been traveling abroad to North America and Europe, Oceania, trying to compete and get those points elsewhere. But here in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, it is this first international championship of the season where so many points are on the line. And at this early stage of round 3, it's all about climbing to the top as far as possible.
Yeah, but climbing to the top is something we did see, you know, for example, Ryuki Okada did in Brisbane, and Yoshiyuki thinking, well, if I just do whatever Ryuki did in Brisbane, playing the same deck, maybe potentially I could be able to grab one of these automatic invites to the World Championships.
Well, the prize cards are set. Lucas and Yoshiyuki going to be competing here in round 3, both of them with 2 wins currently in the tournament. And judging by those prize cards, some of you may be thinking, hang on a minute, this is a pretty strong matchup for Conkeldo. It has weakness, it has high damage output, and there are 3 prize cards facing down opposite it.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really, you know, kind of weaving matchup for Yoshiyuki. With the Mochi, with the Brute Bonnet, with the Premium Power Pros, Lucas is going to be able to one-hit knockout every single mega, even though there's Braver Charms, there's Lively Stadiums in play. So Lucas, the game number 1 for him is going to be to set up.
And as we kick things off here, Lucas will be drawing to go first and starts with that Fan Rotom, the perfect start for any of these decks, as that Fan Call ability so great at sourcing all of those colorless Pokemon.
Yeah, and we can't even just speak only about Conkeldurr. The engine of this Conkeldurr deck is a great one. You know, Fan Rotom starting that, awesome, great start. Now we get on with it. Fan Call, we're going to be able to get our Pidgey as we see him put it towards the deck. We get to have the, you know, the Dunsparces that are going to be evolving into the Dunsparce. So we have such a great engine coming here, but just 2 Pokemon.
Well, it must be the rest in the hand or something similar to that. But the Dunsparce, a partner to this Conkeldurr, but the Pidgeot, an interesting inclusion.
Yeah, you're already playing 1 stage 2, you're playing Red Candy already, so why not, right? And looking at the Dunsparce, you're drawing so many cards turn after turn when you're, you know, drawing free, shuffling it back in, and keeping that mill going. And, you know, while you even have the colorless support from Fan Rotom, yeah, why not be able to search a card every turn?
And looking at that hand, it looks pretty good for next turn for Lucas. And now over to Yoshiyuki, has the Precious Trolley in hand. That is the dream start for any deck that plays Precious Trolley.
And there's Precious Trolley, there's Arven, there's the ability to go Earthen Vessel, Turbo Energize, as, you know, Yoshiyuki's deck, the Absol Kangaskhan deck, wants to go turn 1, Turbo Energize, and charge up one of these Mega Pokemon to attack. And I can assure you, it's not going to be Kangaskhan this game.
And with the Arven, you can finish off the pieces you're missing after the Precious Trolley. In this case, it looks like energy is missing to do that Turbo Energize. And so we'll be able to combine those 2 together. But the first deck check here, nothing too crazy in those prize cards, just a lot of cards that are in multiple counts in the deck.
Yeah, exactly, with the Bustosaurus, the Lilies, Kangaskhan, not needing the Kangaskhan this matchup, but the Monkey Dory, I mean, it depends on how much we actually get to use it. As I said, Yoshiyuki's going to have a matchup where he's going to be weaving a lot. And what I mean by that is we need Absol to be attacking, that's the one without weakness, but then we also have to start playing a little bit with the Clutch from the Yveltal.
Yeah, and I think the damage output of Conkeldurr, 250 damage for those of you who have forgotten about it. It did feature a little bit over in Europe. We saw some strong performances from Conkeldurr, and it is that powerful gusty swing for 250 that with all those damage modifiers can hit high numbers. And as it's a 1 prize deck into a deck that plays 3 prizes, there's going to be that back and forth where Conkeldurr doesn't need to take a knockout each turn. And for Yoshiyuki, he's going to have to find a way to really lock up the board and lock up the hand with that Absol.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to lock up the hand when we're speaking of that. If we say that Lucas is going to get a Pidgeot into play, that's going to be a card searched every single turn. If the Dunsparces, they start to hit and run on the field, right, we're going to be seeing constant card draw. And even though Yoshiyuki wants to lock down that hand, make it small, that might not be the possibility.
Yeah, and there's things like the Yveltal that would be a great answer to a deck that has high damage output on 1 attack. You might be able to block something else into the active. But in this case, there's Jet Energies in the Conkeldurr deck. It works quite nicely as you don't need an energy for the attachment with the Gutsy Swing as long as you're poisoned. But there is that liability of the Brute Bonnet that could come into play as something that could stay in the active for a little while. So there's going to be some lines here, and I think that's really the exciting thing about this Mega Absol deck. Just coming off of a win in Las Vegas, piloted by Tord Reklev, and so it's a card that has been seen by many a player now, a matchup that is very familiar, and you can see the board going to be completely filled with that Precious Trolley.
Yeah, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pokemon out here, and yeah, as you said, you know, Arven can get us the Earthen Vessel, can get us the Turbo Energize, and, you know, we've hit the perfect turn 1 here from Yoshiuki's side. When we're speaking about, yes, you can potentially lock up that Brute Bonnet into the active spot, it's a question of how many times can we do that? If we can do that more than 3 times, we can get to spend all the Jet Energies in Lucas's deck.
I mean, the problem with Conkeldurr is you can have an infinite amount of Jet Energies, because you can Jet Energy up that Dunsparce and then shuffle it back in with the Dunsparce's ability. So really interesting line and matchup here, and you can see straight away retreating into that Mega Kangaskhan, hoping that the early Conkeldurr can't be found on the side of Lucas, as it's still early days, and that's one of the downsides of it, and we'll be going into the Yveltal, the Switcheroonies.
Yeah, and even though we're talking about the Mega Kangaskhan is not going to surface as an attacker in this matchup, you know, the Run Errand draws you 2 cards. It's something that's really invaluable here, and doing that combination with Petron, with Yveltal having free retreat, going Turbo Energize to Absol, and hoping that Lucas doesn't go for the Gutsy Swing this turn already.
Oh, what a top deck there. Conkeldurr for Lucas has the rare candy in hand. I think we'll be able to get Pidgeot and the Conkeldurr off this turn, so we'll be looking to really build up the deck. And Hilda being played here. Why is Hilda so powerful in this deck?
You were mentioning yourself, right? We spoke about Jet Energy, right? But there's also a really great combo in this deck. When we're using the Dunsparce, we shuffle that into the deck. That's why we're seeing Enriching Energy as the A spec in this deck. Whenever you attach Enriching Energy, you draw 4 cards. You can shuffle into the deck. You know what you can do next turn then? You can use Enriching Energy again. And we've constantly been able to search it out. With Hilda, with Pidgeot, you get to just run through your deck as fast as you want to.
And it's an amazing engine. We see it in Alakazam as well. It is a way to draw lots of cards, and with Conkeldurr not needing an energy attachment, it does allow you to keep using the special energies, the Jet Energies, and the Enriching Energy, and you can see that hand really getting powerful now, and it is all about getting that poison. That is the last piece to the puzzle, but it could just be a turn of establishing the board here. You don't even need to take a knockout at this stage.
No, Yoshiuki is not hurrying super much on Lucas. Lucas got the pitch out into play. Much of the importance is going to be on, can we get a second Timber into play? Because otherwise, you know, Boss plus, you know, Absol is going to take a knockout on that only Timber. And, you know, on Lucas' side, we need Conkeldurr to actually be able to take the one-hit knockouts.
Pidgeot EX, one of the best counters to the Mega Absol's Claw of Darkness. The effect Claw of Darkness discards a card from your opponent's hand, and Pidgeot EX, when featured in Charizard, is a great way to punish that, because you can find the cards from your deck. You don't even need them in your hand.
Yeah, and the discipline from Lucas is going to come from, okay, how much do I actually the Dunsparce so I don't have the cards I don't want in hand when I don't want them in hand? Because think about it like this. You're the Dunsparcing, you can control what you draw good stuff for next turn. And then Yoshiuki's going to sit there, okay, Claw of Darkness, and get rid of it. So it's going to be a struggle resource-wise to, you know, potentially just keep the Dunsparces in play a little bit longer than you usually would.
And there we go, the draw 3 from the Dunsparce, shuffle it back in, and allows you to keep resetting that Enriching Energy as well as the Dunsparce. Runaway draw 3 cards, and shuffle it back in. An amazing way to pivot as well. Sometimes you see it in decks where they just push the Dunsparce forward. As you know, you can retreat into whatever you want at that stage. And the quick search now, what is Lucas going to find at this stage? And I think it's going to be that Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, and you were thinking about it, we need to set up an attack. If you want to go for that gutsy swing on the Conkeldurr, you need something to spawn that special condition. In this deck, the choice of that is the Brute Bonnet, and you can poison both sides of it, which means that not only 250, you'll effectively do 260 with poison, although Yoshiuki already did poison their own Yveltal, but leaning away for that for the future, there's going to be a lot of math that we're going to be setting up with the Premium Power Pros, the Poisonous Mochi, and Brute Bonnet itself.
And just getting one of those Stadium plays 4 Stadium in this Conkeldurr list, and the Artisan in play will allow for resetting of the Dunsparce and able to get more timbers in the future if they get knocked out. So good foresight to go for the Artisan rather than straight for that Brute Bonnet. As Yoshiyuki asking about the hand size, how many cards in hand. Such a key part of this matchup, because you want to be disrupting your opponent, but you also want to be knowing if there's going to be good resources in that hand. So often if players aren't playing cards, that means they're holding on to something powerful for the next turn.
Yeah, it's either that or they're not doing a lot. But in this case, Yoshiyuki is showing a lot of... the hand sizes from both players are going to be really big. And they're going to be big for the main parts of the game unless Yoshiyuki decides otherwise. Because when we look at Lucas' list, there is no Iono. So it means that, Yoshiyuki's going to be in control in terms of how big these hand sizes are going to get.
Let's talk a little bit about the Mega Absol deck. It has been seen with great success in the previous regional event in Las Vegas, where Tord Reklev won it, and there was another in top 4. It was actually a mirror in the semi-final. And it has allowed many players to try a new engine. And it's really that Latias combo with the Petron being able to have huge mobility with these large Pokemon, especially Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and especially Mega Kangaskhan that otherwise typically would have a bit of a weird retreat cost, right? But you can get to use the Latias saying that your basically Pokemon player has no retreat cost. Then you can retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan. And if you want to attack with, let's say, Mega Absol, you could be able to use that Petron's subjugating chains to get into the active. And even though you were giving yourself a poison condition, Braver Charm, then you have 330 HP. Monkey Dory can be able to move some damage. And speaking of Absol, it's coming in.
Yeah, Subjugating Chain, moving the Absol EX into the active with 3 Darkness Energy and that Bravery Charm. It's going to be using Claw of Darkness for 200 damage, and the added effect of that is the real benefit, getting to look at your opponent's hand, which is great knowledge, but then you get to discard one of choice.
And the reason why Yoshiyuki's doing that this turn is because if we get rid of Pidgeot, just like when you're seeing with Charizard decks, if you get rid of Pidgeot, you get rid of the engine. If you get rid of the engine, the car's not going to run that far, right? But Yoshiyuki's, what he's afraid of is, well, the Absol will go down to having 320 HP. Effectively 310 when we factor in Poison twice. Gutsy Swing deals 250. So we're getting closer to the point where if Lucas can get power-ups that would just do plus 60, which could be 2 Premium Power Pros, Poisonous Mochi plus Premium Power Pro, then this Absol would be knocked out.
And going for the Hilda as a discard, the Rare Candy, a great target, the Premium Power Pro, a great target. Choosing the Hilda as it would force the Pidgeot EX to find the supporter for turn, but has managed to find the premium, well, has the boss in hand, so would potentially be able to gust up into that Mega Kangaskhan, and would just only need to search for the tool in this situation, and would be able to get a big 3-prize knockout at this stage.
Yeah, and it's a question of, do we want to go for that big free prize card knockout? But we could potentially also go for Pidgeot into Hilda and say potentially, when we're speaking of, I guess, go all in this position. If you get the knockout on Absol, you must feel really great. But there may be, a thought in Lucas said, what about I just take Kangaskhan this turn, and then next turn we can go ahead and go for Absol, and by that it would be the game.
And the risk here is if you take a swing and leave damage in play, then that opens up Monkey Dory, being able to move that 60 damage that is so powerful over to any Pokemon, and it would just be a bank of damage to be able to move around. And I think that Pidgeot would be a great target to slowly whittle down with the damage. But of course it is now that quick search, and that is the key to this deck compared to many versions of it we've seen before, where it is just that Dunsparce, as it allows you to search for any card from your deck.
But it does go forward, Mike. The Hilda, instead of taking that safe free prize knockout, Lucas looking at it being like, you know what, let's just go for it this time around, getting the Dunsparce, getting the enriching energy, basically saying, I'm going to be able to draw 7 cards now.
Yeah, and just forcing the board to be more and more in favor of Lucas, not trying to force any knockouts early on in case of disruption, just really wanting to stabilize as much as possible. And if you're drawing 7 cards, you're definitely going to find some options, and we'll find out what those are here. So the Enriching Energy first does find another Dunsparce and the Conkeldurr there.
Not really any answers, to be truthful with you, Mike. You know, the Dunsparce is going to need to give us a lot here.
Well, we'll be able to reset the Dunsparce afterwards as the Artisan's in play. And does get a few cards for next turn, but doesn't actually get the tool, so won't be taking a knockout on this turn, or even putting a swing across the opposing side as the energy has been played. So not even that fan Rotom can be used as an attacker here.
So Lucas went for it and drew 7 cards of basically nothing. The Perilous Jungle was also a part you can use if you used, you know, our target was plus 60 from that Gutsy swing. And we did technically have enough for it with the Premium Power Pro. We were only 1 card off. So it's unfortunate here because we're missing that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And if Lucas was allowed to play this Team Rocket Special, it would have been right there. But with playing that Hilda, yeah, no.
Well, the Perilous Jungle doesn't work on Dark Pokemon, so it won't be an option for Mega Absol. And that Mega Kangaskhan sitting on the bench is the obvious target for many. And at this stage, Lucas just respecting the fact that he doesn't need to rush in this matchup. It is one which is favorably swinging 1 prizer into 3 prizer, so can wait for damage to build up, can wait for options to build up, and come in at a later turn to take that swing.
Yeah, we see here Lucas retreating into Fan Rotom. And this opens up the game for Yoshiyuki. Can we be able to boss up this Pidgeot again and get rid of it for good and tell Lucas, listen here, you're not going to be able to have any guarantee cards at all.
And the damage building up as well. You got the Yveltal as well as the Mega Absol, which has some damage on it now. And I think even the usage of rare candies at this stage, you know, if we see a Mega Absol knockout into a Conkeldurr when there's no Girder ready to evolve, that could be a great way to slow down the game plan and just lock them out of an attacker. So lots of really interesting lines opening up, and the patience from Lucas may get punished at this stage, but completely understandable as no prizes were taken by Yoshiyuki.
I mean, typically we say patience is a virtue here, but maybe it actually just comes back to bite Lucas. With the poison that the Absol's also been taking, we've been slowly building up some damage that the Monkey Door can use, and we do see the Adrenabrain coming in now. That 20 damage from either the Yveltal or the Absol is going to be able to help a little bit in the case, but you know how much is going to help here? You don't quite need those damage counters yet.
It really depends on if a swing by Lucas happens and leaves a lot of damage in play. Otherwise, this 20 damage isn't going to be doing too much. It's great to heal it off of the Mega Absol, make it a little bit bigger, put it out of range. As we mentioned, a lot of modifiers will need to come along with that 250 damage from the Conkeldurr. But at this stage, it's going to be putting that onto the Timber, and showing that there is intent to take out both the Conkeldurr and the Timber line as much as possible.
We do see the boss's orders here, Mike, calling out to it, saying that we need to get rid of that Pidgeot for good. Retreat into the Mega Absol, actually just using the Subjugating Change, which basically switches that in. And yeah, goes, takes a look at Lucas' hand, and you know, we're on the hunt for some modifiers.
Yeah, it's really interesting how big that hand has got. There's so many good options, but when there's lots of options, you've got to work out which is the best. And I didn't think it was going to be Team Rocket's Petrol, but that looks to be the first option here for Yoshiyuki. Trying to work out what is the most dangerous thing in that hand, and the Chorus Tenacity, very interesting at this stage.
Yeah, because the Chorus Tenacity can get you that Stadium, but it can also get you the Enriching Energy, where the Petrol gets you any trainer card, and the Premium Power Pro is one of these modifiers that we were talking about. So it's really just, you know, do we want to actively just get rid of modifiers? Do we want to get rid of something that could lead into modifiers? Do we just want to... What direction are we actually going here?
And he might not even know how many Premium Power Pros his opponent is playing. Is just going to kind of hope that that is enough to maybe make the Mega Absol out of range at this stage? Because the stadium of choice to reduce HP is that Gravity Mountain, but that only works on stage 2. So by getting rid of that Premium Power Pro, this Mega Absol might be safe from a knockout.
And we say might, right? Because there still is the way of, you know, the Poisonous Mochi and the second Premium Power Pro. Although Lucas did prize one of these Poisonous Mochis, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. And even though we were saying this matchup looked really difficult for Yoshiyuki, you know, where there's a will, there's a way.
Well, we're going to see the Dunsparce pushed forward, and now without that Pidgeot, it's going to be fully reliant on draw, no search available. And at this stage, that is a convincing start for Yoshiyuki. At the beginning, it seemed like it should be Conkeldurr taking the lead and getting an early knockout, but it actually feels now in favor of the Mega Absol EX here.
Yeah, and it feels super much in favor when we're talking, you know, no Pidgeot no real engine here, only getting to use one the Dunsparce. You know, the Cobra Tenacity is going to be able to get a stadium, but as said, you know, the Perilous Jungle doesn't give you any plus damage, but you can get the Town Store. That's a good one to get to, you know, get the tool cards that you need, and you can get the Enriching Energy. So we could be getting something like the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule plus drawing 4 cards.
What's really fun about these two decks that we're watching now in our round 3 game is they have completely different engines to the rest of the format. Having that Stadium plus Enriching Energy engine allows cards like Chorus's Tenacity and that Hilda to really start drawing cards and finding the important ones. On the other side, having that combination of Mega Kangaskhan and Penny to be able to reset the damage on your big 3 prize Pokemon. Both of these decks showing that it's not always going to be an Arven package or a Lily's Determination package. There's different ways to play the game, and that was a pretty good draw there, I think.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing here, there's also, we can still get the free cards from the Dunsparce itself, but we got the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule. That can free up the Town Store to get that Binding Mochi. Now, the question then comes, do we get that Premium Power Pro that we actually need afterwards?
So with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on the Brute Bonnet, it can now poison both actives, which allows for the Conkeldurr's attack secondary effect, being able to attack for 0 energy when this Pokemon is affected by a special condition. So Gutsy Swing will be able to swing 250 damage for no energy. And let's do a little bit of math here. Mega Absol is currently on 330 HP minus the 10 from the poison. So that means it will have 310 after that poison ticks over. Can this Conkeldurr get to it?
Yeah, it needs 60 damage more. And as we alluded to a bit before, you know, the Binding Mochi is plus 40. That we got 20 left. It means we need to find that Premium Power Pro. And, you know, whenever you're not one-hit knockouting an Absol, there's going to be a Penny flown after you, or there's going to be Monkey Dories being able to be played.
Well, let's see if that Premium Power Pro comes through, because the Binding Mochi is searchable. I don't think it was in those cards, and this is where that discard from Yoshiyuki onto the Premium Power Pro might be looking like the clutch decision to come in at this moment, as Binding Mochi will put it up to 290 damage on that Conkeldurr, and we'll just be looking to try and find that last 20 damage from somewhere. And the Perilous Jungle doesn't even work, firstly because the stadium's been played already this turn, but because Mega Absol is a Dark type, so all of these little margins coming into play at this stage. And if you swing into Mega Absol without taking a knockout, that opens up a whole load of damage for those Monkey Dory.
It also opens up a route where Yoshiyuki can go knockout and, you know, still get to remove cards while using potentially double Monkey Dory with something like a Penny being activated. We already do see the Penny in Yoshiyuki's hand. And Lucas may just be thinking, why? We're 1 card short. We got the Binding Mochi. We got it there. But yet, no. And this Conkeldurr, even though we're looking at 180 HP, that's easy. It goes down. It's already poisoned. And that's the you know, danger about playing Conkeldurr itself. You need to constantly have a stage 2 that's attacking. That's all right when we're drawing that many cards, but yet we have to do it every single turn.
And a Gutsy Swing coming through, but not enough to knock out the Mega Absol. 260 damage into the active with that poison tick. Not opting to go for the Binding Mochi, instead holding that for a potential future knockout. Now, we say that this is a great position for Yoshiyuki, but it is only 2 knockouts that Lucas would need to win the game into a Mega Absol and a Mega Kangaskhan, but all this damage is exactly how Mega Absol EX wants to play.
Yeah, and it just comes almost, you feel, out of nowhere. Unfortunate that, you know, the Girder got into play there, but, you know, we can get to retreat into Kangaskhan. Marusa poisoned off the Absol. We get to run in and draw 2 cards. I like the way that Yoshiyuki sequences this. You want to make sure you have as many cards in hand as possible, given that you need to make a choice. And yeah, we just draw 2 Lilies.
And there was the amazing stadium that we see in the Mega Absol EX deck. Not always there, but has become the popular stadium of choice. We frequently see the Lively Stadium increasing basic Pokemon's HP by 30. And unfortunately in this matchup, Lucas plays too many stadiums for it to stick around for too long. But in many other matchups, that does put the Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol well out of reach.
It also depends on, you know, how many, you know, playing 5 stadiums is one of the most stadium-heavy decks in format. And it means that your 2 Lively stadiums are not going to be able to compete. But what if we hit a situation where it's Iono, remove a card from hand, and then we can play the Lively Stadium, right? There may be a situation like that to avoid these 1-hit knockouts. But yeah, going back into Absol with the subjugating chains from that Petra on EX. And then we're going to get the boss on the Brute Bonnet. Yeah, really good targeted out here.
Yeah, and maybe able to discard another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That could be a way to shut down the Conkeldurr deck. As we mentioned, there's loads of different ways you can shut down Conkeldurr. There's all these different combination pieces. And with the Mega Absol being able to discard from your opponent's hand, you can sometimes find a way to get rid of all of these resources all in one go.
Yeah, and a good oversight here from Yoshiyuki, using that Town Store to get one of these Turbo Energize into the hand. Not that you need it, but you might as well just do it.
And we'll be knocking out into the Brute Bonnet with the Claw of Darkness, and now gets the discard, and already getting that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule right up. And as you can see, this was the game plan all along, taking the knockout on the poisoning Brute Bonnet.
But you know what, Mike? That says that Lucas can't attack no more this game. We just knocked out a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Lucas plays free, so we knocked out one, we plucked one from the hand, and the last one's prized.
Oh, wow. So at this stage, the prize cards have come in very important. When we looked at those at the start of the game, you kind of think, well, there's loads of those in the deck. That shouldn't be a problem. But taking 2 Ancient Booster Energy Capsules out in one go has just locked out Lucas from ever attacking with the Conkeldurr. This is a huge swing.
But there's one thing when we're looking at it. The Mega Absol has 80 HP left. And when we look at it then you know, you can go Jet Energy, Fan Rotom, and take it out with the poison damage, right? That's one of the ways to do it. Although, I mean, looking at it with, you know, both Lively Stadium with Bravery Charm, then that becomes an issue. And the only way we can attack is Assault Landing. And I think Lucas is going to look at his deck and go, oh.
Where's that gone? And as we mentioned, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is in the prize cards. And so we'll not be able to find it. And it's really tough at this stage. You know, just going through the deck now, it's going to be realizing at this stage, there it is, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is gone. Lucas, what is your plan now? Looking through, what are the options?
There is a way where you can go, you know, bump the Stadium. That's minus 30 HP. So the Absol goes down to effectively having 80 HP left. Then you can go Jet Energy and use Assault Landing. That is the way you can actually be able to take out this Absol. Then you would take out the Absol, and then you get free prize cards to try and draw into that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
And all of that just to give Yoshiyuki more time to keep going ahead further and further, and a penny could be a disruption at any moment.
No, but that way you'd actually get the knockout on the Absol, so Yoshiyuki has to then try and look at into an alternate attacker, whether that be, you know, clutching or using, you know, Petron EX.
Well, we'll see whether that happens here. It's crazy to think that 110 HP left on an Absol is a hard target to reach for any deck, but once the main way you set up your attackers is gone, in that Brute Bonnet and Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, you're kind of stuck as to what you can do. So Lucas now trying to find an alternative way to take this knockout, and thanks to that poison, as you mentioned, just enough to tip it over. So we'll be going for that here. Jet Energy into the Fan Rotom.
We do need a Stadium here, Mike, and if we don't, we did see the Perilous Jungle getting discarded off the Ultra Ball, even though that would have been, you know, enough to get the knockout. So we need to see Lucas get another Stadium into hand to be able to bump that Lively Stadium. There's petrol in hand, so it's possible.
Yeah, and now you're thinking, looking back at some of these moments, the Pidgeot going, all of it leading up to this moment for Yoshiyuki. Just trying to take away options every single turn. And eventually we're stuck here now where one Stadium will allow for a Fan Rotom to squeak a knockout. Was it in that draw of 3? I don't think so, so may have to find that Stadium with the Team Rocket's Petrol, as you mentioned.
It would need to be Petrol searched here, yes, indeed. But the question then also comes, what do we do thereafter? What would we do if we actually miss the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule? What would we do if we get Iono then, right? There's all these ifs and buts when it comes to this case, right? But yeah, it's a matter of look at it and just take the knockout here.
Well, Team Rocket's Petrol allows you to search for any trainer, and we'll just swing in, not actually taking the knockout, no Stadium bump at this stage, and so we'll survive with 30 HP remaining, and that penny in hand is looking rather good right now.
Yeah, I mean, penny in hand, you can be able to go ahead and take the knockout on the Fan Rotom, potentially remove one of these ways where you can get energies for the upcoming Fan Rotom thereafter. Yeah, maybe a slight oversight here, and when we're looking at it, that Lively Stadium just coming in clutch.
Yeah, just enough, and we thought the Lively Stadium was not going to stick around for long if it ever got put into play. And there we go, the Penny picking up all of that damage, was 30 HP away from being knocked out, whilst being poisoned as well, of all things. And that reset does mean there's no attacker ready to go, as the Penny takes away all the energy that was attached to that Mega Absol. But I think Yoshiyuki has coined onto the fact that there's not much in the way of options for Lucas.
This is also incredibly smart from Yoshiyuki, looking at it and be like, I'm pretty sure you don't have any more of those left since you played it this way. And with the Veltop going into the active, the assault landing from Fandor was not going to be able to knock it out at any point. So basically, whenever you're assault landing into any of the Pokemon that Yoshiyuki has in play now, it just means Yoshiyuki goes, I'll double Adrenaline Brain, 60 of those back, please.
Well, setting up the board with the assumption that all the Ancient Booster energy capsules are gone. And with it being on the second row of the prizes, it would have been quite fun to see whether that 3-prize knockout would have pulled it. But now the Team Rocket's Petrol being played, what can you find in the deck? And we said at the start of this matchup how favored this feels for Conkelda. Not a matchup we often see, so it was all based off of assumptions and kind of predictions from us. But when you've got a card that discards resources from your opponent's hand, there's always a way that you can find the important resource at the right moment to lock your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, and we've seen that perfectly in this game, right? Lucas, there was this turn where we were needing one of them. And yeah, we do see the concession from Lucas here. Yoshiyuki takes it. And yeah, fortunate series of events in terms of the prize cards, but again, putting themselves into the position that you'd need to do even in a tiny tad unfavored.
A real masterclass there from Yoshiyuki, playing the Mega Absol EX to perfection there, discarding the right resources at the right time. The first time it was that Premium Power Pro, well, first time it was Hilda, then it was the Premium Power Pro, and then it was that important Ancient Booster Energy Capsule with the Brute Bonnet knockout. All of that in combination to keep that Mega Absol going for as long as it did. And now we look back in hindsight when there was that possibility to take a knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan to get that first 3 prize cards. Understandably, Lucas took it slow and wanted to set up a stable board. But now, taking that 3 prize cards at the time might have been key to not getting locked out of the game with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just maybe potentially Lucas was saying, all right, if I take out the Absol, I probably win this game. And I'm pretty sure he would have won the game if the Absol was knocked out. That didn't end up being the case, though. And then we moved into a sort of game where Yoshiyuki controlled themselves a little bit further. We do see here the boss onto the Pidgeot, moment number 1.
Yeah, whenever you see a Pidgeot EX in play, it always is your target if you can, as Quick Search is just too powerful, especially for a deck like Mega Absol, which discards from the hand. You don't want them to have access to any card from the deck straight after.
Yeah, and the more random we can make Lucas's drawings be, let that be that. But, getting rid of the Pidgeot, going into a moment where, we get to knock out the Brute Bonnet, getting rid of a secondary Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, unfortunately having that in hand, and then, the certainty of that being prized, and then figuring out, well, if I just sit here in Assault Landing, it's not going to be good.
Locked out of the game by Yoshiyuki as our players are setting up their next game as we go into game 2 of round 3 here in Sao Paulo. We're here at LAIC, our first international championship of the season, as players have traveled from all around the world. Over 2,000 masters here competing, the biggest it's ever been at LAIC.
The biggest LAIC ever, but yet also the biggest stakes. And Yoshiyuki going first, but just draws and passes. Not much to live off from in Lucas drawing, starting off with a fan call, just like in game 1.
And that hand from Yoshiyuki actually looked pretty solid. Just trying to maybe bait out an overplaying of cards or something, make it look like he's got a worse hand than he does. But there's the prize cards, 2 Timber for Lucas.
Yeah, although playing 4 Timber, so it's not going to be that hurting. But yet again, they're in the top of the prize cards. So let's say that Yoshiyuki maybe switches gears a little bit here and starts actively chasing these Timbers. Then we may be looking at a difficult game.
Any recovery for those Timber there?
We got Sacred Ash, actually. This is one of the decks where, the release of Sacred Ash getting back is really, really great. Sacred Ash says you can shuffle back in 5 Pokemon, where typically we'd see Super Up because that can recover basic energies. But yet again, if you're not running any basic energies, why not just run Sacred Ash?
Very fair point there. Sacred Ash, what a card. Very powerful. 5 Pokemon in 1 is a lot. And as you mentioned, it is important to reset all of those Pokemon in this deck. But Chorus's Tenacity, a supporter we rarely see because the combination of Stadium and Energy is typically not enough for most decks. But here for Conkeldurr, that's such a key component. Artisan plus an enriching energy early on, maybe even finding that jet energy in a moment of need. A great combination of cards at any given moment.
But here, Chorus Tenacity turns into +4 cards drawn and an Artisan, so, you know, not that bad.
Yeah, if you said to someone you can have an Artisan and draw 4 cards, you would be pretty chuffed about that. As we see the Timber coming down, 1 of 2 that are in the deck as the other 2 are prized. And that fan call from the fan rotom, a pretty solid start here for Lucas, setting up all those important pieces.
And now after the game 1, we still have to mention that there's going to be 16 minutes left on the clock. We did have quite the long game 1 here, and with Lucas, it's going to be in his interest if we ever want to be able to see a victory in your sort of form here that, you know, we set up fast, get to attacking fast, but we also get to knock out fast.
Exactly, and a good start has some great resources here where on the other side, Yoshiyuki will have to set up next turn. Cannot take any knockouts, can't put any pressure on. And so happy to just get everything in play, can leave that enriching energy knowing it's safe, and only needs the 1 Timber at this stage.
I did see off of Yoshiyuki's side, you know, Lily, Absol, Arven, so we are actually going to be able to set up. We could potentially just, you know, go Arven, Earthen Vessel, plus 2 TM Turbo Energize, and then we'll be there setup-wise, right? But then Yoshiyuki would need to sit and say, is that enough, right? And, I mean, if I was sitting in his shoes, I'd say, you know, guaranteeing Turbo Energize, that's pretty sweet. But then again, it's also, how risky do you want to go in terms of them playing Lily, which is not a guaranteed outcome?
And you've got the Yveltal, which is a great card to set up for the Turbo Energize. It gives you that free retreat and the pivot alongside the Petron EX. And just a prize check here for Yoshiyuki. And looking to just find out if there's any important pieces missing. As you can see, nothing crazy. You know, some consistency cards there missing. Does play the 2 Mega Absol EX, so won't be worried about that one in the prize cards. And we'll be just looking to check those energy right now. And how important is it with these prize cards at the start? Does it change the game plan for these kinds of decks?
I mean, we just saw it last game, right? The Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being prized, and I think had Lucas noticed that, we would have potentially seen, you know, a concession a bit sooner, because then we look at it and be like, okay, I'm not going to be able to attack here, right? But when we look at it in terms of prize cards, you figure out, okay, can I rely upon having all my bosses in deck? Can I rely upon how many energies I have in deck? Can I actually go for the attacker I want to? In this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box style deck, it's also pretty important whenever we're mentioning, you know, can you get to play double Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in a matchup? You need to do that. Do you have your Bravery Charms, your Lively Stadiums? All of these things that can change the game on your side, you need to be checking, but it's especially important in decks where you play multiple, you know, one-off cards.
Yeah, what's really interesting in the Mega Absol deck is there are, an Iono. Of all the supporters you mentioned, Iono was not the one we were expecting here. We'll instead look to try and slow the game down, disrupt that hand from Lucas. But what I was trying to say there is Mega Absol has a lot of important cards that in most decks would be seen as a one-of. But it seems in Mega Absol they're so important that you play them in 2, like Yveltal, like Cornerstone, like Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. All these cards could just be splashed in. Yep. They're really important, so they're in there as 2 copies.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're looking at the couple only one-offs that is being run in Absol, but really isn't a one-off, that's like the Petron Latias combo, because they can serve each other's purposes fine. And if you could play 2 Precious Trolley, you would, although that's an A spec. But one of the cards that when you typically look at a deck, you're like, wait, 1 energy switch only? But typically, as you saw from Yoshiyuki, if you're playing really disciplined, if you attach your energies to the right places with that TM Turbo Energize, you might even not need any of them.
Exactly. And that was the discipline we saw in the first game. Not trying to take knockouts, but just trying to get rid of that Pidgeot and taking away the important resources. So a great game 1 from Yoshiyuki, looking to try and round off this game here as well, just setting up a nice comfortable board, knows he doesn't need to get too aggressive in this game as there is only 12 minutes left. It's all on Lucas now to try and take as many knockouts as quickly as possible. So that Yveltal might be an important part of that, using that clutch, a great card to slow your opponent down. And one of the reasons why this deck is so good, it can take that one victory and completely slow the game down.
Yeah, exactly. But as you mentioned, right, that clutch is not going to be the most effective attacker, because when we were mentioning jet energy, the Dunsparce being able to shuffle that jet energy back again, we may just be able to see a loop that continues on against that clutch. But again, against Iono, against stuff like that, you need to continuously get into the jet energy. Yes, I know we got Korra's Tenacity to get that. We got Hilda to go and get it. But you still need to hit those options to go ahead and get that jet energy. And, you know, you said it yourself, we're playing with a bit of time pressure on Lucas's side.
Yeah, and those one prizes, the strength of this matchup for Conkeldurr is that it's a one prize deck that can knock out 3 prizes. But when Yoshiyuki only sets up the one prize board, it's going to create a lot of pressure for that time on the Conkeldurr's side to try and fulfill all of those knockouts in the time given. But does have pretty much all the pieces at this stage. Is getting that Pidgeot now, has the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule on the Brute Bonnet there. Fan Rotom in the active spot. And now with that Pidgeot, hopefully we'll be able to piece together some kind of swing here. Could even take a knockout with that Fan Rotom.
And at the very least, getting into that Brute Bonnet plus the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule a bit sooner than in Game 1. Wishing that would have happened sooner there. But yeah, we have to look at it. There's one Timber in play, although it's not under any threat. In Yoshiyuki's deck, you kind of have to telegraph what attacker you're using because of that Team Turbo Energize, unless you have a load of energies in play where you can, you know, attach one energy, switch the other energy into play. But now, when looking at it, Yoshiyuki's board doesn't look as strong as you'd like it to. There's no big Mega Absol it's going to be able to take out, you know, a Pidgeot in 2 hits. No, there's not. And there's no attacker that's going to be able to actually knock out anything when you're looking at it.
Well, the quick search there, choosing one card from the deck, such a powerful ability. It's an ability that was around back in the 2006, 2007 era, and one that was very excited when, for many of the players who played around that time when it came back. One of those players was Tord Reklev, who loved playing with it back in the day and was able to play it again. And it's commonly featured in many of these top decks by these top players. You yourself, you love that Pidgeot EX to be able to find whatever card. Why is it that top players love playing with a Pidgeot EX?
I mean, you get to cherry pick that singular card you need that turn, while you can make sure that, you know, you just only need that out. You know, you're just making the game so much easier for yourself. And yes, it's a bit expensive to get into play. Rare Candy, having to TM Evolution it up, but the payoff you get is just so huge.
Exactly, as the payoff here is a knockout on that active Munkidora using the Conkeldurr. So the pressure has started now from Lucas. Having set up the Conkeldurr, no return attack from Yoshiyuki, so doesn't have a bench Timber, but knows the active is safe. So we'll now be able to put some pressure on, and it's on Yoshiyuki to try and set up this board to win out the best of 3 here, as we'll start off with the Artisan.
Yeah, and we're looking at it here. Clutch, would it do anything? Not really. We just saw, you know, the jet energy actually being used on a Conkeldurr instead of the Dunsparce, leaving that the Dunsparce in play. Although now, Mike, does it give an opening? Not quite, because we still would have 3 jet energies total. And I'm not quite sure, maybe, like, I don't think there's any jet energy that has gone to discard pile yet, which still means that we would have 2 extras to search off, yeah, Korra's Tenacity, Hilda. So it's going to be pretty hard for Clutch. So it means that we probably have to go Turbo Energize or something like that.
Well, it is one resource that has been taken out of play with that jet energy. And with the Pidgeot EX in play, any resource that is needed can be found at any given moment. There is 1 jet energy prized, so that does mean there's only 1 left in deck. But again, 1 can be infinitely looped with the Dunsparce over and over again, so it is not a worry. So if a jet energy has been discarded here, then this would work. Otherwise, we have an infinite loop of clutching available. Not even going to clutch at this stage.
No, just going to go ahead and pass with the Munkidora. It's basically the same as clutching here, because you would draw out that jet energy. And now it depends on, does Lucas actually see the potential of looping that jet energy? And that's going to be the determining factor, because if Lucas goes jet onto Conkeldurr, then we can get a party started for Yoshiyuki.
Well, he's actually going to be using the Dunsparce here first, which means the jet energy can't be looped infinitely at this stage.
Either that, or you don't want to be attacking this turn, because, yeah, you said rightly so, Mike. 3 jet energies in the list, 1 prized. If we could force all 3 of them out, then clutch, this is going to be super impactful here on the Brute Bonnet because there's no Penny, there's no Turo.
So with one Jet Energy prize, one on the Conkelder, the Jet Energy loop is not an option at this stage. We'll have to have a turn off at this moment. So an interesting decision. I guess you could... Oh, well, you could Jet Energy onto the Pidgeot EX and retreat, but then it would be locked onto that Pokemon too, so...
Yeah, you can, you know, reuse it. You can recycle that Jet Energy. So if you actually really wanted to go for that, now we do see the Hilda as a potential play. Going to Quick Search first, that might as well. But the question is here, what do we get of the Quick Search here? Do we just forego attacking this turn full stop?
Well, we'll see. You saw the one Jet Energy is still in deck. So will that be the target here to try and aggressively get an attack? It will be, and there's the Jet Energy to hand. So this creates an interesting scenario now for Lucas as the Dunsparce was used first with that runaway draw. The infinite loop of energy in this deck is one of the key components with the enriching energy, but with those Jet Energy is also key as it allows you to never get locked in the active with that clutch. So it could be an interesting moment now for Lucas.
Now, have we done that, as we were saying constantly, have we done this sequencing as so where we could have, you know, gone Quick Search for Jet Energy? Now we do see the Jet Energy getting attached to the Conkelder. If this is where you can start being like, yo, how many Jet Energies do you actually play?
Yeah, and that's an interesting scenario. The Jet Energy very much telegraphed that there are two in play and cannot be removed from play. And so Yoshiyuki might hedge his bets on the two Jet Energy available. There might only be two Jet Energy in some builds of Conkelder, so might even be thinking, is this all of them? Might give it a try at this stage. And with 5 minutes on the clock, a lot needs to be done for Lucas to win this game too.
I'd be pretty surprised if Yoshiyuki was an encyclopedia that would be, yo, I know how many of the exact resources that are being played in a Conkelder deck, but yet again, it never was 4. And we have seen a few lists sometimes, and yeah, the typical with these decks that run Jet Energy, can reuse them with the Dunsparce loop, yeah, they've been running 2 or 3, and you know, if Yoshiyuki says, let's hope they run 2, then they'd technically be correct in this spot.
Well, you'd have to be in a spot where you can gust up a Pokemon to try it, and there's a counter catcher right there into the Brute Bonnet. So now gets a chance to test out whether those Jet Energy are the last ones available. In game 1, it was the 3rd option prize that was the factor that led Yoshiyuki to the victory. Will it be the case here too?
But Mike, when I look down the list of Lucas, let's go for it. There are no Turo, no Penny. The 2 Jet Energies that we have access to that are gone. Yoshiyuki doesn't even need to clutch. He just needs to sit and pass.
Well, that's a benefit because that clutch would add damage and eventually take a knockout. So Yoshiyuki can start clutching for now, but we'll just be testing the waters to see what's available as the time is running out and this game plan from Yoshiyuki masterfully done. No 2 prizes, no 3 prizes in play, just keeping a 1 prize board. Recognizing the weakness of Conkelder, it cannot take knockouts quickly. It has to spend a lot of resources and time to build up those knockouts each turn.
And what difference we could have seen if, you know, the Dunsparce plus Jet Energy combo would have gone through last turn. I think that would have definitely just swung the game towards Lucas' side. I wouldn't see a case where Lucas would ever be able to lose the game at that spot. But, you know, going Jet Energy Conkelder opened the door up wide, and the Quick Search now, Yoshiyuki's going to see, is there any Jet Energy left?
Well, with the Artisan and the Hilda, you could reset the Dunsparce Jet Energy every single turn with the Quick Search. So did have the infinite loop to finish off the game with the Conkelder, but those Jet Energy being locked in play. An unfortunate game for Lucas to be stuck in this situation. And Yoshiyuki put so much pressure on him by only putting those 1 prizes in play. And with time ticking away, this is somewhat of a victory lap here for Yoshiyuki. Unless Lucas really picks up the pace and starts taking those knockouts, there's no way for him to win. And as we know, he can't even start swinging.
And we have been talking about time multiple times during this game here. If the clock runs out, the players will have the current turn plus 1 extra turn to finish up this game. If we don't get to finish the game 2, the victor of game 1 would be the round winner. And in this case, that would be Yoshiyuki, unless Lucas pulls what I'd say a miracle in the next 2 minutes.
Well, we have the benefit of perfect knowledge. And for Yoshiyuki, I'm sure he's feeling a little nervous at the fact that Conkelda could just keep swinging into his one prize board. But recognizing it as the best win condition in this game, as if you put those 3 prizes in play, it would just be 2 knockouts Lucas would need to win the game. So quite scary, as the draw engine is being shown off in full here. Enriching Energy in combination with the Dunsparce. A great combination, has allowed Conkelda to thrive in the format. Maybe a slightly off-meta pick, but it's had some really good runs, especially in Europe.
I mean, we've seen an 8-0 in a phase 1. You know, we've seen everything from Conkelda, and it's a really cool deck. Has this, you know, constantly drawing cards effect. But when you see games like this where you're not hitting exactly the cards you need, that's where you get to see why it's not a tier 1 deck, why it's not a tier 2 deck, but more one of these off-the-wall meta decks.
And it was very unfortunate in that first game. Had the ability to take an aggressive knockout, but chose to draw 7 cards instead to hope find that one piece that was needed, which at the time was smart as it helped build up the board, set things up. But it was just missing out. I mean, drawing 7 cards and missing the one card you need is really tough. And so a little bit unfortunate for Lucas in game 1. But Yoshiyuki played the game perfectly, has found a way to victory at this stage. And we'll be using that TM Turbo Energize to try and make this board as impeccable as possible, and we'll be holding out for the rest of this game.
And you know what? Not even needed to use the TM Turbo Energize. Just uses clutch, discards it off the effect of it, and yeah, with 18 seconds left on the clock, 17, 16, yeah, we just see a draw and a pass from Lucas, and I think Yoshiyuki may be thinking, hey, maybe we got there.
There's no more jet energy at this stage. And as the time runs out in these final moments, Yoshiyuki with the 1-0 victory has found a way to finish off this game. As we go into overtime, I'm sure players will recognize the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, we do see here, yeah, Yoshiyuki just playing cards because we can play cards. And there's only 1 turn left of the game, benches the Psyduck. Not going to use that for anything, but yeah, just goes, yeah, Turbo Energize. Lucas is going to be turn 1, and Mike, is Lucas going to be able to take 4 prizes?
Not with a 1 prize board like this. The draw for the final turn here, as Lucas is out of options. A tough game to play on stream against an incredible player in Yoshiyuki, who's shown exactly why this Mega Absol EX deck is one to worry about at this event. Just coming off a win in Las Vegas, many people will be prepared for it, and Conkelda, a great pick to go into that matchup. But on this occasion, Lucas just missing out on those 2 big swings into the 3 prizes.
And then again, it's such a treat. Oh, actually, don't need to draw. The game's over. So whatever happens here, you know, they were done. Yeah, and that's game. And we do see Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi taking down Swiss round 3 with that Absol Kangaskhan versus, yeah, Conkelda.
Well, 3-0 now in Swiss. Still early days here at LAIC. We have 8 rounds of phase 1. And any player with a 5-2-1 record or better will be able to progress to phase 2. So still early stages. Doesn't mean that Lucas is out of it by any stretch of imagination. 2-1 can continue to win and find a great spot. But at this stage, you want to be going as long undefeated as possible.
Yeah, to reach the phase 2 of the competition here, you need 16 match points. You get 3 for a victory, 0 for a loss, and 1 for a tie. So, you know, in the phase 1 here, we were playing 8 Swiss round. The typical record would be 5-2-1, and yeah, being 2-1, you've done enough of the job to the point where you can still make it, right? But speaking of, you know, players like Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, traveling over from Japan, having a bit rougher of a qualification system, but yet we're talking about a player who's gotten 2nd at a Champions League. He's a Champions League champion, a top 32 at the Japanese Championships last season, and just this past weekend playing the same deck at Las Vegas, getting top 64. So we're not talking about anyone here. We're talking about, you know, one of these top Japanese players traveling to LAIC, looking at this as a chance to get their invite to the World Championships.
Well, we speak about these events being truly international, and it was that here as the start with Mega Absol from our overseas player playing against a local Brazilian player in Lucas, who was unable to get control of that game 1. Once that Pidgeot EX was knocked out, it was hard to set up the rest of the game.
Yeah, and as soon as you get to see your engine go away, you're only going to be able to drift so far. And we do see it after the game 1 here. Yoshiyuki, Claw of Darkness, remove 1 Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, 1 being prized and 1 being knocked out.
And with 3 Claw of Darkness, it was 3 different important resources that were taken out by Yoshiyuki. It's just so smart with this deck. The decision at that point can win or lose you the game, but seem to be the perfect decisions at this stage. As the game 2, you can see the board looking very different on the Mega Absol side. Just 1 prizes to try and take up the rest of this time. And it was actually in the end the Gust plays that led to those Jet Energies being locked out and no options left for Lucas.
No options left for Lucas, but definitely plenty of showmanship here from Yoshiyuki. I love watching these Japanese players coming over. I love watching players that as good as Yoshiyuki, one of the elite players together with Yuki Okada also playing this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. They just noticed that with this deck you have so many options, whether you want to be a tackler Mega Kangaskhan, whether you want to go Cornerstone into some of these potentially Goldingo matchups, Charizard matchups, or you just want to sit there with Mega Absol, Claw of Darkness, and just remove whatever your opponent has.
Well, I think that's the key word there is options. You have the big 3 prize Megas in Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan, which both have great attacks. 2, in fact, on the Mega Absol side. The draw engine of the Mega Kangaskhan is so important, but you can also play a completely different game plan where you lean into your 1 prizes with that Yveltal and even the Monkey Dory, which is featured in so many of our top decks, being able to use the Adrenabrain. All of these different strategies work into different matchups, and for these top players piloting the deck, they know which strategy is correct, and they choose the correct options.
Exactly, and when you're looking at, the Mega Box style deck, right? Absol has 360 HP. When you're attaching that Braver Charm, you're putting that at Lively Stadium. Not many decks are going to be able to knock that out in 1 hit, which means, again, 2 Monkey, 1 Monkey, 2 Monkey, 3 Monkey, Penny is going to be able to just overflow so much damage onto your opponent's board. And we can make an attack worse. If we use Mega Kangaskhan, it has 380 HP. So we end up in a spot where these Pokemon, so hard to take out for so many decks, are at some point just going to be able to overwhelm. And basically what could be a Claw of Darkness for 290, or just using, the other attack from Absol. Like you get into a spot where Absol can take out anything you want, yet still just, be able to not being taken out itself.
Yeah, great position to be. One of our strongest decks in the meta right now against Conkeldurr, which is a little bit more of an off-meta pick, but lots of the top decks in the format cannot take out that Mega Absol. So let's have a look and see which of the decks have been chosen by our top players here at the event. And no surprises, Golden Go continues to be the most popular.
But a bit of a rise in the Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol decks. Typically been laying around those 6% ever since, the tour group came to Milwaukee, myself included, and played that. It's been around the 6% ever since. Now, Gardevoir, as we've been seeing a mirror match in the Swiss Round 2 between Gustavo Wada and Aban Ahmed, where, we do see strong representation for that. So all of these decks we have in the top 6 here, pretty expected.
And what's, I think, fair with all of these decks is they are very powerful in their own right, and they're very versatile. They have lots of different strategies. Golden Goal EX having that Lunatone and Solrock package can now play as a 1-prize deck until it needs to turn into a 2-prize deck. And the same can be said for all of these. They have different options for different matchups, and all of them have strategies that can beat anything on this top board.
And maybe it's just me, Mike. I love how the top 4 decks are decks that actually has an engine.
Yes.
Where when you're looking at Gardevoir, that doesn't really have an engine besides the supporters it plays, but all of these play supporter anyway. But when we're looking at engine, we're mentioning Pokemon that could draw us or search cards for us. Charizard, having that Pidgeot EX being able to cherry pick a card each turn. Mega Kangaskhan being able to draw cards. Dragapult Dusknoir using Recon Directive after their cloaks, and Goldingo Lunatone. It's drawing a load of cards every single turn.
I think that's just credit to how powerful Gardevoir EX it is once it's set up. You have the Mew EX and the Pheasantdifty EX to help after knockouts or when you get disrupted down to small hand sizes, but really the Psychic Embrace can set up anything at any moment, and if you have all of your attackers on board ready to go, you don't need to worry about drawing any cards. You probably have it there and then, so the cards you do draw and see will just be benefits to make that turn more and more powerful. And so I think you're calling out my favorite deck there by saying about the engine there. Marnie's Grimsnarl, not quite in this top 6, but doesn't have an engine. We played a little bit yesterday, and you get quite frustrated by my lack of engine. But those supporters, so powerful in the format right now.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you have a lack of engine, but still hit anything you'd like to. You're one buddy puffin, you're one secret box, hit that turn 1, and you're always good to go, right? But I do like when we're mentioning Gardevoir, it's one of these decks that you set it up, it's just there, right? And when we're looking at it, we're talking, it plays off the board. Typically, there's something like an Artisan in play, which means you can get your attackers into play like Screamtail, Drifloon, if you want any of these one-price attackers, or potentially just go ahead and get an extra Monkey Dory, right? Because you're spawning that damage onto the board. It has that in common with the Mega Absol deck. You can technically spawn some damage on the board on your own side with that poison from the Subjugating Chains on Petron DX, and it's also a deck that plays really well just off the board.
And Mega Absol, I think this is the highest percentage we've seen of it in Phase 1. I think many players really inspired by its recent performance, both Ryuki Okada and Tord Reklev piloting it to great success in recent regionals. When it first came out, it was a very well converting deck and did very well in Phase 2 of its first tournament in Milwaukee, but now it's really a mainstay in the meta. People thought it was just going to be a one and done after that event, but clearly these top players have found it to be consistently a strong pick for them.
Yeah, and a strong pick when you're looking at, we said it before, what these top players want. They want options. The options to go attack with Mega Kangaskhan, have 380 HP efficiently, or maybe you just want to go Iono and Claw of Darkness and remove every single option your opponent may have. It's just such beautiful to see, and you know, then again, we have to mention it, Yveltal with Clutch, even though it's just looking like a bird that has, you know, 110 HP, has free retreat. That's pretty nice to have, right? Being one of these pivot Pokemon. Then we start looking at, hey, clutching, running your opponent out of resources first with the Absol, they have great synergy.
Yeah, for sure. And Golden Go EX in a very strong position since the World Championship. The inclusion of Genesect EX has really brought the deck to life, and then an even better combination with that Lunatone Solrock, really growing it even further. Now a much more consistent deck, able to play cards like Prime Catcher, Secret Box, Precious Trolley, these consistency cards, because you don't need that power output of an early Energy Search Pro. You can really set up well, and that led it to victory over in Gdansk, winning the whole event. So definitely a deck to watch out for, and one that I think more top players are playing. Historically, it was a deck that didn't have enough options for these top players, and so they would frequently look to play others. But at the World Championship and beyond, it has become a deck that top players have lent into more and more. And with that much draw and that much versatility as a deck, the consistency of it in combination with a strong pilot is definitely a scary one to watch out for.
Yeah, we did see Daniel Magda winning Gdansk Regional Championships against Emma Hagen in the finals against that Evolutions toolbox, where typically we'd be saying that's not the best of matchups, but these, you know, Lunatones and Solrocks, they're really just making the work cut out there. And that's what it added on, right? Typically Goldengo was in a precarious situation when we're talking, you know, one prizes that could take them out reversed.
Well, I think we did have a little bit of fun before that round. I know you guys got involved in a bit of a vote for our bracket to see which deck that has won an LAIC or competed highly at an LAIC is the best deck from history. And I think we can reveal now what the winner was of your vote. It was between Lugia V-Star and Zoroark Control, and you guys went for Daniel's deck, the Zoroark Control. I mean, talk to us a bit about that deck. Jesper, you were there when that was being played.
Yeah.
Why was it so scary?
I mean, I was present at that LAIC as well. I was playing Blacephalon EX there. But the whole thing about Zoroark GX back then, it has the same ability as Zoroark EX now has with that trade. And it had the Riotous Beating. For 2 colorless energies, you did 20 for each Pokemon in play. 120 wasn't really the greatest output, but we just mentioned Yveltal. Now we get to the funny part, because we had cards like Crushing Hammer, being able to remove cards, energy cards in play, and also the Oranguru being able to return free cards to the bottom of the deck. So you can sit and you can use trade, draw a whole lot of cards, and then you just use resource management with Oranguru, you get back those disruption cards, and at some point your opponent just would run out, and yeah, then we could start attacking with Zoroark, because we could just take our prizes when they can't, you know, hit back at us.
Well, we don't really have anything of that level in terms of control in the current format. We do have something similar with the Pidgeot control and the L-Gym moving energy about, but it was really powerful back then and won the whole tournament at LAIC. But Tord Reklev with that Lugia V-Star, the famous Lugia V-Star tournament where it was by far the most popular deck and was so dominant, but it was Tord who came in with an innovative list, also an Oranguru, to be able to keep the consistency when disruption was about.
Yeah, and you can shorten LAIC however you would like to that year with the Lugia Archeops deck. Definitely one of the international championships we've seen the most domination from a singular deck. Lugia V-Star, I think, was around about more than half of the Day 2 format at that stage. And yeah, you know, having that energy acceleration, and it's pretty recent memory. Just last rotation, we had Lugia and Archeops together. Two Pokemon that you could accelerate Rainbow Color energy with their raw energies. Powerful energy that let your colorless Pokemon do 20 more damage for each attached.
Well, it's nice to see Tord Reklev getting beaten in the bracket. Daniel going to be moving on to the semi-finals. Get involved in those votes as we go through the tournament. But for now, we're going to let Joe Bernard talk you through how the Mega Set has impacted the format.
Hey trainers, Joe Bernard here to break down the highest impact cards from the Mega Evolution expansion. Let's dive straight into the set's new mechanic, Mega Evolution. These powerful Mega EX Pokemon boast massive hit points, formidable attacks, and inspiring abilities. The trade-off? If knocked out, your opponent takes 3 prize cards. Seriously high risk, high reward. Before we get into some standout Megas, let's touch on a format-defining supporter. Lily's Determination joins Iono and Professor's Research as a premier consistency card. It shuffles your hand into the deck and draws 6, or 8 cards if you still have all of your prizes left. Setup decks definitely benefit the most here, as their go-to early game options only improve further, knowing that they can see a huge heap of cards to amass combos as they develop. But almost every deck can justify this inclusion when deck building, because it's such a huge amount of cards with no drawback. Fighting Tights are coming out swinging with a barrage of new inclusions. Fighting Gong is a flexible item that searches for either a fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy. Great for smooth opening turns, and still useful later on to continue a flow of energy cards. Solrock and Lunatone work as a great 1-2 combo. Together, they create both an efficient single prize attacking option, putting early pressure on the board, and a low maintenance draw engine. It's not just the benefit of drawing cards here, because there are a number of archetypes that love to fuel the discard pile with energy, and not just fighting decks. Popular builds such as Ceruledge and Golden Go may call on this cosmic duo, as both decks welcome a surplus of energy and make great use of a single prize attacker. But consistency isn't fighting's only flex, as Premium Power Pro is an item boosting fighting's Pokemon's damage by 30. With up to 4 copies in the deck, fighting types can seriously pack a punch. Mega Lucario, for example, can pump up its Mega Brave attack from a base of 270 damage into knockouts with ease, making it far more devastating of a damage dealer. With KOs covered, we can also look to Mega Lucario's Aura Jab option, great for early knockouts whilst accelerating energy to other fighting types. Hariyama is a handy partner here, with Wild Press dealing a hefty 210 damage, a key number to tackle many bench-sitting engine Pokemon, and thanks to its Heave-Ho catcher ability, these Pokemon will find themselves in arm's reach instantly for easy uptrades during the game, provided we can accelerate with Lucario. With this new combination of cards all working together, fighting decks aren't just hitting harder, they're striking smarter too. If you're rooting for grass, then you're in luck, as we have Mega Venusaur, a mammoth EX Pokemon which can move around basic grass energy, making it an instant candidate for control, utilizing Wally's Compassion for easy heal, and calling upon Bulbasaur's trapping attack, which could easily lock down unsuspecting engine Pokemon which aren't that strong at attacking. Looking away from control, Venusaur could also branch out into a more aggressive deck, using Teal Mask Ogerpon EX as both Energy Accelerator and Draw Engine, providing Venusaur with ample energy to play with. Perhaps made even easier with Meganium, with its Wild Growth ability turning all basic grass energy into 2 grass, With these stage 2s combined, Venusaur's jungle dump attack becomes much more efficient, or we could look to transform our Myriad Leaf Shower into an unbelievable Maelstrom. For those stage 2 skeptics, perhaps the Forest of Vitality will grow on you. It lets grass Pokemon evolve the turn they hit the board, and with Bug Catching Set already lending a hand, it should be a breeze to sprout multiple evolutions if you're playing with grass. From forests to gardens, we move on to the psychic support for the set. Mystery Garden seems tailor-made for the already prevalent Gardevoir archetype, which embraces extra energy discarding options and works wonders with extra draw power. Ralts and Curlier also offer extra stability in the early game, but Mega Gardevoir EX is the real star. The Overflowing Wishes attack floods the board with energy if your opening turns are slow, while Mega Symphonia scales damage by 50 for each psychic energy across your field. This scalable damage output allows Gardevoir to play defensively when needed. Using Hand Disruption and falling just shy of a knockout can allow for Monkey Dory to mop up damage on the next turn of the game, once we have a 360 hit point tank in the acquisition. Alternatively, we can simply overwhelm our opponent with a flurry of energy for massive knockouts to close the game. Basic Mega EX Pokemon also join the battle, and may be the most promising of all. Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability makes it a low-maintenance draw engine, especially when combined with both Latias EX and Pecharunt EX. With careful maneuvering, a player can rotate in and out of Kangaskhan by pivoting into a Dark-type Pokemon, making Mega Absol the perfect partner thanks to its typing and treacherous attacks. Terminal Period can knock out a Pokemon with exactly 6 counters on it, an easy feat when using Adrenabrain after your mountainous Megas begin to take hits. Claw of Darkness adds a layer of control to the deck, allowing you to discard a card of your choice from your opponent's hand. This can remove key resources or limit their options for the next turn, both outcomes equally unfortunate for the opponent. This is just a small tease of what the new Mega Evolution set has in store. Let's get back to the action and keep an eye out for these new cards, combinations, and strategies.
Well, I think we can all say the Mega set has really changed up the format, whether it's the trainers that are in it or these Mega Pokemon that are becoming more and more prevalent as the resources to help them set up come through. We just saw Mega Absol EX take a victory in combination with Mega Kangaskhan, and it seems that this format right now has really evolved throughout the season as we are now kind of concluding the Mega Evolution format. And it will be here at our first International Championship, LAIC in Sao Paulo. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by our wonderful mastermind, Jesper, who will be taking us through all the action and giving you some high-level insight into the games.
And thank you for those insightful words, Mike. And yeah, fantastic to have you here. It's been magical having this Swiss round for you together with you, but we also get Swiss round 4 together, mate. So we will get on going with that. And yeah, as Joe said in the video, monstrous Megas, you know, 360 HP Mega Absol staring you down, wearing that Bravery Charm and having that lively stadium in play, as we just saw from Yushiyuki. Yeah, that's a thing to stare down.
Yeah, one of our most popular decks here at LAIC. The format has kind of evolved a lot. The Golden Go rising to the top and being more and more prevalent, sometimes having the Mega Mawile involved as well. And Dragapult, as well as all the other Stage 2 decks, really improving thanks to Lily's determination, allowing those early turns of setup to be even more successful. Charizard EX, another deck that we saw Gabriel Fernandez playing at the start of the stream in round 1, seems to be a deck to watch out for, and some interesting inclusions and changes for this event.
Yeah, and actually playing it much like he has played in the past before. When I look at players like Gabriel, even when they were in the seniors division, we were looking at, you know, Charizard with pitch out. Okay, we've seen that one before, but no Dusknoir, playing Monkey Dory as one parts of the engine. That was really some of the interesting stuff that came in there. And, you know, when I saw that list again, I was thinking, maybe this is the right moment for it, being able to have a bit of a protection when we're talking about, you know, Dragapult Dusknoir, really importantly, which is, again, it was the second most played deck at around about 12%. So that has historically been one of the worst matchups for Charizard, and if you can potentially make that, you know, something like a 40-60 or 50-50, you've gone a long way.
Yeah, it is a tough old matchup, but many of the others at the top very favourable for Charizard EX. And Gardevoir, we've seen the mirror on stream already. The two different builds is pretty much 50-50 at this event. Jellicent and the no Jellicent builds of Gardevoir, two decks that have shown why they're so powerful, constantly adapting, having a few extra pieces added in from the Mega set, allowing you to have that Mystery Garden as well as the Lily's Determination to help with setup. So has improved. I think generally across the board, all of the decks have become more consistent, more powerful, and consequently the options for these top players has just increased.
I mean, of course there's more consistency whenever you get to draw 8 cards for that Lily. Typically it was research, dump your entire hand, draw 7, not great. Or play Iono and draw 6. So that additional card, even though it may seem like a smaller difference, that may be the question of when you, let's just say you're playing Dragon Ball Dusknoir, that's the difference of, do you get that buddy puffin? Do you get that energy to retreat into Budew or not? But we do have our players coming up here on cue.
Yeah, and I think it's really changed deck building as we are looking at round 4, setting it up now. We've had 3 rounds on stream already. You guys have thoroughly enjoyed those, had a good versatility of players and matchups. And now we'll be looking at our 3-0 players who are entering round 4.
And we're gonna have David Soto versus Takashi Yoneda. And again, another Japanese player here in Takashi Yoneda. Funny enough, his brother, Tako Yoneda, which a lot of people know as one of the OG players here, is the first world champion from 2004 in the seniors division. That was the same year that, Japan came and surprised everyone. And that was back when, when we were playing Worlds. That was the only time we got to play together with the Japanese players. That's one of the main reasons why I'm so happy that we have all of these international championships as well as regionals to make sure that we all get to play together.
Well, I said that Jesper were giving us some insight. I didn't think it would be going as far back as 2004, but there you go. There's some real history for you all, as these players will be looking to try and make history here at LAIC. An amazing event, the start of the season. For those players who do well at this event, it really sets the tone for the rest of the season as you get so many CP from these international events, and it puts you in a great spot to make Worlds.
Yeah, and indeed put into making a great spot at Worlds. And yeah, as we said, for these Japanese players, it's all about making that top 4. If you get championship points and you're a Japanese player going to this event, these championship points are just going to be voided. So it's going to be really important to get that.
Oh boy, here we go. Marnie's Grimmsnarl on the stream. You know I'm a happy man when I see Marnie's Grimmsnarl. My deck of choice is going to be featured here, and it's a really tough matchup to follow for you at home, as there will be lots of damage counters moving about. But for you and I, Jesper, this was the game we literally played yesterday. You were playing Dragon Ball Dusknoir, myself with Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So we'll be seeing a lot of those lines coming back to haunt you.
And even more funnily enough, David was playing 59, same as the list that played into you, Mike. So this is going to be one of our grudge matches in between us, but most importantly, between David and Takashi. And, David from Chile coming up against Takashi Yoneda from Japan. Dragon Ball Dusknoir, the second most played deck in the entirety of the tournament, versus Grimmsnarl, which is in the best of the rest section.
Well, Dragon Ball Dusknoir has been a strong contender for a long time now. I'd say over a year, it feels like, whether it was in the fashion it is now or whether it has changed. But it was really at Lille that it showed how powerful it was, winning the tournament in a mirror match in the final, as well as knocking down all those Gardevoirs which were holding it back beforehand. So it has become now one of the more popular decks in the tournament as our players are setting up for game 1. The prize cards are going out. Anything of note as we see the double Budew in the prize cards.
A double Dreepy too, Mike. Double Morgrim on Grimmsnarl's side. This is a prize card mania, but, it doesn't really matter so much with the double Morgrim. There's Rakandy for the Grimmsnarl, because you can play Rakandy when there's no Budew coming in.
Well, if you looked at these prize cards in isolation, you'd have thought that was crazy, but actually in synergy, it's going to create a really interesting match here, as the item locking is such a key component of early Dragapult, and the Morgrim is such an easy way to play around that Budew lock. But it will be these players not aware of what they have hiding there as those 6 cards faced down. And the first turn will be kicking off in just a moment. A deep breath there from David, as playing on stream at this stage is incredibly nerve-wracking. And we kick off our round 4. David to take the first turn.
And David to take the first turn in D. I do see a Buddy Puffin being slammed down. And you know what, Mike? Bad news is going to start coming in real soon.
Well, those 2 Budu is big, but also the 2 Dreepy. If you don't have the Budu, you just want to set up as many of those Drakloaks as possible because you need to draw cards real quick.
Yeah, I wanted to draw cards real quick. Searching out here, checking now. You know, a bit of a deck check as we're talking about. This is the only way you get to kind of figure out what cards you have in the prize cards. And that's what these players do. Whenever you're playing in international championships, you know the 60 you play by heart. But at some point, you'll figure out by knowing these 60 by heart and you don't have any uncertainties in your knowledge, then you know what's prized.
Yeah, Buddy Puffin, a key card in these evolving decks that allows you to find 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and put them down onto your bench. Both decks will be playing it. There are 4 in David's, where there's only 2 in Takashi's, but at this stage allows for a little bit of a deck search, and those 2 Dreepy, the only 2 Dreepy available to David, will be going down. And let's talk a little bit about the game plan of Dragapult as he sets up. What is the aim of this deck?
Well, first of all, your aim is to item lock your opponent. Now, that's not going to happen this game. Then your second goal is to get as many Drakloaks into play as possible to be able to have a draw engine. Now, when we got that, we have the Dusknoir as your kind of side quest in some cases here. Going for the double Duskull here because you don't have any other targets of the Buddy Puffin first and foremost, but also because in the matchups where Dragapult doing it, Phantom Dive does 200, and you can split 60 damage on the bench however you'd like. Really good whenever you're playing against these setup decks, for example, like Grimmsnarl.
And the Curse Blast of Dusknoir often puts a Grimmsnarl in range, which is so key. But Buddy Puffin, a classic start for Grimmsnarl, always finds it in that first hand.
Yeah, and if you're playing double Buddy Puffin or you're just playing 1, hitting that on a turn 1, yeah, is grace. And when you're looking at Takashi, looking for the amount of energy that we have, we do see 9 energies in these Grimmsnarl decks, which has been the typical count. But most importantly, we have to look forward to, okay, what do we have in terms of Pokemon, especially because it is a team evolution deck. We do have both the Frostlass, we do have the Grimmsnarl being able to be evolved up, but yet when you prize both of your Marnie's Morgrim, that means that that Snorunt in the active has to go to the bench to be able to use Team Evolution.
And just the 1 rare candy in the deck, since Lee's Determination included, it meant that the research discard of a vital resource was less common, so you're more comfortable going down to the 1 count of rare candy, of some of the other important cards. And I think it's really changed the importance of that TM Evolution early on, but without the Morgrim, it's going to be really tough. But Takeshi, happy to see no Budu at this stage. Happy to see the Monkey Door in the active, no attachment. So a slower start for David always works in favor of that Grimmsnarl, but it will be those Duskulls that are really scary at this stage.
Yeah, and really scary at this stage, especially because even though we don't get to see Budu being able to hit your Pollen, that's great for Takashi. But more importantly so, we also have to make sure that, you know, we still get the setup within a reasonable amount of time.
An interesting inclusion here for Takashi with that Buddy Puffin is Tatsugiri, a not particularly common inclusion in the deck, but the Japanese players prefer to include it.
Yeah, and especially something we've been seeing a lot from the Japanese players whenever they've been playing Grimmsnarl. They want to be playing Tatsugiri because you do play Air Balloon oftentimes in this deck, which in this list you do. And then if you can get Tatsugiri down with an Air Balloon, it has an ability though as well, so you can start getting damage into play with, you know, Freezing Shroud from Frostlass as well. So it's another way to accelerate these damage counters.
And with that Attract Customers, it might not have an engine as a deck, but the Attract Customers allows you to find those oh so important supporters which help the deck run smoothly, especially Boss's Orders, which can be so hard to find typically without the Tatsugiri. And the Maractus as well, some really interesting cards included in Takashi's list. Maractus, a great way, we saw Yveltal last game, a great way to lock your opponent's active.
Yeah, especially a great way to lock your opponent's active. And we do probably need to see a little bit of a change of sleeve here. It's going to take just a second for Takashi to do. But yeah, Maractus was played previously because of the corner attack that it has. But now with Yveltal coming into the format, most decks have actually switched around in Maractus, but we have to remember the exploding needles of the Maractus and the fact that it has an ability itself is, you know, incredible for what this deck wants to be doing with Monkey Dory as well.
Yeah, it's great into Golden Go, which is our most popular archetype here. The exploding needles often being a key part of that return, as we see, just confirming everything's all right here, as we want to make sure the players are keeping up with what's going on. And that Tatsugiri will be a key start here. It will allow you to start finding those supporters, and with a lack of Morgrim, you're going to need to find rare candy. You have one rare candy, so you're going to need to try and find that off of one of these supporters, whether it's an Arven or a Lily's Determination, to draw into it. And I don't think there is a supporter in that starting hand, so it's going to be a vital part in this early stage.
Yeah, going to attract the customers, and we just have to see whether or not that the marketing from Tatsugiri has been working off here.
And attract customers, 6 cards from the top, and you may take a supporter you find there, as we'll be seeing an Arven and Iono in that 6 cards. So it will be a debate as to whether you want to disrupt at this stage. There are 5 cards in David's hand. So just working out whether it's better to Iono at this stage. I feel like an Arven's pretty strong, but maybe just going and seeing new, fresh cards is important at this stage.
Yeah, going for that Iono, and I mean, not too bad for Takashi here. We have to remember, you know, drawing cards is of the essence here. We have to get into that rare candy Grimmsnarl as soon as possible. If Takashi doesn't get a secondary Impidimit to play, there might also be a route where he can say, well, I'll just go double Dusclops onto that Impidimit next turn. So Takashi is actually under pressure a lot in terms of the amount of time that they can take for themselves. And I mean, especially here, playing the Iono, giving David a new hand, and that hand really didn't look that great.
I mean, you've also got to think from this point of view, we know that David doesn't have access to Budu, but Takashi's going to be thinking, I need to get a rare candy Grimmsnarl off as soon as possible before that Budu comes down.
Yeah, and I mean, in this case here, on the flip side of things, David doesn't know that both of the Morgrims are prized on Takashi's side. So, I mean, both of them are prizing in doubles here, and yet again, we're looking at it, yeah, getting that second Impidimp down because of that, you know, Dragapult being able to potentially knock out, not being able to do that next turn, but it Dusclops being able to use Curse Blast twice. Now we get at least a safeguard against that.
And I think that will just be a pass there, as the Tatsugiri wants to stay in the active for next turn. The Jamming Tower is a useful card, some energies there, and we'll be able to get the first Dracloak going. But not much else going on in that hand for David. He's going to be relying on this early Recon Directive in a pretty big way.
In a pretty big way indeed. Getting to discard this Dragapult DX. And one thing that's really smart about discarding Dragapult DX, yes, you're running 2 Night Stretchers, but when you're discarding this Dragapult DX, which you're running free off, basically you said, okay, now my Night Stretchers are also live when it comes to having Dragapult DX as an out.
Amazing stuff, as our players are really thinking hard here. Like we mentioned, from our point of view, we know they both have tough prize cards, so they're not thinking the normal route. And consequently, they are worried about their opponent's options when actually those options aren't even there. So the first Iono from David going to be coming down and finding 6 fresh new cards with that Recon Directive. It will be a counter catcher. I didn't see the other card at that moment. And this is the key to this deck. The Recon Directive really allows you to just see so many cards throughout the game.
Yeah, Recon Directive twice now this turn. You know, if we were playing a typical match from Dragapult's point of view where the Budu was not prized, this would have been great to look at. But yeah, I mean, we still have to think about it like this. There's 2 Dracloaks in play. Takashi's under immense pressure to get down, you know, just to Marnie's Grimmsnarl next turn, because Morgrim, you can forget about all that.
Exactly, and with no Frostlass in play at this stage, the damage is not built up, as there was no TM Evo found. And so it's going to be a tough turn for Takashi to try and really start dissolving the board. That is the key, right? With those Frostlass, Freezing Shroud ticks of damage, you want to start just seeing those ability Pokemon ticking away in combination with your Munkidori moving damage across. And it will just be a pass here. Now, what can you do at this stage, Takashi?
Yeah, and looking at it like this, if Takashi doesn't get Rare Candy Grimmsnarl, there is a world where both of these Impidimp, they're just gone. I do see a Lily's Determination off it, that it's really great in terms of the card draw. But again, Takashi may be seeing the same as I'm doing here, where, you know, Dusknoir plus a Jet Headbutt from Dragapult, a little retreat from the Munkidori and a boss, is going to be able to take out both of these Impidimp.
And the Arven here will unlock a bunch of stuff this turn with the secret box. And that is probably going to be the key at this stage, is just really building as much up in this turn as possible. And I think that's the best use case of secret box at any deck in the format right now, because you're so reliant on your supporters. You have the ability to find this one card that opens up a huge chain of actions.
And luckily for Takashi here, secret box can get you into actually rare Candy Grimmsnarl. You may be thinking, how? Well, there's Spike Mouth Gym, and that gets you the Marnie's Pokemon. Great. The item card that you can get off secret box gets you rare Candy. Hey, then we're in goal.
Yeah, you got everything you need at that point. Secret box, such a powerful card seen in many of our top decks as it brings together these turns early on. As the discard of 3 will just be that Shaman, not particularly relevant in this match. The TM Evolution is a bit too late at this stage, and without the Morgrim won't be particularly effective, and the Frostlass is in hand. And so now we'll be able to set up a pretty strong board and get a swing with the Grimmsnarl. But the question really is like, what is the strategy? Do you just rely on the Monkey Dory staying in the active at this stage? Do you focus on trying to take something down? I mean, with turn of Frostlass, you get damage in play, so it might seem obvious just to be able to get that Grimmsnarl going. But the moment you take a swing, you play into your opponent's deck, as many of these top decks really lean into going behind on prize cards.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in this case, maybe it's just Takashi saying, if I take a prize, there's a 1/3 chance that I get a Morgrim. So please just give me a Morgrim. And we do know from perfect knowledge here at the desk that, yes, 2 Morgrims are at the bottom. And if Takashi draws prizes as, you know, the norm is, then yes, we're going to be seeing a Morgrim being able to be played down next turn, depending on, you know, does David get a Phantom Dive next turn? Okay, if so, what does David actually target?
Sometimes actually the damage being put into play through the Phantom Dive is great, as we see Grimmsnarl putting all that energy into play. Punk Up, a powerful ability where you can search your deck for up to 5 basic darkness energy and attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon. So you see 2 onto the Grimmsnarl for the Shadow Bullet and 1 onto the Impidimp, as we see an attachment for turn. And that's the benefit of that ability, is it opens up the ability to attach for turn onto your Monkey Dories, as a pretty much perfect setup here. With all of these Pokemon, we now have abilities in play, a Frostlass in play, and a Grimmsnarl that can take a swing.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl that can take a swing indeed. You know, starting to place these damage counters into play for his Freezing Shroud as well, and this is where we start to see the true power of Grimmsnarl.
Where's this 30 damage going to go? I think it's going to be going on to that Duskull by the point there. And it will do, and those damage counters going on to all of the Pokemon with abilities, and you can see there are plenty of them in play, as David now has to try and return something here. Without that Budu early on, it has allowed Takashi to really get into the game here, and this is why we were so surprised when we saw that Budu in the prize card in 2 count, as it makes such a difference. Now we see a Lily's Determination, putting those cards back into the deck and shuffling it up, and you get 8 cards at this stage when you haven't taken a knockout.
Yeah, 8 cards from Lily is great, but what we do need to see here is potentially we could actually be seeing getting rid of both the Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Impidimp. And then you may be thinking, well, how? So if we get a Dusknoir, then we can take out the Marnie's Grimmsnarl if we Curse Blast the active for 130, plus getting Dragon pulled out, obviously. Then we look at the Impidimp. There you would need Halucha, or you would need Dusclops to be able to take out, or at least put enough damage onto the Impidimp.
Well, I see the Hawlucha in hand, so that's one part of it. And we've now got 2 Recon Directives to keep on going. So this is looking reasonably likely at this stage. So many cards for David to look through.
Night Stretcher 2.
Well, that Dragapult is in the discard pile, as you mentioned before.
Well, it's going to come back to help him out massively here. And we do have all the tools we want to take out both Grimmsnarl and Impidimp. And that would mean that all attack and force from Takashi is just going to get rid of the board after just 1 singular attack.
And that's why that Dusclops was so important to evolve in that other turn. David used an Ultra Ball, discarded some important resources to try and find it, just knowing how important it was to get a Dusknoir off on this turn, as it is the only way you can get in range of a knockout on the Grimmsnarl. The Ultra Ball will be going down now to try and find that Dusknoir, Or maybe the Dragapult. It will be the Dusknoir as that Night Stretcher. This is all coming together so well here, Jesper. You alluded to it at the beginning, and it sounded impossible with how many pieces, but with the amount of cards that David has seen this turn, it seems pretty reasonable.
I mean, seeing, 8 cards of Lily, 2 more cards of Recon Directives, 10. Seeing 2 more cards of Recon Directive again, that's 12 cards. 12 cards, Dusknoir, Curse Blast, Unti active, Hawlucha being played with a flying entry. And yeah, Mike, they're gone.
Goodbye, Marnie's Pokemon. Dragapult with the Phantom Dive. All 6 onto the Impidimp, and you have no Marnie's Pokemon left in play, and it will be just a morsel of a board left with the Tatsugiri, 2 Monkey Dories, and a Frostlass. But we still get to tick those damage counters over, but really not much left for this Grimmsnarl player.
But we're talking about it before. We've been talking about Yveltal this last round, and one thing that I do want to make sure that we keep a check on is David plays their Turo or not. We do have our Maractus in a discard pile, and this Hawlucha on the bench could be drawn up and at least try to buy some time. If you're able to buy some time here, you could potentially reset up a Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Although David down 3 prizes, Takashi looking like he's in a world of hurt.
Well, the attract customers will find the INO with 4 prize cards left for Takashi and 3 for David. Both players will be limited on their hand size, especially with how big that hand is from David last turn. The Lily's Determination in combination with the prize cards and the Recon Directives, it's really grown to quite a size. So the INO might be vital this turn as we see the next Monkey Dory set up. A little bit of damage to work with. And as you mentioned, the dream turn here really is Maractus locking up the Hawlucha, but that's a lot to ask for off of 4 cards.
I mean, it's 3 cards I'm asking for, Mike. I don't think that's going to be quite possible when it comes to that. But yet again, the Iono is here to disrupt. David drawing 3 cards, drawing 1 for top deck of turn, and then getting to see 6 in total. And the question then comes for Takashi. Okay, do we get an Impidimp? Do we get someone to recover it, first and foremost? And do we get to actually, set up a board that's capable here?
Yeah, you've only got 2 Impidimp in the deck right now. 1 is in the prize cards. The other 2 are discarded as they were knocked out. I think that's a counter catcher in hand. It's whether you play it down now or save it. I think there's some tough decisions at this stage. Maybe even setting up for the TM Devolution play at some point. So we'll be moving 3 off of the active with 1 of those Adrenabrains.
Yeah, getting the Duskull knockout, and does Takashi draw the Impidimp? No! Gets the Lily just besides it. So, yeah, no Impidimp this turn, no way to get into it, and basically just a Dragapult that is being let loose.
And if you were to get a singular Impidimp down, I don't even know if it would survive the next turn, as you would imagine the Dragapult would have some kind of way to deal with it.
I mean, it does really depend on if David's free card hand of 3 Ionos would get you into it. But yeah, it is definitely something you try for if you could as a last-ditch effort, but seeing the spike move going for the Morgrim here, David could be starting to think, no Impidimp.
Yeah, just that Impidimp in there as the damage will accumulate. This is the advantage for Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Once the Marnie's line is taken out, you still have the Monkey Dory in combination with the Frostlass, which can wreak havoc over a few turns. And that Frostlass will be a menace for the rest of this game as the damage builds up. The Monkey Dory now in an interesting spot as it's got 3 damage counters on it, which might start to put it in range of the Dragapult. But just the Recon Directive for 2 this turn, so it might seem like the draw engine on Dragapult is infallible at times, but when there's only 1 Dracloak in play, you don't really see many cards.
Yeah, and when it's only 2 cards you get to see it as an extra, but here, yeah, playing the Iono. Of course, you choose to full out every single time when you only have that as one of the options there. But, even though there's not many great options here, David, had he had a boss's orders, could have taken 2 prizes, but that it's not to be here. I think the thing we're looking at here, Mike, is Takashi able to draw 3 prizes on the upcoming turn? It depends. There's a Bloodmoor, there's a Luna, potentially could be setting up this Dragapult for something.
Well, it's going to take a knockout on the active, and now has to put damage counts in play, and we'll just fuel that Monkey Dory. We know there's 1 in hand, so going to be a lot for Takashi to do this turn. And it might seem like Takashi's completely out of this as there's no Marnie's Grimmsnarl available, but really, this is a great position for the deck, being able to move all that damage back. And with the Iono, what hand have you been given here, Takashi?
And it's a good question. What hand has been given for Takashi? Doesn't look super great. Looked like a Grimmsnarl, a counter catcher. No, it's a Night Stretcher.
Well, that Iono's really disrupted it now, hasn't it?
Yeah, you could go Night Stretcher, get... Yeah, but it's so difficult here. You can go +5 onto the Dragapult.
You can do +6 because you got all that Frostlass damage.
Oh, true that, actually. But it doesn't really get the Dragapult into range.
Still not enough. Yeah, that Iono
actually
really disrupted
the
it.
Blood Moon Saloon is going to be able to take the knockout here. It comes in energy, and we got the Night Stretcher, Mike. So it's going to be able to come here, and then it depends on, does David get energy plus Dragapult to either A, take out something on the bench, which would be, you know, that Monkey Dory, but actually needs more cards than just that, right? You would need Dragapult, energy, boss to be able to take 2 prizes next turn. We still have to remember David has 2 prizes left, and if, you know, David gets into those kinds of things, yes, obviously that's game, but the Blood Moon Saluna here, Night Stretcher gets an energy, that's 240, plus the Monkeys putting 60 damage on the Dragapult, leaving that with just 230 HP left, and then the Blood Moon coming in with 240, beautifully taking it. And yeah, despite Takashi only getting 1 Grimmsnarl off this turn, this game, may be able to see a bit of a Blood Moon comeback, depending on what answer David has.
Well, one of the downsides of this scenario is we'll have to retreat that energy off the Monkey Dory, which might make it quite tough next turn. But with Holucha so close to being knocked out, it's quite a strong position still, and never count out Grimmsnarl. There's always a way in the final turns, especially with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is going to be coming in for that big knockout. The Night Stretcher for the energy, a 0-card hand knockout. The Iono didn't do enough on this occasion, and Takashi has 1 prize card remaining. What can you do in this scenario, David?
And Takashi just keeping themselves inside of the game with tooth and nails, and we just have to see, David, do you have to respond to this? We do have to remember that whenever you use Blood Moon, you can't attack on the upcoming turn. So maybe, just maybe, if there's a Dragapult that comes into play, a Turtle being found,
no
that's
way.
Enough.
That's Boss and Dragapult in the hand, I think. But I don't think that's enough. He needs to find an energy as well, right? So finding 2 pieces is amazing, but really needs to find something like that Pheasantipity to string it all together. What's in that hand right now? Really thinking hard, as the combo pieces have come to the hand, but is it all of them?
Yeah, but Mike, the Holucha's going to be able to be knocked out if David just goes for a pass this turn, unless there's going to come a Dragapult. Jet Headbutt for 70, gets it up to 100, but that Freezing Shroud is going to knock it out itself. Now, Dragapult needs 30 more damage to be able to be knocked out.
I think David actually had game in that hand and hasn't gone for it. He had the Blood Moon in the hand, so he could have just retreated into the Blood Moon and swung into the active Blood Moon, but he's missed it. And with 1 energy on that Dragapult, he's only going to be able to take the single knockout in the active, and so the top deck here could change the game for Takashi.
And if Takashi draws the Darkness Energy, we're able to use Adrenaline Brain down to that Holucha. Now, it's a good question. There's Arven, there's Lily. There's so many outsiders. Do we get it?
Oh, it's Arven! Arven for the game. Arven will be able to find that energy, whether it's from the Night Stretcher here, and it will be. Night Stretcher gets the energy on the Monkey and the knockout on the Holucha, and that was a tense final moment as both players were playing from small hands.
And both players playing from small hands, from not many options, awkward prize cards, and whatnot. And you know what, Mike? We ended up seeing such a scrappy game here at the very end of it. And yeah, Takashi Inada taking it down despite only getting to attack with Grimmsnarl once. But that's apparently all you need.
And I think we saw that David had the cards in hand to be able to win that last game as the Blood Moon was available and just didn't spot that play in the final moments. And it will be these players setting up for their next game. This is round 4 here at LAIC as both our players are trying to continue their unbeaten streak as Takashi wins game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, and Takashi taking out the game 1 here, it still means that in a matchup like this, we can still see Dragon Ball Dusknoir getting set up fast. You know, you can see the Ichipon stopping the Grimmsnarl deck from setting up really. And, you know, if we can see that, maybe a different game, right? But it's all about, you know, do we get that Ichipon going? How well is Grimmsnarl going?
And we see some of the moments from that game. That was the big moment where it looked like the Grimmsnarl deck was out, taking out both the Marnie's Grimmsnarl and the Impidimp in the same turn. But as you see, it leaves the strong part of the deck, which is that Frostlass in combination with Monkey Dory. There it was, the damage ticking over, and that was able to continue the pressure. On the other side, you can see all those abilities accumulating damage. And what's so great about this Grimmsnarl deck is it's able to take the damage from the Dragapult and use it and send it straight back to the other side.
And that's why you need Dusknoir in cooperation with Dragon Ball to be able to take out the Grimmsnarls. Potentially also be using that Dusclops to be able to take out the Monkey Dories. Especially the Monkey Dories are the ones that were stars of the past game.
And just recognizing that the Monkey Dory, the energy, was a great target. Didn't notice the Blood Moon in hand would have been an option. But then the Blood Moon able to take the active spot, creating an option potentially if there was a gust. But it was, in the end, the Arven top deck that found the Night Stretcher. And that gave the energy the Monkey Dory needed to finish the game.
But we look at the clock again, Mike. And I don't like to say it every single time, but yeah, we are not looking very good in terms of time here if we need to be taking a game 2 and a game 3 here, right? But, I mean, then again, David knows we want to be going as fast as possible because we want to be winning games.
We didn't see the Budu last time, but we'll probably see it this time from David, trying to lock up the game as our players kick off game 2 here. Takashi, the winner of our first game, will be forced to go first, as both these decks prefer to go second, and we'll be finding that Buddy Buddy Poffin in the opening hand.
And yet again, if you find Buddy Buddy Poffin in your opening hand, so far we haven't seen a Grimmsnarl on stream yet to lose if you start Buddy Buddy Poffin, so that's fantastic. And yeah, Takashi getting to look through a bit of what is prized, and you know, at least this time there's not 2 Morgan prized, just the 1.
Well, we saw some interesting counts from Takashi. We mentioned about the Tatsugiri, a great option from the Buddy Buddy Poffin, as you see the prize cards there. Nothing too crazy on either side. Maybe that Pheasantipity could be a problem, but will be taken quite early on. The 2 Iono. Iono was a key part of the last game.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to get into them, although you're running free of those Ionos, but it would mean that, you know, your disruption routes are definitely getting a lot weaker, and as well as that, your attract customers, whenever your supporters start to be prized, they're also getting a lot weaker.
So Takashi's list playing fairly normal counts in lots of parts of it, because that's how Marnie's Grimmsnarl tends to be built. There's not much flexibility within it, but having access to that Tatsugiri was key in game 1, being able to find those supporters, as it was a target off of that first Buddy Buddy Poffin. It won't be this time, as I'm guessing the hand is looking a little bit stronger. There's an Earthen Vessel there, a Snow Runt as well. So looking a lot better than our previous game, and so doesn't need the Tatsugiri at this stage.
Yeah, and yet again goes for the Earthen Vessel, starting to get more and more cards out of the deck, and that's something that, you know, when playing Grimmsnarl is really welcomed here. These energies getting out of deck means you can start getting these attachments onto Monkey Dory, but also you do need to keep some of them in deck for that punk up from Grimmsnarl.
And being able to get 2 basic energy if you discard a card. Typically we see Energy Search featuring in Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but having those 2 energy allows you to attach to all of those Monkey Dory, as you don't need to attach to your Marnie's Grimmsnarl because of that punk up ability, which we saw work so well. And I think as far as first turns going first go, that's pretty much perfect for Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And what do you got on the other side? Looks like not a lot outside of that Ultra Ball.
I mean, again, discarding that Dragon Ball to be able to use that from the Night Stretcher, and David at least knows not to Badu's prize this game, and I'd say for this game, the prizes are a bit more civil than they were in game 1.
Yeah, we'll just be checking through now. Only singular counts of any one card there. We'll just be doing a quick prize check. And these supporters for both decks, so key. Lily's Determination, Iono, able to really get you things going. Arven, such a powerful card for the Grimmsnarl. But you can see what it does for these decks. You're able to thin your hand down, get rid of the resources you don't want to see with that Ultra Ball, and then draw up and see 8 more cards with the Lily's Determination, or 6 fresh ones with the Iono.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, here when you're looking at it, it wasn't as if Takashi really was telegraphing that, oh, my hand is super strong. So maybe as David, as he does, goes for a say, I'm going to Lily's Determination here, draw as many cards as I can to be able to get into potentially Buddy Puffin or just, more Pokemon.
Well, Lily's Determination, potentially one of the strongest supporter cards we've ever seen, being able to see 8 cards early on in the game. And only once you start taking prize cards does it go down to 6, but still 6 cards is great in a lot of decks. Do not deny that opportunity. But here you go, the 8 cards into David's hand. And in combination with the Recon Directive, which we'll see next turn, really allows you to see a lot of cards in any given moment, and not much more going on in that hand, really, for David. So it's just going to be item locking to try and slow down Takashi.
But hey, Mike, let's be positive, right? At least Ichipan happened this time around. But yeah, not many Pokemon to pressure and start putting the pressure onto Takashi. And then we're looking at, hey, no jamming tower. That means that Takashi easily can go into Technical Machine Evolution. And once you get into, that little wormhole, then we're looking at, Marius Grimstar really setting up and David coming under immense pressure.
Yeah, one of the most important setup cards in the format at the moment, allowing you to evolve, especially when item lock is in front of you. And for Mani's Grimmsnarl, allows you to get both your Froslass and your Morgrim together. And I think I saw a TM evolution in that hand, so that'll be ideal, as well as a Monkey Dory and an Energy.
Oh yeah, it's perfect here, Mike.
Great has the Monkey Dory being in the active is also a great card to leave there, as you force your opponent to have to go around it if they want to take away your key pieces. And just going to be moving that 10 damage off, we'll be able to move it onto any of these targets and it be successful. But typically, not even worrying that much about the Budu. You don't need to take out that Budu, as you can always get it later on.
Yeah, and especially since we don't think that David's going to be trying actively to throw the Budu away, because you have to remember that that's using your supporter. And you need that supporter to start building your board, especially when you're sitting in a position like David's, where your setup's quite weak.
And you see the setup on the other side, quite strong for Takashi. Does have Morgrim and Froslass prized, but only needs one of each here to evolve them. So limited to the singular Morgrim. There is a world where he would have opted to try and evolve both Morgrim, but with 2 Monkey Dories in play with a Dark Energy attached, you want to be getting those Freezing Shrouds going as soon as possible.
They're trying to get those Freezing Shrouds going as soon as possible. Speaking of that, we do see the benching of a Monkey Dory on David's side. Could also be sometimes really, really strong when that comes into it. But realistically, looking at it like this, the Monkey Dory, is that actually going to be super useful? Because something like next turn, if we get to see a knockout on the Dark Cloak potentially, right, we'll be looking like in a World of Hurt with those damage counters on the Monkey Dory.
And we'll be deciding between Blood Moon and Boss. Boss, a great card, especially once you start going behind. It's a great way to kind of claw back into the game. As the Neo Opera Energy in hand will be great if there was a backup Dracloak to evolve.
And then again, are we actually going to be looking at another turn of just Budu with one Dracloak in play? Not even a secondary Dreepy, Mike. I mean, I might be getting flashbacks to some games we played here, but when you're only getting one Dracloak out, that is not how you wish to do in this matchup.
Well, with the damage ticking over, that Dracloak doesn't even need to be gusted up here. All that needs to come into play is that Grimmsnarl. So Takashi in an amazing position as the Monkey Dory.
There's a Grimmsnarl, Mike.
There's the Grimmsnarl. So this turn is going to completely shut down that Dragapult line, as Takashi able to navigate through this item lock of the Budu. Just drawing into the cards, doesn't need to use the Ultra Balls, something that this deck does so well for the evolution Pokemon, as you have access to the Spikemuth Gym as well. And so now we'll be punking up that energy into play, and this turn we'll be able to take out that Dracloak.
And punking up indeed, the punk that Barney's Grimmsnarl is here, getting the knockout on the Budu, and as we were alluding to, yeah, the 50 damage that's on the Monkey Dories, you can go ahead and take those and just pile them on to the Dracloak here. If you do 50 times 2 on the Dracloak, yeah, you've done the work perfectly, and then we get to it. So 2 from this Monkey Dory, 3 from this Monkey Dory, it's 5. Then it goes up to 6, and then the bench damage on the Grimmsnarl is going to be able to take that out.
And so that's the perfect numbers. Doesn't even need to move all of the damage across. And that way it will deny the Fezandipity from the Dracloak, but it also just keeps them Oh, you'll be knocking out the Budu, so ignore me there. But we'll be able to keep some damage in play for next turn to be able to make that more efficient. So a great knockout there. Takes away the only attacker for David as he puts his hands to his head. What can you do in this scenario?
Mike, if you were to ask me about that, I'd say not a whole lot. You're not going to be able to see a Dragon Bolt within the next 3 turns. And to be quite frank here, Mike, I don't think you would actually survive for 3 turns in an environment like this. So, yeah, it was actually smart from Takashi only moving one of those damage counters off that Monkey Dory. Most of all because whenever the turn is passed back to them, that Monkey Dory would be on free, and the Adrenaline Brain would then be, you know, a full usage.
Exactly, so a lot of power there. And the difference between these 2 decks is the main attacking line being taken out for Marnie's Grimmsnarl. The deck can still function with the Frostlass and Monkey Dory. As we all know, that is a deck in the format right now, Frostlass, Monkey Dory. Whereas for Dragapult, it really does need that Dracloak engine to draw cards and that Dragapult to take knockouts. Without it, there's not a lot left until you get right down to the very end and the Blood Moon becomes available.
Yeah, but again, Blood Moon is not going to be threatening that Grimmsnarl whenever you're just going Adrenaline Brain every single turn off it and making sure that stays outside of that range from that Blood Moon or Saluna. So here, David's going to go Iono. Going to try and figure out a way to do it here. Not going to, like, could potentially go for Budu, but that's just going to make it even worse here. So when we're looking at it, set up as many Dreepies as possible, but yet again, we may be looking at, you know, monkeys start to get damage on board, and if we get a 3rd monkey and play into Takashi's side, this is just going to look even worse than it already is.
And the only target on Takashi's side that could get stuck in the active is that Frostlass, which typically is the best target for a Dragapult to try and lock up the game. And then it would just be on Takashi to have an energy, which we do see in hand. So the Iono down to 4 hasn't done enough here. But David is really having to rebuild, which is never ideal for Dragapult, especially when you don't have the rare candies. Typically, they don't play rare candy now in Dragapult. We've only seen that at a few events where it's become viable. And that really shows the hurt that knockout on the Dracloak has done. And the other thing about this is if Takashi starts getting really far ahead, the Dusklops and Dust Noir using Curse Blast is just less and less viable because it just puts the Marnie's Grimmsnarl closer and closer to the win condition. So at this stage, David really struggling to find a route to victory, and it will just be a pass with the board as it is currently. And all that means is Frostlass is getting more damage in play, and actually, in this context, another Monkey Dory plus the Grimmsnarl. There is so much you can do to this board to take out everything. You could take out both the Duskulls, you could take out the Dreepies. It's really leaning towards Takashi's favor every turn since that Dracloak.
Yeah, indeed, and with one Adrenaline Brain, you could be able to set up that bench Duskull we got right over here, and then you would still have more damage to play with. So thereby, you know, when we're using Spike Move Gym, setting up that extra Morgan, not that we'd need it, but, you know, then again, you know,
I mean, there's even a world here where Takashi goes, the only way you win is if you lock my Frostlass in the active and disrupt me real good. So there might be a world where just an attachment to the Frostlass and continue swinging is enough to get another turn and another knockout.
We could potentially be setting up an extra Monkey Dory here, but I don't even think that's necessary to do in this spot. We do see the energy, as you said, in the hand, and you could be attaching to that Frostlass saying, regardless of if you go Iona Countercatcher, yeah, I've got checkmate right here, buddy.
Yeah, it feels very much like checkmate at this point. And the only real way for Dragapult to scare Marnie's Grimmsnarl is to get ahead early after that big Budu lockup. But on this occasion, that Budu wasn't doing enough as Takashi found the evolution turn on turn. Meanwhile, David just couldn't find the Dracloaks, and both Duskulls knocked out at this stage. 2 prize cards for Takashi, and David has an impossible hill to climb here as Marnie's Grimmsnarl races closer to the 4th round victory.
And closer to that 4th round victory, you know, David has to pull something here, but we both know Mike. And you know it as a Grimmsnarl player, I know it as a Dragapult player. There's not much that's going to be able to stop Takashi here. So we have Latias for retreat. We have Blood Moon or Luna being able to deal effectively 250 because of that Freezing Shroud. That's going to put Marnie's Grimmsnarl up to 280. Yeah, that's not enough. So,
yeah, not a lot going on here for David. Really just trying to find a route in this final stage, as there is no reason at this point as round one, well, game one by Takashi was a victory.
I mean, even so, if David attacks with Blood Moon here, he just loses on the spot because the 240 that's got washed over to Marnie's Grimstone doesn't really matter. But Blood Moon's going to go down to 250 HP. Then we use 2 Monkey Dories, and then we attack with Grimmsnarl's Shadow Bullet, and then the Frost is actually going to be able to take care of the Blood Moon or Saluna, dealing 260 damage in 1 turn. And yet, David doesn't play any modifiers towards the HP of that Blood Moon or Saluna. So yeah, attacking with Blood Moon would just be game losing, and staying with the Latias in the active would also be game losing, and staying with the Monkey Dory in the active would not quite be game losing just yet. Actually, it would. It would also be game losing because you can't, you know, make sure that the Freezing Shroud doesn't do any damage to Dracloak here. So
all these abilities in play, you know, every single Pokemon has an ability, and that's where that Frostlass Freezing Shroud comes in so powerfully. And this has really been an incredible performance from Takashi. That game one was so close, and it was thanks to the unusual prizing, which led both players to unusual routes. But in this case, Takashi has found every card needed to deal with the Budu item lock, while David has not been able to set up confidently. Needed more turns of Budu lock to go in favor of him, and it really is tough. When you lose that first game and you have a slower game two, it's one of the most frustrating scenarios for these top players who just want to really get into the game and try and level the score.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate with Takashi playing the Marnie's Grimstone here, getting to retreat into the Blood Moon or Saluna. But I said, you know, David, if you attack here, you just lose anyway. And yeah, counting a bit here, like trying to look, is there any way possible towards actually doing something in this game? But unfortunately, David, the answer to your question is no.
It's really interesting how both decks can lose their main attackers and use the Blood Moon in the end game, but it really is the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that has a stronger time once it loses its main attacking line, just thanks to that powerful Monkey Dory Frostlass combination, as there won't be any damage left in play as the knockout will be clean, but the Freezing Shroud from the Frostlass will just continue to add damage here, as we see all of the Pokemon on David's side, as they have abilities, will be accumulating that damage.
Yeah, we do see 2 Boss's Orders in Takashi's list. So Boss's Orders, Monkey Dory getting into play again. Is this going to be able to take down the game right here potentially? We're looking at it here.
Well, another...
Not quite, no.
Another Monkey Dory can come into play, but there's only 5 damage to move across. Might just look to maybe take out Dracloak. Something to think about. I mean, even though this situation, Takashi might not be able to win this turn, David still has 5 prize cards to take. So for Takashi to have 2 remaining and be able to do it across 2 or 3 turns, I think it's pretty comfortable position at this stage. But I see where David's going, trying to find a solution here. Getting rid of those Monkey Dories does make sense.
I mean, you also owe that to yourself. You're sitting on stream here at LAIC. You're free-o, and you're down a game. Of course, you have to try and find any singular way that you can potentially rescue this game state. And if you get, you know, into a situation where you can do so, that would be great. Although Takashi's trying to, well, obviously, try to close every single door that they can do. But yeah, gonna go ahead, Monkey Dory, Energy, and Lily.
What a turn, just getting everything set up to stabilize the board, whilst also seeing 6 fresh cards, maybe getting the boss for next turn.
But you know what, Mike? If we're David, we can get to use Dragon Bolt next turn if we get the new up energy. Let's be positive in that aspect and start putting some damage counters out. Although, yes, that is, you know, a tad late, but from the hand of from Takashi, there's also a world we can start splitting out the damage counters on these 2 Dracloaks now, because you know what I just saw? I saw a little bit of a technical machine devolution. So the options here for Takashi are endless.
It could be quite fun to do a little technical machine devolution here and just slow down David's strategy. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's so many options at this stage, so much damage to move across. No single target on Takashi's board that's particularly worrying if you were to take it out. Maybe the Frostlass could be a concern, but you know, moving this damage around at this stage.
That would actually be really smart from Takashi. If you went TM Devolution, you force David to use Professor Turo's scenario to actually even be able to attack here, because typically we've been seeing a bit of back and forth. We saw Tort Redcliffe getting second at the Frankfurt Regional Championships with 4 rare candies in the deck. Yet since that, it has changed over to no rare candies in the typical list. So for example, if you went TM Devolution, you could somehow actually guarantee there would be no Dragon Ball hitting the board. But all of that depends on if Takashi's thinking, well, are you playing rare candy or not?
Yeah, I mean, even then, there's still asking so many questions of David. Realistically, at this point, so much in favor of Takashi. So many prize cards to play with. Has 2 Grimmsnarl set up, 2 Monkey, a Frostlass that can't be locked in the active. So really just has everything available. And not actually going to put anything in play with that Arton. Smart there, because anything that were to be put in play could be a target to lock up in the active.
And that's one thing that the top players do here. They want to set them into the best position of winning. And they do that by asking them the very simple question of, how could I ever lose from this position? And that is how you figure out when you're far ahead in the both prize race as well as the board state, that you could be figuring out how you would actually be able to bolster up your position. And Takashi went, well, I would definitely get closer to losing by benching something.
And actually just going to swing into the active, spread as much damage around as possible. And that way, any win condition is possible next turn. Everything's so close to being knocked out as the Frostlass ticks up every Pokemon in play except for itself.
It is so beautiful here. Even if the Marty Grimmsnarl somehow gets knocked out, Mike, with the Dracloak going to 50, the other Dracloak being on 70, Dreepy has 70 HP. There's not a big requirement for these monkeys to go ahead and splurge a little bit of damage and then go TM Devolution. Wait, we can't Pheasantipity. Okay, you caught it. Good.
Yeah, no knockout in the last turn. And typically at Grimmsnarl, the knockouts don't even come in the turn of the opponent. They come through the ticks between turns. So Pheasantipity often played around here. And it is just David trying to really find any win condition possible. There is that new upper energy. So an option to attack with Dragapult at this stage.
Yeah, very good, because you need to find that new upper energy when it comes to, because you can't attack with the Blood Moon unless, as said, you can get the Professor Turo scenario. But just attacking with Dragapult doesn't fix the issue this turn, because you still need, well, first of all, we have to draw the Dragapult EX off the Iona here. Not that I'm too worried about that, but we still need to somehow make sure that this Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't get knocked out in upcoming turn, because we have to remember, Takashi has only 2 prizes left.
Exactly, so just trying to find a line here from David. And I don't think that was a Dragapult there. So not actually, the Night Stretcher is the out to the Dragapult, I think. So we'll just be able to take a swing. I think really just trying to do the maths on the Monkey Dory damage at this point. And it's really tough at this stage.
Yeah, because if you're going ahead and you're using the Dragapult and Phantom Diving, you're not taking out the benched Monkey Dory, which means that you're just going to be able to take the 60 damage and pop those onto the... Oh, took the Dracloak instead of the Dragapult. There we come. But yeah, going to be able to take 60 damage that pops onto the Grimmsnarl and just put those onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that will be all.
Yeah, there we go. And we'll just be swinging here. And I think it's all too little, as it's going to be a return knockout as Takashi does take the victory there. Will be able to win at this stage. That first game was the deciding factor, and game 2 just racing ahead, winning it out.
And we start from early doors in the game 2 here. Takashi being able to set up while David wasn't. So we didn't even quite get some true realistic games off this matchup, but that is something that happens sometimes, right? When you're playing these matchups and you get, you know, terrible pricing or you get bad setups, you have to try and see if you get a plan B. And in this case, David didn't, but Takashi, when you get the plan A going with Grimmsnarl, you see the strength of it.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl just such a powerful deck. The main weakness of it is finding the cards you need each turn, as you don't have any kind of engine built into it. But that inclusion of the Tatsugiri really came in clutch in that first game, as it allowed the game plan of Grimmsnarl to really kick off. Just one buddy pop in, and the game was going for Takashi. On the other side, just those final moments in game 1, potentially a route to victory that David missed, and that would have completely changed that series.
Yeah, and you know, missing that potential game win there, you see here in the game 1, the singular Shadow Bullet we got to see, and David was looking really, really strong in this game 1, being able to set up Dragapult, Dusknoir, and Hawlucha. to take away the Marnie's Grimmsnarl and the Impidimp.
The combination of Lily's determination and a few Recon Directus, and the combination of cards just fell into David's hands, as it was quite simple in the end to set up that Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Impidimp knockout. And at this point, you're thinking, how on earth has Takashi come back from this?
Yeah, and we were thinking that the entirety of the game. You removed all the attackers. You removed everything that I could be able to do. But yet again, Takashi finds a way. And as I said there at that moment, where there is a will, there is a way. And that will is named Blood Moon Ursaluna, Mike.
And that knockout on the Dragapult forced a lot of resources out of David. And at this stage, he swung with the Dragapult into the only Munkidori with an energy on, but I think had that Blood Moon in hand and just didn't recognize with the Frostlass damage it would tick over. And Takashi squeaks out the first win with one prize card remaining in that next turn.
In that showdown of awkward prize cards indeed there, double Morkran versus double Budew and double Dreepy at that. But yeah, here in game 2 we got the clearance of the Eye Hill, getting to remove the Drug Cloak, moving the Budew, and yeah, Isle cleared, attackers cleared, a long while of setup there then to lead. And yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna again thinking, this is my only option to actually get, first of all, damage into play, but maybe post a threat. But yeah, at the end, Phantom Dive, putting too much damage onto the Grimmsnarls to make sure that the monkeys can just go and Adrenabrain those damage counters down to the Blood Moon.
Takashi playing it safe at the end, not trying to force a win, was just looking to set up the board to win the next turn, and that's the advantage you have. Once the board is set up for a deck like Gardevoir or Grimmsnarl or any of these stage 2 decks that have everything on board, it really is just about playing the route smart and safe. And in the end, it led to the victory there. So 4-0 now for Takashi, going on to round 5, and that's a pretty good spot to be at any tournament. 4-0 is that sweet spot where you start to go, right, now we're playing against everyone who's having a hot run, and now we're going to really start knocking each other down. You've been there many times before. Those top tables early on in a tournament, it is incredibly stacked.
And always gets incredibly stacked, but it gets, we could say worse throughout the tournament. The players are just getting better and better, and yet now we're halfway in phase 1. We have to remember today we're playing 8 rounds of Swiss, and we're going to be streaming all of those rounds for you guys back at home. But yeah, 8 rounds of Swiss in the phase 1. We have to get a record of X2 and 1, 16 match points or better to make that phase 2. Then later tonight, we're going to be playing 1 round of that phase 2, and then yeah, that's round 9 done, and then when we come back tomorrow morning, that's going to be round 10. But that's a long way ahead, right? We want to be showing the rest of the action here, and we already been, given some really fruity matchups here, especially when we're talking, Grimmsnarl versus Dragapult, Gardevoir mirror match with 2 different Gardevoir variants, and you know what, Mike, I'm in for the show.
Yeah, we've had some great matches, some great players as well. I mean, we started the show off in round 1. If any of you missed it, with our LAIC Masters champion from last year versus our LAIC Seniors champion from last year, Miloslav versus Gabrielle. And that was a way to kick off an event. Round 1, both of them on 0 points, fighting each other at that stage. So it really is a big tournament here. 2,000 Masters and the best players from all around the world, over 2,000 Masters in fact, and they will be competing against each other. But now these players who have risen to 4-0, they're starting to feel like they're on a good run. They're feeling like this is their tournament, but really it's just the start. There's so many more rounds for them to play, and they're not even through to phase 2 at this point. So we're really early days when it comes to these tournament runs.
No, still needed that 5th victory and a little bit of a tie to get up to those 16 match points, but they're not looking just to make phase 2. At some point as a player, you start thinking, well, can I make top cut at this tournament? And that's, of course, after the entirety of the phase 2, that is. But, dreams are dreams, and they're meant to be met at some point, right? So,
well, speaking of what our top players are thinking, I want to find out what Takashi's thinking, and Pablo has him on the stage.
Thank you so much, Mike. I'm here with Takashi, our round 4 winner. Congratulations, Takashi. Now, tell us about your experience so far in the International Championship in Brazil. Is this your first time in Brazil? Are you enjoying your time here?
そうです。LAIC は初めてで、NAIC と EUIC は出たことがあるんですけど。
So he's been to EUIC and NAIC, but for LAIC, this is a first.
Okay, great. And so, in game one, you had some very difficult prizes, but you were still able to win the match. How were you feeling, or what were you thinking throughout game one with those tough prizes?
そうですね、最初に山札確認したときにマリーの技能が2枚落ちてたの、サイドに行ってたのでちょっと大変だなっていうところで、最後も相手の方がうまくてエネルギー引ければ勝ちだったんですけど、エネルギー引けなかったら負けだったので良かったなと思います。
So in that first game, when he first did his prize search, going through his deck, he definitely had a small heart attack, realizing what he had prized as far as Marnie's Pokemon goes. But as far as the energies coming out, it definitely gave him the win there.
Okay, and now tell us a little bit about your deck choice, Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Why do you like it? I think in Japan it's been more popular than over here in the Western world. So why did you choose Marnie's Grimmsnarl over other dark type options?
結構長く使い続けてきたっていうのがあったので、今回それを握りました。
So he's been playing Marnie's Grimmsnarl for a very long time, so he went with what he is comfortable with.
Okay, makes sense, and it's working out really well so far for you. Now, in game two, you clearly had a big advantage when your opponent didn't have any Dragapult in play. How did you try to play the last few turns to make sure that nothing went wrong for you and you won the match?
最後ナンジャムを打たれてヨノワールが特性で、自分の場を、なんていうんですかね、倒してこられると困ったので、それだけケアして戦ってました。
So his opponent playing the Aino at the end, leaving him with just 2 cards in hand due to his prize count. Gave him a little worry, but seeing what he had as far as board state goes made him very confident.
Yeah, makes sense. It showed with your plays. And now, one last question before I let you leave, Takashi. You have a very famous and good brother as well that plays at Pokemon TCG. Do you feel a little bit of pressure because of his history in the game, or are you feeling like you want to create your own piece of history here at LAIC?
そうですね、日本で応援してくれる家族、米拓がいますので、引き続き頑張っていきたらいいなと思います。
And so he has a lot of lovely support from his family back home in Japan, and so it is thanks to them that he just continues to wanting to pave his own path.
That's awesome. Must be fantastic to have such support from your family. Well, thank you so much, Takashi, for talking with us. Let's get back to the desk for some more Pokemon action.
Well, thank you very much, Pablo. I mean, we talk about families all the time in Pokemon. Yes, but you yourself are part of a historic Pokemon family. How important is it to have that support structure around you at home?
I mean, it's first of all important whenever my mom and dad have been judging the tournament. That's always something where we can have the whole entirety of the family aboard. Not only am I the youngest of my siblings, I have 3 older brothers, all of them decorated players, judges. I mean, at least the only thing I could tell them is that at least I've won the World Championships. But I mean, I would have been surprised if one of them had won back in the day. But yeah, these support systems from the family, they know what you're going through. They know what type of tournament you're going to, and they can help you test for that tournament. And that's so invaluable, especially as Takashi's looking at it together with Takuya, a dear friend of mine as well, who's, he's so intelligent when it comes to it. And I played versus Takuya multiple times, so we've been testing a little bit, on the side after Worlds or something like that, where some of the lines he played was something I also got to learn from.
That's amazing. Well, being part of a Pokemon family is definitely something that many of these players at this event right now are doing better thanks to. I mean, I can imagine the home testing zone, having a table dedicated at home where you've got all your decks ready to go. I get to test at home with my partner. That's an amazing place to practice. But for siblings, I'm sure you're playing from quite a young age and having your parents involved. So great stuff there. We've already had many famous siblings on stream already, with Gabriel Fernandez kicking off the stream. So definitely keep an eye out for those at this event. But this isn't the only thing we're doing at this event. We're not just showing you the rounds at this LAIC, but we're having a little mini competition for previous LAIC top performing decks and players. And I know you guys got involved last time by voting for which deck you thought was better. We'll get a chance to do that a little bit more here. And I know for you, Jesper, you're going to be much more knowledgeable on this history. You are the history book here in the caster booth. So tell us a little bit about those matchups that we haven't seen.
So we're starting off with Nicolas Galas, Antonio Sanhueza, actually. That Grand Bowl deck from LAIC, and I think that also was 20...
19.
I'd like to say 19, yes, indeed.
Well, so the difference between me and you, Jesper, is you've got a history book, whereas I can read what's on the screen.
Actually, yeah, that's true. And meanwhile, we got Robin Schultz from the 2020 edition with that, Firebox version with that, Charizard deck there as well. And then we go down to Diego Rache, who played Boswell Lycanroc in 2018 against Yuho Kalama, who played Rhydon and a bit of Iron Hands, and was the first one to ever take down a tournament with that, big fella there. And yeah, coming to it, I mean, we still see Iron Hands in the format a little bit there with the Joltik box sometimes, but yeah, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different matchup.
Well, the one matchup you didn't talk about there is going to be the matchup we're going to be arguing for. Now, we could do this two ways, Jesper, right? So I'm not going to pretend I know everything that's happened in the past. You've definitely got the history knowledge. I was around when Miloslav won the event, whereas I wasn't around when the Decidueye GX and Vileplume won a tournament. So how do you want to do this? Do you want to give me the deck that I know well?
Yeah.
Or do you want to see me try and work out a deck that I'm not that familiar with?
I kind of don't want to take the crutches from you here, mate. So you'd be all right with that. And especially like a player like Juan Pablo Salas. Funnily enough, in that LAIC that season, Jan Mega actually made top 4. And that was like after the World Championships that year where I won it. So, the 2017 season was known by the amount of Decidueye Vileplume we had for a while there. But you know what? I'll give you Regidrago V-Star.
Okay, I'll get Regidrago V-Star. So how this is going to work, you guys at home, you're going to get to vote on which of these decks you want to proceed in this tournament. And we'll have a chance here to explain why you should vote for our deck. I'll be taking Miloslav's deck, the Regidrago V-Star. Meanwhile, Jesper will be trying to back Decidueye GX with Vileplume. So I guess you can kick things off with the older deck, the age before wisdom. And we'll let you start things off with Decidueye GX and Vileplume. Why should they be voting for that deck?
You know what? I'm a master of selling things here, Mike, and I'm going to tell you at the very least that if you'd like a deck that starts turn 1 off, going first, item locking, well, both you and your opponent, but drawing through the entirety of your deck almost, while putting a masterful GX Pokemon into play that with its ability can deal damage everywhere on the board, saying that your opponent cannot even put their evolutions into play because you just lock them down of items to be able to search them. With the Vileplume's irritating pollen, yeah, no items. With the arrow from the Decidueye GX, well, then again, you're just putting damage into play. And we did see at the NAIC half a year after this LAIC, Decidueye GX Vileplume almost won the entire thing before Tord came down and took their first NAIC. But you know what? With that Hollow Hunt as well, you're able to have a bit of a control action statement there. So, you know what? If you want to do damage with abilities, if you want item lock your opponent from as soon as turn 1, and no, don't forget, Shaman with Sky Return was in the format and setup, so you could just sit and draw all your deck. So,
that's enough.
There's only one clear winner.
That's enough yapping now, Jesper. I think one thing that's pretty clear is everyone at home is used to itchy pollen, and you've tried to sell the deck by talking about irritating pollen. And as far as I'm aware, that Vileplume, I've never played with that card, but it's infamous. The stories I've heard about that Vileplume, I'm sure many people at home who know the card will be very familiar with the games they had with it. So it depends on what kind of a person you are. If you're voting for a deck that's fun or a deck that removes the fun. And speaking of a deck that's fun, Regidrago V-Star, what an amazing card. It came out way before it was ever competitively viable. It was in combination with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, able to accelerate grass energy into play so you can set up that attacker. But what attacker are we talking about? Regidrago V-Star doesn't have an attack. It does. It can attack with any of the dragon Pokemon that are in the discard pile. And what options do you want to have? There's so many you can choose from. Dragapult EX, which we've seen on stream just there, a great attacker Berserker used in combination with it, as well as Kyurem being able to take out 3 Pokemon at once when they've got low HP. It was an amazing deck and one that was so consistent, so much so that it dominated this event as it had so many of the top players utilizing it. I think we can all say that playing with a box deck where you can choose from lots of different attackers is fun. Also allows a lot of these very high-level players to express their skill as they choose between the right options for attacks. And the consistency of the deck, you had draw in your energy acceleration, as well as an amazing supporter engine to be able to play the game. I think that's a pretty good deck there.
And I mean, before you guys at home get to vote, do remember that Teal Mask draws 1 card. Shaman drew your hand up to 6. Just saying, right? And you're saying that item locking is not fun. I've had loads of fun when I'm playing with Itchy Pollen. Irritating Pollen for turn 1, even without attacking, I mean, more fun for me, not my opponent.
Look, I think we've said our case here enough.
Yes.
You guys at home now get a chance to decide which one. You can literally vote in the chat right now, so make sure you do so, because we can only say on our behalf, whereas you guys at home, as a group, get to choose for sure which of those decks carries on. And it's a big old tournament. There are 8 decks to try and see which is the best LAIC deck of history. We've already knocked out Tord Reklev with Lugia V-Star, and so maybe this is our last chance for a V-Star to make it all the way.
Indeed it is, and yeah, it was an infamous victory last year, having, you know, first of all, so many Europeans in the top cut of the LAIC, but yeah, Regidrago V-Star from, as you said yourself, being barely playable into being the top dog of that format. And you know what, I mean, it was something that a lot of people were happy about leaving the format because of the, you know, amount of dominance that it had towards the whole game in general, but also a deck that some people, especially people like, you know, Miloslav Posletny and Brent Tonneson, have been missing dearly ever since.
Well, we are finished up now with round 4 here at LAIC. We'll be getting back to you with round 5 shortly, but let's have a little moment to reflect on some of our past champions of LAIC.
Meu nome é Henrique Cuninari, eu sou de São Paulo mesmo, onde está ocorrendo o evento. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Froak, porque meu Pokémon favorito é o Greninja. Olha, em 2017 eu comecei a jogar, mas não competitivo. Em 2022 eu comecei novamente a jogar e tal, aí que eu peguei bem o competitivo. Eu já joguei 2 Worlds. Foram de Yokohama em 2023 e Honolulu em 2024. Eu peguei uma final em um regional, no regional de Joinville. É dessa temporada ainda, a única final tirando essa. Aí eu tava me sentindo meio confiante, só que meio também nervoso. Igual nessa, só que lá eu fiquei meio brincado, eu não rodei muito bem. E agora nessa eu sentia que no primeiro jogo eu conseguia tudo que eu precisava.
Henry Kuninari, 1 game away from becoming an international champion.
Eu escolhi um deck que eu já jogava há muito tempo. Aí eu sabia que eu tava muito confiante nele. No segundo jogo da final, quando eu dei um draw de uma outra bola, eu pensei, nossa, eu vou ganhar esse jogo, porque eu já tinha na mente a jogada. Aí era só voltar uma carta, e era essa carta o draw do turno, e aí eu pensei, eu vou ganhar essa.
And Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion.
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz, muito... Eu não sei muito se explicar bem, mas muito feliz, uma variação de muitos sentimentos. Que eu sinto que eu estou cada vez melhorando. Eu vejo esse evento como uma parte dela, uma parte de do que eu quero, uma parte do que eu busco. Tô bem feliz de ter qualificado para esse Mundial. Eu acho que a partida mais épica seria o José Cruz, porque ano anterior ele tinha ganhado o North America International Nike. Eu acho que ele é bom. Meu objetivo é tanto me divertir, como fazer novos amigos e às vezes desestressar mesmo. Eu gosto tanto de jogar, quanto conversar com os meus amigos depois das partidas. Eu tô confiante, porque eu estou bem, eu estou constante, cada vez buscando mais.
I first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he like convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I like won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I like started being excited about the game. Like I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. I like Japanese culture, and that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations, and also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you misplay.
And with that, Yuho Kalama.
So my favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My number one goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Latin American International Championships. We are just around the middle of the day. Again, beautiful, beautiful city. Amazing tournament. So many talented players. But yes, middle of the day, a lot of Pokemon has been played. But don't worry, there's still a lot of Pokemon to be played for the rest of the day. My name is Juan Cholsudana, and of course, I'm joined with the amazing Pablo Meza. How are we feeling so far, Pablo?
Feeling pretty good. As you can see, there's so many people out there, so many games of Pokemon happening at once. I wish we could watch them all, Juancho. But we have round 5 coming up next, and I'm hoping it's going to be a good one.
Definitely. I have a surprise for you, though. I believe we have our current standings for, players playing out there on the field. And these are our top players right now. Players who are currently 4-0, starting the tournament really strong. And a lot of familiar names here. We have Ryuki Okada, 4-0. Josh Frank, Lucas Zing, Gabriel Fernandez, of course, someone we've seen on stream, win on stream, continue to win. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Alberto Conti down there in 16th place. Dalton Acheta, very good Brazilian player. So many Latin players here at the top as well. That's always nice to see some representation from the home region. Francisco Sorio also has done historically pretty well from Chile. Very young player as well, actually. I played against him last year in the Buenos Aires special event. I ran into him this past weekend at the special championship again as well. And we started talking about like the 2017 metagame or something. I was like wondering, like were you a master back then or something? Like, 'cause he's very young, but he's very, very good. So yeah, a lot of representation from Chile, Brazil, Japan, USA, Italy as well. So very nice variety here at top 16. Of course, there's so many players that the 4-0 list extends to, I don't even know, probably at least, there must be at least 200 players at 4-0, right? So many players up here shown, but also many players missing out from this top 16 at the moment. But as we advance in the rounds, things are gonna get narrower and narrower at the top.
Definitely. I think there's way more than 16 4-0s, that's for sure. But right now, I want to check out, some notable matches, something that's happening right now. Also, just, leaking our stream game a little bit. It's going to be Diego Casiraga against Carlos Sepulveda. Again, that's going to be a very interesting matchup. But again, look at all the names here. A lot of fairly familiar ones. I'm curious what they're showing right now in the extra stream table, because I'm sure they're going. It's a tough one to choose from.
Yeah, for sure. There's very good matches here as well. The second one, Aaron Aguirre against Giovanni Sasso. Giovanni Sasso started last season extremely hot. I think he got something like a win into a finals, into a win or something similar to what Aban did. But in Latin America, Aaron recently got top 16 at the World Championships in Anaheim, California. That would be another amazing match to be taking a look at. We also have Owen Cameraman there in the field as well. Lucas Singh at 4-0. Andrew Hedred, of course, very popular NAIC winner. Our multiple regional winners. So yeah, so many good games. Like I said, Daichi out in the field as well. I wish we could watch them all at the same time.
Let's get a roaming camera and start going through all the different matches. That would be very, very cool. And just seeing all the different countries, really, when we were looking at the top 16, well, the 16 players earlier and just the players now, it really does feel like an international. We make this joke a lot where, the regionals almost feel like an international, but this is a true IC where just the spread and the variety of where people are coming from, it truly is players flying from all over the world to do one single thing: play some Pokemon. Play some really good Pokemon.
Yeah, every region being very well represented, the best of the best here. And I think, who was it, Yuho in the video we just watched, or maybe it was Aban, where they've seen, I think it was Aban, where in his interview he mentioned like he's done really well at regionals, of course, and that's an understatement, but now he wants to do well at an international, right? And these tournaments definitely have a more prestigious aura, if you will, about them, where doing well at an international has that extra weight when it comes to like comparing your results to the other best players in the world.
Yes, I mean, if you think about it, how many regionals are there played throughout the year?
Yeah.
There multiple.
In every region.
In every region, right? Versus there's only 3 ICs.
Yeah.
There's only 3 ICs, there's only 1 world champion, but 1 of 3 is crazy. Yeah. And if you can get 1 of those 3, you're one of the top 4 players, at least, of the world at that moment in time.
Yeah, and imagine winning 5 historically probably puts you in a very good spot to become one of the world's best of all time, right? So yeah, winning 1 is no easy feat at all. And I mean, these events just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We did have enough players here today to have that extra round. We are over 2,048 players, so yeah, there's going to be a lot of Pokemon played this weekend.
2,000 players. 2,000 players flying all the way here to LAIC. It's amazing to see how big the community really has grown. Even just our regional championships as well, just reaching the thousands. Oh, you remember when we both started? Well, when I started, it wasn't that many. You probably started a little bit sooner than I did, but
maybe. When did you start?
2012. So
yeah.
My pop ID is 6 digits, so it's nothing crazy.
Yeah. I might have started like a decade or so before you, so not too long. Yeah, I'm getting old, Pancho. I'm definitely getting old.
Oh, when we started, ICs didn't even exist yet.
Oh no. When I started, never in my life could I have imagined what the game is today, right?
Yes,
I mean, even what the game was 10 years ago, I couldn't have imagined it, and what the game is today it blows my mind.
Yeah, the fact that all of these ICs, all the world championships, it really does become like an entire event, right? It becomes really something to travel to, whether you're playing, you're spectating, you're even just playing in the side events even, right? It becomes an entire experience. That's why now we're separating it too, right? We have Pokemon XP now for the extra experience.
Yeah, the Worlds this year should be extra special, right? We also have the 30th anniversary coming up as well. So yeah, 2025 has been a great year for Pokemon, and 2026 should probably be even better.
Oh, it just keeps going up. Like I think we say that every year. Oh man, it's such a great time to start playing the game. But honestly, every moment is a great time to play.
The best time to start was 10 years ago. The next best time was yesterday. Now just start today.
Yeah.
You're curious if you've been collecting, right? And you have a lot of cards gathering up in your closet. Why not build a deck, bring it to your local league, take it from there.
Yes, but you know what? We're not the only game playing this weekend. There's a lot of different ways to enjoy the Pokemon franchise. So, of course, our friends over at VG, Unite, and GO. Look at that. Well, all 4 streams in one. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool that we have the technology to accomplish this now. Huge shout out to Pokemon GO, Swaggerun, it's a good friend Pedro. He's been a host, he's been a caster. He's from Chile.
Oh, yeah.
And it's pretty cool to see him up here as well, competing. So he pretty much does it all.
I didn't recognize him without the suit, but that is
yeah, exactly.
Cool. And look at that, the Unite, the new stage. I haven't even played this yet, where the main boss is now Groudon.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. I wonder if it Mega Evolves. Well, it's not Mega Evolve. It's like, I forget. Well, it turns into Primal evolution.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't think it does, but I do miss that. And of course the VG. Hey, shiny Dragonite.
But hey, speaking of final boss, Juancho, we have our stage ready to go with Diego Casiraga against Carlos Sepulveda. And if you're from LATAM, if you're playing Pokemon, I would say Diego Casiraga is probably one of the final bosses of the LATAM region, right? Not only because he's a veteran of the game, he's been playing for as long as I have. I met him at Worlds 2005, and he's the 2017 World Champion. We have a lot of history together, and I'm pretty actually happy to be casting his matches. Like, it's really cool to be casting a match of someone of this caliber with this history in the game. And Carlos, of course, an up-and-coming player. He's doing pretty well today, and it's going to be interesting. I feel like handling the pressure, knowing that you're up against such a veteran of the game, probably something that you want to be grounded on in terms of like not getting too nervous, not getting blindsided by the aura of this Diego Casiraga and his magical hat. We've spoken of the magical shorts. That hat has seen everything in this game.
I don't think it's a complete IC until you see Diego Casiraga and his hat.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to borrow it. But right now, let's talk about the matchup. Looks like Carlos here is playing Goldengo EX with the Rock package against Raging Bolt EX. Well, Raging Bolt with the Ogerpon. So, you know, not to spoil anything, but it is with the older support package in the Fan Rotom with the Noctowl. But Raging Bolt does have a couple of new tricks up its sleeves, and I'm very, very excited to see if Diego can really utilize this new Raging Bolt version. I feel like we haven't seen Raging Bolt in a minute.
Yeah, that's true.
Raging Bolt has been a very popular deck. I feel like, well, there's always going to be a Raging Bolt, but now there's a lot less, just because the meta has really shifted. You need to do more than just take big one-shots now, right?
Yeah, we've talked a lot about this. Like, you almost have to, like, quotation marks, cheat prizes, right? Like, you need to use Iron Hands to get that extra prize. You need to use a Wellspring Ogerpon to get that extra prize. You need to use Briar or Dusknoir or some way to, like, get that extra umph into your deck. And that's something that Raging Bolt has definitely lacked in the last few formats. Probably why it has fallen down just a little bit. And even Diego decided to, he's already top 4 at regional this season, but he did it with Jolting Bugs. So it's interesting that he's defaulting back to Raging Bolt. I also feel like when Raging Bolt is the least expected is when it's going to be the strongest, right? And we're seeing sort of an energy discard duel between these two decks.
That's for sure. As looking at a couple of prizing now, nothing too crazy of note besides the Latias. Maybe might stunt Diego's maneuverability, but other than that, multiple copies of everything in the deck so far. The one of that Crispin, it is... Oh, it's a 4 of.
Yeah, 4 Crispin. So Diego's not going to be suffering from energy axes. And now, something I do want to highlight, though, is the fact that there is a Hoot prize, right? And the standard for Raging Bolt has been a 3-3 line of Noctowl. However, Diego is playing a 4-3 line. So that Hoot being prized under normal circumstances, if you will, could have affected him in a way where he ends up using the early Hoots and then he can't find those last resources specifically that he needs to close out a game. But by having 4 in your deck, even though 1 is prized, he still has access to 3 for the full 3 Noctowl usage throughout the game.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our round 5 here at LAIC, and it looks like it is Diego Katsuraga starting us off, opening up with the Raging Bolt EX, but more importantly, did have the Fan Rotom in hand. Fan Rotom Fan Call, of course, lets you find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. Doesn't have to be basic, doesn't have to be evolved. You can mix and match. It's a great Pokemon, and not too bad of an attacker as well, with the Assault landing for 70.
Yeah, taking down those poor gimme goals, being blown away from the field by Fan Rotom. Definitely one of the ways that this deck got upgraded, right? Once this Noctowl engine, one of the appeals is not only the Noctowl searchability, but the fact that Fan Rotom searches for the Noctowl pieces and can also be the aggressor. I feel like Fan Rotom was the beginning of what Solrock is today.
Oh, yes.
The early aggression, the single prize possibility to take down a Ralts, take down a Charmander, take down a Pidgey, take down a Dreepy, all of those Pokemon susceptible to Fan Rotom. However, Solrock does feel like a direct upgrade to the Fan Rotom itself.
I like that you mentioned that because I was just about to bring that up. The Fan Rotom able to do the 70 damage, the Solrock also doing the 70 damage. Maybe you can compare. Like, why is one better than the other, Pablo? In your opinion, anyway.
I mean, the higher HP, the lower requirement to attack, another basic instead of the stadium, and also the fact that, like, Lunatone, well, I mean, Lunatone is definitely not an upgrade to Noctowl. They're different, but the higher HP, the extra damage, that's definitely something to go about, and not applying any weakness or things like that, not having an ability to help against Cornerstone. So, yeah, many good things about Solrock. Many good things can be said about Fan Rotom. Now, something we should highlight here, Juancho, is that with the Latias being prized, usually one play that these decks like to do is go into the Ditto, use Transformative Start, get their Terra Pokemon out that way, possibly get the Wellspring Ogerpon that we are seeing, that new direction for Raging Bolt to try to essentially cheat those prizes. But with Latias being prized, getting that into the active is going to be a lot more, or could be a bit more convoluted than Diego wishes it was.
I'm trying to find a way for the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to hit the active. Maybe he has to utilize something like the Prime Catcher a little bit earlier, and I like this. So the fact that the Water Ogerpon does hit the board, this deck almost feels like Terra Box more than Raging Bolt, right? A heavier Noctowl line, a heavier Crispin line. I think there's more Crispin than there is the Professor Sada's Vitality. Yeah, it's a 4-3 line. So maybe this is actually Terra Box with some Raging Bolt action as an attacker.
Perhaps it's Terra Bolt.
Terra Bolt.
I mean, there's always been Terra Pokemon in Raging Bolt, but as you said it, yeah, now the deck is looking a lot more like a Terra Box with Raging Bolt as the big damage attacker. Maybe Raging Bolt, because the HPs are getting bigger, Raging Bolt is a better Pikachu EX this time around, and then you keep the Wellspring Ogerpon possibility to take those 2 prizes, right? Usually in this match, if Carlos kept a single prize board and Diego didn't have access to that Ogerpon, then as soon as Diego takes a prize card, Carlos just takes the first 2 and it's a 2-2-2 prize race and it's all over. But now Diego threatens a 2 prize knockout on anything pretty much. That 2 retreat cost on Gimme Goal will make it a little bit awkward to get to the bench, because if you have Solrock in the active, then you could survive the Torrential Pump. And we have that trolley, Precious Trolley. I forgot the name of the card.
A-spec of choice here is going to be the Precious Trolley. Again, we've seen so many different A-specs for the Goldengo deck. And the fact that Carlos literally discarded a Buddy Poffin using the Earthen Vessel meant there has to be something better to find your Pokemon. And sure enough, it's that A-Spec. Let's go ahead and find all the Pokemon we want. The only question is, as Carlos, do you risk benching the Genesect at this point, though? I feel like you can't afford that.
If this was not in play, then no. But since that's in play, like you can't stop your opponent from taking 2 prizes. So I think the game's gonna come down to your opponent whiffing something at some point. Because in the 2-2-2 prize race, Carlos will not be the one to initiate that.
That is true. So Genesect EX does hit the board now. Metal Signal, of course, getting 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon. 2 Goldengos in the hand. Solrock, there's a lot of cards now in the hand. Again, Carlos was able to get 5 Pokemon onto the bench using 1 card, and then one of those Pokemon was able to find 2 Evolution Pokemon. Talk about efficiency. And of course, the Lunatone with the Lunar Cycle, adding 3 more cards to the hand in exchange for an energy card. That's so efficient. That really shows why Goldengo is this powerhouse. Hasn't even played a supporter yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's 10 total cards out of the deck before a supporter has even been played, right? 5 from Trolley, 2 from Genesect, 3 from Lunatone, and then you get to play your supporter for turn. Pretty insane to see here how fast these Goldengo decks are, and that's part of the reason why these decks are so good. Now, another interesting thing to note here is that neither player plays any sort of hand disruption, which means both players are just going to be accumulating and accumulating and accumulating cards in their hand, and especially Carlos will be able to do whatever he wants.
I like that. No one's stopping you from doing anything. We're going to see full-powered Goldengo versus full-powered Raging Bolt, as Solrock is the first attack of the game. Cosmic Beam, 70 damage. Not too notable. I mean, no knockout here, but 70 damage on the Raging Bolt. Maybe 2 less energy you need to take the knockout. Is it 2? 1. 1 less energy.
1 less, yep.
But 70 damage now on that Raging Bolt. Diego now with the initiative here. This is the moment, right, Pablo?
Yeah, it's Crispin Prime Catcher time. And now the question is, who does Diego KO, right? He's probably going to KO. Well, he needs to KO one of these 3 gimme goals. Should be the one with the Air Balloon, right, to take away that resource and that pivot for Carlos. But who do you deal 120 damage? Part of me thinks, like, the obvious answer is, oh, another gimme goal, right? That's the focus of the deck. However, if you... like, after you take these first 2 prizes, you want Goldengo to attack you. You want your opponent to just have the Goldengo attacking you, so all you need to worry about is knocking out the active, and that is it. So, I think removing the Solrock would be in Diego's best interest. Number 1, you remove the single prize Pokemon that could be annoying for you with a boss's orders or something to take down your backup Hoot. And number 2, you shut down the Lunatone Solrock engine, because, at least temporarily, right, in theory, because there's no Solrock in play. Of course, with Carlos's huge hand, with potential double Goldengo, you're not going to be slowing them down enough. But I feel like those are the 2 Pokemon that make the most sense to me, because you want your opponent to throw Goldengo after Goldengo against you. But there is an argument to taking down 2 gimme goals, and then maybe the 4th is priced, and then after you deal with 1 Goldengo, even if it gets awkward because you no longer have the Prime Catch or whatever, then it's perfectly fine, because you're just getting so far ahead each and every time.
It also, to me, it also depends on how strong Diego Casaraga's hand is after this. I can't quite see it. I'm sure you have a better view, Pablo, but I mean, right now on the board, Diego is going to lose 3 energies. There's no Teal Mask Ogerpon accelerated yet. There's no energy on the Raging Bolt. There's no second Raging Bolt. There's no Aerial Zero Underdepths. To be honest, the hand is still lacking quite a bit, but we'll have to see. Right now, what's important is Diego is going to be able to take the first 2 prize cards, but the question is, will he be able to take the next 4 fairly easily? But right now, Torrential Pump, double Gimme Ghoul knocked out.
Double Gimme Ghoul taken down. So Diego choosing a very specific route, just trying to take away draw, right? There's only the possibility of 1 Goldengo next turn. Carlos does draw the boss's orders, so what you were mentioning, right? There's an interesting decision here for Carlos. Do you take down the only Terra Pokemon in play, essentially shutting down the Hoot as well, unless Diego has another Terra Pokemon? Do you take down your opponent's only Raging Bolt, which is the 1 Pokemon that can take down your Goldengo? Now, I love this preemptive bench for Diego. Mew is the lowest HP EX that he plays, However, it's the perfect pivot, right? No matter what Carlos knocks out, Diego will have this guaranteed pivot. I can't imagine a world where Carlos chooses to KO the Mew as opposed to either of the other two Pokemon. So perfectly well planned. It's sort of Iono protection. You're probably not going to see an Iono from Carlos, maybe a Judge somewhere down the line. You have your guaranteed pivot. You know you'll have your bench space open. And in Diego's hand, he has Crispin, he has Sada, he has Ultra Ball, and he has Fezandipity, and he has Area Zero under them.
Oh,
so
that's a
he's
lot.
going to be pretty okay this next turn.
I was worried, but had nothing to worry about. But I like what you said there. Diego definitely had to masterfully playing that Mew, especially since there is the lack of the Latias. Very important to get that pivot.
Yep.
And a lot of breathing room as well, as we do see a Golden Go now hit the board. Is there a way to get more Gimme Ghouls, however, is the next question.
Yeah, that could be the next hurdle for Carlos. There is a Gimme Ghoul prize, so there are actually none left in the deck at this point in time. And Carlos does play a copy of Lana's Aid for recovery, and that is it. So if Carlos doesn't find his one copy of Lana's Aid, he will not be able to have a backup Gimme Goal on the bench, and that means if Diego gets knockout on this Golden Go, I want to say it's almost game over at that point.
Yeah, that looks like knocking out both the Gimme Goals definitely is paying off here for Diego. But there's still that Soul Rock, possibly maybe get a cute little knockout, pull something off the prize cards. But no, then you're not evolving any Goldingos, of course. But Fezandipity drawing 3. Is there anything else in the hand?
The 3 cards from Fezandipity were Fighting Gong, Fighting Energy. So a little redundant right there.
Gong, gong.
Yeah. Yeah, no, unless I'm missing it, there's no Night Stretcher in the list, there's no Supra, there's just a copy of Alana's Aid. So Carlos will be able to take this knockout. I want to say your best bet is to go after the Raging Bolts. What did you see?
There's a Mawile, but that's a little bit slow too to try and set up.
It takes 2 turns.
Yeah.
Mawile is 100% not an option for sure. Now, he's going to go after the Raging Bolt. It does force Diego to have another copy. Usually these Raging Bolt decks are starting to skimp a little bit on the Raging Bolt DX counts, right? Down to 2. So if Diego priced 1, this one just got knocked out. But with the Terra Pokemon being available, I think Diego is just about to almost secure the game at this point. By knocking out the Golden Go, how could Carlos possibly respond?
Definitely. Right now, though, with no energy yet on the board, and with Golden Go having 260 HP, it is going to take quite a few acceleration methods, right? Is going to at least need, well, number 1, needs the Raging Bolt. Number 2, maybe needs a second Ancient Pokemon if Sada is going to be used to be able to accelerate 2 energies. We haven't seen a Teal Mask Ogerpon yet either, so still missing a couple of pieces. But of course, if the knockout can be done here, you have to agree. Carlos is in a very, very tough spot. Of course, there is a knockdown. Whenever there's a knockdown, there has to be a way.
Yeah, that Jewel Seeker ability is just so good. It's not Inteleon levels of good, because you do need that Terra Pokemon always in play. And I mean, we've seen it on stream. You've done it, I've done it. Anyone who says they haven't done it, they are definitely lying, and they have evolved into Noctowl without having a Terra Pokemon.
Never.
I've
never, Pablo. What do you mean?
See, you've clearly done it multiple times. And yeah, now it's on Diego to piece things out. The biggest pain point for him right now is the energies in the discard pile. But now he has 2, so this Noctowl could get us double Nest Ball, right? And that way we get the Sada. We do need 2 energy from Sada. We also need an extra energy from the Teal Mask Ogerpon, right? And the energy for turn. That's how we get 4 basic energies into play, powered up, ready to take down this Golden Go. And the Prime Catcher not being available to potentially take a knockout with 3 on the Fezandipity, maybe there's a chance Diego misses the knockout here.
Yeah, it looks like right now the choice is still just 1 Nest Ball. And the fact that you can tell, right, where Diego's speed, it isn't as automatic. That means there might be a piece that we're still lacking. We might have to depend on something like Sada to draw into something we need. But looks like it is Nest Ball plus the Ultra Ball. Curious to see why not Nest Ball plus Nest Ball. I don't think we're going to need an evolution Pokemon. Maybe we need to thin the hand down to draw with Mew as well. Might be something Diego is considering, but yeah, it's not just automatically there.
Yeah, no, for sure, no. And especially because one Raging Ball did get KO'd. Yeah, it's not a straightforward turn, that's for sure. And I think it's going to be the Grass Energy. The Grass Energy is probably going to be the card that Diego needs to hope that he draws. It's the energy that he has the most copies of. It's the energy. Oh, maybe. Okay, never mind. We can guarantee the knockout with this. Maybe?
So Trumpet does accelerate 2 energy from the discard pile to 2 colorless Pokemon. As long as there's a Terra with the Nest Ball, does
it, yeah.
Yeah, does get the Raging Bolt when we only need, you don't even need the Sada. Crispin, accelerates 1, attach, Horn, Trumpet,
Yeah.
That is perfect. Nice tech card there from Diego Casiraga. Trumpet just playing the Horn. Can accelerate to either the Noctowl or the Fan Rotom, just like Pablo is pointing out now. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's 4, exactly.
Nice and clean there.
Yeah, the Trumpet took him a little bit to figure everything out, to piece everything together. I think he might have been like a little bit locked, like I was, on that extra energy with the Teal Mask Ogre-Pon and whatnot, but there we have it. There's the 4 energies, and we have Mew, we have Fez. We have everything we could possibly want in our hand to recover from this. Well, maybe not everything. We're missing Teal Mask Ogre-Pon and the Grass. But yeah, straightforward knockout, 4 energies. And with no Gimme Goal in play, even though this took a lot of resources, you know your Raging Bolt is not going down unless your opponent just happens to play a Blood Moon or Saluna or something like that.
Yeah, I can definitely see why Diego would taking his time, because there are definitely a lot of routes to take that knockout. If you depend on something like Sada, you get those 3 extra cards. Sometimes that's nice. Maybe if you can find your Teal Mask, then you're still drawing those cards, because right now the board is back to bare. It's going to be tough to get 4 energies again if a Goldengo hits the board, but luckily it won't. So Diego does have a couple of turns to reestablish as Gimmighoul hits the board.
Yeah, that Gimmighoul, 1 turn too little, too late. We can take a prize card here with Soul Rock, Boss's Orders, take down Fan Rotom, but 1 prize card is not helping us whatsoever. It still means that Carlos needs 2 more attacks to win this match, and Diego could possibly respond. Now, there's no way to power up the Wellspring Ogre-Pon and have a Ghost effect at this point in time. It's just going to be bringing up the Noctowl, though, maybe trying to buy himself a turn. But yeah, this is just going to let Diego get a huge board, a very stable board, and basically make it so that whenever Goldengo attacks, he's just going to be ready for it.
Yes, and yeah, just like that, Solrock does attack the Noctowl. I like the Boss's Orders, if with no energy on the board and no way to really retreat the Noctowl, it almost guarantees there is going to be at least no knockout this turn.
Exactly. It guarantees there's no knockout this turn, but it just means you're delaying your opponent's win. That's all this is accomplishing. Yeah, because whenever, like, now they have essentially a free turn, you need them to completely whiff with an 8-card hand, which is very unlikely to happen. So this is just a turn where Diego gets to prepare for the incoming Goldengo, and then once that hits the board and KOs whatever it wants to KO, Diego just responds immediately and probably closes out the game. There's a world where Diego misplays, there's no Hoot or there's no second Raging Bolt, and gets in a little bit of trouble because of that. But someone of the caliber of a world champion, I'd be very surprised if that happened.
Well, play to your outs. Luckily, this is a matchup that is fairly fast, so it's a 2 prizes versus 2 prize cards. With 30 minutes left, though. Actually, you're right. Maybe.
Yeah, is it though? Because there's been 20 minutes, and this game's not over. So if the match takes 25, right, and then game 2 takes another 25, I don't know if we're actually going to see a conclusion to this game as it currently stands. So I'm probably very insistent on this, but I generally think. We saw it perfectly well executed by in that game 2 by Aban and Gustavo, by both players. As soon as you're out, right? This Boss's Orders defensively, if you were both at 2 prizes, completely understandable and the best play possible. When you're behind 2 against a Raging Ball deck, that's where it gets a little sketchy, and that's where you should be trying to give yourself the advantage of now you get to go first, you are probably going to be able to be the aggressor, maybe get the first 2 prize cards yourself, and give yourself enough time for a game 3 to win the round.
You know what, Pablo? I 100% agree with you, just because time really flew for me there. 20 minutes have already gone past. On paper, this should be a very fast matchup where we have 2 big EX Pokemon just swinging against each other, taking 2 prizes a pop. But yeah, it has been a minute now, and right now, nothing much is going to happen from Diego's field, but he is in the perfect position to do nothing this turn. Just set up.
Just getting ready to make sure that he can knock out whatever comes next. Probably Golden Go. That's the thing. That's the issue with Carlos's current situation. He doesn't threaten pretty much anything overall. Now, because even if Carlos just takes this knockout on the Noctowl and leaves the Solrock in the active, he's not threatening game next turn, right?
Yes.
And then it's in Diego's benefit for this very long game 1, which he's heavily favored in currently, extends, and there's not a lot of time for game 2, and definitely no time for game 3, right? So every action taken at this point by Carlos, it's to the benefit of Diego at this point. And like I said, like is there a window for Carlos to win? Yes. Is there a window for Diego to whiff at some point? Absolutely. This stadium is step number 1, right? This is forcing Diego to make a tough choice in the discards, and it's gonna be the Mew, which honestly at this point Mew is not going to be drawing us any cards, and we already have essentially 2 pivots established, so I think Diego's gonna be okay.
That's for sure, as right now the Gimmighoul was promoted. That means we should be seeing at least a Golden Go hit the board. Maybe Carlos is trying to think, oh, maybe he can evolve this Golden Go, take a knockout on one of those 2 big Terra Pokemon. Maybe Diego struggles to respond at that point. That's the only out, right? This Golden Go has to survive, and Carlos needs to take 2 prize cards.
Yeah, and I think it's gotta be the Raging Bolt, right? If you knock out either Terra, there's still a Terra left over. Knocking out Tealmats would definitely be way better than Wellspring, so that you take away that 1 card draw and the energy acceleration for next turn. I think the one perhaps ray of hope that Carlos might have at this point is that in order to pull off the KO, Diego needed a lot, and he also Night Stretchered the Raging Bolt back as opposed to finding one from the deck. Right, so maybe he's thinking, okay, if the other Raging Bolt is prized and you don't have immediate access to Night Stretcher or whatnot, maybe that's the window he needs in order to get back into this game. And we have it.
Sure enough, there is the boss's orders on the Raging Bolt EX. Is there enough energy in hand? I see 4. There is a lot of superior energy retrieval, though. Let's count it out properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 250 damage knocks out the Raging Bolt EX. Carlos goes down to 2. Let's see how Diego responds here. Again, it's going to take 4 energy plus a Raging Bolt to take a knockout on the Golden Go. Starts off with that Pheasantipity. He finds it. There's an Ultra Ball in hand, but just like you mentioned, there's opted to not grab a Raging Bolt from the deck, so there's probably none. There was a Night Stretcher as well.
Yeah, so Night Stretcher getting back the Raging Bolt. We can Ultra Ball possibly for the Noctowl. I mean, I don't know if we're missing anything. It's just making sure we piece this out and we can take this knockout. We have Sada, we have a Grass Energy, we have an energy switch. All right.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be the energy switch on the Water Ogerpon, plus the boss orders with the Vitality Band is enough to take a knockout on both the Lunatone and the Solrock. Another fancy way there. It is another way to take fancy way to take the 2 prize cards. I like the addition of the Vitality Band now onto the Raging Bolt deck, just because 110 is such an important number to hit. Yeah, it hits the Monkey Dory and the Solrock, and this, obviously, for this specific scenario, it does knock out Solrock. There were so many ways. Maybe we didn't need to reveal the Vitality Band, but either way, Diego Casiraga takes game number 1.
Yeah, that extra little bit of information, perhaps we could have avoided it by just going for the standard route of the Raging Bolt KO. Either way, it was very hard for Diego to lose at that point in time. So let's take a look at everything that transpired in this game 1.
Of course, this has to be one of the key moments, taking the first 2 prize cards. in a matchup like this, that always seems the most important. Whoever takes the first 2.
Yeah. Whoever takes the first 2 means they have an advantage, and whoever lost the first two, needs to make the other person with. That's why we saw Carlos go after the Raging Bolt over and over in order to try and make it so that Diego didn't have the right attacker for the right situation.
Yes, and here we just see knockout after knockout after knockout. This is how this matchup is typically played when both players really don't have any means of disruption. They have the world in their hands.
Yeah, literally, yeah. It always feels nice to play that way, honestly. Like when your opponent flips over a basic of a deck that you know historically tends not to, right? Because we don't want to say they never do. Yeah. There's always that one friend, that one person who decided to add Iono to their Golden Go, who decided to play a Judge.
Which was the most broken thing, guys, because I won that matchup.
Exactly. That one time I really needed an Iono, and I lost because of it. So I added it. I've never used it again, but I added it.
Well, Raging Bull decks in... Judge used to be a very staple card.
Judge and Iono are definitely a lot more present in Raging Bolt. We know that there's none in the list, but that's something that you could reasonably expect from Raging Bolt specifically.
That's for sure, as, again, I'm sure Diego is very happy with his first win here. But, ooh, looks like we're using the camera to... Okay. This is the view from if you were sitting outside and watching the game. And look at that. What beautiful, seamless transition.
Seamless transition. I don't even know. I couldn't even tell we transitioned into the actual match. But yeah, starting us off is Diego, it seems. I genuinely thought Carlos would be choosing to go first. Diego now does need to try and piece out exactly what he did in the first game, right? And this time around, there is no Latias prize. There's Ditto, which in this particular situation would have been pretty useful, different from the previous match where he started Raging Bolt, and getting that out of the active is almost impossible. But no Ditto access to Grass Energy's prize, and now different than last time, the Noctowl being prized and being in the last two prizes probably means Diego will be limited to 2 Noctowl usages this game instead of 3.
Possibly, but luckily Diego does... Oh, no, yeah, it is just 3 Noctowl.
It's 4-3, yeah.
Yeah, that could be key there, and yeah, being in the last 2 means probably not going to see it, but let's see if Diego can put together the entire game with just 2. Again, just like you said earlier, it's nice when your opponent has no means of disruptions. You can plan everything from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly.
As Fan Rotom once again doing his thing, calling his buddies there. 2 Noctowl, 2 Hoot Hoot and 1 Noctowl. Do you see any energy on board or anything else that we need for this turn at the very least?
I mean, we would love to use Teal Dance, right? Get that extra energy down, not only for the extra card, but also just to have the pivot ready to go without needing to bench the Latias. 1 Area Zero has been discarded. 2 Ultra Balls have been discarded as well. Well, 1 used, 1 discarded, which means that Wellspring Ogre Pro is pretty good, but it awkwardly returns the energy to the deck, right? And both Sada and the Glass Trumpet, they require the energy in the discard pile. So that leaves 2 Ultra Balls for future discards. That could be a little problematic.
Diego Casiraga missing the energy attachment for turn there. That's always, well, as a Terra Box player, when you miss the turn 1 energy, it makes it that much harder to really set up the Water Ogre Pawn, especially in this Terra Bolt deck where there is no, the crystal that, that reduces the energy cost.
Sparkling Crystal?
Sparkling Crystal, thank you. It's been a minute. Sparkling Crystal. He's going to depend on something like Energy Switch if he wants to do the whole Water Ogre Pawn play to get those first 2 prize cards. So it feels like maybe Diego's not going to be the aggressor for this one. As Carlos, though, let's see how he puts his turn together.
Yeah, no Gimme Gold prize this time around. Copy of Golden Go, not a big deal. Copy of Soul Rock, not a big deal. The biggest card probably being the 3rd Metal Energy. Late game, if there was ever any chance of item lock or something, that could make it awkward. I think it's more like the lack of access for 2 energies that leaves you 9 to work with. So you're going to be a little bit more strained to piece out knockouts. You're going to be maybe missing any energy draws at some crucial moment, but probably not too bad. The biggest card being Boss's Orders, but it's right at the bottom, so he'll be able to access it quite quickly.
for sure, as we do see the Fighting Gong finding the Soul Rock a little bit slower there than the straight up raw Precious Trolley on turn 1 to get the 5 Pokemon. I don't see any big supporter just yet, but let's see here. Let's draw 3 cards. Lunar Cycle.
Oof, there's no Arven, no Puffin, no Precious Trolley without supporter, so unlike the previous game, we do have one Artisan.
We get one Gimmighoul.
One Gimmighoul, which, in order to pull off the Wellspring Ogerpon with this specific combination, what do we need? We need the Wellspring. We need Crispin for an energy attachment, an energy for turn. We need the Teal Dance. We need a way to retreat for free, essentially a Latias or the Prime Catcher, and an energy switch. That's a lot of cards, and off of one Noctowl, I can't imagine that's possible.
That seems tough. How about we just go Fen Rotom, knock out the lone Gimmighoul?
That seems very reasonable. Yeah, that seems way better.
But yeah, but unfortunately, of course, 1 prize isn't 2. Let's see, though. Can Carlos take the first prize card, though? With the energy attachment for turn and a boss's orders in hand. I think the answer is yes, he can.
Yes, he can. I wonder if maybe knocking out the Fen Rotom?
Yeah, it's one of those times, right?
It's a way to protect your Gimmighoul, right? I mean, Diego could easily search out for Fen Rotom once again, so maybe not as important. But there's a chance the second Fen Rotom is prized. And guess what? It is prized, right? So even though it's unlikely, it's not impossible, right? So there is a chance. You probably should be playing towards the chance.
It's just one of those cases.
Yeah,
one of those cases.
So it's a 1 in game out of 50, right? But if you get it right on that 1 game out of 50 where it does matter, maybe that's what ends up saving you a little bit.
As the first Jewel Seeker now is going to be played here for game number 2, and it's just going to be double Nest Ball. If I had to guess, what do you think he's grabbing here?
I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be Latias plus something else, but I don't know if Diego is actually trying to go for that Gimmighoul knockout based on these choices, right? You need either boss or Prime Catcher, something to pressure the Gimmighoul. Maybe the boss is already in hand. He did save his energy attachment. He does have a fighting energy in his hand currently, so maybe he already has the boss and is just setting up for the future, but he actually doesn't. So is he maybe... All right.
Are we crying here a bit? Do you think this is a sob angle up next?
No, I really don't think so, because then that Gimmighoul is just probably going to evolve, I think. I mean, Diego's going out of his way to pull off this play, right? He does have Crispin, he has the other Noctowl, he has the retreat now for Latias, so now he needs the energy switch, and
there's the Crispin.
Yeah, so he should have it thanks to the other Noctowl, but that's a lot of resources expended at the cost of getting 2 prize cards. Seems like a pretty good trade-off.
Well, we can get 2 prize cards. Is the Vitality Band also in hand? That's adding 1 more addition to the 5 cards he needed earlier just to take the knockout on the Gimmighoul.
Yeah, so it's either Prime Catcher or the Vitality Band, which he can search for with the second Noctowl. So, oh wow, got the Prime Catcher. Crazy.
Still can attach for turn as well here.
Yeah.
He can pivot
for turn. So I wonder if with that Prime Catcher, he's not going to use up the Prime Catcher. He's just going to go for Vitality Band plus Energy Switch. And this, of course, going the Fen Rotom KO was simpler, but this means the Soul Rock or the Lunatone engine is turned off, and your opponent has no Gimmighoul. So it's going to be like, even if you don't do anything impactful the next turn, you're so far ahead that you're probably fine.
Yeah, this is looking very, very scary as Energy Switch was played. Attachment for turn with the Vitality Band. We're doing a torrential pump. 110 damage to the active, 120 to the bench. And Carlos is now left with a lone Lunatone.
Lone Lunatone has no help in hand, has 2 Golden Goes, does have a Genesect which he can bench so that he doesn't lose next turn, but that's it. There's nothing else in the hand.
I think the only thing Carlos has going for him is the fact that Diego used both Noctowls in play, and we know the 1 is still in the prize card, so all Diego has to work with is whatever's in his hand right now, plus a couple of draws potentially. But right now, Genesect being played, it's always sad to be able to grab those Golden Goes without the baby Gimmighoul to evolve to. Just in the hand. Thinning is winning, but maybe not in this situation right now.
Gholdengo is good, but it's not that good.
There's a lot of gold in that hand.
A lot of gold, yep. Now we're going to see here's Invisible Thin, a couple more cards. Can't draw off of Lunatone's ability because there is no Solrock in play. I mean, there's nothing in play. Honestly, it's just, I mean, Diego has a 3-card hand. I don't remember exactly what he grabbed off the prize. I think it was 2 Grass Energy, so he'll be able to get Grass Energy into play. Maybe now we see the Fan Rotom attack to 70 damage to that Lunatone, or we just see the retreat onto the Noctowl. Carlos just trying to buy himself a little bit of time. That's the second boss that's been utilized so far, though. So if for whatever reason this game ends up dragging on and Carlos is able to get back into it, 2 bosses orders being down could possibly play into Diego's favor. We're going to see a draw for 1, 2 energy, bosses orders, and Prime Catcher in hand right now for Diego. So not a lot of help overall.
Yeah, can't even go for something like the Fan Rotom unless he expends the Prime Catcher, which is not worth it. So slow turn, but luckily Carlos having a little bit of a slower turn.
Arven off the top for Carlos. Finally top decks a little bit of help. Probably knows that Diego's hand is not great. So is there ever an opening? I mean, if Carlos had a backup Gimmighoul and had managed knockout on the Wellspring Ogerpon, Diego would have had nothing, right? So Diego is very far ahead at this point in time, but he's not, like, Carlos is not out of it yet because Diego's hand is very lackluster at this point.
Ooh, definitely what Carlos needs here. Just the precious trolley. That had to be the perfect top deck for Carlos. Again, just grabbing the Arven. We now have 3 Gimmighouls in the bench. There's no way we're not having a Gholdengo at least next turn. Carlos next turn is going to be drawing cards, taking knockouts. Diego now needs to do something potentially. Maybe not this turn. We'll have to see. Grabbing the Iron Bundle as well. Don't think matters as much, but hey, it's something you can grab as well too.
And Carlos was very hesitant to grab the Fezandipity. I think it makes sense. It has that 10 less HP that it has compared to Gensec DX. Means Raging Bolt needs 1 whole energy less to knock it out, right? So that's going to be, that could be pretty impactful later down the line. So Carlos really playing to the late game with his current early game decisions, right? One big thing though is that with Lana's 8 being the only recovery card that Carlos has, one of these Gimmighoul's is never going to evolve because there's now 2 Gholdengos in the discard pile. So that could be a little problematic in terms of being a little bit lackluster overall with the draw power and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, looking pretty good now for Carlos. Full field of Gimmighoul's. Diego needs to get a very good top deck. And the biggest issue for him is that there's no Noctowl possibility because the last Noctowl is prized as he top decks a Raging Bolt EX.
It's okay, there's one more chance here with the Teal Dance.
It's the second copy of Wellspring.
There's a lot of Pokemon in hand. Not the right Pokemon you need though, but...
Not the right Pokemon you need. Maybe now it's time to sob. And not quite literally, but generally using the sub attack, force your opponent to half Professor Turo scenario, or if not, delay their attacks for a turn. And I think you're pretty okay using the Prime Catcher in this spot. You're already 2 prizes ahead. Anything your opponent does will be with a Gholdengo, so you'll just need to knock out the active. I would love to see using the Prime Catcher defensively this time around to slow down your opponent because you still need a huge top deck next turn. The more turns you give yourself to top deck some help, the better it will be for you.
Unfortunately, no use of the defensive Prime Catcher there, but now just a pass now to Carlos. Does have the Gholdengo, has a couple of Gholdengo in hand, just like we mentioned earlier. Genesect in play as well, so there are going to be draws. Unfortunately, 2 bosses orders are down, but luckily he does play the full 4, right? So if he wanted to take a 2 prize turn, there is definitely a possibility, as Turo was drawn from the coin bonus.
It was the second card from coin bonus. So if any Pokemon had been subbed that couldn't evolve to remove the effect, then Diego would have guaranteed himself at least one extra turn. Now the question becomes, does Carlos have enough energy to knock out this Noctowl? Does he even want to? Does he take a slower turn, trying to find more Boss's Orders? But with 2 Boss's Orders being down, the 8th pick being revealed that it is not, in fact, Prime Catcher, we could get to a late game situation where Diego needs to buy himself a turn. Carlos is out of Boss's Orders, and therefore Diego knows he's pretty safe as long as he keeps 2 single prize Pokemon in play to play around the Iron Bundle.
I like it. Right now, taking Knockout 2 on the Noctowl doesn't seem too bad. Carlos is at that awkward, odd prize card, so going back to even shouldn't be a problem. Maybe honestly, maybe the better target would be the Hoot Hoots, but Diego right now, not really able to draw into the Noctowl. So, there it is though.
Yeah, Carlos definitely doesn't know that there's that extra Noctowl prize, right? So, if you have to prepare for the worst that your opponent could do, go after the Hoot Hoot. Looking pretty good, but that is the 3rd Boss's Orders being utilized. So now we're definitely in a situation where if Carlos needs to take a 2 prize knockout on the bench, back-to-back turns, it's impossible. So Diego can find himself in a situation where he can buy himself a turn. I couldn't tell what Diego top decked. He has the Wellspring, he has an energy. He doesn't have anything in his hand, Wancho.
Oh no, this is exactly what Carlos needed to come back into it. They're tied 4-4 apiece. The next person to take the next 2 prize cards should, in theory, win this game. And it's starting to look like it's not going to be Diego Kasuraga.
So much for being super aggressive decks that just go back-to-back-to-back knockouts in quick games, right? There's 9 minutes left. We're tied to 4 prizes in game 2. And it's looking like one of these players is going to try and buy themselves some time by playing defensively.
Yes. Pablo, what world are we living in right now where there's a possibility that Raging Bolt versus Goldingo ties, whereas we had a Gardevoir matchup with game 3 without having to go into overtime?
I know. I mean, if you had asked me that before the tournament, I would have told you it would have happened the actual opposite way. Now, Diego did go for the aggression, went for the Boss's Orders on the gimme goal, took the knockout with Rotom, and found Ditto off his prize card. So still no help whatsoever for Diego, and things are now looking very grim. Carlos is down 3 Boss's Orders, so there's only 1 left, and even if he finds it now and takes a 2 prize knockout now, he won't be able to use another Gusting effect to finish the game the turn after, right? So we're guaranteed to see couple extra turns for Diego, a couple extra cards off the top. See if he can close things out a little bit sooner. Not looking great though.
Yes, and Carlos, again, even if he has to just attack through the Fan Rotom, I feel like he might be still in a great spot in any case. But right now, again, so many cards in his hand. Has the Turo as well too, so we know like Saw Block isn't a good game plan at the moment. But it's just going to be the Arven here. Yeah,
it's crazy how this game...
Probably just thinning the deck, I was thinking. Arven, I don't think he needs anything in particular.
Yeah, probably not. And it's crazy how this game has, or this series has played out. The game where Carlos started their A-Spec raw in their hand, they lost. And the game where their single gimme goal was knocked out on the second turn of the game, they're probably going to win. We see the knockout on the Fan Rotom getting closer and closer. Finally unlocks a Goldingo from the prize card. So actually, there were not 2 Goldingos in the discard pile. 1 was prized, 1 in the discard. But yeah, there was only access to 2 of them.
Right now, though, Diego Kasuraga does have a Crispin.
Yeah, off the top.
So could still walk away with this one because now the knockout is guaranteed. Crispin should be able to accelerate accelerate 1 of the Lightning or Fighting and then attach for turn.
I don't know if there's a Fighting left though. There's 1 on Wellspring, 1 just got discarded on the Fan Rotom. There's no Fighting energy left. There's no Fighting energy left in the deck. I mean, unless I saw wrong, right? But yeah, there's 2 in the discard pile, 1 on the Wellspring. I wasn't sure if the last one was or where it was. Yeah, there's no access to a KO right now.
Well, there is a way to go back to even, though, and it is going to be that Water Ogre Pawn is going to damage the active, but at least there is a target on the bench taking one prize card here does bring you down to even at the very least.
Yeah, it also softens up the Golden Go in terms of like making it easier for your Raging Bolt to take the upcoming knockout. Noctowl still in the prize cards, most likely.
Any of the two cards, to be honest, any of the top two cards in the prize cards could win Diego Kasaraga the game. Either the Crispin or the Noctowl. The Crispin, now the energy has been shuffled into the deck.
Yeah, that's true.
But the only, if he draws it in the correct order, draws the one useless card in the prize cards.
Wow, yeah, no help of the prize cards. Well, Noctowl is no longer useful, right? Because there's no more,
that's true.
Hood, but yeah, that Crispin could have been so key. He does play 4, right? So he could still find the next one off the top. Now, Carlos has a big decision, or a big turn here. If he can go boss KO the Raging Bolt, that would be pretty big. He knows Diego's hand is pretty bad, and that would just be asking him to find another piece in order to possibly close out this game. He also probably wants to play it as safe as possible, go back into the non-damaged Golden Go, make sure that Diego is required 4 energies to win, or 3 and a Prime Catcher, as opposed to just 3, which is in the active spot right now. Yeah, crazy turn of events. Diego started off so hot this game, and now he's completely drawing cold.
He's at the mercy of a top deck here. It has to be a top deck of a supporter, right? It has to be either the Crispin, the Professor Sada, maybe a way to draw. So I guess there are a lot of live cards, but right now, Carlos has a lot of cards.
Oof, there's the boss's orders off the top from the coin bonus. So if Carlos commits to the boss's orders right now, a supporter is definitely not enough for Diego. He would need to top deck something like Fezandipity into an S-Ball plus the supporter itself. So this would really shut down a lot of options for Diego if Carlos ends up using his boss. But I'm sure there's many things running through his mind right now. One of those is, this is my last boss's orders. Yeah, so do I need it in this scenario? Is it worth keeping? He's eyeing it up. He's putting it at the forefront of his hand. And if he was at 4 prizes left, I would say keep it. But because he isn't, I think you should just go for it. You put yourself down to 1 prize card, 1 more attack, and it's game over. He goes after the energy instead of the Raging Bolt, so this also complicates things essentially for Diego, but it keeps Professor Sada live as a potential decent draw, right? Not the best, but decent.
I think we know that Diego Kasaraga has the Prime Catcher in hand. So even with a supporter, unfortunately, the damage on the Golden was just 100. So he has 160 HP at the moment. So even the supporter plus the Prime Catcher isn't enough. He has to re-find the Teal Mask Ogerpon. So that's just plus 1 more piece. 1 more top deck. It still is the Fezandipity draw. And let's heal a little bit more now. I don't think it... Does that matter? It does. I don't think it does. No. Winning is winning.
All right, huge card off the top here, and it's a Lightning Energy. No help whatsoever. I think it's sub time now, finally, for Diego. Even if he had done it like that turn where he had the opportunity, his draws off the top have been so bad that I don't think there's any way. And at this point, there's what, like 3 to 7 cards left at the top of the deck. There's no way your opponent doesn't have Turo, and they can't prize their 2 Turos in their last prize card.
Maybe Diego can hope that he only plays 1, and that's the last prize card.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned yourself, play to your outs. That's possibly the out that Diego could be eyeing up. The only possibility that he has. Yeah, we're gonna see the Prime Catcher. We're gonna see the Sob. I wonder if it will be enough. But then I stop wondering because I can see Carlos's hand and I know it's not enough.
Ooh, Sob isn't going to work. Diego Kasaraga is going to have to sob in real life because Carlos takes this game number 2. That means we're going to a game 3 with 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Okay, something. Oh, the judges stopped the game for some reason. Okay. Diego was in the middle of scooping his cards, and now he put them all back. So,
maybe I spoke a little bit too soon here.
No. I think, everything's okay, it seems.
Yeah, maybe just clarifying all the board state. Again, we want to make sure.
Board state, all the abilities being utilized, yeah.
Just want to make sure that we play the correct game of Pokemon. We use the proper abilities. We see the right amount of cards and everything. So, but yeah, again, it just, Carlos had everything in his hand. He literally didn't have to do that much. Just pick up, use the Turo, and as long as there is enough energy in hand, that should have been the knockout.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if there was an extra ability utilized or not. Yeah, we'll have to see something happen, right? So
looks like judges want to confirm if draws were from the Pheasantipity or the Lunatone. The only thing they have to double check. I'm sure they'll sort things out here. Because I don't, Carlos cannot have drawn for Pheasantipity just because obviously no knockout has been taken. So it's a question of, was an energy discarded at that point? I could have thought that Carlos just had everything in hand. It's a massive, massive hand. You know, that's what Goldengo is good at doing. If you don't use your Ionos, if you don't have any hand disruptions, no Zerosics. So it should have been, everything should have been there.
I mean, I didn't see the Lunatone get tapped at all. It was coin bonuses, fast draw.
Is there a fighting energy in the discard pile? Is there?
Yeah, I didn't see any fighting energy get discarded either.
So again, this is why we use those markers to make sure, you know, what ability we're using. Because unfortunately, if Carlos did draw using the Pheasantipity, that is an illegal move. Of course, no knockout was taken just yet there, and you know, that's information. That's 3 extra cards of information. Even if he could have drawn with the Lunatone.
Yeah, no, of course. If that happened, then absolutely, it would be pretty crazy that there was a double price penalty awarded to Diego when he was in the middle of scooping his cards as his opponent showed the superior energy retrieval. Yeah, that would be a crazy turn of events for sure. Walking away from a tie to a win off of that happening, that would be pretty crazy to see.
Yeah, but again, we'll just have to wait and see what the judges decide. Again, there's a lot of resources they can use to make this decision. They can wash things back. Luckily, it is a stream game. But yeah, very, very funny. Again, that's thinking, yeah, you just lost the match. Wait, there's some hope for some reason? Sure.
Yeah, I think we are confirming that there was no problem that happened. So we're going to let Diego scoop up his cards. We're going to make sure the timer is correct for the remaining time. And I mean, there's a world where Diego goes second, and he could knock out Carlos's only Pokemon in play, and he ends up the winner, right? Or Diego doesn't bench too many Pokemon, and in that one extra turn that Diego will have after time has been called, wipes off the bench with Wellspring Ogerpon, right? So there is a chance for one of those scenarios happening if either player benches more than 2 or 3 Pokemon. There's no way we are seeing a conclusion to this fast-paced match.
Oh, wow. First, again, did not expect this matchup to go into a tie. Again, I was just thinking of theory and how these matchups typically play, but that first game did take a minute. Again, I believe over 20 minutes on that first game. But hey, you know, again, anything's possible. You can even have the perfect turn where, yes, your opponent benches 2. You go Crispin plus the E-Switch plus the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Things can happen. I've seen crazier in the Pokemon trading card game.
Things can happen. Oh, we've definitely seen crazy, for sure. All right, so we're going to set up for this Game 3. Let's see what is going to happen here. We could go in for an exciting turn of events where one player, and I mean, it could happen to Diego as well, right? He ends up with a very bad hand, single Pokemon in play, and then Goldengo just goes crazy on him and benches him out, right? That is a win condition that can happen in the Pokemon trading card game. If you've been playing for any amount of time longer than 2 weeks, it's probably happened to you as well, where you just end up drawing a bad combination of cards and you can't put anything into play and you lose the game that way. So yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up happening in this Game 3, as judges are still discussing things with players.
I think if we talk about that last game, I think we can confirm that it was the Goldango that was the draw. That's why there was no discard of the energy.
Yeah, Lunatone was definitely not used at all during that. There were a lot of cards drawn. So the Lunatone might have moved when moving all the abilities and tapping the cards, but no, Lunatone was definitely not used whatsoever.
So if we can confirm that energy was not discarded, that means Lunatone must have not been used, and of course, no knockout, so that means Serendipity could not be used. The only draw there was the Goldango. It's so funny just because there's so many ways to draw cards. We have to double check which one you actually tapped. And I guess a problem could arise then as well, is that if you use the Goldango draw to draw 2, but you actually draw 3, that could be a problem.
Yeah. You know what I did in the, by mistake, of course, in the special championship of Argentina? I said trade from Zoroark EX, and I had Fez active that turn, and in my mind I was thinking, maybe I should have used Fez first, flip the script first. And because I was thinking about Fez and Dipti, I saw the third card, and of course got the appropriate judge call for it. So yeah, silly mistake. Sometimes you're so in your head that these mistakes will happen. And we saw it already in round 1 by 2 of the world's best players.
Yeah, that is true. Sometimes you just play too fast, or again, we talked about muscle memory being a thing, or hey, for you, Pablo, I guess your body was just faster than your mind.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens more than I'd like to admit. One time I took a knockout and forgot to take a prize card, because I was always thinking about boss for a game the next turn, that I just skipped taking my prize card. And because I didn't take my prize card, my next shuffle of Marnie was illegal, and therefore I ended up losing a game that I had technically already won because I forgot to take a prize card. Like, I've been taking prize cards for 25 years, Juancho, and that's the one time I forgot. I don't think that's ever happened to me.
Luckily, I only play flawlessly. No problems at all.
Oh, yeah?
None at all.
Must be very nice to play flawlessly, to be so humble about it as well. Yeah.
But it looks like we did get everything cleared out here. Both players are actually setting up. Unless, of course, there's like a prize penalty for some reason. But no, I think we're going to get a nice and clean game. Obviously, there's more time to be added. I believe there was like, what, 2-3 minutes left before that match?
1 minute, 45 seconds were left, so that should be the remaining time for this potential game, plus the +1 turn with the 10 minutes maximum time allowance to close out this game. 3 energies and prizes for Diego, trolley prized for Carlos. We'll show the prizes in a minute. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. And yeah, we're getting the game started. There's very little time left, so let's make sure we are at the table showing the match.
All right. Right now, though, here we go. This is it, Game 3. Can someone be crowned the winner here in Round 5 of LAIC? Carlos opening up with the Genesect, so that is at least a beefy Pokemon. Do we see any more basics? Unfortunately, his hand's down, so I can't really see anything.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the hand. There is a Fighting Gong. I couldn't tell what else there was available. We're going to get 2 Golingos. Trolley is prized. 3 energies are prized for Diego. I think at turn 1, knockout on the Genesect DX is probably very out of reach here. At this point in time, you would need like Crispin, double Teal Mask into the Raging Bolt, and Diego has nothing. So
it could be Crispin, Teal Mask, Vitality Band.
Oh yeah, the Vitality Band could actually make the maths work a little bit if we find the one on Vitality Band early on.
Without using the knockdown?
Yeah, not looking great. 3 seconds on the clock, so Carlos will be turn 0, it seems. So Carlos is definitely not winning this game, and as soon as the other Pokemon gets benched, Diego is not winning this game either. So we will not be able to see this conclusion of this fast-paced match. And yeah, both players end up tying. Yeah, quotation marks, fast-paced match. I mean, I feel like both decks are on the aggressive side, right? They're very straightforward in the sense that they have high damage output. They can knock out anything that's in their path, but both decks also have a lot of things that need to get done prior to getting to that point, right?
Yes.
Raging Bolt has Noctowl usage, energy surge, energy attachment. Sometimes you are searching your deck for the pieces. That takes up a little bit of time, and then you want to draw the one card from the Teal Mask ability, so you have to shuffle your deck, your opponent cuts, you draw one more card, and then you go for your next surge, and then you have to shuffle and cut again. So all those things, definitely, it's the multiple actions that are not automatic, right, that take time, leading up to a straightforward one-shot discarding energy. And it's the same for Goldingo. There's multiple abilities, multiple searches that happen, the sequencing between which Goldingo you use first or second to maximize your draw potential. So all of those nuances to each deck is what leads to these longer turns.
Yeah, you know what the problem is, Pablo? There's no disruption. That means they had everything in their hands, so they have a lot of actions to do. Let's go ahead and replay a couple of key moments here. And of course, game one, just that big knockout, and the knockout that honestly decided everything. But yeah, of course, again, that game one where we got to see it, right? It's just the 2 with the Wellspring Ogerpon, great addition into the deck. And then after that, then you're playing regular Raging Bolt, where you just want to find those energies and take big knockouts.
Yeah, and regular quotation marks as well, because Glass Trumpet is definitely not a usual inclusion, right, in Raging Bolt historically. But now with this more Terra-focused build, if you will, that Glass Trumpet is essentially an item card Professor Sada, which, sure, it doesn't power up your Raging Bolt because it's not a Terra Pokemon, but it's a plus 140 damage immediate item card, and that's huge when trying to reach for bigger numbers and when your bench is looking a little bit limited by not having too many Raging Bolts, Teal Mask Ogerpon in play.
Yeah, I really, really like that card. I mean, especially in a format where we have so many big Pokemon now, be it Megas, be it these Stage 2 EXs, sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to really close things out, and we got to see it in that game one. Fortunately, though, again, for that game two now, Diego, again, being a little bit slow, and Carlos able to set up after getting the lone Gimme Ghoul knocked out.
Yeah.
Maybe the key was not to bench all the Gimme Ghouls on turn one.
Yeah, maybe that's how you approach the matchup. You bait your opponent with one Gimme Ghoul, and then they go out of their way to knock it out, and then you're good to go. And I will say, if Diego had just knocked out the Gimme Ghoul with the Fan Rotom, he has a Noctowl left over, and after he has a Noctowl left over, he can continue to play the game and continue to apply more pressure, right? So maybe that was, well, not maybe. Literally with how the game played out, it was definitely a big overextension.
Yes.
And that's where you want to measure your resources. He was out of a lot of cards. He didn't have anything really established. He was out of Noctowls. He probably must have known at that point that he priced a Noctowl, and sure, you're taking the prices. You have a chance to get it out, but it's not guaranteed. And with Noctowl living in the top apartment, then it was just impossible to get out.
Yeah, sometimes I'm sure Diego just saw the lone Gimme Ghoul, saw blood in the water to just get so far ahead, take 2 prize cards, dismantle an entire draw engine, and take out the attacker. Sometimes it is worth those 2 knockdowns. It seemed like such a game-winning play, but again, leaving themselves with nothing. Good odds too, right? 2 out of 6 cards. You can draw the knockdown, but fortunately didn't pan out. But again, very massively played though from Diego, being that game one absolutely dominant when both players just got to do exactly what they want. But I guess here, even without hand disruption, sometimes things don't go according to plan.
Yeah, of course. And now we did see Goldingo. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more Goldingo. We saw it in round 1. We just saw it in round 5. And Goldingo has enjoyed a lot of success as of late. Last weekend at Las Vegas, Nicholas Moffitt piloted Goldingo pretty well to a very solid finish. I believe he got top 16 or top 8, not exactly sure which one. So why don't we take a look at his list so that viewers can get an idea of what to expect usually with Golden Go, and here we have it. Actually, it seems like it was Nicholas Moffat, the one that innovated with the Lightning Energies and the Levincia, which we saw Middleslav play in round 1 as a way to play around that body item lock in order to have access to damage output, even if you don't have access to item cards.
Yes, quick screen cap here, just in case you want to take this deck list. Again, a lot of key tech cards here, right? First of all, the A-Spec, very interesting. Secret Box, I feel like Golden Go is one of those decks now that just plays every type of A-Spec, any type of A-Spec they want. They can be more aggressive with the Prime Catchers, or maybe they want all the energies in hand with the Energy Search Pro, but Secret Box, you know, it's just been such a good A-Spec of late, just because there's so many choices, so many power items, power supporters, power stadium cards. It's good to get 4 of them, and yeah, definitely great addition to the deck. And then, of course, again, we mentioned it earlier, the 2 Lightning. I think it's very good. Sometimes you just need those energy cards, especially under item lock. Anything else of note, Pablo?
I mean, it seems pretty standard. I really like, as you mentioned, the addition of Secret Box. It makes sense in so many decks, right? It's one of the few consistency A-Specs that we have available at this point in time. Others being something like Precious Trolley, right? Where Precious Trolley is very strong when you get to use it, and because you include it in your deck, you get to be greedier with other cards, right? Like you play less Puffin, you play less Nestball, or maybe no Nestball, just because that one card sets you up for the rest of the game. But if it's not available to you or you don't find it early, you struggle to set up anything at all because you don't have those extra cards. Whereas Secret Box, it essentially elevates every other card you play in your deck. Like it elevates them a level, but if you don't have access to Secret Box, you still have a very healthy amount of Nestballs and Body Puffins and Fighting Gongs, yeah, and you still have all your supporters available. So I feel like that's a big trade-off between Secret Box and Precious Trolley. We've also seen Prime Catcher be utilized in Golden Go decks historically. So yeah, overall, Secret Box, just such a fantastic card, and with all the discard in Golden Go decks, it's not the most intuitive card to include, but I think the more you play with it, the more it makes sense, just because you care about the early game, right? The middle to the late game is just handled by Coin Bonus and Lunar Cycle, but everything else, like if you get a strong early game, everything else just plays out beautifully.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about how strong the Precious Trolley was, really thinning the deck, right? It was thinning the deck 5 cards. If you think about it, the Secret Box thins even more, right? You're thinning 4 cards, and those 4 cards get even more cards. So again, very, very powerful A-Spec. But I'm sure any way you really play Golden Go, you can definitely make it work. But right now, Pablo, real quick, I want to share with the folks at home a quick segment that you and me got to shoot yesterday, actually. It was a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and check that out. Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Latin American International Championships. My name is Juancho Saldan, and I'm joined by such an amazing commentator and friend, Pablo Meza. Pablo, you have a quick game here.
All right.
You're going to pull decks here. This is the meta tier list game. You're going to pull a deck, and you're going to tier them 1 to 5, 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest, but you don't know what you're going to get next.
Okay. Sounds like a challenge.
You got this, Pablo. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, feel free. Pull a deck. Trust me, Lugia V-Star's not in this one, though.
I'm glad. All right. Terrabox.
Terrabox.
Terrabox is pretty powerful. Hasn't had that big win yet. I feel like there's definitely way better decks out there right now, so I'm gonna rank it at number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That hurt me a little bit, but that's all right. Number 4.
All right. Now let's see. We have Marnie's Grimstorm. All right, Marnie's Grimstorm. I mean, it's pretty even with Terrabox, I want to say. So, Torn, I feel like, is there a worse deck in the bag than either of these two? I want to put Marnie at number 3.
Okay, playing it safe.
I feel
Still
like
have
there's
5.
still going to be a worse deck than these.
Okay,
and
watch.
two much better ones.
Watch you put Gardevoir in 5 now.
Yeah. All right,
you have one.
So next up we have Golden Go Solrock. Clear number 2 contender.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty good. It's not Gardevoir level, it's not Mega Absol, I want to say. So I feel like number 2 is a pretty tall number.
I'm surprised with number 2 because I feel like it's number 1 in play rate. A lot of people are picking it up.
Yeah, that's true, but its conversion rate hasn't really been that good into Top Con and into, like, it won in Poland, right? But outside of that, it hasn't had that big result yet.
Okay, number 2 is solid. Number 2 is solid.
Okay, so I have 1 and 5 still left.
Yes.
All right. Give me Gardevoir, please. And Flareon Box. Okay. Flareon Box, number 5. I would say it's probably on par with Marty's Crystal and Terra Box, so feels pretty nice to have Flareon at number 5. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. What
All
Pablo
right.
Meza thinks is the number 1 deck.
If this is not Gardevoir Dragapult, I'm in trouble. Oh my god. Festival lead.
He got the festival lead. Yeah,
Okay.
that's definitely what he thinks, you know.
100%, yeah, festival lead. It has all the potential. I mean, we're surrounded by this green background. It was coming, but yeah, festival lead, number 1 deck. You heard it here first.
Thank you so much, Pablo. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
You don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your gut. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to LAIC, or the Latin American International Championships, live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Beautiful city, amazing, amazing weekend for some Pokemon. Thousands of players have flown to this beautiful, beautiful city. But of course, right now, we're just waiting on our next round of games. Right now, my name is Juancho Soldana, and I'm joined with Festival Lead's #1 supporter, Pablo Meza.
I mean, I don't think it's a secret that I love Applin, and I'm a huge fan of green environments and therefore Festival Lead. I mean, it's the best kept secret of 2025. It's clearly underrated, and we're going to see it at the top, Pancho. You'll see.
It's definitely your caster pick, right, Pablo?
Yeah, my caster pick. I think the production got it wrong. I chose Festival Lead, but they chose other cards.
We'll fix that. We'll fix that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Please.
But yeah, we're back here at LAIC. We just came from such an electric match. Again, the Terra Bolt deck against Goldengo. But honestly, I'm seeing the next match. I'm already a little bit more excited than the last. Not gonna lie, just being honest here. I'm not gonna spoil it just yet, but it's exciting. It's exciting.
We've had some top tier quality so far, and I'm sure we are in for even more, Juancho. And this is something I love about these high level events. every round that takes place, like, you enjoy, and you know, as the field narrows down to the best of the best of the best, it just keeps getting better and better and better.
I have to agree. So how about, let's go ahead and take a look at the field, actually. All the players playing out there, who's going up against who, is your favorite player playing against somebody. And right now, yeah, a lot of big names here. 5-0, Lucas Zing. Joshua Frink there, 5-0 as well. Ryuki Okada. Again, so many familiar names. Gabriel Fernandez. It's good to see these guys doing great.
Yeah, Van as well, 5-0. Sitting there, Sebastian Lashmid as well. Hunter Butler, Takashi Yoneda, Francisco Osorio, I mean, Jorge Enrique. Everyone here, very deserving, of course. Sitting 5-0 at LAIC. You are 1 match point away, not even a whole win. You're 1 match point away from securing your presence in Phase 2. However, these players at 5-0, I'm sure they've already been in multiple Phase 2s, so they're going for the top, right? They're not content with just getting to Phase 2. They are aiming for that huge golden Pikachu trophy.
Oh, yeah. Knowing these players, what they don't want to just add Phase 2 into their resume. They're looking for LAIC champion. That's what they want. That I'm 100% sure. But obviously, we can only have one, and I can't wait to see who that's going to be in a couple of days.
And you know what the 5th step in the booklet, in the instruction manual to become LAIC champion is? To start winning 5 rounds. Yeah. Step 1, win round 1. Step 2, win round 2. So on and so forth. And these players are doing it beautifully.
That's for sure. How about we go ahead and take a look at some notable matches, though. Who are these players playing against? And, oh, look at that. Quick spoiler on the stream. Up next, Henry Chow versus Owen Kammerman. That's going to be an exciting one. Again, that's why I was a little giddy. We got to see Aban earlier. That's going to be a little bit of the same. But that match was like, that was perfect, to be honest. That was great to watch. I'm sure Henry Chow is going to bring the exact same energy. And, of course, Owen Kammerman, just an amazing player as well. And his deck choice. Really like it. But of course, other games on the field right now. Gabriel Fernandez is against Fabian Robledo. Going to be an interesting one there. Joshua Frink against Gustavo Duarte. And oh, that one could have been picked as well. Takeshi Yoneda against Aban Ahmed. 2 people we've already seen on stream playing against each other. They've been doing great picking these matches, Pablo.
Yeah, for sure. We have plenty of quality. We have plenty of options to choose from. And many of the players we have already featured are continuing to do well because they're very strong and very skilled trainers. And the featured match is guaranteed to be amazing. Owen Kammerman, a very successful player from the Netherlands. Henry Chow, very successful player from the United States. Both very young, both very passionate about the game. Both traveled a long way to come here to LAIC to prove themselves. And this is going to be one for the history books, Juancho.
I have to agree. I mean, anytime you have the Master of the Gardevoir Master of the Universe on the stream, you just know it's going to be great. But again, standing in his way for winning this match, winning a stream match, Owen Kammerman with, again, very, very powerful deck. I'm curious to see how, I mean, there's probably no secret to what Henry Chow is playing at this point, right?
Yes, if you're sitting in front of Henry Chow as your opponent, there's one thing that's guaranteed. It's Gardevoir, right? There was that one weird exception at EUIC last year. I mean, maybe Henry took advice from someone else. He was not very confident. He went with Golden Go. Clearly, like, I think that's the one tournament he hasn't gotten day 2 at, or phase 2 at, sorry. So, I mean, clearly, Henry Chow, the Gardevoir Master of the Universe. I'm glad I coined that like a year ago, and it feels like it's starting to catch on a little bit. But Owen with essentially one of the quotation marks counters to Gardevoir in Charizard EX.
Yes, of course. Yeah, again, Gardevoir versus Charizard. Sometimes on paper, you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to play a dark deck. I hit Gardevoir for weakness. Surely this is the counter. But Gardevoir just has so many tricks up its sleeve that sometimes even you take that big one-hit knockout on Gardevoir, but then you're leaving whatever they accelerated to, and whatever they accelerate to is like one prize card Pokemon. You still have to deal with it. There's so many routes, so many avenues, and just like when we watch a Bonds game, you've got to take notes. If you want to become a better player, this is like the match to watch. This, that a Bond game, if you want to be a better Gardevoir player, this is a free masterclass, to be honest.
Oh, certainly. And I mean, on paper, right, Dark versus Psychic, Dark has an advantage. However, Charizard definitely doesn't enjoy playing under the item lock, right? Both the Oceanic Gloom from Frillish and the Oceanic Curse from Jealous NTX is going to be very annoying for Charizard. But if Charizard does manage to hit the field, then those Jealous Sets probably don't do enough damage. And I think we're definitely going to see a big, like, technical machine evolution focus for Henry overall, in terms of trying to deal with multiple Charizards at once. He doesn't care how many prizes he's taking. He's going to care a lot more about removing threats from the field. And I mean, we already saw how Golden Go, a Fire Weak deck, overcomes its weakness, and I'm pretty sure Henry's going to show us exactly how to go about the Charizard matchup. As we see, my goodness, double rare candy prize Wancho for Owen. That's not a good start to this match.
Double rare candy, you'd think, hey, you know what, maybe there's at least 2 more in the deck, right? No, there's only 3, unfortunately. That means Owen only has access to 1 rare candy and double fire energy as well, the 2. You know, that fire energies are kind of scarce in Charizard decks. Typically, they only play around 5 now, so that's, you only have 3 to work with. But, oh man, it's going to be really important to set up those TM evolutions. Yeah, TM evolutions. But, hey, you know what? Maybe 2 rare candies isn't that bad because you're going to be under item lock anyway, right?
Yeah, under item lock, possibly under under tool lock through that Oceanic Curse. And Owen is actually playing a tool-focused heavy build. He's playing Town Store. He's not playing too many copies of Arbin. He's focusing on Lily's Determination, drawing a lot of cards, and then having the 2 copies of Town Store to help him find the technical machine evolution, also help him find the ace spec in Heroescape. We talked about this before, how Charizard enjoys playing different ace specs. You can't always exactly tell which one they're going to be playing until you see it. There's a possibility of Max Build, there's a possibility of Heroescape, there's a possibility of On First Stamp, as we saw in the very beginning by Gabriel Fernandez. So multiple options for both players, but I would say the ball is definitely on Owen's court in terms of if he's able to set up decently on that second turn through technical machine evolution. That's going to be huge, and that's going to make up for having 2 rare candies priced.
That's for sure. If you can see a Charizard hit the board, things are definitely looking good. If we can see a Charizard hit the board with a cape and 100 more HP, things are looking great. But right now, Owen Cameraman is going to start us off. Does open the Buddy Poffin out. Just on turn 1, no biggie. Easy grab there of just the Charmander and the Pidgey. But again, there's not going to be too much evolutions, that's for sure. But yeah, I love the engine. We were talking about it earlier, just the tool engine with the Town Store plus the A-Spec, Defiance Band, Technical Machine Evolutions. It's really goes to show the power of Lily, if anything, right? The fact that you're drawing 8 cards and one of them could be your stadium card that nets you so many other cards. I feel like, I think it was, Azul who coined that. This is the most broken combo. Lily plus Town Store. But right now, a lot of Pokemon hitting board. So that was double Buddy Poffin. It's like it's almost like an A-Spec there.
Yeah, it's Precious Trolley, Precious Puffin, if you will. And it always feels good to get that double Puffin start in the very beginning when you have when you're going first, right? You're a deck that wants to go second, but you get the double Puffin, you're set up for pretty much the rest of the game. Now, we do see Henry's hand. He did start the Mew, which was probably pretty purposeful to be able to pivot into the Oceanic Gloom to start denying those item cards immediately, as we see an Earthen Vessel discarding a Gardevoir EX. Couldn't tell what the supporter was in Henry Chow's hand. Maybe was it Arvin?
You saw a supporter? Because I saw absolutely nothing. I saw nothing in that hand.
I mean, I might have seen wrong. Yeah, maybe he's just trying to thin here, trying to slow things down through the use of Oceanic Gloom. And honestly, sometimes your best out is your opponent playing Iono, right? You're hoping your opponent ends up playing an Iono early on to help you out. They call them the friendship Ionos. They really build friendship between the 2 players.
I'm going to make sure I get to play the game and you get to play the game. But again, I might have just missed something. Again, so especially on how fast Henry Chow plays, how he flicks his hand. I may have missed it, but right now, with the Earthen Vessel being played, if I had to guess, if he grabs no energy here, then yes, there is nothing in the hand, right? Maybe he's going to attempt to try and draw with the Mew, potentially. But we'll have to see here. Earthen Vessel discarding, of course, that Gardevoir EX. Very important card in this deck, I've heard.
You've heard, yeah, you've heard right. People are definitely advising you well, Juancho. Your advisors are doing a good job.
Free coaching there. Hey, you want to accelerate energy? Yeah, maybe put your Gardevoir in the Gardevoir deck. But
are you playing Gardevoir? Don't forget that Gardevoir is a pretty key card for your deck.
Okay. But right now, the grab was only one Psychic Energy, and yeah, just like...
Yeah, you're right. There's nothing in the hand. There's Technical Machine Evolution, there's Jealous Anti-X, there was another Energy, I do believe. And that's it. As we see Lily immediately onto the board. No item cards for Owen, but he doesn't care about the item cards. He cares about one of the 2 copies of Technical Machine Evolution or one of the 2 copies of Town Store and an energy, right? It's not all about the tool. We also need energy to work with, and it seems like we hit nothing.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of hard to draw those energies when there's 2 in the prize cards.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, no Town Store as well. And I believe this
there is an energy, but
oh, there is.
Oh, and
a Jet Energy.
And there is a Technical Machine. Oh, wait, maybe not.
There's so many cards in the hand.
There is a Jet Energy. There's no Technical Machine Evolution. Henry now decides to bench the Monkey Dory, attaches, evolves, and now he can draw maybe 1 card off of Mew EX. Is debating on whether to play. Yeah, he plays the Technical Machine Evolution. That's huge. Not having that resource for later down the line is going to be so, so important. However, the one thing he knows is that Owen will not be able to do much next turn unless Owen has Boss, Rare Candy, Charizard, or Rare Candy Pigeon, right? That would be pretty huge. As Owen does have Arvin and does have Charizard, but that's it. There's nothing else, really.
Yeah, 8. Imagine Lily drawing you 8 cards, but nothing usable? There's a Pheasantipity.
Okay, huge flip the script here. 3 cards off the top. Mist Energy. What was the last one? TM Evo.
But
go for it. I'll let you say it, Juancho.
Unfortunately, due to Delicent EX's ability Oceanic Curse, you can't play item cards or tool cards from the hand. So 1 turn too late. I like how we both got excited there, Pablo. We shared in that moment and shared in the disappointment as well.
We are so synchronized, Juancho. We're not finishing each other's sentences. We're saying the same thing at the same time.
Feeling the exact same things, because that's exactly what Owen needed to draw the last turn. But right now, it's going to be really, really hard to set up. You have to hard draw into every single evolution. But Arvin being played to grab 2 cards that cannot be played.
That Oceanic Curse, yep, no Technical Machine Evolution, Owen, I'm so sorry. That extra line of text in Oceanic Curse completely changes things at this point in time. And I think it makes sense, like, the lock is not permanent, but you get an extra bonus, right? Compared to the lock is permanent for Oceanic Glooms from Freelish, but you don't get to lock out tools.
Yeah, looks like it is just going to be the Mist Energy attachment there on to the Pheasantipity. Is this one of those, maybe you put 3 Gs on the Pheasantipity and start swinging for weakness?
So there's 2 Technical Machine Evolutions in Owen's hand. So he did get energy on Technical Machine Evolution last turn. Why did we not?
He drew into the TM Evolution with the Pheasantipity and then used Arvin to grab the other one.
Oh, okay. My bad. I must have okay, so now Henry now has stabilized. He has double Ralts in play now. He has the item lock that he knows is guaranteed. He's going to draw an extra card off the Mew. Not great, not going to do much, but he's doing enough, right? He's now 2 prizes ahead. He knows there's nothing in Owen's hand. Owen top decks a Pidgeot, no help. Another huge flip the script here.
Is there at least a boss's order or something? Hey, more energy.
So much energy, but what he needed was a boss's orders. How many copies does he play? 3 boss's orders. So I feel like odds were pretty decent of him finding 1 and being able to use Technical Machine Evolution. He does have Ho-Oh that he's about to promote with the Jet Energy.
It's about to go flying here.
Yeah.
Oh, in the active, probably. Hey, now, if we're going to retreat to something, it's better that than any of the other Pokemon in the bench.
This Fire Energy in the discard pile, Juancho, now there's only 2 Fire Energies available because with the item lock happening so harshly, Super Rod is not possible, right? So now there's no energy recovery. There's barely any energy access. I wonder if that, I mean, despite Henry's horrible start, 1 turn of item lock into the continuous item lock, more than enough as he finally finds a Lily of his prize cards.
But right now, top deck, Ultra Ball, nothing playable yet. We need the Gust.
No boss. Double Lily plus Briar off the top for Owen. He cannot believe it.
Can you imagine the world where if you play Lily without taking a prize card, your hand goes down?
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to think about, yeah.
Opts to not play the Lily here.
I don't think Lily is giving you any shot at anything, right? It's just making your deck thicker, therefore reducing your chances of finding boss plus everything else. Whereas right now, if he finds boss, he can make something happen. And now, this is one of the games where so little time has gone by, and this matchup, I feel like there's less actions to be taken throughout the match, that it makes sense that Owen hasn't conceded yet, because Henry's board is stable but not developed, right? So if Owen is able to go like find the boss, rare candy into Charizard, and then counter catcher back the Jellicent, maybe something could happen here.
Yeah, wouldn't count Owen out just yet. Even if Henry Chow is out down to 3 prize cards without Gardevoir in play, all it takes is 1 Charizard, and we have the cape too to maybe protect the Charizard, protect something on the bench. Again, it starts with drawing 1 of 3 boss's orders.
All right,
top
here
deck.
We go. We also need to not draw the last energy. There's the boss's orders. All right, so and the counter catcher, yeah. My goodness. Okay, so you can see Owen, like, he's even moving in his chair. He's excited. He knows he will be able to make something happen, but you have to wonder, is it one turn too late, Juancho?
Maybe, but you gotta give it a go. Your opponent is still, not established at all. There is still, yes, there is the Kirlia, no Gardevoir just yet. Still has to take 2 prize cards. I'm sure at this point we gotta put the cape on something like the Pheasantipity, right? Protect it from something like Screamtail. But there it is, boss's orders, items unlocked. That gigantic hand.
Oh, no. Rare candy into Pidgeot means, did Owen not prize check at all? There's no rare candies. Oh, he just goes into Charmeleon. Okay, so this was his plan all along. Never mind.
Maybe we're attacking with the Pheasantipity here instead. It is 1 energy attachment away. And
yeah, that's true. We can go aggressive with the Pheasantipity. And I wonder if promoting the Ralts was better and knocking out the Kirlia on the bench. Are we trying to Iono here? Maybe knock out. I mean, I really would have liked to see him knock out the Kirlia on the bench, have the Ralts stranded in the active instead.
And if we're going for Iono, maybe the play was maybe knock out the Mew, just try and race, probably.
I mean, Owen, a very good player, clearly has something in his mind, and he's trying to figure out a way. If he's still playing this game, he knows he has a path to win it, right? That's what he's planning on going for at this point in time. Now, I wonder if now he's finally checked everything, right? The energy accessibility, the rare candy accessibility as well. There's 1 fire energy in the deck. There's no rare candies available either. He's shaking his head, so maybe he wasn't fully aware of everything. All right. He was definitely aware of the rare candies at the very least, though.
Yeah, this is getting very, very sketchy. Opts to grab the Duskull?
You know what? Maybe he was trying to go Charmeleon plus Rare Candy Dusknoir and Snipe and Iono. And that way you Dusknoir KO the Ralts, KO the Kirlia. There's no possibility for Gardevoir next turn. Plus you Iono your opponent to 1 prize card maybe, and you know they don't have ghosting effects. Maybe that was the line that we were going for. I mean, I don't know. We're not in Owen's head, so there were so many lines if the 2 rare candies had not been priced.
Hey, well, we can take this opportunity, though, while there is no item lock, to shuffle in that singular fire energy back into the deck. Again, Jet Energy still in hand, though, so the Pheasantipity still an attacker here. Maybe we switch things up. So we can still change our boss target. We have Counter Catcher here right now.
Yeah, we do have Counter Catcher. We could possibly knock out Mew EX for 2 prize cards as well. Plus Iono, your opponent down to 2. Remove the MVP so far for Henry, which has drawn him a bunch of cards. We see the attachment finally for turn onto the active. Now I wonder if, does Owen play Professor Sturo or something along those lines to remove this Pheasant? I think Pheasantipity will probably end up being the Pokemon that gets taken down for Henry to win the game. Now Henry finally knows what ace spec he's going up against. Going after the Kirlia, though.
Not the fact, especially like you said, we could have done that much better where we gust up the raw strand, that and the active. Now we go straight into the Jellicent. The item lock is established once again, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, Henry probably has an energy. At least ask him if he has it, right? Instead of just, like, not even forcing him to have the energy outright. Now, Henry does finally get to play Secret Box, discards Iono. Henry needs to knock out 2 prizes and wins the game. So, establishing Gardevoir could be pretty key, pretty important. We'll have to see. I mean, Mew EX could somehow, if we establish Gardevoir, Mew EX could copy Fezandipity's attack, snipe the Charmeleon, and Owen did not unlock a rare candy. He got an energy off the prize card, so that could actually be, I mean, Henry doesn't know this, or maybe he does, because
yeah,
maybe
judging on how that last turn
yeah, I think, like, Owen, the only way this bring up the Kirlia to the active makes sense to me is if you're so confident that you're going to knock out both, right? So then it doesn't really matter which one, where you KO them, which you could still argue you bring up the Monkey Dory as well to the active. But yeah, maybe there's something I'm missing. We see a full discard of absolutely everything in order to get the rare candy Gardevoir on the field. And now we're going to see something, plays being stopped.
I think just clarifying, just because there's a lot of cards played there, the Secret Box plus the Ultra... Well, not a lot of cards played, more of like a lot of cards discarded. So, not sure if the Lily was played, or it had to be... Oh, okay, the Lily was played. Okay.
Lily was played, last card in the hand. 6 fresh new cards, and attacking this Fezandipity means we can possibly win with Screamtail next turn, right? I think Henry might preemptively establish that so that in case the Gardevoir does go down and he doesn't have access to that, because you know he can't Ghost, but he can target things down on the bench. And yeah, we're going to pre-establish the Screamtail, and we're in a situation where if Owen tries to buy time, there's no energies available for Henry to retreat the Gardevoir, for example, that's completely fine, because if the Gardevoir is stranded, it means your opponent has not attacked, and therefore they're not winning the game. So you're completely fine waiting until you can actually retreat.
That's for sure, as, again, Henry Chow still has a lot of cards to play, one of them being this Earthen Vessel. He's going to grab, I believe there's still a Psychic Energy, maybe a Dark Energy as well, potentially. Right now, only one Monkey Dory is established, which is pretty okay. At least you have one. I know how slow Henry Chow's start has been, so...
Yeah. And I don't think it's going to matter, honestly. I don't think the Monkey Dory damage matters. It's 160, and then you snipe. Yeah. That's the name of the game at this point. So Owen will need to somehow KO, deny this play, possibly KO the Screamtail this coming turn. We do see him draw 3 extra cards in his deck to the max, and no, we're going to go in with the Screamtail this turn. Never mind.
Giving Owen access to items this next turn, but let's see where this snipe is going. Looks like there is still 2 energy in the discard pile, just in case, so no Gardevoir can get stuck.
Oh my goodness, if Henry has a read, yep, Henry has a read that there's no rare candies available for Owen. Owen, I mean, he can continue to attack with Fezandipity, but he cannot get a Charizard into play, which is crazy to think about here, Juancho.
Yeah, maybe now we just pop that Dusknoir and go into game 2.
We can't. Oh, yeah, sure. I was going to say, what? Oh, yes. Maybe that's the answer. I mean, yeah, Iono to 1 with Mew and Fez available.
I think the turn to Iono was definitely last turn. Oh, but no, you can't boss an Iono, excuse me.
Yeah, you can't boss on Iono. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and we were talking about that a lot, right? Yes. Yeah, so that's my bad. We could have possibly knocked out both if we had that extra rare candy, right? So with no Gardevoir, this play would not have been possible. There would have been no threat of snipe. The Fezandipity would have 100% taken the hit. Henry would have scrambled to maybe get a Ralts into play. And then you hit them with the Iono plus. The Charmeleon would be alive, and then you go into the Charizard EX. Yeah, so the rare candy is being prized. Now, finally, Owen finds one, but is it too little, too late? And yeah, Mew will snipe, will copy, Cruel Arrow and use Owen's own attack against him.
Ooh, talk about lines, talk about options. Sometimes your options are, I'm going to use my opponent's options to close out the game. And yeah, sure enough, Henry Chow takes the first game here in this match. But yeah, again, despite the very slow start from both players, Henry Chow just, item lock is just that powerful. Pablo, item lock plus unfortunate prizing.
I would say items are that powerful, and therefore when you take away your opponent's options, that really puts them in a bind, right? And Owen's deck is generally built to more or less withstand the item lock, right? Let's take a look at what happened in this game one, which, even though it's built to withstand the item lock, he just could not make anything out of it. And I have to wonder if maybe attacking with a Fez a turn earlier could have helped instead of retreating into that hole. You could have applied a little bit more pressure a little bit earlier. But yeah, that Gel Sent, power press after power press after power press after power press, that was good enough. And those 1-2 extra cards, some turns with the Mew EX's restart ability was more than enough to allow Henry to cross the finish line. Now the question is, can he do it one more time? Or will Owen be able to have any sort of setup and walk away with a win in this game too?
And of course, Henry Chow did start us off. Owen choosing to go second. Opening up, though, the Frillish with the Psychic Energy. So item lock almost certainly confirmed in the next turn, at least. As Henry Chow also has that Ultra Ball to play and did discard an Arvid, right? So that at least confirms there are supporters in hand.
Yep.
Looking at Henry's prizes, though, there's a couple Ultra Ball in the prize cards. One Rare Candy, one Gardevoir. Those are pretty key. Oh, Pheasantipity, of course. Those are pretty key. I think the ones I want to focus on the most are the double Ultra Ball, because one has just been played, and typically that's your main way of really discarding cards for, discarding energies, right?
Yeah, discarding energy, of course, a pretty important aspect of this Gardevoir deck. You need the energy in the discard pile in order to power up. So yeah, the lack of potential discard later down the line, if we don't manage powerful discards early on, could be problematic. And one of the cards that these new Gardevoir decks have no longer been playing is Professor's Research, right? Lily's Determination is a lot more powerful in terms of resource conservation. It also takes away that possibility of just like researching away 3 energies that accumulated into your hand, right? So with that option gone, with 2 Ultra Balls being prized, with 1 Ultra Ball being played, that leaves Secret Box, Earthen Vessel, and the last Ultra Ball to get those Psychics into the discard pile, or just your Pokemon getting KO'd, right?
Yes, now looking, though, at Owen Cameron's prize cards. Nothing too key. Maybe the Jet Energy, there's a Lily, cards you maybe want to see, but Briar being down there, I don't think it's going to come into play as well. It's a little bit tough to set up those big Briar 3 prize turns with a deck so fluid and unpredictable as Gardevoir EX. Your opponent's not going to go the simple 2-2-2 route at most times, so yeah, not too important there. The Pidgeot being prized, there are multiple copies, so we should see something get put together for Owen, at least for this game. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it comes down to finding the combination of energy plus the tool card, right? That's the big combination that if Owen can find it, makes a huge difference. He did Ultra Ball away on Arvin, so that's going to be some sort of good news for him in terms of he has access to at least one of the pieces. Now, it does seem like he has the Town Store and he has the Lily, so it comes down to finding the energy. With 2 of them being prized, could be a little problematic. This is where some Charizard players, despite the energy acceleration, really wish they played a copy of Earthen Vessel or Energy Surge, because then you could have the combo guaranteed.
Yeah, but 8 cards, 8 big ones here. That's 6.
No energy this time around. Things just not working out for Owen at all.
8 cards. Do you think you'd be able to draw, the most played card in your deck? 8 copies of energy are in the deck, but very, very unfortunate there. That, of course, means Owen is going to miss a beat here. Not going to be able to evolve into those Stage 1 Pokemon, and that means there's no evolving into the Stage 2's next turn because of item lock.
Now, he has now found Boss's Orders, right? So he can grab one of those to keep in his hand to play around any sort of Gel Scent, EX possibilities. to prevent what happened last turn from happening again. But Boss's Orders, sure, it frees you from the item lock, but it doesn't find you energy, right? So the Boss Orders has to be combined with like a raw rare candy from your hand with the evolution as well. Otherwise, it's just very ineffective. So that could be a little problematic later down the line. When did find a couple basic Pokemon, will he preemptively play the Ultra Balls? I would say it's in his best interest.
Yeah, I guess you have to preemptively play it. The question is also, though, what do you grab? Do you grab the Charmeleon as a safety? Oh, I'm going to evolve. Or you hope that maybe you top deck into the rare candy and you can play the Boss's Orders potentially. But what do you think?
I mean, I'm surprised it's not the Technical Machine Evolution that's getting discarded here. We can search for another one with Town Store. And then the window might be closing for us to even use them anyway. So I think that would definitely been my card of choice. Of course, the Town Store could get discarded, could get countered, but I feel like you have to be optimistic. No, the Pheasantipity, I mean, Pheasantipity, there's the gel scent and there's the attachment. Pheasantipity would have been live next turn.
Yeah, Pheasantipity. And we saw how that was Owen's only way to really draw cards that last game. And now with the Jellicent in the active, with the Power Press, it is going to be able to take knockouts. Question is, what's in the hand?
There's nothing. Owen didn't draw anything. I mean, yeah, he drew a lot of really good cards that he cannot play. He did not bench the Pheasantipity. The Tatsugiri is going down. Things are not looking good whatsoever. Once again for Owen, the item lock is just too powerful.
I think the one top deck that saves him has to be the Boss's Orders. It has to be specifically the Boss's Orders. There is Rare Candy Charizard in hand. If Pheasantipity was put down, that's extra cards. That would have been extra potential here. But yes, very tough position. And this is a knockout. Top deck possible.
Duskull off the top. Town Store shuffling. Technical Machine Evolution grabbed. That's just going to be for thinning because we have nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and now it's even slower. Again, without the Pheasantipity, in the last game, at least Owen was drawing cards. Trying to
play the Heroescape. Sorry for interrupting you, Wancho. We cannot play the Heroescape from hand at this point. We can't do anything.
Yes.
We can bench a Duskull. That's it.
And it's going to be more of the same, right? Just here's a Pokemon pass. Do I draw the boss? Nope. Here's a Pokemon pass. Do I draw the boss? Right now, Henry at least has a couple of raws. Is there rare candy in the Gardevoir for Henry at the very least?
I mean, at the very least, what else do you need? Yeah, Secret Box, get the Guardian into play, just continue to set up your board. Definitely don't Iono your opponent, right? That's the one thing Henry needs to not do. Everything else is fair game. Just don't play Iono. You know your opponent. Like, Henry doesn't know what's in Owen's hand, but he knows what isn't in his hand. And that's always huge. That's always like a very key piece of information. Something you always want to ask yourself. What would my opponent have wanted to do during their turn? And if they didn't, then they probably don't have access to those specific cards. So that's a sort of like way to do sort of hand reading. Yeah, become a psychic Pokemon yourself and know sort of what your opponent has in store for you.
Yes, there it is though. Secret Box, grabbing Rare Candy and Lily, and just those two, because Stadium was already in hand. A lot of Pokemon being played now, and Lily for 6 cards. Again, Lily's such a powerful card, really. Just being able to shuffle, draw 6. Sometimes you don't want to discard the cards in your hand. Sometimes you don't want to make your opponent shuffle their hand, put in the bottom, draw 6. Sometimes only you get benefit.
This is very rough for Owen. Like, if you ask Owen before the tournament, why are you playing Charizard? Oh, it's a very powerful deck, and I want to have a pretty decent matchup against one of the best decks, which is Gardevoir, right? Do you feel confident in the Gardevoir matchup? His answer is probably yes. Yet here we are, being item locked, not able to do anything. Our Town Store tool engine being completely shut down. We've whiffed, and yeah, it's a really rough situation for Owen.
Yes, Mystery Garden, of course, being played there, discarding the Psychic Energy, draws a couple of cards, but it's just going to be a Power Press. Here we go. Charmeleon. Hey, that means that's a Charizard next turn.
There's a Charizard in hand, so that's some help. That's a good card we just found. But the question always is it a little too late? Now, Henry does have another Lily, will get a fresh set of 6 cards. I think if Henry is somehow able to get like an extra knockout this turn on Pidgey, I think he has 2 Psychics in the discard pile. If he can find like an extra one, power something else up, use double Adrenaline Brain, and get 2 more prizes, he's probably going to be feeling pretty good about his chances here. And he did get the Monkey Dory. I don't know if he has enough Psychic Energy to get the damage on the board though.
Monkey Dory, Dark Energy. If there's a Psychic Energy in hand, that's more draw. There's 2. Only 2 energy, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no Psychic in hand as well. So we have access to 40 extra damage. That's what we can do, but it's not enough. It's not probably not enough. It's definitely not enough to get that extra prize card. Getting the damage this turn, getting some Monkey Dory usage is probably in Henry's best interest at this point in time. That's why we are seeing these energy attachments preemptively, and I'm guessing we're going to see that damage being thrown around either to the Pidgey or to the Duskull.
Yeah, and again, it's more of thinking that, hey, let's accelerate now, maybe to the Jellicent, just because it potentially could get knocked out, or Henry Chow here maybe playing around the potential for Gust Stall, because if you accelerate those 2 energies, there's no more energy in the discard pile, but there it is, to just the power press again, knockout on the Duskull, and Owen Cameron finally finds his first Charizard of the set.
Finally, we see Charizard hit the field 30 minutes into this Charizard Gardevoir matchup. That's how powerful the item log is. Yeah, just a straightforward KO.
Maybe that's how you beat the Dark-type Pokemon. Make sure that they don't get to play the Dark-type Pokemon. Yeah, Charizard EX takes a knockout there on the Jellicent, and Owen takes 2 prize cards. Let's see what Henry Chow can put together. Pablo, let's dissect your brain here. If you could do one singular play, what would it be? What would be the correct play for this situation?
For this situation specifically, I mean, knockout Pidgey, snipe the Charmander, and then that leaves the Duskull on the bench, and then you're 1 Night Stretcher away from winning the game, or double Monkey Dory Adrenaline Brain from winning the game. That's got to be the play. That's got to be what Henry does here. Does he have enough energy to pull it off? I want to say yes, but it might be a little... I think he has just enough, actually. No, actually he has more than enough. Never mind.
Definitely. He did have around 2 energy in that Jellicent, 2 energy now on the Gardevoir, and, supporters to play, items to play this turn. Big Iono. Well, not Big Iono, because both players are just drawing 3 and 4 cards, respectively.
That Iono, I'm definitely surprised, though. He had the Nice Stretcher in hand to just recover the Screamtail and possibly win the game. We're going to see the first Adrenaline Brain. There's a knockout on the Pidgey. We see the retreat. We're going to see the snipe on the Charmander with maximum energy on the Screamtail. No damage movement at all. Charmander down. Henry Chow 1 prize card away from winning round 6.
Who finally draws one of the 2 Ultra Balls sitting at the top, but it's almost checkmate on board right now. Owen needs to, evolve his Duskull into the Dusknoir, maybe put the tool on it, make it a little bit tougher to knock out, potentially.
Yeah, Heroescape could be the way where Owen shuts down this option, and he could go Counter Catcher or Boss, and then Counter Catcher Boss, and win that way if Henry cannot piece the knockout. But I mean, Henry's hand is just not looking too great either. He has a Dusclops, which he evolves, so the maximum HP is 190 now with the Heroescape.
It's still out of range from the Screamtail at the moment.
At the moment, yes. But Owen will definitely be taking a knockout somewhere here, right? You would imagine.
This Ultra Ball is going to be played. Klefki? Does Klefki help at all? Briar can't do anything now. Henry Chow is down to 1 prize card, and
it's all about that 5th Indibity that got discarded by Owen is probably it's a cascading effect of bad situations that happened because he didn't have access to that extra 3 cards a little bit sooner, right? That little bit sooner, and didn't even find the Heroescape at all. So I mean, Henry does have 1 card in hand, but Henry doesn't need to win next turn because Owen isn't threatening game next turn.
Yes, is this just an attack with the Mew now? Oh, was that enough? Let me do the math here.
Yeah, 270 double Adrenaline Brain, 330 HP, which is exactly what Charizard EX has. So actually, he did have checkmate on board as soon as either Owen KO'd the Screamtail and Henry could win with Mew, or Henry KO'd the Mew and Owen KO'd the Mew and Henry just won with the Screamtail. So perfectly executed by Henry and his deck, and poorly executed by those town stores, the missing energies, the prizing rare candies, everything just stacked up against Owen overall.
The Lily to 8 and not finding energy.
8 unplayable cards.
That one broke my heart. That one broke my heart. Like, maybe it's not the most busted combo in the game. But yeah, Henry Chow winning this game here is now sitting nicely at, what, 6-0?
Yeah.
Very, very good record.
Let's take a look at the replay of this round, which is basically item lock and one side playing, just going KO, KO, KO. Game 1, maybe Owen. I mean, you saw how powerful the defense draws were. He accumulated so many cards in his hand. Maybe using it offensively was not crossing Owen's mind because of how important it was, but then he did use it offensively, right? He had that key turn where he found the boss, but couldn't take down both the Waltz and the Kirlia, and the rest of the game just completely unraveled.
Yeah, even if it is this big Pheasantipity now with 310 HP, it was, again, like you said, just a little too late. He did spend a turn, like, actually retreating an energy, which is -1 turn there, right? To get to this spot, and again, this is such a very tough spot. All it really takes is for Owen to set up a Charizard. If he could put down a Charizard, get to play the game properly, I think we would have seen some magic happen. Now, easy knockouts on the Jellicent. Would have liked to see maybe Henry Chow really maneuver into a devolution play as well. Yeah. That would have been very cool to see, because that's what you have to do when you're in the back foot. But Henry Chow just saying, I have item lock and I'm going to knock everything out.
Yeah. Every single game, Henry got a huge lead, and every single decision he made afterwards was making sure he kept that lead, right? Doesn't matter if your opponent manages knockouts. It doesn't matter if your opponent gets out of the item log. It matters if they can't do it in time, right? And Henry set up his board perfectly in order to get to a point where by the time the item lock was no longer there, it didn't matter. All he needed to do was make sure he could continue to attack regardless of how many cards were in his hand. Even Iono to 1, he needed 0 cards because he had game on board.
Yeah, that's always so beautiful to be able to accomplish, and something Gardevoir does extremely well, just because of all the... If you have 2 Monkey Dories, it seems so possible. If you have 3, it's almost guaranteed that you can set up game on board, and it just generates its own energy, generates its own damage to move over, and then from there you can also choose, oh, which attacker we really need, or maybe I use one of your attackers like the Mew.
Yeah, and I mean, Dark-type decks are supposed to counter Gardevoir, and if they don't get to do their one thing, right, which Owen didn't get to do over the course of 2 games. He built his deck to get a turn 1 or turn 2 Technical Machine Evolution play going, establish Charmeleons, and overwhelm his opponent with Pidgeot and Charizard. He was not able, we saw 1 Charizard over the course of 2 games, and it was too little too late by the time it came out.
That is true. With that, though, I believe we have the winner interview. Nice. Jesper is ready down at the stage. Jesper, take it away.
Henry Chow right now, the king of Gardevoir, some may say. And yeah, Henry, a masterful display against something which you typically say is a rougher matchup in Charizard, but you made that look easy. How so?
Well, I do think that Gardevoir is actually favored into Charizard. That said, is maybe not the best demonstration, and they do really struggle with the Jelly, but I feel bad. I mean, Owen definitely drew unreasonably poorly, especially when he missed the energy for his Evo. I felt quite bad for him, but I think the matchup is solid. Don't worry too much about the fact that it's a dark type. Yeah, Jellicent really can destroy that deck. Even when they have the Pidgeot in play, it kind of feels like they need to quick search for more than 1 card to keep up with the Jellicent and Gardevoir and Monkey and all the pressure.
Yeah, so you're mentioning Gardevoir, Jellicent, same 60 as Aban we saw earlier. I saw you standing down by the seating area when we had Aban on. You know, why Gardevoir Jelly, not just, you know, the normal straight Gardevoir variant?
Yeah, actually, I wonder what Aban said earlier. It was a pretty big buzzer beater for me, or for all of us really. The night before was deciding between playing a Flutter Mane variant or like a straight Gardevoir Flutter Mane variant or a Jellicent variant. Ultimately, I was really leaning towards the Flutter Mane variant for a while, but I felt like the Dango matchup wasn't too good, whereas this Jellicent really has an excellent Golden Go matchup. And honestly, it's very similar deck to what I played at Las Vegas. that deck just flowed incredibly well. The deck just seems absolutely banana strong, and I feel like I'd be doing myself a disservice to not play it again.
Speaking of disservices and services, I mean, you're doing yourself a service so far, 6-0, heading into it, and you know, being here at LAIC, 6-0. I mean, would you be disappointed with anything but winning?
I mean, my goal is to win the tournament. I fully intend to win the tournament. Ever since Worlds, where I unfortunately could not make top cut, I lost my win in it, or the second to win in it, essentially. I've been locked in on the ICs. I mean, I care a lot about the regionals, but I really want to win an IC this year, and I plan on doing so, yeah.
I mean, three-time regional champion, potentially IC champion, we got to figure that out. Now, going forward, you know, already having done so good this season with the entirety of the group as well, going a bit further in time. When we hit April, we're going to have rotation at some point. Henry, I think there's a lot of people who's dying to know, what will you do with yourself when Gardevoir rotates?
I mean, there's no real way to know, right? We don't even know all the cards that are going to be legal. So much meta development. I'll still be playing Pokemon, and I think I'll figure it out. But while Gardevoir's here, I'm going to enjoy it because I think it's possibly the best deck ever printed. I mean, I didn't play all that much, so I don't know all the history, but I've never played anything stronger than Gardevoir, that's for sure.
I mean, we're going to be figuring out whether or not you get to win the tournament on Championship Sunday. But speaking of that, we're going to figure out what Juancho and Pablo has to say at the desk.
And here it is. We take a quick look at Henry Chow's Jellicent Gardevoir. This isn't quite the deck he's playing this tournament, so we're not spoiling anything. This was Henry Chow's Jellicent Gardevoir in some previous tournament. But yeah, let's take a look at here. And I think the biggest change, at least at the top of my head, that I can see immediately is that it's a 2-2 Jellicent line now. Yeah. Definitely leaning more towards trying to establish that double Jellicent, or at least getting an easier route to your Jellicent. So item lock is definitely the key.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing that Gold and Go players were starting to play Iron Bundle, right? Gardevoir decks were also playing Iron Bundle that did not feature Jellicent in order to have extra access to item cards in the mirror match, right? And what better thing than to item lock? What's better than item locking with a 20 damage attack? It's item locking with an 80 or 160 damage attack, right? So Jellicent DX, extremely powerful. It goes down to any dark type Pokemon that basically looks at it, but everything else is pretty sturdy. It has the healing plus extra damage effect with the Monkey Dory, and any technical machine to evolution play you're able to accomplish with Jellicent DX is huge. So putting more focus on it on the deck, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I like that. And something that also just catches my eye, something I love about these Gardevoir decks is, because when I started playing like around 2012-ish. The staple was to play, what, 4N for Juniper, you know, because they were power supporters, and we were kind of leaning away from that in a lot of our meta decks, right? Because there's so many powerful draw abilities and all that. But no, this Jellicent Gardevoir, 4 Iono, 4 Lily's Determination, 1 Professor Research, 1 Arvin. That is just so consistent. And consistency is key, because if you can set up what Henry Chow says is the strongest deck, if you can set it up, then you're probably winning the game.
Yeah, it's a very bold statement to say that you're favored into Charizard decks. I think one time I remember reading from one of either him or his group or something saying like, so the first step to be Charizard is to know that they play a lot of bad cards in their deck. So, and we play good cards. So like that was rule number 1 in beating Charizard, is they play bad cards, right? And you're mentioning right now, there's 10 consistency cards or 10 consistency supporter cards. You have Mew, you have Fez, and you have Secret Box, which like we were talking about earlier when we were taking a look at the Gold and Go deck. Secret Box elevates every other card in your deck because it becomes searchable and because it's an out to those cards, whereas other consistency A-specs replace options, but if you don't have access to your A-spec, your deck is essentially a inconsistent build, right? So I feel like that's a huge difference between Secret Box, where it's always nice to have access to Secret Box, but you don't rely on it. Whereas every Precious Trolley deck relies on Precious Trolley to be able to really function to perfection.
I like it. I like it. And I guess I'm trying to really just trying to figure out what else is possibly different. Because at this point, Pablo, we've seen this deck twice on stream. We've casted this, or Henry Chow's current deck, twice, because obviously Aban is probably playing the same 60. I'm trying to think, did you see a Clefairy by any chance?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there was one point where I thought, oh no, maybe that was on Gustavo's side, where I thought he was under item lock and he discarded 2 EXs, and I thought it was 2 Gardevoirs, so it was actually Gardevoir and Jellicent. I mean, I would be very surprised if there wasn't a copy, but in the matches that we've shown, right, the Gardevoir Mirror and the Charizard versus Gardevoir matchup, Lilith Clefairy is definitely not a crucial card. There's definitely situations where there could be benefits to using it, but it's not a card you're going to be seeing too often. So, yeah, maybe they don't have it. I honestly don't know.
Yeah. I mean, our eagle-eyed viewers are going to just have to tell us, or maybe we'll see it eventually when I'm sure we'll feature Henry Chow or Abandonment at some point again in LAIC, especially with how good the record is currently. But yeah, very, very powerful deck. I like that it also leans towards the rare candy now, too, over something like TM Evo, because you can't afford to TM Evo. You can't afford to, Arvin TM Evo, because you're not TM Evoing, you're item locking.
Now, if you're eager to learn about this deck, to learn more about it and utilize it and maybe bring this deck to a local league, you can find an event near you. Yeah, we can share with you how to find all these local leagues, find these Pokemon events. Just scan the QR code that's on the screen right now with your phone. That'll take you to the event search, and you'll be able to find a place near you where you can enjoy playing Pokemon. And I'm betting a lot of those places have this stream going on at the same time as they're running their Pokemon events.
Yeah, definitely. It always takes that first step, right? And I want to say the Pokemon community is one of the best and friendliest out there. Some of the best friends I've ever made in my life are the people I played against at my local card shop. And 12 years later, it's all the same thing. And so, yeah, definitely check it out. Scan the QR code. There's hundreds of events, really, if not thousands, across the world.
Oh, yes, for sure. In Mexico, the scene has grown so much, Juancho. You'd be very surprised how, there's stores everywhere in every state. It's really amazing. And I started out almost 25 years ago going to my local league. So it's never too late to start, right?
No, yeah, I agree. It's the same in the Philippines. It's just been growing exponentially. I remember winning a tournament back in the day, and it was 50 people. Now it's 500 plus, and then that's the cap, and we fill the 500.
I love the humble brag of I used to win 50-person events, and now I win 500.
I didn't say I won the 500.
You implied it.
No, but of course, again, just so much fun playing, and whether it's 50 or 500, it's just fun to play against the people on the field, but yeah. So, I just want to play more Pokemon now, Pablo. I got really hyped by talking about the local scene.
Now, Juancho, we don't get to play a lot of Pokemon ourselves this weekend, but we do get to play another round of the community bracket, where I do want to announce that I did beat Juancho in the previous round. So I'm going to let you pick your deck, or which of the 2 decks you want to talk about and make your arguments for this upcoming round. Now, I do be careful with what you say, because it could be used against you.
Yes, so that's the one we argued about was, of course, the Daniel Altavilla against Tord Reklev. So you did win that one.
I like how it's a 2-0 win, not a 1-0 win. Yeah, I won the best.
I need to call a judge. How was it 2? You at least won.
He gave you a game loss for game 2 because you lost so badly in game 1.
No. And of course, it was Juan Pablo Salas did win against Miloslav Postladini. So that's the one. That's, I believe, the Regidrago against
the Decidueye.
Yep. So the Decidueye, that's another pretty fun deck. So I'm not surprised there. Maybe the key is to pick the older decks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the older decks, despite the power creep, had more powerful mechanics. I do know that many of the new cards we use, sometimes they resemble previous effects, but sometimes they're the same. Other times they're the same but a little bit less, right? Because the older effect was a little too powerful, and sometimes they're the same but a little more powerful because the other effect was pretty balanced. So, all right, Juancho, your pick, Nicolas Galas or Robin?
I choose Robin Schultz.
All right.
Well, actually, I'm going to Night Stretcher and say I'm going to choose Lugia V-Star Tord Reklev once again. No, I just had to say it.
The crush you have with Lugia is out of this world.
No, but hey, this Robin Schultz deck, playing the Reshiram and Charizard tag team with the Lopunny and Jigglypuff. I'm pretty sure this was just Turbo Welder, if I remember right. And this was such a powerful deck. This is, if you're a fan of how fast decks are right now, like how, I'm trying to think of like what's a fast deck, like Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt wasn't even this fast. Like being able to just use, was it Fiery Flint, discard 2, draw 4 fire energies in an item, then use a welder, accelerate it to a very cool Charizard GX. Again, the fact that it's Charizard and Reshiram too, it's just double cool. And then use the welder, and you're just hitting so fast, hitting fast and hard. But in order to facilitate that, if I remember, it was using the Jirachi engines, right? It was like double Stellar Wish, or not double, I believe they played like 4 Stellar Wish Jirachi, just being able to cycle through that, get the items you want. And that's just, you're depending on basic Pokemon. It's big basic, real fast. You're running fast and hot is what I'm trying to say. And that's always a fun way to play the Pokemon trading card game.
I mean, tag teams, they also resemble, right, the Mega Evolution EXs, the basic Pokemon that we have now. So 3-price formats, always fun. Now, you know what's more fun than 3-price Pokemon that give up half the game? Single-price decks that can withstand those 3-price Pokemon. Now, when Granbull got played, did get second place to the Daniel Altavilla Zoroark control deck. Back then, tag teams were about to come out, but the combination of Granbull, like Granbull was so good, Juancho, that it needed to play without a hand, right? To do the extra damage that it does with the all-out attack, right? So imagine a deck that's so good that if you have no cards in hand, your goal is to not have cards in your hand each and every turn in order to win the game, right? How many games have you won lately with no cards in hand? I'm guessing the number is probably close to 0. All right, you always need something to keep yourself on the board, keep yourself finding that one key missing piece, even if it's just boss's orders, right? You always need something. This deck didn't need anything. Ended the turn, no resources in hand, was able to close out games, almost won LAIC, and that's also thanks to Macargo's ability, which we were talking about, reprinted cards. Macargo's ability was so good, it came back, how many years is it? 13 years later, and it was still incredibly good.
I like it, Pablo. I'm not going to argue too much. That does seem like a lot of fun. But the question is, you know, like, do you want to live fast or die hard?
I mean, Granbull didn't really get taken down until the very last match of the tournament, so I feel like it's a pretty survivor deck.
That's true. Yours isn't even an LAIC champion.
Yeah, that's true. So we're talking about like LAIC powerful and incredible decks, right? It came close. It almost won.
Oh, you know, I'm going to give that to you. The fact that it came close, and it's such a weird type of way to play the game.
I know.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
It's a very unorthodox way to win, just like Festival League, right? It's a very unorthodox deck. You know, I'm a big fan of single price decks. That's why I rate them so highly, and therefore Granbull is probably a good choice. So I'm gonna let chat decide. Of course, you get to vote in this community bracket, and don't forget, just think about what's more fun, single price decks or 3-price decks. Let that factor into your decision making. It's single price, by the way. The correct answer is single price decks.
Charizard. No, again, a lot of fun. Maybe we should just play these decks. Just actually use them in a tournament. But of course, just gonna remind folks at home, you can vote through Twitch.
Yeah.
You know? I want to see what everyone says too, like on the chat. I wish we had that feature. I just open Twitch right now and see, who they really agree with.
Yeah.
Not Lugia V-Star apparently.
But now, getting back to this current LAIC, we have round 7 coming up next very soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeops Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre, but to get to that point you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
Just like sequencing in game, we are sequencing through the tournament. as we go from round 6 to round 7, as many players now locked up into phase 2, as we just witnessed an amazing match there. Henry Chow showing exactly why Gardevoir, paired with that Jellicent, can beat absolutely anything, even when it has that dark type weakness. The Charizard did not stand a chance.
No, when we're speaking about it, the item lock of that Jellicent, we've seen it before, but you with the Itchy Pollen has been so devastating to a lot of opponents, but you know, what if he just had it in an ability? And he also blocked tools.
The tools were huge.
Yeah, the Team Evo.
Yeah, Owen went for the tool, and then the Jellicent said, no, not this time. So amazing performance there, but still Owen in a great position to carry on with the tournament, as has enough points, as long as one more tie comes through to get through to phase 2, but hopefully going to get a few more wins on the journey today. And I think that's the key right now. Every player who is already in wants to go even further, because it's every game win that matters.
Yeah, there's all these top players going to be thinking about, first, we lock up that we get to phase 2. I mean, yes, Owen still needs that one more match point in these remaining rounds, but getting on from that, then we start looking at, okay, how deep can I get into the tournament? Can I top 64 for some little amounts of cash? And also, great amount of points that we have here at the International Championships. Can I make asymmetrical top cut? I mean, only time would tell, right? But one who's in the top of the world right now, speaking of sequencing and all that, and speaking of, you know, really fantastic deck building, is Henry Chow.
Well, winners in this tournament are currently being formed, but winners from previous tournament have been and gone. The LAIC champions of the past have been pit against each other in the tournament bracket, and we are deciding who makes it through to that final. And we did have one game there that it was between Juancho and Pablo. They were debating which of the winners would make it, and it was Robin Schultz that came out on top.
I mean, apparently so our chat here didn't want to go for the funny deck, but I mean, totally respect it. I also did expect Charizard to go through that Restroom Charizard. What a fantastic deck. I remember playing that at the World Championships the year prior, where that was the surprise deck.
I was a big fan of playing that deck as well. It was an interesting era, similar era to now with the 3-prize Pokemon. And that deck was a combination of all those fire-type Pokemon. There was so much fire support back then with the Welder, the Fiery Flint, the Fire Crystal, the Giant Hearth, Great Hearth, I can't remember the name.
Giant Hearth.
Giant Hearth, the Stadium, Heat Factory, you know, and all the attackers as well. It was really in a strong spot as a deck, and Robin Schultz showed exactly why that was at LAIC in 2020.
Yeah, and yeah, speaking of going forward from LAIC 2020, 5 years later, see where we're at. Actually 6, speaking of that, because 2020 would be in 2019 back then. But that's a little bit of a difference there in terms of the season. But going on from this, you know, a lot have happened whenever we've been going through the formats. Some formats been faster than others. We have slow formats, we have fast formats. Back then it was also a pretty fast format where you definitely could go ahead and have some one-hit KO action happening from turn 1 onwards. But more so than that, you see decks like Gardevoir, Charizard, Stage 2 Pokemon, and when we compare that to today, I mean, we went from tag team basics that were huge into huge Stage 2s.
And they slowed down completely. You can see a lot of this controlling aspect in all of the decks, you know, the item locking, the disruption, and even just things like the jamming tower, which is splashed into all sorts of different decks. So it's great to see that the format has slowed down, allowing these players to really express their skill in those big matchups. And for you guys at home, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here at LAIC. One of the great benefits of the international events is that we've got drops for you that you can get involved with, and at home you better be watching along, because you can get access to these amazing drops here in Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Celebrate the 2026 Pokemon LAIC with us and get access to these wonderful accessories. Oh, I like the jacket.
I mean, I like the sleeves, mate. I mean, go back. We're going to probably go back and test on Pokemon TCG Live when we get back home again. And yeah, it would be cool to have that jacket. It would be cool to have the sleeves. So, I mean, if you were at home, I would start up Pokemon TCG Live, run that on a second monitor perhaps to the stream, and just, you know, collect the drops and put that into your live account.
And this is on Twitch specifically, so make sure you're watching on there if you want access to these drops. And there is a code here on screen so you can get access to some of those packs. So receive boost packs in game by using the code LAIC26 Phantasmal Flames, and you can get access to some of these new exciting cards which we'll be seeing at future events. We do not have Phantasmal Flames here at LAIC today, but in future events you'll be able to see those cards.
We're going to have it next week in Stuttgart at the Regional Championships right there. I mean, I'll be there for sure, playing some Phantasmal Flames. But yeah, that's for next week. Unfortunately, we don't have it here at LAIC just yet, but it's something that, you know, all of these players that, I mean, we have European players having to go back and then go to Stuttgart, and potentially some players who were like, well, maybe just take Vegas, then take LAIC, and then take Stuttgart in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how the format changes. But for you at home who like other games that come under the Pokemon bracket, we also have the video game drops. So make sure you get involved in these. These are actually amazing. So I play a little bit of the video game, and the fact you can get access to the Pokemon that are used by the players who compete and win the event. So here you can get the Tailwind setting Whimsicott right here with that code LA1C. Make sure you get the ones in there. 26 Tailwind, all with ones instead of eyes there, and you can get the winner Federico's Whimsicott. So definitely get involved. And this event, we are focused on the trading card game, but there are all the other games going on, and they've been having amazing tournaments so far. I know there's been a lot of excitement around. Unite's been incredibly exciting. I've been watching along with that as well. So the video game in an amazing spot right now, and that Whimsicott, a great one to add to the team.
Yeah, I'm hearing something from our fellow casters. I was talking with David this morning on the bus to the event, and we were talking a bit about, you know, regulation changes and stuff like that. I mean, we're soon changing regulation in the video game, so going to be great excitement to come up here and, you know, having all of the trainers in the video game getting to grips with the new format.
And of course, there's Pokemon Go, where I know a lot of people play a bit of Pokemon Go on the side, especially if you like playing on PTCG Live. You might be a bit of a phone gamer, and for you, you can get into Pokemon Go and earn timed research via Twitch Drop. So the Araquanid inspired by NAIC winning team, so definitely get involved. One thing I really like about Pokemon Go is the Pokemon that are competitive in that. It's so many of the unusual Pokemon, the ones you don't necessarily see that often, so it's great to see.
I mean, I do really need to shout out Pokemon Go and say I love when you have a game where Oranguru is one of the best Pokemon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's historically been great in the TCG as well. I think when they have things like Charjabug, Stunfisk, I think at the moment Galarian Runerigrus, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I haven't seen it before in any other competitive setting, but it's currently in the format. So definitely go check that out if you're interested in Pokemon Go. So loads of drops here at LAIC. And do we have any Unite drops? I think we do, and there we go. The Venusaur, which has been the thematic Pokemon of the event. You can get access to a Venusaur Platinum emblem via those Twitch drops.
Yeah, a lot of great excitement here. You know, Pokemon Unite, I think the game that creates the most excitement. We don't typically see Pokemon Unite at the regional championships, and that's why, you know, whenever we're off and not casting and we're going around here backstage a bit, I want to watch some Pokemon Unite, because that's where, you know, all the excitement comes. And, you know, having these teams play against each other, it's not many teams we have compared to players that we have in the other games, but the level they give us, the excitement they give us in those games are definitely worth to watch.
Yeah, especially for them, and the excitement of coming along to an in-person event is so big for them. So you can also get an LAIC in-game sticker using this code LAIC 2026. They like simple codes in Unite, it seems.
Yeah, simple does it.
No ones in place of eyes, so nice simple code there to redeem that and get access to that sticker. But that's enough about the other Pokemon games.
Oh yeah.
We're here for the Pokemon trading card game, as we're between round 6 and round 7, waiting for you games to finish up, and then we'll be bringing you an amazing game in round 7 here. Let's have a look at how some of our players are currently sitting in the tournament. Here's our 6-0 players and a few of those 5-0-1. Anything standing out to you there?
I mean, hometown hero Gabriel Fernandez is, you know, currently a tournament boss, but if we look down, you know, multiple players who streamed before. Gabriel Fernandez, Henry Chow, Takashi Yoneda, and then, I mean, when we're mentioning Gabriel, we might as well mention Vinicius Fernandez. And yeah, I mean, they're robbing the whole tournament, these guys. I mean, they're brothers. They came in and they're like, you know what? Let's just do well together.
Well, there's over 2,000 players at this event in the Masters Division, and over 1,500 of them are from this region, from the Latin American region. So a lot of opportunities for players to show up, compete against the best of the best from around the world, and take a big victory. And there's players like Henry Chow who are coming to try and spoil the local players' victory. As I think it's fair to say, Henry Chow, the best player of Gardevoir out there, has had a slower season compared to previous, but at Vegas managed to show some performance there and is now on a bit of a streak.
I mean, if you compare it to last season, everything is going to be a slow season. 3 regional championships, Mike. I mean, the expectations are really high from you when you're saying that. But yes, has been a bit of a slower season until we saw Las Vegas regionals. And honestly, with the effort that Henry has today as well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Henry on Championship Sunday, perhaps, or very, very deep in the tournament tomorrow. But then again, I mean, we've seen the exact same 60 twice, so it's not because that not only the player is good. I mean, obviously, Henry is a fantastic player, but I mean, the 60 itself is showing itself over and over in different matchups as well.
For sure, and there are many great matches in the next round. I think that's the best thing about these ICs is you have so many top players facing off against each other. As you can see, there's our feature match right at the top. Joshua versus Hunter, and we'll get to tell you a bit more about their decks. But Alessandro Cremascoli down there, a player who is always one to watch out for as the unusual deck choices, as well as Fernando Cifuentes. So great names that we didn't see on that previous representation of the top players, and really looking quite stacked at the top tables.
Yeah, and as well as like Christian de Onofrio, one from Italy, traveling over as well versus Jose Torres, excuse me, Renzo Angulo. But again, you see the international flavor here. Multiple different nations. It's not just showing off that we're here in Sao Paulo. We could have been anywhere with the amount of nations differently we have represented. But yeah, Joshua Frink versus Hunter Butler. We haven't seen both of them on stream for a little while, but 2 players who have been, you know, playing their hearts out already today. Still have 2 more rounds left in phase 1, and then that, you know, little extra round in phase 2. And now we could say, like, they have gone over the threshold of 16 points, so we will very likely be seeing them in the second phase.
Well, there's only 11 players left in the tournament who are 6-0-0, so one of these players looking to really push ahead. If it is a tie, I think they're still in a great position, but ultimately, to go 7-0 when there's this few 6-0s, you're going to be in a very strong position to lock up a high standing, as that is ultimately the goal of any player who's EXO. They just want to carry it on and keep that momentum going as much as possible. And one thing that's quite cool about this match, we won't want to talk about it just yet, we'll wait until the game happens, but we've got a new archetype on stream, and that's something that's really true of the format now, is there's so much variety and so much diversity in the types of decks and how each deck is being played, that we're always in for a treat on the stream games. It seems to be such a mishmash of stream matches.
Yeah, and it's good to have this mismatch and all that, and especially one thing that I'm very proud of been able to do today at the very least is to show as many decks as we have. It's felt like every single round we introduced a new deck to the stream, so I mean, we're trying our best to show everything, because especially with the way that the game is right now, I think this is the widest meta I've been seeing in the past around about 5 years or so.
Yeah, and the words of Henry Brand, it doesn't matter what deck you're playing, and it doesn't matter about your matchups. That's not an exact quote, that's the gist of what our 2019 World Champion has been sharing recently. It really is a format where the deck you play is less important, it's more about how well you play your deck, and that's an amazing position to be in. So our players are just shuffling up and getting ready at the feature table, so we'll be getting into our round 7 shortly. For you, Jesper, what does the general player base feel around this time? Is this when they start to get tired at a tournament?
It really does depend. I mean, with experience also comes sort of energy. When I talk with people, I feel oftentimes it's about, you know, how much can you automate your brain when it comes to these sorts of things? You know, how often can you automate in terms of your starting of the game, and how can you save energy, and what things do you do in between rounds to give yourself that energy? Do you take a little snack? Do you get some water? You know, it's always great to be, or it's not always just great, it's necessary to be hydrated at this event, but you can't avoid it. There's going to be some tiredness that's going to set in. Maybe that can result in a few mistakes, and that's where you're going to minimize those mistakes to make sure that you can get to a 6-0 record like Josh and Hunter are right now.
Wise words from Jesper as our round 7 is just about ready to kick off. As you can see, we have Joshua and Hunter looking to have a great time on the stream game here, as we have a Terror Box versus Gardevoir. Interesting inclusions in the Terror Box, which we'll go through, as I'm sure many of you want to find out what kind of flavor of Terror Box do we have here. There's so many different cards that can feature in it. Whereas on the other side, Gardevoir, it's more about the macro. Is it a Jellicent build or a Gardevoir build?
Exactly, and the fantastic thing I really do love about Terra Box is that whenever you're playing Noctowl, you can play anything together with Noctowl. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon? Well, that could just be an early game thing only, and you could still be playing Evolutions and Noctowl. There's just so much you can sit and be playing with that Noctowl, so just by saying it's a Terra Box, well, Mike, you haven't said a lot, actually.
Well, we'll get to talk more about it as the game goes on, but round 7, our unbeaten players currently sitting at 6-0, want to try and make it 7-0, and it will be an interesting start to our round 7 games as things kick off. The prize cards go down, and straight away we see an important prize card right at the top.
Yes, and Hunter Butler, just like almost any other Gardevoir deck playing that secret box, top of the prize cards, not going to be seeing that for this game. And looking over on Joshua Fink's prizes, not too bad actually.
Yeah, not too bad. There is just the one Teal Mask Ogerpon in the deck, so that is the only option there. And the Leafeon and the Wellspring are good attacking options, but there are plenty in Terra Box. That is always the case. You're always going to prize a one-of at some point as a Terra Box player because you play so many of them. Just looking at the Pokemon right now, there's, I think, over 10 one-of Pokemon in this, or variants of the same Pokemon. So we'll be kicking things off, and my assumption here is Joshua will want to go first. So we'll see who kicks the stream game off.
I mean, Hunter wants to go second, so I'm pretty sure that regardless of what the flip ends off, we'll have Joshua Fink going first. Unless Hunter may have known what Josh plays and could be thinking, do I want to go first then instead? But we do see it. Joshua Fink draws the first card of the game, and we're underway.
Well, having that Mew EX in the active spot, a free retreater, often a great thing to start with, but sometimes, some matchups you do not want to have something as low HP and 2 prizes as that, but kicking things off, Joshua will be getting some energy. And the key to the Terra Box deck, the reason why it works so well, is you have this Fan Rotom, which allows you to search out 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. And so often, a game is decided as to whether you can find that Fan Rotom on the first turn, and it does look like there is an Ultra Ball there to be able to find it.
Oh yeah, Mike, like, Everfin Vessel, get some energy. Ultra Ball, be able to get that Fan Rotom, and we're underway with, like, Mew start as well. Free retreat, we can even go Ditto.
Yeah, that Ditto is an amazing inclusion, so we'll see that all plan out here. Anyone who's not watched a Fan Rotom work before, you can see exactly why they want to go first, because all it takes is one Pokemon in play and you're fully set up. The Ditto into the active, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and you can see Joshua's done that before because that was smooth.
And it opens up for what we can have in this matchup where next turn, Sparkling Crystal, Attachment from Hand, and Boss's Orders can actually make it so Hunter needs to put 3 Ralts into play to make sure they will actually have a shot at getting Guardian play. If Gardevoir doesn't get to play for Hunter, we've seen enough Gardevoir even today, yeah, that's not going to be a great game. So Joshua is starting with the perfect start.
I think it's fair to say Terra Box, one of the most aggressive decks in the format, able to take multiple prize cards, multiple Pokemon on that first attacking turn, and is able to go first and confidently do so. Now on the other side, Hunter staring down a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. As you mentioned, we'll have to think differently compared to most other matchups, as we'll need to think about having 3 Ralts in play.
I mean, potentially 3 Ralts in play, because one of the things that I know from Hunter's list, and he went up and told me early in the tournament, Luxurious Cape is here. What you can do with Luxurious Cape is you give your Ralts 100 extra HP, although if your opponent knocks it out, they're going to get to take an extra prize card. But if you get to evolve all the way through the Gardevoir EX, the Luxurious Cape effect is not active, and basically used it as, you know, an evolving platform. And in this matchup for Gardevoir, once Gardevoir comes into play, it's going to be a lot easier because then Joshua can't have these 2 prize turns.
Yeah, Luxurious Cape was an answer to the 1 prize Raging Bolt back when Dragapult kept getting sniped by it, and so it's nice to see Luxurious Cape finding a new home. It also allows you to hit big numbers with things like the Scream Tail, so it does have multiple uses, which is always the way you want to go when you have these unusual cards that you include in your deck. You don't want it just to be for one matchup, you want it to have versatility and catch multiple people off guard, and it clearly has at this stage, as Hunter is 6-0. We can assume fairly that that card has been relevant at some point in that journey. And you can see both players are just loving their time right now. I can imagine being 6-0 at an international is probably one of the best feelings you can have. as a competitive player. And right now they seem to be really enjoying themselves as that MUEX coming down on the board.
Yeah, and Ultra Ball straight away from MUEX doesn't give the glimpse of a great hand on Hunter's side, which unfortunately is going to be, yeah, restart with Mew. Looks like a free card restart. So let's see if we get a support out of this.
I mean, one supporter here could change everything. It doesn't look like there was at this point. So we'll just be getting some Pokemon ready here. And I think this is the Artisan there, just going to get the third Ralts. And as you mentioned, that 3 Ralts turn is going to have to be the only way to protect yourself from having no Gardevoir in play.
Yeah, otherwise they would have been torrential pumped. And, you know, I'm really excited to see here how Joshua then goes ahead with this turn. Had the third Ralts not surfaced on the board, it would have been pretty easy. We were just gone Knocked Out, which isn't Joshua's hand, Sparkling Crystal, Earthen Vessel potentially if there's not a second energy. Then we can also go Boss and take out 2. But here, do we need to take 2? Well, we can, because of the Scream Tail being inactive and the Curlia being on the bench. That's perfect. But we don't need to go Boss's Orders. And we don't need to do anything extra. We can use this Knocked Out to go ahead and set up a little bit further, for example, with this Area 0.
And this is quite the turn. You know, when you're doing the majority of your turn without using a Noctowl, that is the dream for any Terra box, because you want to keep those Hoots available as much as possible. And putting that pressure on Hunter to play unconventionally by getting the 3 Ralts out has limited his ability to develop the board. But it's also a case of when you're relying on that MUEX, which we often see with Gardevoir, going down to small hand sizes and just hoping to find a supporter for turn, it can put a lot of pressure on the Gardevoir player to find everything off of a small restart.
Yeah, and when we're saying that with a small restart, I mean, we're potentially talking about having to get a rare candy Gardevoir next turn. Otherwise, a future potential torrential pump that's going to come here is going to hurt even more, right? No secret box in deck cuts off some of the supply, right? Rare candy in the prize cards as well. The prize cards are actually playing a bigger role than I thought they would do, because the way that the board's shaping up, in the fantastic turn 1, Joshua had to build into the second turn as well.
And there we go, the extra bench opened up with the Area 0, putting down the Pheasantipity EX, and this is the key with Terra Box. You so easily get disrupted as a deck. Wow, just all the Noctowl available, and we'll be taking out that Curlia, but you so easily get disrupted. You want to find other ways to set up, like that MUEX and Pheasantipity, and it's trying to make that play as infallible as possible, because once you use the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, you see yourself losing that energy from play, so you have to build all back up again. So will that MUEX find any resources for Hunter? Does have the Pheasantipity. There's an Arven there. Needs a little bit more than that.
Yeah, we need Rare Candy Gardevoir this turn. Even using Frillish Oceanic Gloom is not going to be able to stop a torrential pump coming in because of Crispin plus Sparkling Crystal combo. We have to remember that the Oceanic Gloom only would stop item cards. So by that virtue, it's going to be so difficult for Hunter to actually do anything about this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
You mentioned about the prize cards for Hunter, and Rare Candy prize, Curlia prized. They're pretty big, but when Arven's your supporter here and your secret box is prize, that's going to significantly reduce the power of this turn. As you can see right at the top, secret box is going to be inaccessible for the rest of this game. And that definitely lowers the power of this turn, because that's where, you know, you might be able to see Arven for items and no secret box. You're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, Hunter's going to struggle a lot here. We do see, you know, getting the Luxurious Cape and the Night Stretcher. That can be cutting off a potential way of taking 2 prizes next turn for Joshua. For example, if you go ahead with the Frillish, use the Oceanic Gloom, attach the Luxurious Cape, then you can avoid 2 prizes being taken perhaps. But you still may need to make it so you get Rare Candy Gardevoir on the turn following. But giving yourself more time gives yourself the luxury of being able to have a better chance of hitting it.
And the Oceanic Gloom going to turn off items for Joshua's next turn. And that Luxurious Cape, for anyone unfamiliar, plus 100 HP to the Pokemon it's attached to, but it does give up an extra prize card when it's knocked out. So a little bit risky sometimes putting it on Pokemon, but in this case, it's key, because once it turns into a Gardevoir, the Luxurious Cape doesn't work anymore, as it only works on non-Rulebox Pokemon.
We do have to remember here that when the Frillish is knocked out, probably the Ralts is going to go along with it, and that means that Joshua's going to be on 2 prizes. there's a mighty tasty Mew and a Pheasantipede on Hunter's bench, which means that we have to get some action ongoing with Iona while not being able to take knockouts, actually, because of Pheasantipede on Joshua's bench. There's also Mew, so there's a draw engine happening there already. So even though Hunter Butler likely will be getting Gardevoir into play next turn, the question is just, is Joshua able to somehow find those last 2 prize cards?
Well, there we go. There's 2 more prize cards for Joshua. That Wellspring Mask Ogerpon doing so much there with that Sparkling Crystal, making it even easier. So just requiring a Crispin. But the Mew EX plus Pheasantipede is really going to have to find some great combinations here. And an Iono is going to have to come in as part of this, because disruption is key at this stage. And that is exactly why Joshua put the Mew EX and that Pheasantipede EX on his side. So that Gardevoir will be there. Just trying to thin down that hand to find access to more cards through the restart of Mew, which we'll see 2 now. And then on top of that, Pheasantipede EX will allow even more. And you can just see the thinning here, trying to optimize every play. There's a good reason why Hunter is currently 6-0.
I mean, the sequencing here has to be perfect. We want to be able to remove as many cards from deck as possible, so we can basically just draw better. We can already see with the attachment onto Gardevoir EX, Joshua doesn't have any way of, one-hit knockouting this Gardevoir. That's really great for Hunter when we're talking about, having to build up slowly but steadily. There's a world here, potentially, we can go counter catcher Pheasantipede and go ahead and start sprinkling some damage onto the board.
So flip the script here from that Pheasantipede EX. Once during your turn, if your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you can draw 3 cards, and it needs to be an Iono here. Will there be one? And I don't know if there is.
Mystery Garden though, Mike, so we're going to be drawing even more cards, up to 5 cards in hand. I did see an Iono right there, yeah.
There we go, the Iono has been found. The key to disrupting Terrabox in these moments, the key turn whenever you're playing against a deck like this that has such a weak board after disruption. But you can clearly see, not only has that Mystery Gun got rid of the Noctowls, which are often liabilities, but Mew EX and Pheasantipede EX on board just makes Joshua so much safer in this situation.
It also gives Joshua a really great out to, further in the setup with just getting a Night Stretcher. Where before Night Stretcher was not a very good card and it would literally be sitting there in the hand and doing nothing. Now Night Stretcher is one of the best cards for Joshua to hit outside of just, straight up getting a Noctowl.
And hitting 190 into that Pheasantipede EX, not knocking it out. Why might Hunter not want to take the knockout at this stage?
If you knock out the Pheasantipede, you enable flip the script. That's not very good. But if you wait till next turn, you could potentially go counter catcher up the Mew, right? And if you go ahead and do that, you end up in a spot where you can use Monkey Dory onto Pheasantipede, and you can take 4 prizes in 1 turn. And even further than that, you don't even need to take out Mew potentially. You can go knock out Wellspring Mask Ogerpon or put 190 damage on Teal Mask Ogerpon. Only your imagination would set the borders in that case.
Well, there we see the Teal Dance from the Teal Mask Ogerpon, putting a Grass Energy in play and drawing a card. And may look to use that Crispin here. So that hand is going to go down a little bit, as one of those energy can be attached. An attachment to the active will mean only the attachment from the Crispin is viable, but could potentially use the Fan Rotom here to start attacking. I'm not quite sure the angle. I mean, at this stage, Joshua is just thinking across multiple turns. He needs to start thinking, how can I take 2 prizes, not necessarily this turn, but across this turn, the turn after, and maybe the turn after that.
But Mike, we have to start thinking about, Monkey Dories. These guys here on the bench, right? They're going to be able to get Darkness Energies on the upcoming turn. You know what? When they get that, they start removing that damage that Assault Landing is going to do. And then if you get 1 Darkness Energy next turn, you've essentially done 40 damage. Meanwhile, 40 damage in this context is okay. Puts the Gardevoir down to 240. It's still going to be hard to hit that target. So for Joshua, it's figuring out, do we need to target the Gardevoir, or do we need to find somewhere where we can take out, one of these 3 down here on the bench for the knockout with the Clefairy, with the Pheasantipede, and the Mew being able as 2 pricers.
Those lower HP EXs are a prime target here, but as is clear by the board currently, there's not really a good attacker to do that. So definitely an interesting spot to find oneself in. Joshua getting that early pressure, going straight into the lead. But unfortunately for Terrabox, it's not done until you take the final 2 prize cards, as is clear right here. Monkey Dory now, Adrenabrain is active on one of them and will be able to start moving damage across.
And we have to see here, you know, Hunter can always go Adrenabrain and then pluck the damage straight over to the Serendipity. That's a knockout if we need to be drawing something, right? On Hunter's side, that means that we'll be able to have Josh promote any of the bench Pokemon, which you'll either be able to knock out or damage severely, right? Every Pokemon would be knocked out by Miracle Force unless they're Teal Mask Ogerpon getting promoted. So we do see here Adrenabrain taking the knockout onto the Serendipity. And this is where Josh needs to be cautious, right? We're in a situation where Gardevoir probably doesn't win this turn, but is potentially able to win on the following turn.
Well, that Hoot-Hoot is still open, and a Noctowl drawn would probably seal up the game. There must be a combination of 2 trainer cards that can win the game here, as that is the power of Noctowl that we are so well aware of. And the Professor Turos takes away the Mew EX, and that will open up some space for that Screamtail. And as we alluded to, that Hoot-Hoot is definitely something to worry about. Or will another target be coming through here?
Yeah, but it's very interesting for me to see what does Hunter want to target with the Screamtail, right? You can start targeting, you know, the Mew. You have to remember Teal Mask Ogerpon, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, or Terra Pokemon. But hey, we go ahead and take out the Hoot-Hoot, which says, I mean, you take away the option for a Noctowl, you take away every single ounce of consistency from Joshua's deck, and their hand is horrible.
I mean, that's the key, right? One Noctowl could have completely changed that turn, and by removing the Hoot-Hoot, you've said, well, now what are you going to do? You're going to have to draw some cards, and drawing cards is not what Terrabox does well. It normally searches for them. And there's the boss's orders, so that's opened up some options here, as a Nest Ball could start to build up an option. I mean, this is the beauty of the deck, is there's so many different combinations of cards that can win you games. It's just stringing them together in these final moments is often so tough with such a limited hand size.
It is also so tough when you're playing Terrabox, right? You're saying, if I don't get disrupted, if I get to keep all the cards
there it
at
is!
once.
And there's the knockout. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon just needed the single energy, and the Latias from the Nest Ball allowed him to retreat into it. Because he attacked with that Screamtail, it meant the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon was an option. So maybe in hindsight, the Hoot-Hoot could have just stayed in play.
Yeah, you're right about that. Going into it, maybe potentially we could have just gone the other way around there, right? We could have been attacked with the Gardevoir, and that would not been the option. But then again, by removing the Hoot-Hoot, Hunter went for a strategy of, okay, maybe you just don't have it if I go ahead and pluck away your option for a Noctowl, but ended up not being the case.
So needed just a way to retreat the fan roads. I mean, knew there was energy in hand as well because it was previously put there from the Crispin. So that was a great bit of insight and building of the board in those final moments. So let's see how it all happened throughout the game. It was very clear from the start, both these players having a wonderful time at 6-0 here at LAIC. And it was that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, which you see in Joshua's active, that was doing all the damage early on.
Yeah, and we do see here starting off with Torrential Pump for 2 prizes. And that was going to be the theme of this game. Terrabox typically in this matchup takes 2 prizes twice with the Torrential Pump, as we see here in the first 2 turns. But then it just kind of gets to slow down.
I mean, that's the key against Terrabox, is those first 4 prize cards tend to come pretty easy for the deck. It's then how do you close out the game, and the Iono came in, disrupted, but over a few turns of slow build-up, we saw Joshua attaching to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and with that Sparkling Crystal, it really helped seal the deal. As players get ready for Game 2 here, Joshua in the lead, 1-0 in round 7. And it will be a chance now for Hunter to try and set up a little bit stronger this time, as the prize cards certainly weren't nice to him in the previous game. They seem to be a little bit kinder this time, which we'll get into in just a little bit.
Yeah, but speaking of kind prize cards, I wouldn't argue that Joshua's prize cards are very kind. One thing you'll get to see whenever we have to pull that up. But we do see Hunter saying, hey, I'm playing as Terrabox that wants to be going first. What about I go first instead? And try to wreak every single ounce of disadvantage.
It's crazy how much just the decision to go first can completely change games. Well, Terrabox always wants to go first. That's an easy decision for them. But when you're playing against the deck that always wants to go first, you sometimes have to balance up. Is it actually better for me to less optimally choose to go first? Why would Gardevoir be comfortable going first in this context?
It kind of opens up some of the options of going Rare Candy Gardevoir potentially on the turn 2, or next turn go Arven for Ultra Ball, Luxurious Cape, so you can put down a Curly and then protect it, right? Also, we have to remember, maybe it's a case of wanting to be disruptive already from the get-go. Being disruptive in the matter of Joshua wants to go first, and whenever Terrabox goes second, it's not very often it's going to be able to pull out a turn 1 Torrential Pump, and that is what Hunter is expecting, no Torrential Pump this turn.
And there we can see both players' prize cards. Joshua's not ideal. That one-of Ditto can be key in the early stages, but by starting the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, won't be needing that Ditto on this occasion.
No, exactly. The Ditto being able to give so much versatility to the deck on the bottom of the prize cards. And, I mean, unfortunately for Josh, he would actually want that Ditto if it's prized to be on top, because after turn 1, it is literally useless.
You say that. There's definitely someone out there who's won a game using Splup for 10. And I'd love to see that one day. Let us know using the hashtag #PlayPokemon if that's ever happened for you or against you, because I'm sure it would be more frustrating if it happened against you. But there we go. The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the active is actually quite a good attacker when you're going second, because that Sob, denying retreat, can be an ideal way to slow down your opponent's strategy.
Although, if it were in Hunter's shoes, I don't think this Frillish with the triple energy retreat cost would be getting out of there anyway, but putting a bit of damage in play and setting up for next turn, we can go Crispin or Energy Attachment plus Sparkling Crystal, and then we start Torrential Pumping. The question just here I have for Connor is, how much can you get into play this turn? Can you get Rare Candy Gardevoir, or can you get Curlia plus Luxurious Cape? Or are we just going to be seeing no additional Ralts and Torrential Pump potentially just taking out your Ralts?
And you can see Joshua has 4 cards in hand, but you know one of them's a Noctowl. So Ino, despite giving them more cards in hand, is often a perfect way to start off a game. Is there an Ino in hand? There is, and instead Hunter is going for the Lilies instead, focusing on setting up a better Gardevoir board and less on disruption.
And oftentimes people are very much stuck in, yeah, I know my opponent has a Noctowl in hand, I should probably Iono them. Not really. You have to remember, when you're playing the Pokemon TCG, oftentimes focusing on yourself and focusing on your own setup would give you a better shot at winning.
And what better card to do it than Lily's Determination, seeing 8 cards when you haven't taken a prize card, and that Secret Box going to hand. There's an energy in there, Mystery Garden, but the Artisan, I think, might have been played just beforehand. So Secret Box, the ace spec of choice for Gardevoir. Why is this card so good?
You get to search out a Stadium card. Wait, that's a Mystery Garden where you can draw cards, or Artisan. Awesome. You get to search out an item card. That could be Ultra Ball for your Curlia in this situation, or Gardevoir if you had a Rare Candy, or your Rare Candy itself, right? You get to search out a supporter. Hey, that could be your Lilies drawing 8 cards, your Arven. Basically, you should read Secret Box as if you have it in hand, you get to play the game.
100%. In so many of our top archetypes, in Gardevoir, we saw it in Charizard in the previous match. Well, it was Hero's Cape, right? Well, you sometimes see it in Charizard.
Yep.
And you see it in Marnie's Grimmsnarl, as well as even Golden Go starting to feature it now on occasion. So a really powerful ace spec and allows for that consistency. And on this occasion, Hunter really needs to think about how to set up a board that cannot be dissolved by that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon like it was in that previous game. And really, it's going to be key to set up multiple Ralts and make it as hard as possible.
We know how to be abundantly sure that you have a Ralts in play next turn. Luxurious Cape, always. And you can get that with the Secret Box here. Luxurious Cape is not prized. And that's just what I love about it in this matchup. It showed itself off pretty well last game as well when we attached it to the Curlia. Off the Secret Box here, you could even go ahead and get something like Ultra Ball. Luxurious Cape, the Ultra Ball could get you that Curlia. And you know what? It was flipped to the top there. That was an Ultra Ball.
I love it how the Luxurious Cape is the first decision. That was the that was the easy decision with the Secret Box. It's now just about setting up for future turns as well. And you see the Arven there. Very powerful supporter in Gardevoir, as it does find both the items and the tools, which are a big part of your game plan. And now we see the Ultra Ball as well. And the advantage you've got at this stage by going first is you can start evolving into those Curlies. You don't even need the Technical Machine evolution. You can focus on item lock at this stage whilst also getting those Curlia in play. And that is exactly what we're going to see. An Oceanic Gloom for 20, and Joshua can't play items.
Yeah, items are shot down indeed, but unfortunately here, well, can go ahead and get an Ultra Ball. Not going to be able to play it though, but is going to be able to go ahead and get that Crispin supporter that will let Joshua go ahead and use Torrential Pump. And yes, we can still Torrential Pump for 2 prizes.
So Noctowl with that Dual Seeker. When you have a Terra Pokemon in play, when you evolve the Noctowl, you're able to search your deck for 2 trainer cards. And it's so, so powerful, as it can be Crispin, can be the tools, it can sometimes be the items. And on this occasion, it will be both the aforementioned Crispin and Sparkling Crystal to set up that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And even a little bit more energy put in play with that grass going to hand.
Yeah, with that grass going into hand, you know what you can get to use? You can get to use Teal Dance with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, drawing an additional card. And I mean, oftentimes when we saw the earlier versions of the Terra Box deck, it was the bread and butter of the deck. Maybe potentially there has been, you know, a little bit else put into the deck with some evolution sometimes being sprinkled in and out. But here we do see it, Torrential Pump. And then the question comes, are we knocking out the Monkey Dory or the Ralts? Now, knocking out the Monkey Dory can somehow a little bit stop the Adrenabrain, although there's not a Darkness Energy on it currently. But knocking out the Ralts can stop double Gardevoir, which is what Joshua values in this situation.
There we go, 2 prize cards for Joshua. Makes it look so easy in these early stages, taking prize cards. As for Gardevoir, looking to really set up a stable board and disrupt the game away, as we saw in game 1. But it wasn't enough for Hunter, as Joshua just set up so, so well, not just with the Noctowls, but with that Pheasantipity and Mew-EX, creating so many targets to knock out, and it made it really difficult to stop Terra Box from getting that final 2 prize cards.
Exactly, and here we do see it, the Torrential Pump taking the first 2 prizes, but in this game, when we're looking at the board now, right, Hunter has 2 Monkey Doors on the bench, has a Curly in the active. We're able to get that Gardevoir EX with that Ultra Ball, discarding at least the Psychic Energy, we know that for sure, but, you know, getting the Gardevoir into play before Josh has taken 4 prizes here, and then by that virtue, slowing everything down, even being able to knock out that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon because of Oceanic Gloom last turn.
The perfect maths, you could say, as the 20 damage plus the 190 from the Gardevoir, and even getting that Adrenabrain online thanks to the Pheasantipity EX. So everything really coming together at this stage, and now you can see the power of that Luxurious Cape opening up the safety for the Gardevoir, as that damage is going to be moved off, and this is where multiple prize cards can start being taken over multiple turns, as the 30 is going to be moved on to the Fan Rotom, as that cannot evolve out of range of next turn if there are 2 Adrenabrain. So a big knockout here. The prize cards are level, 2 prize cards taken by both players. Hunter really looking to stream ahead.
There's a Terra Orb, Latias. Latias was good last game, but we probably have to do it off the extra card that we get with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Artisan is going to be able to check Josh's deck and see how many outs do we have towards this. Potentially the Eevee can go ahead here, but we also would need an evolution for that. Although, from what Josh has been showing, there's not many options towards knocking out the Gardevoir as it stands right now.
Well, you have the Terra Orb to try and find either the Flareon or the Leafeon. And that Leafeon, an interesting option here at this stage. Beautiful card as well, as Leafeon EX, typically that grass type aspect of it is what makes it so powerful into a lot of the dark types in the format. But on this occasion, it's going to be able to come into the active and start putting some damage on to the opponent, as that hand contained the perfect combination of cards to make this happen, as there is also a Crispin available.
Teal Dance into the energy switch is going to be very useful for that Leafeon. Then we just need a singular attachment from hand. The Crispin can also go ahead and get one of those grass energies and a fire. And now with the Verdant Storm, we're going to be able to deal 60 for each energy on Hunter's field. That's 240. That will get the Gardevoir a bit closer, but yet still we will get to have Adrenabrain from that moment on. And then Hunter also getting to attack potentially with Miracle Force, or we probably want to get the Gardevoir out of harm's way here as well.
We can't use the Moss Agate attack as the water energy is in the prize card, so limited in just the Verdant Storm. We'll be looking to put some damage in play, and it is based off of how many energy are in play. So those 4 energy on Hunter's side, really upping the damage output of the attack. And once that Gardevoir goes down, it really limits what Hunter can do. So just looking to try and make the board as powerful as possible at this stage.
I'm going to go ahead and give a little look at Lily's Clefairy. If we count it here, the maximum amount of damage a Hunter can be able to do with Lily's Clefairy is 220. Now with buff plus these 2 Monkey Dories, that's effectively 280 damage. Hey Mike, that's going to be able to knock out the Leafeon. And when we have the Artisan right here, that's going to be able to get one of the Pokemon here. Then we just need to draw one singular Pokemon to fill up the last slot on Hunter's bench. And that has to be Lily's Clefairy. If you get an Ultra Ball or Lily's Clefairy straight away, then we're going to be just fine.
Well, and I think just a card there knocked. We'll see what happens here off the back of this Lily's. And as you mentioned, there is a way to knock out the opponent's active at this stage, and that's the beauty of Gardevoir. There's so many different attackers, as we'll just find out what happens off the back of this. You can see both players very friendly and have been from the off. And it's a shame when any of these kind of card control errors happen during a game. No one wants to do them. We all do them every now and again. We've all been there accidentally flipping cards over, so we'll see what happens. But this is quite a strong position for that Gardevoir thanks to Lily's Clefairy. And I think what you mentioned is this could be a really strong attacking option into what seemed like a too large Pokemon to knock out. That Leafeon EX with 270 HP seems out of range for a Gardevoir EX. But that Lily's Clefairy in combination with the Monkey Dory would be able to do so. So as our players just discuss at this stage what the plan is, it's good to see the spirits are still high.
So it does look like after Lily's determination that Hunter unfortunately has gotten to draw a few cards too many. So the judges now are going to be trying to reinstate what happened here exactly. And then we're going to get the game underway as soon as we can. But yeah, very tight situation that's happening right here. As mentioned, with the Lily's Clefairy being able to take a knockout here with the double Monkey Dory, we're going to be in an interesting situation for sure. And yeah, it's just a question of, I really do want to see what those cards are on Hunter's table right now. Because if it's Lily's Clefairy, we could use the Artisan to go ahead and get that, secondary bench Pokemon that we would need to hit that 280 frame.
Do you know what? Another attacker that could have worked there would be the Mew EX, but unfortunately it's prized because that would be able to hit for 230, and it would also heal some of the damage.
Yeah, indeed.
Which would have been a nice little combination, but we'll work out what's happening for those players as they establish the fair play of the board. I think that's something we mentioned at the beginning of this game. We're talking about fatigue as we're hitting round 7 right now here at LAIC. And something that is fair to assume is that as the rounds go on, more gameplay errors can occur due to fatigue. I know I've done more in the later rounds than I've ever done in the earlier rounds, so it's definitely a factor.
And it's often I hear from you, or more so often that I hear from you, like, oh yeah, I messed up here. And then I ask you what round it was. Oh yeah, it was like 7 or 8. Oh, those are latter rounds of the day. And yes, indeed, when we've been playing for as long as we have right now, and they've been playing since 9:30 this morning already. So already having played so many hours of Pokemon, yes, it can be very tiring, but then again, we are playing for something here. And yes, that's why we have the judges here to make sure that we have everything set as fairly as possible. And unfortunately, these things can go wrong. You can never safeguard yourself 100% against potentially drawing one card too many, or
I feel like you're calling me out there.
Making a mathematical mistake. That can happen, but it's just, about making sure as much as you can that you don't make these mistakes.
Quite literally, my round 9 at Frankfurt, the final round of the day, I drew one too many cards. So I feel like you were targeting me there, that example. But as someone who's got judges in your family, you're surrounded by judges. You know how important it is for them to be a part of this tournament and make sure the fair play is going on. I think it's amazing now how many judges there are in Pokemon because the events are so big. And like how much experience all of these top judges have. We really are blessed in the Pokemon community.
Oh, we are indeed. I mean, speaking of a point of everyone in my family, including myself, are qualified judges as well. And speaking of when we have 2,200 players, we also get to match it up with a lot of judges as well. Everyone, equally experienced and hardworking at this event, because judging is not just for fun here. They got to be able to look at the game states, making sure that they fix the game states and give the appropriate penalties when it comes to it. Of course, everyone wants to be avoiding penalties. Penalties are not fun, but they are there to reinstate the fairness of the game if an advantage was gained at any moment of the game. But yeah, I mean, judges are a necessity in our game. Making everything fair, fun, and fast.
Yeah, amazing work. Shout out to all the judges out there. And also, I think they make the events fun. I think that's one thing that's always fair to say. So definitely have a bit of fun with your judges. They're not just there to put the rules on all of you, especially at your challenges and your cups. I'm sure you have a local judge that you're very familiar with, as we are just trying to work out the conclusion of this review on the stream game. Our winner of game 1 was Joshua with his Terror Box. Yep. And it was those early 2 prize cards that he took, and then followed by another quick 2 prize cards, and then closing it out at the end. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, the MVP, taking all 6 prize cards. In this game, it's looking a little bit more even, as both players are currently head-to-head taking those 2.
But we have to be looking at the differences that were between now game 1 and game 2. The differences we have is Joshua in game 1 went first, in game 2 Hunter went first, and that kind of, you know, shoehorned the board a little bit more for Hunter being able to get that Curlia with the Luxurious Cape, guaranteeing a setup of Gardevoir.
And we'll see how that pans out, hopefully for the rest of the game, as we'd love to jump straight back in. We were doing the maths as this judge call began. We were working out how the turn was going to pan out, and it looked like a strong attack into the Leafeon EX, which was in the active. So for those of you at home who just joined, we are trying to work out the judge call here in round 7. LAIC in Sao Paulo, the biggest ever LAIC we've ever had. Over 2,000 players, of which over 1,500 of them are from the region. So a huge turnout from the local players. And it's been a great example of the top players rising, as we've seen. Henry Chow last round going 6-0 against Owen Kammerman. I feel like you could just name names. Gabriel Fernandez on 6-0, his brother Vinny on 501. It's just so many strong players at this event rising to the top.
Yeah, names here, there, everywhere coming forward. And it feels like every single time we have an international championships or even a regional championships, we're saying this is the largest North American international, Latin American international championships, because truly Pokemon is growing. And we love to see it. We love to see more players be able to take part in the fun that we've been having for years at this stage. I mean, a little less for you, Mike, right? But, I mean, see it again. You also started at some point, right? We all started at some point. And I remember these international championships weren't even fought off when I started the game. And I'm just so thankful that we have these to be able to meet players who have one thing in common. Everyone has one thing in common here at LAIC, is that we love Pokemon.
Well, you say before I was playing Pokemon competitively before you were, just at home on my floor with the original base set Pokemon cards, because I didn't have anyone to play against, but you've been lucky enough to have a family full of Pokemon players, so you've been able to compete against other people for a long time. I think back to this is a bit off track here, but I remember creating gyms and like building out a whole like Pokemon region on my bedroom floor so I could then go do Pokemon battles with myself. Now I say that, I feel like I was a bit of a loser kid, but actually that's what has brought me here today to play Pokemon, because I love Pokemon from such a young age. But now you guys get to see the very best Pokemon players out there looking to have fun at the highest level, competing against each other with these amazing decks. Our 6-0 players currently on stream, working out which of them is going to go to that 7-0 record, which is so powerful here at LAIC.
I mean, going from 6 to 7-0, definitely something that you want to be doing every time that you can here at the Latin American International Championships. You have to remember, even though, yes, they have technically qualified for phase 2 of the competition, now it's all about racking up those match points. Now they're not just looking at, yay, I've made phase 2. No. They're looking at, can I make the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow evening? And that is what these players are looking at. Are they able to snatch all of the match points that they can and potentially see us on Championship Sunday and take the victory here? I mean, it's a long path down the road here, but there is some cohesive element when it comes to that.
Yeah, we're still early days here, even though we're on round 7. And for all of these players looking to try and get as many CP as possible, because this is the first international championship of the season, and it's such a great point to rise to the top of the leaderboard. Many of our players probably secured their Worlds invites already with how many points they've got, some with the automatic invites from regional wins. But at the IC, that's when you can really push forward, as there are only 3 international championships each year to compete at, and they have the most CP available, so they're your best opportunity to get a top finish and really rise up the rankings. And also more prize money on the line, so a great time to try and rack up that prize money so you can pay your way to more events and get those travel awards, and it really does start to snowball.
Yeah, so speaking about a lot of regionals, right? You know, the $10,000 we get at regionals kind of fades into comparison when we're saying $25,000 for winning. That was our Worlds prize back the year I won Worlds. It was $25,000, and now that's an internationals prize. Now with Worlds racking up over to $50,000, I mean, that's a little bit of pocket change for you to be able to go to even more tournaments and buy more Pokemon cards.
Exactly. And speaking of the size of everything growing, the first LAIC back in 2017 had only just over 600 players. And now at this event, we have over 2,000 players. So the difference in size is astronomical. You know, the event here, the stage, the amount on the line has increased. It seems like our players have resolved that judge call, and that Lily's determination was where we paused the game, and it looks like where we will return now, as it is Hunter looking to try and set up for this knockout on the Leafeon EX.
Yeah, going to be continuing on here, and on the table here we do see the Gardevoir in the active, still with 270 damage on it. Hunter going ahead and checking the discard pile for the resources, and yet we're underway, and it looks like that it has been a double prize card penalty for Hunter Butler, so Joshua Frank needs to just draw 2 more prizes to be able to close out this game too.
Going into that Flutter main, an interesting inclusion in the deck. Does work very nicely when you've got these Monkey Dory in play. That Midnight Fluttering turning off the active spots ability, of which the Leafeon EX doesn't have one, but can be a great way to shut down. But it is that Hex Hurl in combination with the Monkey Dory that spreads so much damage about.
And we could potentially be able to take out one of these Hoodoos. Even though it sounds like a little bit of a trap when we were thinking about last game, that can't be playing on Hunter's mind right now. 60 down to the Hoodoo and being able to put 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon as you like. You know, 10 on a Hoodoo, 10 on the other Hoodoo, or maybe 10 on Hoodoo, 10 on Fan Rotom, because that sets the Fan Rotom within range.
Very good, as the damage in play is racking up, and that Leafeon EX in the active spot is greatly positioned to take another knockout. And as you said, only 2 prize cards left for Joshua to win the game due to that 2 prize penalty. A Gust here would win the game. A Boss's Orders would win the game, but it doesn't seem to be possible at this stage. So smart from Hunter to change his game plan following that judge call.
I mean, when you're saying a Gust for a game would win, basically just a Noctowl would win the game, just as we were talking about last game. But here we do see Iron Bundle potentially able to wrap up the game if Hunter promotes the Gardevoir, but no, probably not.
I don't think that's happening right here. But
just
no freebies. Thinning out the deck as well. You know, every card that comes out the deck puts you 1 card closer to a Noctowl, or as we mentioned before, that Boss's Orders. Was hoping to find it there off of that Ogerpon, but instead finds an Earthen Vessel. And again, we'll be thinning cards out of the deck to try and find those options.
And then we have to try and look at routes where Hunter can start to be grabbing free prizes in 1 turn. We were mentioning the Fan Rotom before being able to be within the target of 1 singular Adrenabrain. That's very nice. And what really hurts for Joshua right here is this Water Energy being prized. The Mossa Gate could be removing some of the damage counters, even though, yes, the Monkey Dories could be still able to put 60 damage onto the Fan Rotom, but it could potentially be making it a lot harder to knock out this Leafeon. Now, that's not going to be the option here, so next turn, we could go 1 Adrenabrain from the Monkey Dory onto the Fan Rotom. That takes a knockout, check. And then we could be taking the knockout with something like the Gardevoir EX onto the Leafeon. So, it means that Joshua has to be thinking about how Hunter can be price mapping this. And it does look pretty bleak in comparison if Hunter has something like, you know, the Boss's Orders, but typically Gardevoir doesn't play that, which means we have to start playing with something like the Scream Tail.
Well, Joshua taking a prize card there, now only has 1 left to win the game, and it is now over to Hunter to try and take 3 prize cards. I'm not sure if it's possible this turn, but maybe over multiple turns we'll see it happen. And this is really the challenge of this stage of the tournament. You're really looking to find these unusual routes to victory, and unfortunate that the misplay earlier with the cards has led to this tougher situation. But with 17 minutes left, you know, there is still room for a third game if these players conclude this one here. So, you know, speed is of the essence for Hunter as he wants to try and get into that game 3 and take it clean.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at ways where Hunter can rack up the game this turn. I mean, Professor Turo's scenario plus Raikkonen into Gardevoir on that Ralts. Lily's Clefairy. Yeah. And that's where it kind of starts to struggle for me, right? But if you knock out the Rotom this turn, you don't have a readied-up attacker on Josh's side. That's very good for Hunter, speaking of that. If you get something like a third Monkey Dory into play with Artisan and that third Darkness Energy that just landed there, or just even half the Monkey Dory in hand, you can at least remove 90 damage from this Gardevoir. Although you still need to be attaching 2 extra Psychic Energies, so everything starts to be very much dependent on whether or not Hunter can be attacking with the Gardevoir, or just overall be safe.
And there's not much on Joshua's side to attack with next turn either. After retreating that Leafeon, there's only just the singular energy on the Teal Mask and the singular energy on the Fan Rotom. So moving damage about here will get Hunter close, but it really is just about what happens next turn. Can Joshua find the victory with that limited hand size? We've mentioned so many cards in the deck for Joshua that could be a great top deck. You've got Fez, Noctowl, you've got Crispins, you've got all these interesting cards that can completely change the game. And it is now whether they're found off of that 3-card hand. I saw an Ultra Ball in there. That could be huge next turn. As we see the Pheasantipity at 4-3 for Hunter. Really looking to try and lock it up now if possible.
Flip the script. 3 cards being able to be granted here. Lily's Clefairy, and you know what? We can't use Counter Catcher because we're free to free on prizes. So unfortunately, with the current circumstance, we cannot do that.
Wow, I mean, attacking with it will mean it's a larger Pokemon in the active spot. So we'll be looking to move that damage across to the Fan Rotom. What gets promoted here for Joshua? Oh, wow, the Noctowl going into the active.
You know what, Mike? I can see double Ultra Ball Artisan, but potentially just promoting the Hoothoot. I don't know about that, because you can be using those Ultra Balls to get something like Noctowl potentially, right? Josh gonna ask for the discard pile. It's a very difficult decision to make, right? On Josh's side, we're looking at 1 prize to go, right? But still, it's still a rough prize to take.
This just shows you how strong the matchup is for Gardevoir. If it gets out of that Wellspring board lock of taking out all your Ralts and everything, it starts to really rack up the power in the lead, especially with the Monkey Dories that are able to move the damage about and take prize cards on these smaller 70 HP single prizes. And a knockout on the Hoothoot would limit options, but I guess Joshua really leaning into something like the Pheasantipity maybe?
No, we're looking at the Lily's Clefairy coming in here, putting 2 energies onto it, and yet we've only used 1 of those Monkey Dory. Going to be able to use the second one. Probably going to be healing a little bit off that Lily's Clefairy and start setting up where we can grab the rest of the prize cards, right? Hunter is going to go down to 1 prize after knocking out this Hoothoot. So it's now, Josh, if you want to be winning this game, you have to do it this turn.
Does he have any options like that Blood Moon Ursaluna? With the 1 prize card left for Hunter, it won't even need an energy, so has the Ultra Ball at this stage, and will be looking to go into the deck for that singular card. And a free retreat, well, a retreat using that active with the energy on. There it is, the Blood Moon Ursaluna goes down and can take a knockout on the active Lily's Clefairy. And there it is, our winner of round 7. Joshua Frink goes 7-0 into round 8.
And we get to see then discussing a little bit extra here. Yes, wins off the bat off that double prize card penalty. Unfortunate for Hunter, commiserations to him, but still 6-1, nothing to be scoffing at. We're gonna see both in phase 2 tomorrow. But yeah, Joshua Frink keeps on the reign of being one of our undefeated players. We had 11 going into this round. Now we're gonna have either 5 or 6, depending on ties, if we're saying all games finish. But yeah, Joshua Frink, coming from the United States, flying all the way down here to Brazil, 7-0, and almost there to make a perfect phase 1.
with that Terror Box as well. Played it beautifully. Looked to try and get those early knockouts. Taking 2 prize cards with that Wellspring Ogerpon so many times. And you can see the relief on his face as he very much felt out of it in that last game there. And a little bit of good fortune led to the victory there. The Blood Moon Ursaluna coming in the final moments as the big knockout. And I think it was key. The message from the off was both these players are happy to be here at 6-0. An amazing position to be at LAIC. And it was this first game of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon domination, taking out so many key knockouts.
Yeah, double torrential pump for 4 prizes, and then Hunter trying to pull a bit back of the action. The Luxurious Cape was proving really efficient in this matchup and doing its job to its fullest. We ended up in a game state where Hunter finally got Gardevoir to play, went for Miracle Force, Adrenabrain, taking out Fecundipity, and then came the questions for Joshua. Are you going to be able to do anything about it? And yeah, we ended up with Torrential Pump for 6 prizes in game 1.
It was the focus on the Hoot Hoot at the end there to try and deny options, and it opened up the Wellspring option in the end. The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in game 1 took all 6 prize cards. What an MVP there as it started the next game taking 2 prize cards, but it was Hunter who started to level it out, taking his own 2 prize cards, meaning it was 4 apiece left to take, and that really meant it was in favor of Gardevoir at this point.
Yeah, and at that point in favor of Gardevoir, and it was looking like that, a very one-sided game for the majority of the game, but that double prize card penalty changed everything in that game too, and yeah, ended up with the Blood Moon Ursaluna after Hunter went down to 1 prize card, taking out that Lilith Clefairy, and thereby finishing out the set 2-0 in Joshua's favor.
I think the players at the end there were just trying to work out what would have happened if the 2 prize penalty wasn't there, and seeing whether it was still Hunter's game or whether it would go the other way. But, you know, this is the kind of level these guys are playing at, where it comes down to these final turns, 1 prize is different. Sometimes, is the Ino going to stick? Is that Disruption going to stick? And that's so typically the game plan into Terror Box. You see it with all of the top decks that play Ino. When they play against Terror Box, they do look like they're out of it. They go behind at the start. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon takes all those prize cards, and then the Disruption kicks in, and the counterplay starts to come through.
And that's what we see with the Terror Box list. It plays a lot like we've seen with Joltik Box in the past as well. Have both Mew and Fecundipity as these kind of protectors against that late game Iono. And if you can get both of them and play with the Area 0, then you're typically fine against Iono. But where the deck starts to crumple is that you go Counter Catcher Fecundipity or Counter Catcher onto Mew EX, and then you play Iono and take out that Mew or Fecundipity, and then the Terror Box player starts to look at you like, yeah, yikes.
Well, I wonder if the Terror Box player is looking at Juancho like that, as he's just gone 7-0. Joshua is on the stage. Let's find out how he's feeling.
Thank you, Mike. Juancho Sedana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, someone who is 7-0, Joshua Frank. Josh, how are you feeling? 7-0 at LAIC. That's massive.
I feel a little bailed out. I'm not gonna lie. The DPL definitely helped me out in that one, but I'm feeling good. 7-0 is I think now this is the best start I've ever had in an IC. I've had a couple of 6-0s, but this is the first time I made it 7-0, so it feels good.
7-0 again with Terror Box. You know, this has been your pet deck since what? Before the World Championships, even since, yeah. And you've been doing great with it. I know you and your friend Alex Szymanski have been testing a lot with the list. Now, maybe you're going to take his title as one of the best Terror Box players if he can take this IC. But yeah, let's talk about your deck.
Sure.
What, did you make any changes at all?
No, so, well, maybe. I don't want to reveal too much. I think basically, you know, Alex and I have played a core 57 cards for like a few months. I think that the EVs especially are really, really strong into the field. You kind of saw in that game that the Leafeon can come in really, really clutch against Guardy. Just like if he has to swing into the Leafeon, you need Triple Monkey to kill the Leafeon with the Guardy and the Monkey, so then it takes a lot of pressure off of like the Rotom on the bench, right? So Leafeon feels really strong. Flareon, obviously, I mean, like I hit Stefan round 1, and I was like, oh my god, he's like one of the best players, but I'm playing Flareon, so it doesn't matter. So I think the deck is very strong. I don't want to say what's changed, but I think that, you know, the core is about the same.
All right, instead then, why did we decide to bring the Terra Box once again here at LAIC.
Yeah, so actually something that Henry Chow was really preaching a lot last year was that the best thing you can do is just like get really good at a deck. I was gonna pivot. My friend Christian Fontenot right over there was helping me prep to play Dango for this event. And I was playing against some very, very good European players, and you know, the deck is not like super, super hard to play, but I have a big like knowledge gap, I think, of how other people play into me. And I don't have that with TerraBox, right? So I think the most important thing right now is that there's like 10 or so good decks, and you just play whatever good deck you know how to play. And so that's why I played TerraBox instead of anything else.
That's actually really, really good advice, I think. Just play what you're comfortable with, and you're definitely comfortable with the Terra Box. You played it absolutely masterfully. Let's talk about a couple of games there. Let's talk about the first game, right? At what point did you think that, hey, you know, I think I got this one in the bag?
When Hunter benched 3 2-prize Pokemon when I was at 2 prizes. I was like, I know that I win. I mean, as long as my deck doesn't just like completely shut down on itself, I can always just find 2 prizes on a 2-prizer like at some point. So I was pretty confident I was going to win that game for sure.
Okay. Another question here. I know I heard the casters talking a little bit about, you know, how to shut down the Terra Box. I think it's like an Iono into the late game. Is there any way to really mitigate that?
Yeah, so I think you probably noticed in both of my games, I was very aggressively, preemptively benching Mew and Fez. So like game 1, I didn't need to play the Noctowl to set up my Wellspring, but I wanted to play the Noctowl to establish the Area 0, establish the Fez, because if Hunter comes out and is aggressive with me, if he Screamtails a Hoot Hoot, if he decides to go for like a Guardy knockout on a 2-prizer, I have all of this draw, like a wealth of draw to use once that Iono to 2 comes late game. And if he doesn't knock out, or if he chooses to knock out Fez or Mew, usually he's not knocking out either my Graspon or my Wellspring, and so then all of my Hoot Hoots are also outs to finishing the game.
I like it. That makes a lot of sense. With that, though, now you're 7-0. You know, you're guaranteed into Phase 2. What's going through your mind? What's your game plan now for the rest of the tournament?
My game plan is don't choke. There's a lot of really good NA Jelly Guardy players, so I want to dodge those. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna lock in. My deck is awesome. Wellspring is the most broken card in the format, so it's fine. I'll just kill all the Ralts. They won't get to play.
I like it. Good game plan. With that though, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I would love to shout out my core testing group, Juancho and Ira, Alex, Blake, Kreckler, Diane. I want to shout out the Europeans, Christian, for adopting me. All of you guys really like saved my life for this event. I want to shout out my lovely girlfriend Chloe, my best friend Alex, and my parents for always supporting me through everything.
Amazing stuff. With that, you know, take a quick break.
Can I shout out my sponsor real quick? I'm so sorry. I want to shout out the Shuffle Squad as well. Thank you for being a goated sponsor.
Absolutely. Again, congratulations, Josh. Amazing showing. 7-0. Let's keep up that energy. We love to see it. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Well, there's certainly loads of Pokemon energy over there on the stage. You two having a great time, and I think Joshua having a great time. 7-0, his best ever start at an IC, so we'll be feeling very confident. But really, now is the start of the true grind. You're up there with the best of the best, and you have to try and find your way into that asymmetrical top cut, which is going to be way in the future down the lines. But do you know what? I really want to find out how some of our players to watch are doing at this event. We started the show off talking about which people we should be looking out for, and I know a lot of these players are players that you've been looking for at this event. I know beforehand you're talking a lot about which players we should be watching out for. You're always looking for them. So let's talk a bit about how they're doing.
I mean, we were looking at 3 players from the Oceania region, all 3 Aussies here, with Brent Tonneson at 6-0-1, undefeated. Unfortunately, Mr. Danklin, Team Franklin, 4-3 out of competition now for the Phase 2. Although Natalie Miller is looking at a win and in situation to Phase 2 to get her into the second day of competition, or a guaranteed second day of competition, but we do have 1 Swiss round for Phase 2 tonight still. But yeah, this next round, round 8, is going to be really important for a lot of our players out there. It's the difference between, you know, going home empty-handed and continuing in this tournament.
Yeah, it's good to see Brent doing well, having an amazing few seasons prior to this one. We're really trying to up the gear now and really take it home at LAIC in Sao Paulo. Let's see how some of our European players are doing. Strong performances all round.
I mean, then again, our defending champion Miloslav Posledny, we did see him in round 1, still in there, and yeah, it's potential. We have to see if they're taking that intentional draw to get to phase 2. Knowing Miloslav, it's probably a no to that one, and playing on, wanting to defend the title and getting a win would definitely put them closer to that. And yeah, Rune Heiramons, not undefeated, 6-1. Ending off with Alberto Conti. We haven't seen much Dragapult Dusknoir today. We did see one on stream, which ended up quite unfortunate. I know a bit of a grudge match we have here against that Grimmsnarl deck. But yeah, Alberto Conti, you know, Europe hasn't been showing real strength today. I hope that we get a little bit more tomorrow.
And with all of these player to watch moments, we could talk about so many more than just the ones we're featuring here. But these are our 3 that we chose here. And then for North America, slightly different players. We've got Jackson, Aban, and Piper. All of them still in contention. And just on that kind of, I guess it's like a win and in round for them going into round 8.
Yeah, I was looking at Piper previously. Again, a win and in situation to phase 2. Aban and Jackson can technically survive into phase 2 with a tie. I doubt that they would take an intentional draw here though, so probably going to be playing that last Swiss round. But I did see Piper Lepine already, you know, playing against Gabriel Fernandez early in the tournament, or previously one of the undefeated players here. And yeah, even though you're looking at the 5-2 player versus we've seen 7-0 players, these players, all of them are still alive and in contention to win this tournament.
Well, with over 1,500 players from the region we are currently in, we had to narrow it down to 3. So let's have a look at our LATAM players that are doing well. And the Cifuentes guys there, Marco unfortunately out, but Fernando in a great position.
Yeah, 50% of the Brotherhood still in the tournament. Fernando Cifuentes, our 2024 Pokemon TCG World Champion, with that Iron Thorns deck, still alive and still flying high. And then, yeah, former World Champion Gustavo Wada, Belo Horizonte Regional Champion, still alive on 4-2-1 again. Win and into phase 2. It's win or out.
So very few of these players to watch that we've highlighted out of the tournament. Many of them, round 8 is going to be a key moment as to whether they carry on or not. But many of them, like Fernando here, in great positions, pushing for that top cut, as there are very few undefeated players in this tournament and very few on 7-0, let alone undefeated. So I'm sure Fernando right up at the top of the leaderboard there with 601.
And he's going to be happy to get on that smile. I do love that thumbs up and a smile. That's exactly the face I expect Fernando to have right now. But speaking of that, even though you're guaranteed phase 2, doesn't mean you get to rest one bit. Still have to try and make your way towards that asymmetrical top cut. The journey starts here.
Well, round 8, which will be the final round of phase 1, will be happening in just a moment. And round 9 will be the first round of phase 2, which will also be sharing today. But it's not just the players to watch. We also have some of our predictions as the casters. We wanted to kind of decide what we thought was doing well. And let's talk us through yours there, Jesper. You've gone for Tool Scrapper and Dragapult EX.
Yeah, I do love myself a little bit of Dragapult Dusknoir. Maybe a little bit of nepotism, to just like you, Mike, really. But the Tool Scrapper is one thing that was very interesting going into this weekend. We have already seen very powerful tools in that Luxurious Cape. Bravery Charm, Sparkling Crystal.
Yeah, and you can see the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, my selection there. I don't think since it's been possible to play, I've gone for anything else in one of these predictions. One day, it'll win a tournament and I'll feel like a hero, as it's right at the top there. And then Pablo with that Mega Absol EX. I'm not quite sure about the Enamorous, whereas Juancho going for the clear favorite, Gardevoir EX. Definitely the strongest deck we've seen so far in stream.
And if I go into some of the stats, if we're looking at how many undefeated we have of each deck. Gardevoir has 6 undefeated players. Grimmsnarl has 1 undefeated player. Congrats, Mike.
Yes.
Dragapult has 1 undefeated player. Pablo, Mega Absol has 0 undefeated players, unfortunately. And if we're looking at players with 15 or more points, you know, those really in there in the contention zone. We have Mega Absol with 10 players that are still in contention or have already made it to day 2. Phase 2, unfortunately. Sorry. 21 Gardevoir players, 5 Grimmsnarl players, and 11 Dragon Ball players. All the decks are doing pretty well, although it's a bit of a new thing for me, at least since Milwaukee, that Absol is not doing quite as good as I've expected.
Well, we don't need to talk too much about the diversity of Grimmsnarl players who are doing well. All it takes is one. There's one undefeated, and I'm sure that one will go all the way. And that's the case for every deck. It only takes one player piloting it well to take it all the way. We just saw Joshua with Terrabox 7-0. I'm sure there's not many Terraboxes up there, but Joshua is, and carrying the flag for all those other Terrabox players. As you can see, these options we've chosen are doing well, but really, it's all about the player at this stage, and that is the key for this tournament. All of the best players are rising to the top. We saw it. We went through the players to watch. Most of them are in contention still in this tournament, and that's really what the current format is bringing to light. The best players rising to the top.
Indeed, the best players rising to the top. And then when you're speaking about one singular Grimmsnarl player, Takashi Ineda, you got yourself the biggest fan in your life, and his name is Mike Ellis, indeed.
Wow. We'll see for sure as we have a little moment now for you guys to think about round 8. We've got that coming up in a little bit, and while we're waiting for that, we'll take a moment to go back and look at the history of some LAIC decks, and I think it's fair to say that LAIC has been a big tournament on the calendar, the first IC on the calendar. I think it's a great moment for our players to compete and show off why they should be a top player in the region.
Indeed, and these international championships, whether that be LAIC, EUIC, NAIC, are just all so important towards building that resume. Everyone has an IC in their home region, and even though we're talking, this is the Latin American International Championships. Yes, we have around about 1,500 from Latin America here, which is super great to have. I mean, honestly, looking at the size of this, you mentioned previously 600 at the first LAIC, now 2,200? Wow.
Yeah, so many more players here. As we mentioned, round 7 is pretty much complete now. Round 8 will be coming up shortly. And for you, when you're looking at this tournament, what is the key factor for these players who are at the top now to keep going all the way through to the asymmetrical top cut?
I think it's not to lose any of the composure that you have. You've shown such great composure, such precision in terms of executing your strategy. If you start, resting a little bit and thinking, well, I'm just going to do whatever I've done so far and not really think about your actions, that's when you're going to start to fall off. So keeping that concentration, keeping that energy, keeping that power and precision, that's what these players need to do. If you start resting now, yeah, you're going to be falling way down.
Well, for those players at the top, I'm sure many of them have chosen the best decks in the format, but sometimes it's fun to see how the off-meta decks are doing, and so let's have a little moment to look at the off-meta decks.
The Masters final at the 2025 World Championship in Anaheim contained the 2 best decks of the season, Dragapult EX and Gardevoir EX. Despite this, the journey of the successful off-meta decks is the story I want to tell you now. Let's reminisce on the off-meta decks that surprised the world in Anaheim. The meta is something we talk about at every Pokemon event, but what does it mean? Meta refers to the strategies and deck archetypes that are popular at a tournament, sometimes described as the most effective tactic available. Typically, a meta includes a few very strong decks which are often very popular, several solid options with some weaknesses here and there, and some counter decks designed to target the best strategies. But what really fascinates the community are off-meta decks, the ones nobody expected that suddenly shine on the biggest stage. At the 2025 World Championships, 3 kinds stood out: hybrid decks, revived decks, and unexpected decks. Let's explore how each left their mark and changed the meta going forward. Hybrid decks. Well, it's rare for a deck to squeeze in another archetype, but sometimes the overlap is too good to ignore. At Worlds, Fuguan Liao stunned the senior division with his take on Golden Go, adding the Joltik Box package, and went on to win the entire tournament. Why did it work? Well, both decks ran similar energy counts including metal, and both thrived in aggressive setups. cards like Levincia, Air Balloon, and heavy item package with Arven fit seamlessly into both. Importantly, both archetypes often left spare bench space, allowing them to coexist on the board. The synergy covered each other's weaknesses beautifully. Golden Go's coin bonus ability boosted consistency where Joltik Box lacked card draw. Meanwhile, Iron Hands pressured early 2-prize knockouts, buying time for Golden Go to set up. Because Iron Hands EX handed early knockouts, the deck could skip Energy Search Pro as its A-spec, instead using the powerful Prime Catcher, giving the deck an even sharper game plan targeting the bench. The result was a seamless hybrid that caught the field off guard and went the distance. Since then, Golden Go paired with Joltik has become a legitimate top-tier deck, evolving from surprise off-meta pick to part of the meta itself. Revived decks. Another type of off-meta success is the revival of an old favourite. Just because a deck falls out of the spotlight doesn't mean it's finished. Sometimes the right condition brings it roaring back. This World Championship, that story belonged to Charizard EX. Few players embody this better than Irvin Svinhuvud, who piloted Charizard to back-to-back top finishes in the 2025 season. He was runner-up at Stuttgart, losing only to another player playing Charizard EX, then won the very next European Regional in Birmingham with a nearly identical list. At Worlds, he went undefeated through day one, reminding everyone that Charizard was far from obsolete. Charizard's track record speaks for itself. Over the Scarlet and Violet era, it's been one of the winningest decks, including Gabriel Fernandez's NAIC victory with a fresh twist on the archetype. Despite waves of new powerful decks entering the format, Charizard repeatedly adapted and reclaimed relevance. At Worlds, the revival wasn't limited to one player. Junior Tanaka also piloted Charizard into Top Cut, meaning a quarter of the top 8 backed the supposedly outdated deck. It was a clear reminder, if a deck was once great, the right shift in matchups can bring it back to life. Unexpected decks. The rarest but most thrilling of off-meta deck success is the truly unexpected decks, ones that barely appeared before, then suddenly shines when it matters most. At Worlds, that deck was Enzorok. Going into the tournament, it had little competitive history outside of top 8 at NAIC, but Mateusz Vashkovic and Marco Cifuentes independently concluded it was the right call, both piloting it into a top 8. In seniors, Gabriel Fernandez with an identical list to Marco reached the finals, falling just short of Fuguan's Golden Go Joltik. Suddenly, Enzorok was one of the event's top performing archetypes. Its surprise success came from smart adjustments. The original list included Enstar Manatan, but the World's builds dropped it, focusing instead on solving the Golden Go matchup. Marco and Gabriel added Slime Mold Colony Toadstool to block energy recovery, shutting down Golden Go's late game. Whereas Mateusz opted for 2 different Ogopons instead, the Wellspring Ogopon to use Sob to deny retreat, while Cornerstone Ogopon's Cornerstone Stance ability walled much of the format as Pokemon with abilities couldn't touch it. For that one weekend, the deck was perfectly placed, consistent, tricky and underestimated. After Worlds, it seemed to fade back into obscurity, until Liam Halliburton went undefeated at Pittsburgh Regional just 1 month later, cementing what was once an off-meta deck into a tournament-winning deck to watch out for. For many, that's the beauty of the unexpected deck. They lurk in the background until the right tournament, ready to shock everyone again. Off-meta decks capture our imagination because they embody the underdog story. They remind us that even in a field dominated by top-tier archetypes, creativity and risk-taking can still win championships. Whether it's clever hybrids like Golden Go Joltik, a comeback tale like Charizard EX, or a smart innovation like Enzorok, these decks prove that Pokémon TCG always has room for surprises. What's your favourite off-meta deck you've ever played? Share it with the hashtag #PlayPokemon because maybe the next underdog story will be yours.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We're still live here at LAIC, the Latin American International Championships. Of course, here at Sao Paulo, Brazil. Beautiful city. I believe it's called the Drizzle City, but right now we're making it rain. We're bringing the storm with thousands of Pokemon players traveling from all over the world to compete. My name is Juancho Saldana, and of course I'm joined by my amazing, amazing partner, Pablo Meza. What a day, Pablo.
What a day it has been. We've seen it all, Juancho. We've seen a very nice variety of decks. We've seen players make amazing plays so far throughout the day. the level has been really, really up there. And I mean, I want to see who's at the very top of the standings at this point. We just got done with round 7. We are heading into round 8. And look at that. Gabriel Fernandez, #1 seed, heading into round 8.
That must feel great. Of course, you also have Joshua Frank, who we just featured in the last round, and Henry Chow as well, another person we featured in the stream. Again, no surprise there. Sebastian Lashmet too. Again, there's a couple. I mean, what? Oh, sorry, only 5 people with perfect records so far with the 7-0. So huge congratulations to them right now. I'm sure they're feeling on top of the world. But of course, hey, sitting at #6 though, Vinny Fernandez, not too far from his brother. Oh, I can't wait for the moment that we see them play against each other on stream. The inevitability of that happening, I can't wait to see that. Maybe here at LAIC? Fingers crossed.
I mean, we're heading there, right? I mean, we have tons of interesting matches happening for this round. We will be featuring 2 local players from Brazil for our streamed game, but we have plenty of other very cool action here. Takashi versus Lucas, Henry Chow versus Nigel Tan, Gabriel Fernandez versus Jamie Hindley, Sebastian Lashmet against Jose Torres. I think those are the previous rounds, because I know Miguel played Alessandro for round 7.
Possibly. I mean, currently there's only 501, and I know we're at like 7-0.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can get that fixed up. But right now, I want to focus on the current stream match. It's gonna be a couple of locals. I actually wonder if they know each other. It'd be good to know. On the left is gonna be Victor Shibuya against Juseni Dantas. Again, look at this matchup, Pablo. We have Blood Moon Ursaluna, the baby Blood Moon Ursaluna, against Raging Bolt EX. Technically, both very, let's say, rogue decks. I haven't seen Raging Bolt in a minute, but
you're
now
calling Raging Bolt a rogue deck? What?
It's a rogue pick. It has to be in this current meta, right? It's not something that is too popular.
I mean, we'd have to define rogue. I feel like for me, rogue is like something that it's an unexpected strategy or something like on the newer side of the spectrum. A deck falling hard, I don't think that makes it. In popularity, at least, doesn't make it a rogue deck, but we can agree to disagree as per usual, Juancho. Okay, the other side for sure, though, like that's it's an archetype that has been popularized by some people online. Yeah, Tim Danklin. However, even though it's popular, it hasn't done anything relevant as far as I know. But maybe this is now its time to shine.
Hey.
I guess we'll find out.
Again, it is their time to shine here right now at LAIC. I mean, they get to play it on the stream, and I don't quite know much about this matchup, Pablo. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not one to test the baby Blood Moon Ursaluna, big Blood Moon Ursaluna. I know exactly what that does, but the baby one, it's a little odd.
Yeah, I mean, it has a pretty powerful attack for sure, a very costly one as well. The Solrock Lunatone engine seems to have given it a bit of life, because the Blood Moon Ursaluna has been available for a while now, if I'm not mistaken, from the Shrouded Fable expansion. So same set as Fezandipity, same set as Dust Noir. Obviously those cards have had their time in the spotlight since they came out. Blood Moon Ursaluna, I mean, it's about to have time in the spotlight. How well it uses it, that's what we're about to find out.
I mean, on theory, looking at it, it should have a fairly favorable matchup into the Raging Bolt, right? Raging Bolt is known for this very straightforward, linear deck where it's just going to take prize cards. And the way to really slow it down is, hey, you're taking one at a time. I'm a baby Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm a basic Pokemon, non-rule box, so you're going to have to, take at least 6 knockouts, maybe 5 plus the, or maybe 4 plus the Blood Moon, an EX. Maybe we drop the Fezandipity as well. It's gonna be interesting how Juseni is going to maneuver this matchup. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, she'll definitely be at a sort of disadvantage. Now we are seeing Juseni up 1-0 in the match. That is not a mistake, even though the round has not started. We can communicate that there has been a game loss issued from deck check for Victor. So there was some issue with his cards, with his sleeves. I'm not exactly sure what the issue was, but Giussiani will be starting the round 1-0 up, so it's either one game for Giussiani or 2 back-to-back games for Victor to close out this round. I'm pretty sure the judge is informing them of probably the procedures, right? Since Giussiani is now technically the winner of game 1, that means Victor will probably get to choose whether he goes first or second. Hope they did that before they took a look at their opening hands. As we see the prizes here, nothing too crazy other than maybe the Vengeful Punch. Like, that's the one standout card that you wouldn't expect from pretty much any other deck, right?
Oh yeah, looking at it right now, just a lot of one-ofs really, and of things you have multiple of. The Vengeful Punch, not quite sure how important that is. Maybe if Victor struggles to get damage counters on their own side of the board, then maybe it might be a little bit tough. But again, very odd card to have prized. I'm curious actually if that is there's only one. Yes, it is. It is the only singular one. Again, not too familiar with the deck, so count may be odd.
Yeah, there's definitely no standard 60-card deck list, I don't think, for Blood Moon Ursaluna at this point, right? It's a deck that hasn't found any success quite yet. This could be its breakout tournament, right? Maybe we close out Mega Evolution with a fantastic new archetype being found, just like we opened it with that Mega Absolute box deck that Tord shook the world with.
That is true, as we are going to start our round here. Again, it is Victor against Giussiani. Giussiani is going to start us off, does open the Fan Rotom, so it is the ideal start. Gets the, I believe that is the Ditto as well, so we are going to see some switching action into a new Pokemon potentially. But right now, Pablo, let's talk about this matchup. What's going through your mind? Who has the advantage in your, I'm sure, multiple testing of the Blood Moon Ursaluna deck? I'm sure you have a lot of data.
I have hundreds and hundreds of hours of games logged with both decks for sure, and I can tell you exactly what is going to happen. We're going to see a lot of knockouts. We're going to see a lot of energy attachments by both players. We're going to be seeing Jewel Seeker get utilized. We're going to see Transformative Start as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of Adrenabrain get utilized. So yeah, both of these decks, I'm sure, can go toe-to-toe. But no, like, all jokes aside, single price deck against a 2-price focus deck. If the single price deck can one-hit KO these 2-price Pokemon, it should have a natural advantage, right? However, over on Giussiani's side, yeah, we have the Raging Bolt, the non-EX Raging Bolt with the Thunderburst Storm attack to pressure the bench. However, most of the Pokemon over on Victor's side have a lot of HP, right? So it might not be a Thunderburst Storm angle. It might actually be continually using Dragon Headbutt to deal 130 damage, knock out Monkey Dories, knock out Solrocks, knock out Lunatones, knock out Hitmonchan, knock out that Blown Ursaluna if it has any residual damage, and it doesn't have anything to help it. Now, we do see a huge top deck here for Victor with that Fighting Gong.
Yes, Fighting Gong, very, very popular and powerful. Definitely able to find any basic fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy, and in a deck full of fighting Pokemon, including the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That is very powerful. Of course, Victor is opting to use the Solrock and Lunatone engine as well. It just naturally fits in since we are playing the fighting energy. So found the Solrock there. Has the Lunatone in hand? No.
No Lunatone, but did top deck the Lily, actually. Not the Fighting Gong, it was actually the Lily. I was corrected. So yeah, brand new set of cards, 8 off of this Lily. If we can move this Monkey Dory from the active with an Herballoon perhaps, and we can find that Lunatone pairing, we could start getting aggressive, get some damage onto the board before Giussiani has even had a chance to do anything at all. Now, Giussiani did go for the Raging Bolt off of the Ditto, and I don't see a Terra on the bench, so I have to assume there's a way to get a Terra Pokemon onto the bench for next turn, just playing it safe and making sure we can threaten. I'm guessing she didn't know what she was up against, so if you see a Monkey Dory, maybe you assume Gardevoir, maybe you assume Grimmsnarl as well. There's a good chance it's either of those decks, and you want to start with the aggression early on the bench.
Exactly, as Victor does have the Nest Ball as well, so we are going to see the whole Solrock Lunatone combo. Victor is going to be able to discard an energy, draw 3 extra cards. If Victor finds a way to switch as well, getting the first hit on the Raging Ball seems pretty good. 130 HP, that's essentially a 2-hit KO, and you're starting the aggression. But Nest Ball looks like deciding to grab a second Monkey Dory instead, because, of course, Fighting Gong is in hand. Can grab the Lunatone that way.
I wonder if at this point you can even predict what your opponent is playing. Like, I feel like you have to be pretty deep in Pokemon TCG lore to know about the Blown Ursaluna, what the deck contains, what's the main strategy. There's no other deck that combines Monkey Dory and the Lunatone Solrock engine, I don't think.
Okay, we've been talking about it a lot, but of course, here it is, Blood Moon Ursaluna on the screen anyway, not yet on the field. 150 HP basic Pokemon is actually pretty big. That means it cannot get knocked out by Raging Bolt's Dragon Headbutt. Not to mention it has the ability Battle Harden. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you get to attach 2 basic energy cards from your hand. Energy Acceleration in itself is pretty good. The attack is also pretty good as well. 100 damage plus 30 for each damage counter on your opponent's Pokemon. So the important thing is, how do we damage our Blood Moon Ursaluna?
I mean, there's a lot of synergy between all these cards, but the missing piece is that damage, right? However, there is a stadium, Calamitous Snowy Mountain, where anytime you attach an energy to one of your Pokemon, or to a non-water Pokemon, I do believe, then you deal 2 damage counters to said Pokemon. So Blood Moon Ursaluna will power itself up. Those energies are coming from the hand. You damage yourself, then you attach from hand. That's 6 damage counters that you can then throw to your opponent with the Adrenaline Brain ability to make sure the numbers work well in your favor and you're dishing those one-hit KOs back to back to back.
Exactly. Again, Monkey Dory, key part of the strategy. This is one of those strategies where a lot of things really do have to come together to be able to dish out such efficient damage on a basic Pokemon with high HP. On paper, it's great, but can we put things together? I think right now, though, looks like, it was just a pass to Juseni, and it is going to be Nest Ball played. Can we find an attack here?
And we did bench the Terra. We've discarded a few energies. We can get the maximum value out of this Professor Sada, but we will only be dealing probably 60 damage somewhere on the bench, which is not very impactful. If there was a Duskull, if there was a Pidgey, if there was a Bodyu even, this would be pretty solid. And we can still go out of our way to use the other Noctowl, find a potential energy switch if there is one in the deck. There is one copy of energy switch, and it is not priced. Or no, it is priced. It's at the very bottom of the price card. So we're definitely not getting a knockout this particular turn. We can do 60 damage, which could even honestly work against us if the Monkey Dories get powered up eventually.
Unless, of course, she decides to pivot into the bigger Raging Bolt. Since Sada did accelerate 2 energy there, one to the baby, one to the big one. So all that's lacking really is maybe a switch plus an energy attachment. With the evolution of now the second Noctowl played, we might be going aggressive here, Pablo. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the Prime Catcher will let us take a knockout this turn with the Raging Bolt, as you mentioned. However, that's a lot of resources utilized in order to get a single prize card, right? Double Noctowl, our A-spec of choice. We need the attachment as well onto our Pokemon. So, yeah, I mean, it's what you have to do, right? You need to get on the board, especially against these single price decks. You need to make sure that you are doing a lot of damage as fast as possible. Now, seems like we're switching gears a little bit. We have Latias, so we grab the Prime Catcher, make sure we have the possibility to chase something. We are out of Noctowls, so grabbing that perhaps for next turn. And yeah, we'll just take the knockout on this Monkey Dory.
Well, Raging Bolt doing Raging Bolt things, able to just put on the aggression, doing 140 damage with that Bellowing Thunder, takes a knockout on the Monkey Dory. Right now, though, back to Victor, does promote the Soul Rock. Is there a possibility here that Victor takes a knockout on the Raging Bolt?
Needs a lot of pieces, right? But I mean, counter gain would be one to help yourself with the damage counter placement and covering the attack cost. This deck requires a lot of like Crispin usage to get extra energy into play. You know, a lot of extra energy in your hand. But the first piece is the stadium. Without the stadium to self-generate damage onto your side of the field, we're not going anywhere. And I don't even see a Blood Moon in hand, and there's definitely no stadium. Oh, there is a Blood Moon, but there's no stadium.
Yes, again, and stadiums are so hard to find. If you can't tutor them out by using something like the Noctowl, trying to find it with an Arven, is it possible? What is the ace spec of choice?
Secret Box.
Oh, never mind. That's a pretty good way to find your stadium.
Yeah, Secret Box will be able to find Victor. The stadium will allow him to actually get everything going. That might be the one or the key card that will let him pull off this knockout onto the active Raging Bolt with the Blood Moon.
I feel like everything is absolutely needed from this Secret Box because, again, to remind folks at home, Blood Moon Ursaluna's attack does require 3 energy, right? And with 3 energy, it only accelerates 2 to itself, so I believe the tool counter gain might be important as well. Since you do have, unfortunately, there's no Darkness energy yet on Victor's side of the field, they're going to have to dedicate energy attachment for turn there, so are all the pieces there?
We did the maths earlier, Juancho.
Yes.
How many damage counters do we need on this Raging Bolt for the Blood Moon to do enough damage to knock it out?
All right, so Blood Moon does 100 base, and then for each damage counter on your opponent, does plus 30. So if you have, I believe, 40 on the Raging Bolt, that should be knockout 250, right?
Yeah, that would definitely be enough. 260 damage, I believe. Yeah, so 4 from the Raging Bolt that you move onto them. Now, how do you move 4 damage counters onto Raging Bolt with a single Monkey Dory, however?
Okay, maybe that is impossible.
No, I mean, the math was correct. It's just not possible
right now.
This particular turn, we don't, like, it requires too many energy attachments. There's the Crispin, but we already Arvent for the Secret Box, so we cannot play the Crispin. Like, we could counter gain, and that frees our attachment from the Blood Moon onto one of the Monkey Dory, but we cannot attach 2 energies per turn. That would be breaking the Pokemon TCG rules, and we don't like doing that one.
Absolutely not. As, let's see here, though. If we can move 3 damage counters, though, and we're doing 100 base plus the 30, that means we're doing 190 damage plus the 30 damage. That's 220. That leaves Raging Bolt with around 20 HP. So maybe easily taken care of the following turn with a Monkey Dory. Definitely a possibility there. And not to mention the Calamitous Snowy Mountain does affect a Raging Bolt and everything on Jusiani's side of the field as well. So that may come into play.
Yeah, if Jusiani doesn't have a Sada, for example, and is forced to attach energy from hand, then she would self-KO that Raging Bolt. So it's not ideal, but being at 2 damage counters away from knocking out this Raging Bolt is almost like knocking it out. And because you have such a good favorable price trade in your favor, then it's pretty simple to just go after it eventually and still come out ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about so many pieces, Pablo, like the Blood Moon Ursaluna counter gain, the stadium. How do you like if it's just a simple attack with the Soul Rock? Do you feel comfortable with that?
It's probably good enough, once again, because of the 2-for-1 price trade, right? Even if your opponent gets ahead 2, like the maximum they can get ahead before you start needing them to whiff an actual KO is 3 prizes. If Jusiani takes 3 prizes before Victor takes his first one, that's completely fine for Victor to still come out ahead by taking 2 prizes each turn. But if Jusiani manages to take 4, then it starts to get a little grim.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Prize Mapping 101 with Pablo Meza. Right now, though, back to Jusiani's turn. Does have the Earthen Vessel, so it does have a couple of energy in hand now. It's safe to just attach. I'm sure it is just going to be more damage now on the Raging Bolt, but with that much damage on it, I feel like Blood Moon can definitely clear things out, as Teal Dance Ogremon is going to be able to accelerate energy and draw.
Prime Catcher is available, but imagine if that was a Professor Sada or whatnot, right? The Prime Catcher, of course, is a very good card, but it's not super useful right about now. We do need 2 extra damage from the Snowy Mountain, both on the Ogerpon and also on the active. If Victor manages an attack, now it's going to be a lot of damage being dealt to the Raging Bolt. Quick maths on the spot, Juancho. How much damage is it? 9 damage counters plus base damage 370.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was already going to do it in my head, but good job, as it is just going to be the knockout there on the Soul Rock, though, and Jusiani leads the pack. 2 prizes to Victor's. Nothing quite yet.
Nothing quite yet. Now, I do want to point out this choice. Like, Giussiani chose to discard or spread the energy last turn. This turn, I would love to ask her right now, hey, Giussiani, do you know what your opponent's playing other than Lunatone, Solrock, and Monkey Dory? Because I don't know if she actually knows, and she knows in how much trouble this Raging Bolt is. Victor already has the Blood Moon, already can attach the energies, has a Monkey Dory established, has the counter gain as well, has plenty of ways to recover energy too, and even has the Crispin. So Crispin will allow him to power up the Blood Moon Saloon or keep a fighting in hand, will activate this second Monkey Dory, and we are about to see this Raging Bolt get super KO'd, and will put Victor in a pretty good spot where Giussiani doesn't have any sort of threat established, needs something more powerful than the Fan Rotom or this Raging Bolt to take down the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can also be fully healed at this point in time, and has no Noctowl availability and no supporter in hand.
Are you ready, Pablo? Are you ready for the first ever Mad Bite here at LAIC? Very terrifying name of an attack. How much damage is it doing again?
370.
370, okay, oh my god. The big 370 damage upcoming here. But we'll have to wait, we'll wait and see. It looks like the fighting energy was used instead to draw, but there is another one in the hand.
Yep, had the option to counter gain, does have the energy attachment. Kind of like the counter gain a little bit better. It's one less energy on your Blood Moon, which means
it looks like the lily was just accidentally attached as well.
Attached instead of the energy.
It's, you know, the Goldilocks and the three bears there. But no, Lily goes back into the hand, so yeah. I don't know, I like the attachment here. Maybe save the tool for when you're in a more dire spot. But again, you're taking the lead though. How much dire of a spot can you get? So yeah, use it or lose it maybe at this point, but it looks like Monkey Dory damage now is going to be moved. What's a good target here?
That's a great question, Juancho. I mean, with all my experience with this deck, I want to say, yeah, keep piling up the damage on that Teal Mask Ogre, pardon me, and maybe you get an extra couple prizes by keeping the flow of Adrenabrain going.
And there it was, Mad Bite for 370 damage. Oh, probably the highest damage we're going to see here at LAIC.
For sure. Yeah.
Unless someone plays Alakazam, potentially.
Well, I mean, Raging Bolt does, like, we could see a Raging Bolt try to KO, like, a Hero Cape Charizard or something.
Okay,
so
okay.
I feel like we could still be in the running to, but it's definitely the highest so far. 370 damage, plus the 90 already on top, 460 total.
And imagine, this is on a basic non-rule box Pokemon that's only giving up one prize card, has 150 HP, and accelerates itself. Somehow, if I saw this card, what, 10 or so years ago, I would have thought this would have been the best deck in format.
I mean, sure. This could be the tournament where we all find that out.
Yes. Right now, though, it looks like we're going to grab a couple more energies from the discard pile. Superior Energy Retrieval now being played. Not something you see every day in the Raging Bolt. Sometimes it's superior, sometimes it's just the energy retrieval. But hey, that's a lot of energies in hand, a lot of energies we can accelerate and attach. But still no counter stadium, so this Ogerpon is going to damage itself once again.
Yep.
2 extra.
More damage counters heading into that Ogerpon. It now has 90 HP left. Not quite in range of Monkey Dory next turn, but honestly, that could happen eventually. Now, we're going to see an Ultra Wall. There's nothing in Giussiani's hand, so this has to find Fezandipity and hope we find something. Otherwise, our best option, honestly, it's to not attack. Like, at this point, you don't want to give your opponent any potential damage. And if you retreat into the Latias, Latias is a little hard to KO for Victor at this point in time because there's no damage on his side of the field. He would need another like whole Blood Moon Ursaluna established so that he can self-generate the damage in order to get a knockout.
Ooh, so the best play is to not attack, but Raging Bolt's #1 thing is attacking.
Yeah.
Seems
and
very...
That's how you win the game, right? So if you're not attacking, sure, maybe your opponent can't KO you, but you're also not KOing. So it's like a lose-lose situation where you are not putting yourself ahead, and also your opponent's just like, they don't need to be ahead or they don't need to catch up because you are not applying any sort of pressure. We do see the Professor Sada. We could see 130 damage actually with Raging Bolt's second attack, thanks to the energy switch that was freed from the prize cards. So actually, Giussiani does have an option to go Prime Catcher KO one of the Monkey Dories, limit that option, and also continue to apply pressure on the board without leaving damage on the board as well.
I thought I missaw there is a superior energy. There's an energy retrieval as well in hand, so Giussani's deck really does prioritize having energy in general, as it is just attachment there.
It's attach a pass. We're not gonna go aggressive. We're not gonna try to take prizes with the energy switch and Prime Catcher combo we had. So yeah, rough situation to be in. Now there's damage on that Raging Bolt as well. I mean, and the Rotom doesn't need any prior damage because 100, despite the resistance, is enough.
Yeah, the Blood Moon Ursaluna having no downside on the attack as well. There's no, oh, this Pokemon cannot attack the next turn. It can continuously swing if you let it. The only question is, can we get even more damage on the board? The fact that the stadium still has not been bumped, too, that means each attachment Victor does, that's 2 damage counters. That's 60 damage, 60 extra damage that Blood Moon Ursaluna can eventually do. Or maybe those 2 damage counters can go on to the Teal Mask Ogerpon, get a sneaky knockout eventually. Just falling behind here. It's looking tough for Giussani.
Yeah, it's not looking great overall. That game loss, like we said, like on paper, the single price deck, if it can one-hit KO 2 price Pokemon, it should always have an advantage. And it also always has like a little bit of wiggle room and time where it can fall behind 1, 2, or even 3 prizes and still be able to catch up eventually. So looking pretty good. Victor basically needs to not get over eager, right? He needs to just make sure that he can continue to attack every single turn, has copies of the stadiums in play, or in hand, has copies of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, has the possibility to utilize the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to close out a game perhaps after he takes the next 2 prizes, and in case Giussiani is able to piece out any sort of KO. And I think Victor being doing it very well, and probably hedging on the fact that there's probably no hand disruption, so just have the Night Stretcher in your hand for whenever this Blood Moon ends up going down, if ever it ends up going down.
Yeah, decks like Raging Bolt known for not playing too much disruption, but Giussiani does play at least 1 Iono. So there is 1 Iono to play around. But right now, even Iono to 4 seems a-okay. But, of course, Victor here looking to just continuously establishing the board. Are we going to see a second Baby Blood Moon Ursaluna hit the board? Especially with this superior energy retrieval now being played. We're getting a lot of energies back. That seems pretty good. Again, there is 3 fighting energy, plus the dark energy now in the hand. There it is. Another Baby Blood Moon Ursaluna Battle Harden. Accelerating 2 energy cards, 40 damage, plus that dark. Now 60 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Guess where that's going, Juancho?
It's going to be moving to the other side of the board. Are we committing it? Yes, everything on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. 180 damage now on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. It has 30 HP left. That's not that much. That's 1 Monkey Dory away.
Yeah. I mean, if we had retreated into the Latias, it definitely would have gone down based on everything that Victor did. Maybe we could have retreated onto Noctowl to prevent or to force like the damage to be a bit more spread for some sort of damage counters on your Noctowl, not put the Teal Mask. Maybe it's inconsequential at this point, honestly. Victor has the perfect board, the perfect stadium. Giussiani is not able to really do anything. Didn't apply pressure last turn either. I feel like a lot of people forget that Raging Bolt has 2 attacks. I think that's a big deal. Like, Raging Bolt, that second Dragon Headbutt doesn't get utilized enough when it could be. Like, now we see the attachment, but 90 damage once again doesn't threaten anything. We could have used the energy switch last turn. We have the Prime Catcher, so I mean we could be one prize ahead, right? Just asking a bit more from your opponent. We're getting that 4th energy onto the Raging Bolt now.
4th energy on that Raging Bolt means the Thunderburst Storm is of course doing 30 times 420 damage. We can snipe something from the board. It could be a Monkey Dory, could be one of the Lunatone Soul Rock combos. What do you think is more important to Victor here?
It's got to be the Monkey Dories, right? That's how you power up your damage. That's how you threaten multiple targets like this one. I mean, and still, if this stadium, pretty good. Maybe a little too late if we take a knockout and Victor is able to generate 6 more damage counters. No, 3 damage counters onto his side of the board. 1 Adrenal Brain, knockout on the bench, Teal Mask, and then knock out the active, and we head to game 3.
Yeah, definitely looking tough here. Just, again, just doesn't have too many tricks up their sleeve, right? Because Raging Bolt just known for being able to attack. There's no extra prize cards. There's no maybe mill. There's no trap. But it's really good at doing that attack. But against single prize card, it's just, it does take a lot. Now, Victor here is very close to winning. 3 prize cards remaining. Has double Blood Moon Ursaluna set up. Doesn't have the stadium quite yet. What pieces are missing here, Pablo?
I think it's Crispin, because the deck only plays 2 Blood Moon Ursaluna, both of which are in play and powered up. So there's no way to generate self-damage with the Battle Hardened ability. Giuseppe is at 3 prize cards. If there's an energy switch, maybe we can... No, we can't win with Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. We're at 3 prizes. We can't generate enough self-damage to knock out 2 Pokemon at once. At least not as far as I can tell. We are going to see the Calamitous, the Snowy Mountain. We are going to see the attachment. That's 2 damage counters on the Monkey Dory being placed. And that means we're 10 off from the knockout at this point in time. But honestly, like, you're in a rush. Like, you just win next turn. That's not a problem whatsoever.
Yes, double Monkey Dory now in play. As long as the stadium does stay, as it's like a singular attachment wins the game. But now the Vengeful Punch, pulled out of the prize cards there onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's another thing you have to worry about as well. So whatever is hitting into this Blood Moon Ursaluna is essentially set up to get knocked out as well.
Yep, even spreading the damage counters knows that whatever next attack happens will probably be gained, so not too worried about knocking out the Teal Mask Ogrebon. Down to 2 prize cards, and this overwhelming prize card advantage or prize mapping advantage is definitely now catching up after Giuseppe had a powerful start, taking knockout after knockout, slowed down for a turn, but I don't think that would have been enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, this, again, Giuseppe now, massive hand, could potentially use whatever she wants. Are we good? I see the grass energy. I'm getting a little nervous. If that gets accelerated, that puts it down to 1 HP, 10 HP, but I don't think it matters as much as Prime Catcher is now finally being playing around the Vengeful Punch there. So that's one way to prevent damage.
Playing around the Vengeful Punch, but allowing your opponent to self-generate damage through the Battle Hardened ability off of the Night Stretcher that you saw your opponent grab with the Arven earlier, right? So this is basically helping Victor at this point in time in case he didn't have a way to self-generate damage. I mean, by not placing damage on this Teal Mask Ogrebon, Victor essentially shut down the option to potentially win next turn by just moving damage, right? Although, I mean, 2 damage counters moves them here, 4 damage counters is enough. We're playing, if Victor has 1 energy, it's game over. And we attach, that's 2 more damage counters. Inconsequential, we can knock out anything on the board.
Would have loved to see maybe an Iono here. That would have been the perfect time to use it at that point.
Oh, we do play an Iono, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this would have been the perfect time to do so.
But unfortunately, I didn't quite see it in the hand. It's not in the prize cards.
Oh,
the hand is massive, though.
I think Giuseppe was only going to discard 2 energies, maybe? Or not? Are we going back on that?
Was it declared and no, wasn't enough? Again, it's very weird to see a basic Pokemon with 150 HP. Typically, if you
just assume that you look at it and it goes down, right?
Yeah. Typically, just discard 2 and knocks out every basic Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box out there.
Oh, okay. Apparently, we did not draw the card from the Teal Mask, and it's actually Iono. My goodness. What?
So that is the exact card that Giuseppe needs to get back into this. If Iono is played and there's no means to generate damage on Victor's side of the board, Giuseppe still in this.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see the Iono played. If we had taken that knockout one turn earlier with that Raging Bolt and Giuseppe was going down to one prize card here, then maybe we would have a game on our hands. Now, Giuseppe will draw 3, Victor will draw 2, one of which is Arven, which can now find the Night Stretcher. And Giuseppe needs to counter a Stadium.
A Stadium,
and there it is. Okay, all right, we have a game. There's a Stadium counter, so no more self-generating damage. We're going to see the knockout right here. Gosh, 10 HP away. That is crazy.
10 HP remaining on that Teal Dead Ogerpon. If only Blood Moon was like Gardevoir EX that could generate the damage whenever, really. But no, of course, there's we all can't be good as Gardevoir EX. But yeah, extra bench space. Getting the extra Pokemon down is pretty big there as well, because once Victor bumps the Stadium, there goes all the damage as well. So that could be very big.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. We see another Night Stretcher off the top. There's a Nest Ball for Blood Moon, and that's going to be it.
The big Blood Moon, ladies and gentlemen. The one we're all used to seeing at Giuseppe, of course, down to 2 prize cards. So Season Skill is activated. All we need is 1 energy, and there it is. Blood Moon for 240. Victor ties it up here, 1-1.
All right, not bad. Not a bad showing for the deck. Definitely one of the best possible matchups, most likely for it. The 2-for-1 price trade-off is pretty great, and the high HP really nullifies that Raging Bolt, which Giuseppe probably, I think we're in a similar situation to round 1, right, where we saw Middleslav make a choice of discarding Lunatone, saw Psyduck, assumed probably Mega Absol Box, and played with imperfect information. Giuseppe saw Monkey Dory, assumed Guardy or Dragapult or Grimmsnarl, all of which do not enjoy the early pressure from Raging Bolt, except she's up against the one deck that doesn't mind the Raging Bolt whatsoever. So let's take a look at what happened in this game 1. Game 2, sorry.
Yes, this game 2, again, it was a lot of attacking, really, from both sides. Again, Raging Bolt EX able to just swing and swing, but the more important attacker is, of course, this baby Blood Moon Ursaluna with the biggest attack in the game. I believe it, what was it, 370 damage again? Yeah.
370 damage total, yep.
Can knock out almost any, well, yeah, can knock out any Mega EX Pokemon at that point. But of course, just all the damage counters spread onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. I kind of enjoyed the fact that it was also hurting itself with every time it Teal Dance, it was a double-edged sword. Yes, it's getting energy onto the board, getting cards in hand, but every damage counter did matter.
Yeah, every damage counter. I feel like in every match, right, most games can be, or many games can be decided by one damage counter being correctly placed or being incorrectly placed, right? And it has to do with decision making, yeah, your choices, what you expect from the future, what you can predict your opponent could do, what is likely, what is unlikely, despite it being possible, right? There's so many variables to take into account. Now, take a look at the prizes. 3 energies in the prizes for Giuseppe, not ideal, as well as that 1 copy of the Noctowl, whereas Victor has a couple Arbin prized, a basic Darkness Energy, and that Vengeful Punch, which could be problematic.
Vengeful Punch just really likes hiding in the prize cards there. Unfortunately, top left now this time, so it's not going to be drawn anytime soon. But again, we've seen Victor really generate damage on his own. Doesn't really necessarily need it. It's a nice to have, but let's see if Victor can put something together. Again, we saw how dominating that game 2 was, Pablo. Is there anything Giuseppe can do to change up here to take this game?
I don't know if there's anything to change up. You just need to make sure you're aggressive every single turn, right? Essentially, when you're playing against a single price deck like this one, Victor did not start a 2-price Pokemon, so we are probably not going to see a 2-price Pokemon until we are like against the rope and we need to draw cards with Serendipity, or it's the very end and it doesn't matter anymore. So Giuseppe essentially needs to make sure that she can attack for 6 back-to-back turns and hope that at some point Victor cannot attack you.
Ooh, we're showing on the screen there something you don't see every day was that Hitmonchan. Something didn't get featured just yet in the last game, but hey, that's another way to damage counters on your opponent's board. It does have the ability that if you hit it, it does punch back. Right now, just a Soul Rock and a Lunatone and an attach. So that's not too bad. Again, having that draw engine just set up there. Let's see if Juicy can pull off the famous turn 1 attack with the Raging Bolt EX. Doesn't need that much, but does she have it?
The Crispin, the one of Crispin, doesn't seem unlikely, or the less easy combination, discarding energy, finding Sada, attaching and whatnot. I mean, if you pull it off, that's like the best case scenario, right, for Juicy. She also chose to go second, as she did lose game 2. Therefore, she knows that that's probably or possibly what she needs to do. And also, there's always a chance your opponent only has one Pokemon in play, and you get the attack off and you bench them, right? So in an unfavorable matchup, no deck is immune to that situation.
Exactly, as we do see the energy attachment. I don't see the Crispin, so there is a Sada, but again, no energy just yet in the discard pile. It's just going to be the pass as we move back now to Victor's side. I'm getting a little scared, Pablo, just because the Blood Moon is such a scary Pokemon that it can just come out of nowhere and start swinging. But maybe we're probably still safe this turn, right?
Yeah, I think you're being a little too scared at this point, Juancho. I think until, like, Blood Moon is scary when there's multiple Monkey Dory to back it up, right? Otherwise, it's just doing 100 damage and not pulling off much. So, and I think Victor, like, he'll be fine taking it cool for another turn, building up his hand, drawing more cards. Now knows there's an Iono, but right now an Iono to 6 is not as destructive, right? So he's pretty happy. And that it also means there's no Iono later down the line, possibly. Very few Raging Bull decks play multiple disruption cards. Usually the average is 1. So I don't think you would mind it too much. And once again, Victor can go down 3 prize cards and he's still completely fine to win the game. If he goes down 4, he's in trouble. If Jutsieni had taken a prize card last turn, had the right pieces in her hand, it would be a little bit scarier because Victor would also not have the Lunatone Solrock engine available to him, or at least not immediately, because one of the pieces would have gone away. But none of that happened, so Victor in a pretty okay spot, I want to say, and even having the boss's orders to chase down one of the Hoot Hoots this turn.
The aggression here from Victor against Solrock with the Cosmic Beam doing 70 damage, just enough to take a knockout on the Hoot Hoot. Doesn't care about resistance. It's going to be 70 damage no matter what. And Victor takes the lead here. I think the Blood Moon Ursa Luna deck is just, I think, perfectly captures how powerful a lot of our basic Pokemon are right now. It's literally playing the 2 best basic Pokemon in the, well, sorry, 2 best non-rule box basic Pokemon in the game. And it's very dependent on Monkey Dory and the Solrock engine. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is just extra.
It's just extra, yeah. It's just there. It's just happy to be there, right, with his friends.
Right now, Juiciani does have Teal Mask Ogremon with 2 energy attached. So that is a very clean way to attack without having to discard. Not too bad to have there.
Time to start applying pressure. We cannot miss out on another turn, right? We really need to get going. Shutting down the Solrock engine or the Solrock Lunatone engine at this point in time seems pretty good, I would say. It's like step 1 in possibly having your opponent whiff, but Victor could whiff 2-3 turns and still come out ahead in this exchange. And now that he took the first prize card in this case, and the Fan Rotom is here, we could actually be put in a situation where the residual damage that sometimes is left over, right, that got piled up on the Teal Mask Ogremon last game, now gets piled up on the Rotom, and that's how you go back to event prize cards. And so all you need to worry about is 2 big knockouts instead of 3.
2 big knockouts and a way to generate more damage on yourself to move. But yeah, looks like Pheasantipity is going to be played now as well. Juiciani may be feeling the lack of resources since, again, 1 Hoot Hoot was knocked out. 1 was just evolved to a knockout. Right now, there is no more Hoot Hoot in play. So I think it'd be good to just find a way to draw every turn, try and draw into the cards that she needs. One of which is definitely that Grass Energy to get this attack.
Yeah, we want a Myriad Leaf Shower this poor Solrock
out of existence, doing a lot of damage, and it being weak, we're going to be doing upwards of, I think it's going to be, what, 300? Yeah, 300 damage to this poor Solrock. Not quite Blood Moon numbers, but not too far off, honestly.
Just big numbers in this game, Pablo. Big numbers. Unnecessarily big.
Unnecessarily big. That is true. A lot of leftover damage in this spot. We're going to see the Sada get an energy attachment as well. And I mean, this is the best that Jusiani can hope for. Aggression as soon as she could, right? Which is as early as turn 2. Deny the Solrock engine. Have attackers powered up. Have energy in play. Maybe the one of Hoot Hoot is the one card we would love to have, and immediately the Night Stretcher gets played to get that back.
Yeah, I always feel safer when there's a Hoot Hoot in play, because if there's a Hoot Hoot, that means there's a chance for knockdown, and then anything can happen.
Now, I think a definite adaptation I would have loved to see from Jusiani is the game has played out to where she needed a Terra Pokemon, and she started the Raging Bolts, I think, or maybe not quite. I think Slitherwing, which she does run, would have been a pretty good play. The non-EX Raging Bolt with that second attack is actually very effective against Lunatone, against Solrock, and against the Monkey Dory. So if your opponent is using a single price strategy, you need to try to at least match them as long as you can so that it's an even exchange, and then eventually hit them with that Iono and hit them with your big attacker and hope they whiff.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes a lot of sense, as looks like Solrock was just immediately replaced there with one from the deck, and now we could see an attack. Now we could see some draws. Importantly as well, though, Monkey Dories haven't been getting the Darkness energy attached as quickly. We haven't seen them explosive, crispin turns just yet. But searching the deck here, putting the secret box on top there, kind of signifies to me we're going to see some sandwich making.
Yeah, we have a pretty good hand overall. Now is when you want to start getting those 2 prize cards, of course. And I wonder if that previous prize card, dedicating the boss instead of going for something like a Lily, getting a better hand, getting just more resources, getting your Monkey Dories established so that you can take away this turn. However, we see the Blood Moon, we see the Stadium, we're going to start self-generating some damage, and we're going to go Lily. So what do we need here, Juancho? We need counter gain and a darkness energy to get a knockout. Oh, we're tied. We're tied 5-5. Never mind, yeah.
There's no way, I think, to get a knockout this turn.
Yeah, we can hope for 100 damage, but then our Blood Moon that we invested so many resources into just gets knocked out in return. Yeah. Did get the counter gain, did get an energy, but as you very well pointed out, that counter gain is completely useless at this point in time.
Yeah, one of the downsides of being the aggressor, taking the early prize card. Now, we're falling a little bit short here from knocking out.
There is a combination of cards that gets you there.
Okay.
And it's Dark Energy plus Energy Switch. So you attach the Dark to Monkey Dory, use Adrenaline Brain, and then Energy Switch that energy onto the Blood Moon in order to take the knockout here. However, Fez was no help. Now there's a 2-prizer in play, and Victor will miss a knockout right here, it seems. So far so good.
Right.
This could open up, this could open up a path for Jusiani to outright win this game. No energy switch, one of which is prized. No dark energy, one of which is prized as well. So it seems like we're just going to have a passive turn here for Victor, and a great opening for Jusiani to get even farther ahead. The 7 damage counters on the Teal Dance or the Teal Mask will set up the Ogre Pond to be KO'd later. But your opponent missing a beat and having this 2-prizer in play essentially advances the clock for Jusiani by a whole turn, which is huge.
Very, very big. Every turn counts as, the Slitherwing is the draw. You mentioned earlier, this could be a nice card to play into this matchup. Match single prizer for single prizer. But right now, bump the Stadium as well. So again, at least there is already damage on board. The only thing that is really scary is there is a lot of good Pokemon, good targets on the bench, right? There's that Blood Moon Ursaluna with the dedicated energies already. Even the damage is a resource for Victor.
There was no KO, so we can't draw with Feather. I don't know why we were grabbing cards off the top.
That was a close one.
We can't draw from any abilities at this point in time. We have Prime Catcher, we have Crispin. I think we need to focus on taking a knockout, right? That has to be the main focus of everything we are doing here. We're going to see an attachment. I'd love to see the Prime Catcher KO on the Serendipity, or maybe even the Blood Moon, because then you're asking Victor to have so much more stuff to deal with you. We're going to see the Crispin that removes away Boss's Orders as a possibility. We could also end up using the Slitherwing. I also don't mind that at all. Using Slitherwing to KO the Blood Moon could be a pretty good option as well.
A lot of options here for Giussiani. I think that's a Grass Energy and a Lightning.
Grass, yeah. So I wonder if the other Fighting Energy is here, and Giussiani forgot and was hoping to attack with Slitherwing this turn, and instead we're not going to be seeing that whatsoever. Yeah, she's shaking her head. I think she did not realize that she was out of the Fighting Energy. Oh, it's priced, actually. It's her next price card, not available just yet. We can see the importance of price checking, of course. Always very crucial. Come on, Giussiani, I really want to see that Prime Catcher KO on the Serendipity. Either accelerate your win condition, deny your opponent resources. There's no way to attack with the Slitherwing now unless you commit to the energy switch, which if we go for the Noctowl, I feel like this is such a huge stretch, right? Like you're tunneling into compensating for your mistake or your oversight of the prize card instead of just going for the two straightforward prizes.
Ultra Ball was played there, is going to grab the Noctowl. He could see the energy switch, just like you said. Is the Prime Catcher already in hand?
Yep, it is already in hand. So, like, of course, both options are good, but one doesn't require a Noctowl, which means you have Noctowl available for later. And now we're eyeing up Sada. We're being a little indecisive. There's the energy switch, so we are going to do this essentially compensation play in order to make sure. We could knock out the Serendipity with a Slitherwing itself as well. That's an option as well. But in a situation where we don't unlock the Fighting Energy out of the prize cards, could get a little awkward if the two Fighting Energies are stuck on the Slitherwing at some point. But Victor's not that sort of control deck. There's no Yveltal or anything, so probably won't run into that.
And there it is, just like you said, the Prime Catcher onto the Serendipity. Giussiani is going to opt to attack with this Slitherwing. Of course, Serendipity weak to fighting. So this is also the first Burning Turbulence of LAIC. 120 times 2, 240. That's a knockout. Giussiani goes down to 3 prize cards.
90 self-damage. A little awkward because that also is prime possibility for Monkey Dory to start doing its shenanigans and take you down in between turns, or during your opponent's turn, essentially, handing them that, or losing that advantage of utilizing a single prize Pokemon. But getting closer, right? Victor does need to find a prize card onto a Slitherwing or onto a Rotom, and then 2 big knockouts. His hand is not as big as it used to be. If he commits to recovering the Serendipity to build up the hand, that could actually be very problematic and game-ending as well. So, Giussiani applying all the pressure in the right way.
I like it, as looks like Lily is going to be the supporter of choice. Don't forget, the Blood Moon is still on the board, and the Teal Mask Ogerpon with all the damage is also still on the field. Maybe there is a way to take a knockout on the Teal Dance and then just spread damage onto the Slitherwing. It's not like the Slitherwing can attack again, because then you would self-KO, which is something you definitely don't want to do.
Unless it's against Serendipity, then you don't mind it too much.
Off the Lily, anything big here?
I mean, found Secret Box, found of the Lunatone draw, found Secret Box, has a Darkness Energy, has plenty of energy, has the Stadium, I do believe I'm seeing it.
That's a counter gain as well, which is activated at the moment. I think maybe just lacking Counter Catcher.
Yeah, I think the big card is like Crispin. Crispin is what you would want to do. Get 2 energies, attach the Dark to 1 Monkey Dory, attach for turn to the other Monkey Dory. That lets you take this KO and still also take out something else. If we have Counter Catcher access, which we do with the Secret Box, then we are able to take a KO. However, I guess we don't play Counter Catcher. Never mind.
I would have thought a deck that plays something like Counter Gain would also play the other counter card.
Yeah, and a single price deck that doesn't mind going behind. Counter Catcher seems like it would be a pretty important piece, but it's not in here. and therefore it's either boss or we attack into whatever ends up being promoted.
Yeah, I mean, Solrock still is set up there on the bench. Does have that fighting energy. Very cheap attacker, and should be enough to take a knockout here on the Slithering at the very least.
Okay, so Victor does have access to Crispin, but there's only 2 Dark Energy left in the deck. Therefore, he can't Crispin for 2 Dark Energy. He has to get different types in order to get the bonus attachment effect. You can Crispin for 1 Darkness Energy, but that goes to the hand. It doesn't go to the field. So he can't use double Monkey Dory this turn. That means he can't KO the Slitherwing this turn. However, the energy switch does open up that double Monkey Dory usage here.
Double Monkey Dory moving, just enough damage to take a knockout on the Slithering. From there, though, Giussiani could still promote something that could take a hit with no damage yet on the board. But hey, taking a knockout mid-turn, always a good strategy.
For sure.
As was it Arvin for the energy retrieval now?
Seems like it, yep. So we'll have to see how Victor pieces this out. There's definitely a lot closer than the previous match, I want to say. Giussiani getting that knockout, or Victor being forced to play it on the Fezandibity, Giussiani being able to take that out immediately. The stadium does get countered, so now Giussiani has to discard something. She immediately discards the Noctowl. I mean, it's fair. You definitely value the attacker. There's a lot of energies invested into this Steel Mask Ogrepon. I feel like this would be the better discard, though, just because that has less HP and it can't get KO'd, even if it doesn't have any damage counters on it, from their Saluna, whereas Noctowl cannot be KO'd, right? So we'll see how it plays out here, if that ends up being a little costly or whatnot. We're about to see the Monkey Dory usage, though. We're going to Adrenabrain, 3 to the active, 10 HP left, or 20 HP left, pardon me. Then we're going to Energy Switch, use another Adrenabrain in order to knock out the active. And now it's on Giussiani to promote something in order to withstand the heat, right? So we're not attacking quite yet. Victor also not playing the counter game just yet to show, to not show that he is ready to attack. Giussiani has information that the energy has been attached, energy switch has been played. No, and promotes the roads on the one Pokemon that can get KO'd with no damage counters on it.
Ooh, that seemed tough. That is a free prize card now for Victor. I know you mentioned it earlier. Giussiani was able to buy a turn, and now we just gave up that turn, unfortunately. Solrock is going to be promoted there. Again, maybe another downside of... Oh no, there's another Noctowl as well.
You know, I didn't even realize Tam has been called. I did not see that. So we're in turn 0, and Victor took 2 prizes. Giussiani has 1 turn to take 3 prizes against a single prize board. It's a tie.
Just like that. Unfortunately, again, impossible board state to win. And with both players at 1-1, hey, that's a tie.
Yeah, that's a tie. Both players advanced to day 2. They already secured their spot in day 2. They finished the day with a 5-1-2 record. Not too bad at all.
Yeah, I'm sure Giussiani is happy to walk away with that tie. Such a tough matchup to really maneuver. I feel like the Blood Moon Ursaluna deck is built specifically to counter these 2 prize decks, and Raging Bolt is just a hallmark 2 prize deck that just likes to attack.
Yeah, I mean, and you're with Baby Blood Moon, with this deck in particular, you're happy facing Raging Bolt. You're probably happy facing Joltik Box. You're probably happy facing Golden Go. I want to say Ceruledge as well. You're probably not very happy facing Gardevoir, right? So picking a deck that doesn't have a great Gardevoir matchup into Gardevoir being the best deck in the format could be a little controversial, but working out well so far for Victor, as we saw in this game 2.
Again, it's just running into the right matchups sometimes is very, very much key. And when you do run into the right ones, oh boy, do you have a great time. The Blood Moon Ursaluna, so menacing. Mad Bite being just that one powerful attack, 150 HP. Oh, no, there's no slouch in the HP section, but of course, sometimes Raging Bolt too just wants to run into the right matchup. Talking about big damage done, Raging Bolt, one of the Pokemon that has absolutely no damage cap.
Yeah, and I mean, that damage cap, it's great when you're up against 2 pricers, when you're up against 3, no damage cap, sorry. It's great when you're up against other EXs or even the new Mega Pokemon. However, against these single price Pokemon, sure, Raging Ball looks at them and knocks them out, but it takes them out one at a time, and the price trade-off just doesn't work out in their favor ever, right? As long as they're not drawing dead, then they're perfectly fine losing Pokemon after Pokemon. Eventually, they will turn the tables, and that's exactly what was about to happen probably for Victor in this match. But unfortunately, we finished, we ran out of time, and we could not see the conclusion of that game. But we are concluding our day 1 at LAIC here, Juancho.
Our phase 1, that's for sure. And again, what a day it's been. We've seen so many amazing matches, Pablo. It's been so exciting to just watch games just react almost exactly the same. We almost share our reactions, but it's been fun, Pablo. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Likewise, Juancho. And now we do have a lot of players confirmed for phase 2, right? This is a very big tournament. We have a lot of players advancing into phase 2. And what you know, a lot of very familiar faces of players who have done historically and this season really, really well.
Oh, I love this graphic. I feel like this is the first time I've seen this where it's just all like this is the most players we put on with the action shot and all that. Again, amazing players confirmed into the phase 2. Hey, this makes a great banner.
Yeah, for sure. Very good names there. I mean, I can name at least one achievement from every single one of these players. Many of them multiple. We have world champions, regional champions, IC champions, consistently good players. As we see the Master Swiss rankings right here, Gabriel Fernandez ending up the day undefeated with his brother right there in tow.
Yeah, Gabriel Fernandez, the only one 8-0 at the moment. So commanding, man. What a great player. But of course, yeah, 1-3, right? Vinny Fernandez, technically also undefeated, just has that tie. You know, it's 1 point instead of 3. So we really could see the Fernandez brother face off.
Yeah, we generally could. I mean, I don't know if Gabriel and Henry have played yet. I doubt Gabriel and Vinny have already played. And they're definitely up there it's definitely up within the possibilities. So yeah, I would not be surprised if tomorrow we get that Fernandez showdown. But moving down the line, we have Miguel Lopez from Mexico. Pretty cool to see him there. Fernando Cifuentes, Guillermo Munoz, Ryota Tanaka, Brent Tonneson, Joshua Frink, Lucas Zink, RJ Squires, Takashi Oneda, Kai Wainwright, Hunter Butler, Douglas Borges. So many cool names to see at the top. Familiar faces, new names as well, who are looking to make their mark at LAIC.
Of course, but action here has been completed, but there's so much more Pokemon action tomorrow. So of course, don't forget to tune in. Of course, for day 2, we're gonna be starting at 9 a.m. Nice, bright, and early. Unfortunately, that's gonna be 4 a.m. for everyone in the Pacific. So a little bit extra early for them. A lot of Pokemon action is going to be played over the weekend. It's only been day 1.
It's only been day 1. We have a whole day tomorrow to play out all the way from the remaining rounds for phase 2. Our top cut are both semifinals, and then we have championship Sunday.
Of course. And of course, don't forget to follow our channels. Very important. Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. Whenever you need to find us, that's where we are.
Where you can find us, of course. And yeah, we also have a lot of Twitch drops happening and codes to redeem things for watching as a thank you. We have the LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames, this brand new set that will be legal for play after this tournament. You can get some packs in-game by utilizing this code on everyone's favorite Pokemon TCG Live app.
Of course, yes, LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames. And of course, if you've been watching on Twitch, you're probably already rocking the jacket, the Venusaur, Mega Venusaur jacket, and deck box sleeve coin. Those are beautiful. I don't have that yet. I need it.
Yeah, I think we should go back and watch the broadcast again after we're done here so we can redeem those.
That's for sure. Very, very much beautiful. I love all the Mega Venusaur themed things. Of course, we're not the only game. There's Pokemon Go. We're giving away, I believe, what is this?
That is a technical machine that allows you to teach one of your Pokemon's moves, or teach a move to your Pokemon that they knew beforehand, but usually it's random. The technical machines make it random. You have to use multiple, but this is an elite technical machine and that allows you to teach any move you choose, saving you a lot of time, saving you a lot of resources, of course, and you can earn this Araquanid as well, utilized by its AXN's NAIC winning team.
And of course, we can't forget our giveaways for the video game. Yeah, definitely check out. Again, it's LAIC Tailwind. All the I's, replace them with one. LAIC 26 Tailwind. And you can receive Frederico's Camporesi's 2025 NAIC winning Whimsicott. Whimsicott's such a fun Pokemon. I know this is a powerhouse in the VGC, able to set up Tailwind. And you also don't know what you're up against when you face a Whimsicott. It could be screens, it could be an actual attacking move, Encore, a lot of stuff. I love that guy.
Yeah, it's a cute little guy that likes to do cute little things to their opponents. And yeah, next up we have, I believe, some Pokemon Unite drops as well. You get a really cool LAIC themed sticker if you use the code LAIC 2026. So if you like the action and the active time battles of Pokemon Unite, definitely check that out and get your sticker to show off to other people.
Ooh, not just the sticker though. We also have the platinum emblem of Venusaur. This looks great. I actually not quite sure what stats it gives as the Venusaur emblem. I'm gonna have to just grab this one and check it out, but I'm sure it's gonna be useful.
I want to say it's probably a special attack increase.
That's
I mean, Venusaur is a special type attacker. That's actually a Pokemon I like to use in Pokemon Unite. So I'm excited to get one. I'm gonna have to open multiple tabs to watch everything to get all the rewards. But yeah, we are closing out day one. It's been a treat, Juancho, casting these games with you. We casted a lot today. Casted some really good games, some up-and-coming players, some established world and international champions, and I'm very eager to see what day two brings us.
Exactly. It's been an absolute pleasure, Pablo. Our first two games, I honestly could not believe it.
So make sure you tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time, so you can watch all the action unfolding on Phase 2 of LAIC 2026. Thanks so much.